That was the moment that 3 other groups staggered out of the dungeon. Fuck, that isn't possible. Halfway through the 3rd boss, the difficulty changed, and that bastard thing started to regenerate. This dungeon is bullshit. Who fucked up the difficulty setting? An irate young rogue demanded. We have no idea. Where did you make it to? The berserker asked. We entered in the 2nd batch, so we were on the 3rd boss when it changed. The leader of one of the other groups who had just escaped shook his head. We were on the 4th boss, the Oathbreaker. The dungeon difficulty changed, and we took a full party wipe. We didn't even get the healer out safely. He had a life-saving token that respawned him at the entrance, and he resurrected the rest of us. The immortals nodded. That was common enough. Most immortals would look for something to save their lives in a situation like that. The 3rd group laughed. We were only just started. It changed while we were prepping for the 1st boss. We took it out, but half our gear is busted. On the plus side, we downed one of the nightmare mode bosses, and holy hell is the loot good. Just, don't go in unprepared. Everything is a boss. They're all epic grade monsters, and the bosses are a full stage higher than your group. If you send a group of peak immortals in there, you'll likely face a supreme ranked boss. Who is still in there? One group from the Almixii sect, and one from the New Home Merchant clan. Both are immortal spirit ranked groups. So, they're looking at either void stage or low ascended bosses. That's going to be gnarly. Almixii might manage it. But who is in there from the New Home? The spectators laughed. A bunch of newbies and New Home's resident comedy relief. And you let them go? He asked the berserker. They buffed the assassin, it was a good fight. He replied with a shrug. You know they're almost certainly dead, right? The assassin shook his head. No, I tagged them with my tracking skill. They're all still alive. So, they're not dead. Is anyone missing a group? 2 ascended immortals raised their hands. Our sects both have groups in there that we haven't heard from. Like the others, we sent the juniors in for the first chance while we waited to form a group. There was a moment of silence, then a system notice was broadcast to the whole region. First clear accomplished. 4 vortexes of magic formed outside the dungeon portal, and immortals began to drop out of them. They all looked horrified and confused, and they all had horrific injuries on them. The white dragons acted fast, casting area healing to rescue whoever had just left the trial. We're not dead. One of the new arrivals asked in a dazed slur. What happened? Oathbreaker happened. He one-shot the whole group. Then, we were here, outside the dungeon. A trial ejection? It must be. The assassin pondered. It seems so. A whole team dying in a dungeon usually means even your bodies are lost. But a trial will eject you on the brink of death. The berserker agreed. So, are we getting a group to go in and check? The berserker smiled and wrapped an arm around the assassin. Give it a few minutes to see if your minions come back out. I want those buffs for when we go in. Then, the Almixii sex group came out with frustrated frowns. Harder than you thought? The berserker asked, assuming that they were the ones to finish the dungeon. They were the first to enter. That place is bullshit. We skipped the 4th boss because everything turned into minor bosses. The loot was insane, but we had to kill 30 boss tier trash mobs 3 at a time to get it. Fuck that place. There's still an Oathbreaker and a Greater Plague Lord that we didn't touch in there. Even if we brought 100 immortals, we couldn't kill that thing. Whatever god designed this trial is one sadistic son of a bitch. Divine laughter rumbled through the clouds, and the warrior flinched. Well, at least now we know that it wasn't accidental. I don't know what triggered it yet, but it looks like it will eject you on the brink of death if you fail. Now, we're just waiting for the New Home newbies to come out. You don't think that they're taking a break between every pull, are they? One of the immortals asked. I don't think so. It just told us that someone had finished the trial. If it wasn't Almixii, it has to be the new home group. They're the only ones still in there, unless someone arrived before them and snuck in. That's possible. Did you send a special team in? The Almixii team leader asked. Oh, special is a good word for them. Very special. The Berserker agreed. The Almixii team leader sighed at the heavy sarcasm. I should have expected nothing less out of the new home. But somehow, it looks like they actually cleared the dungeon. Now, we just have to wait for them to come back out. The assassin frowned. That was a good point. If they finished the dungeon, they should be back out by now. Even if they stopped to sort and trade loot, the dungeon usually kicked you out a minute or two after you finished the run. He activated his tracking skill again, and shook his head in dismay. They ran away. I just tracked them, and they're back in the clan compound. I think that one of them has the ability to open portals from inside a dungeon. Seriously? Damn it, now how do we find out what the upgraded boss loot is like? The Berserker complained. We can just go in ourselves. We've got enough near peak immortals now. We might as well just go do the trial. Let the children go home and sort out their trinkets while we get the good stuff. The group leaders shrugged. That works for us. The rest of the newbie groups can go in as they want. It's a trial, not a dungeon, they will come back out alive one way or another. Inside the dungeon, Swag stared over the body of the final boss with a sense of immense accomplishment. Challenge completed, random reward granted. Reward pending, select option from the system window to continue. He smiled at Dana, who was standing beside him, silently sorting through her gains. I got it. The divine reward from the gods. The system has given me a challenge reward. He declared. Oh, that is wonderful. But if you collect it here, and we walk out that portal, everyone is going to know that something extreme happened, and then they're going to want all the details about the possible rewards. I, for one, would rather not reveal that information. But I suspect that it will not be optional if the peak immortals of the other sects get their hands on us. Swag gave her a double thumbs up. I will wait to claim it. But how are we going to get out of here without answering questions? There are always questions, especially when something happens and we finish a super hard mode. There is always some sign that it is happening, either a change in the portal or a regional announcement when we finish. The others aren't going to ignore that. That's what we have Carl for. He should be able to portal us out. One of the Lycans frowned. You can't use portals in or out of a dungeon. Carl shrugged. I can. Being the avatar of the world dragon, I can move between adjacent realms with portals. The dungeon is adjacent to the immortal world we are on, connected by a portal. So, I can just take us straight back to my apartment in the clan compound. We should probably message our champion so he doesn't think that we died in the dungeon. The Lycan agreed, already smiling at the prospect of being able to hide the good stuff, and not have the truth dragged out of him by someone who could either read minds or cast a spell to prevent lying. Then away we go. Carl opened the portal, and waited as everyone else passed through. Remy and Kara were still finishing looting everything that looked valuable or edible within the dungeon, though there wasn't much for plant life. But even a few rare plants were better than 0 rare plants, and Remy didn't know what might be useful later. What the tiny Naga matriarch couldn't know was that the strange red weeds she collected were actually fire lotuses, which grew in the rubble of immortal plane wrath demon cities. An immature form of the rare immortal rank resource, overlooked by everyone else because they didn't yet give off the aura of a powerful magical plant. What Remy did know was that they had flower buds, and she did not have any of them in her collection. That meant she needed them. Kara, on the other hand, was collecting shiny stones, broken weapons and anything else that would go well with her treasure hoard. It didn't have to be valuable, it just had to look the part when she piled it with her other treasures. With that finished, they left the dungeon behind, and joined the others in the apartment. Now, before we go all in on the loot sorting, I think that we all want to see what Swag got as a system reward. Is the bonus stated? Or is it random? Carl asked. Random. But I know it's going to be good. I have a feeling. Those were dangerous words when the system was involved. Random meant random and not always good. Alright, going for it. Swag's eyes went vague as he immersed himself in the random reward interface, and everyone waited impatiently for the outcome. Then, Swag's power level began to soar, and the whole group exchanged shocked looks. No way. There is no way that this is actually happening. Do you know how insufferable he's going to be if his strategy actually worked? Min asked. No, he's not going to make it to Supreme. His growth rate is already fading. I think he's going to stop at the entry to Awakened Immortal. Khalid, their forest dragon druid healer, decided. But that was not all that was happening. Swag's nameplate was changing, shifting from the dull brown of a basic warrior to the pale tan color that marked a paladin. Then, his entire name changed. For a second, it said James Monroe. Then, it immediately changed back to Divine Swag God 2. So, that's what his name used to be. Oh, it's going to be so fun to see if he remembers it. Most of the transfers from his world forget after a decade or two. Min joked. Swag opened his eyes with a triumphant smirk. See, I told you that it was going to be amazing. I am almighty, I am the favored son of the gods. I am an ascended immortal. Looks like you set your expectations a bit high on the divine favor scale, James. Min joked. Wait, how do you know that name? Every time I try to speak it out loud, the system stops me. He asked. James Monroe, who fancies himself as the divine swag god, returned. That's why you put it with the number 2 at the end, right? Min asked. Swag mumbled an answer, and the green dragon smirked at him. What was that? Speak up so we can hear you. Divine swag god was taken. And so were the normal spellings. It's not my fault, I thought I was making a game character, not getting reborn into a new world. The group members laughed as they patted him on the back and congratulated him. Well, your plan wasn't a total failure. Now you just need to train your way through the ascended ranks, and you can reach Supreme. The leader of the Lycans group consoled him. You're right. I'm like 3/4 of the way to Supreme. Now, it's just the easy part. That was optimistic. The ascended rank was where things actually got difficult, as you were no longer trying to establish your foundation as an immortal, and had to build your power to move beyond immortality. Swag patted Carl on the back with a smile. Well, Monster Man. Let's hear what you got. I know the system rewards based on contribution, and it decided you were the strongest of us all. So, what did you get from the bosses? Carl looked into his inventory for recently acquired items, a task made much easier by the fact that he carried so little in his actual inventory, and instead kept nearly everything in either the tiny world or in one of the beast spaces. Alright, let's see. I've got a bunch of pieces of epic grade weapons and armor. So many weapons, there's got to be 24 of them. I've got some epic grade accessories, it looks like they're mostly warrior type, with strength and skill damage. Then we've got the rare grade random stuff. Oh, this is pretty good. Artifact grade relic. It doesn't look like it's an equipable item, though. Carl paused to read through the description, while Min and Swag looked ready to throttle him to make him speak. It's a passive bonus item, active when you keep it in your inventory. It grants a bonus in duels or against bosses. Carl took the item out, so everyone could see what he was talking about. Champion's Relic, Artifact Grade, Immortal Rank, increases all damage done during challenges or against targets with Epic Grade, or higher constitutions by 20%. So, because you're already overpowered, it gave you a statue of S-whooping? I knew that the system gods were kind today. Swag laughed. Carl wouldn't really call it a statue, it was a ball covered in runic carvings. But the rest of the description wasn't bad. I think that I did pretty well. Considering the pure number of items I got, it will take me some time to sort through the epic weapons and gear to see if there is anything with a particularly unique bonus on it. That relic looks like the only artifact grade item, though. Swag shrugged. That's already rare enough. There likely aren't more than a few people in the clan other than the elders who have ever owned an artifact grade item. Hey Min, do you think that we should all go together to the warehouse to turn in our spare loot once we pick what we want to keep? Carl joked. As long as it's not when I'm on shift, because I'm not dealing with the fallout of that nonsense. I've got over a dozen epic grade items that are of absolutely zero use to me as well. It feels crazy that I'm not even really looking at rare grade items. I've got so many epic items that I can basically replace everything that I use with something better. I've even got options of weapons I might like. That one dungeon run gave me more loot than the last 5 years combined. Kara laughed as she twirled a metal baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. What do you say we all use a disguise spell or transformation and go back? They'll never expect us to do it twice. Swag laughed hysterically, and the lichens looked at the badger in awe. It would be glorious, absolutely glorious. The entire dungeon region was certain to be trying to find out where they went, and what they got. If they found another elder to lead them and went back before anyone caught on, they could go again. However, they had been up all night doing a dungeon, they really did need to sleep. The apartment is secure enough if everyone wants to sleep here. We don't have rooms for 20, but if you've got a sleeping bag, it's not like you're going to get rained on in the garden. Kara added. Dana sighed, while the lichens laughed. I like the way you think, little one. If everyone is up for it, we can go again. I say that we only do the first 3 bosses next time. It won't raise any suspicions if we come out early and make some fake complaints about the difficulty. Kara nodded happily, while Tion looked confused. Why did they want to prank strangers? What if you never saw them again? Would it still be fun to put in all that work just to play a prank that nobody ever realized you had pulled? Or did they just want more loot? He wanted more bard spells. He liked playing his zither, but he needed more spells to make it worthwhile as a bonus ability while they were doing dungeons. He had received many things for his efforts, but none of them was a spell book. His new instrument helped with his healing and stone attacks, as well as vicious mockery, but some group buffs would be a much better use of his time. Though, a puppy pile in the living room with the lichens didn't sound too bad. He could just have Carl cast War Beast on them again to make them extra fluffy. Ooh, loot isn't all I got. What is an Iron Man? Kara asked. Pardon? New titles. 3 of them, in total. There is Ancient Boss Slayer, Alho's Trial Iron Man, and Favorite of the Gods, Kara explained. Swag cheered as he realized that he had gotten titles. Perhaps now someone would start calling him something other than moron. Hey, why didn't I get the Boss Slayer one? I wanted people to call me Slayer. He complained. Dana shrugged. I have it. Maybe it's only for those of us who got a last hit in on a boss. One of the lichens nodded. I have the Ancient Boss Slayer title as well. I got the killing blow on the second last boss. Jacob, the feral protector druid who had finally gotten to do something other than work as a tank, held up a coin. Hey, does anyone else have one of these? Carl dug through his inventory and found the token stored by the system with the rest of his currency. Yeah, I've got one. One by one, everyone brought them out, even Ray, Tion and Kara, who were the only beasts currently outside their spaces. Challenge coin, rewarded to those who complete a nightmare difficulty challenge. Usage, allows the bearer to adjust the difficulty of one future trial challenge, up to a maximum of nightmare difficulty. Oh, that is good. I wonder how everyone else is doing with their challenge. They're going to be so jealous that we got to do the improved version of the dungeon while they were all slogging through base difficulty. Kara cheered. But her smirk told Carl that she knew something he did not. Namely, that everyone else was forced to do nightmare mode after they had accidentally activated it by bringing an avatar of the world dragon with an epic grade constitution into a trial which was set to a difficulty far too easy for him. By the time that they all woke up the next morning and went to the dining hall for breakfast, news of the change to the dungeon had spread through the clan like wildfire. "Wait, you all went there last night, right? How hard is it?" "The group that went just after we got the news says that it's totally impossible, and they didn't even make it to the first boss." A Battlemage class clan member asked as Carl led the group in. "I didn't think it was that bad. It gets harder with each of the bosses that you kill, but if you do it the other way around, and start with the strongest, the difficulty actually goes down a little as you progress. If you start with the weakest first, the final bosses would be absolutely nuts." Carl agreed. "So, you guys got through more than one boss. Was that before it changed? Did you know that it changed? The dungeon is making everyone fight groups of lesser bosses to get to the actual boss. They said that in the 5 pulls they managed, they got the rewards as if they had fought 15 actual bosses." The Battlemage demanded. Carl nodded. "We got through the Wrath demons after the dungeon difficulty was increased. Like I said, it's not easy, but it's not impossible with the right group. We have a huge amount of healing in our team, with multiple druids, clerics and a shaman. That made all the difference, along with a mana pylon to keep everyone fighting." The man looked relieved. "That is wonderful news. I know the mana pylon spell, so it shouldn't be too hard if we get some extra healers. Bring golems too. The golems are essential." Swag added. "Oh, good point. Definitely bring golems. 3 bosses per pull is just cruelty to a single tank. If you can't get durable enough golems, just bring multiple tanks." Carl suggested. "Noted. I think that we will be fine. Are you going to try to go again today? I heard that some of the sects still suspect that New Home was responsible for the change in the dungeon." The Battlemage replied. "We had considered it. The loot was so good last time that it would be a shame not to do it again." The mage nodded. "It should be fine. You did manage to get multiple bosses down, but if you split the group to go with multiple other groups this time, it might be less suspicious. Someone might recognize your existing group. Then, someone finally noticed the obvious. I hate to break up a planning session, but what the hell? How did the morons suddenly make it to Ascended?" Swag puffed up his chest. "Have I not been telling everyone? All I had to do was have faith, and the gods would deliver. I might have overestimated my progression rate, but my faith paid off. I was given a divine opportunity, and I took it." The whole dining hall was so shocked that nobody could find a proper response for that. Without context, it was a perfectly reasonable response. Many immortals advanced because they found a divine opportunity and seized it before anyone else could. In fact, it was the desired outcome for most of them. But in context, considering who was speaking, nobody could believe that it actually happened. However, none of them were quite as shocked as the assassin class elder that they had hired to go with them to the dungeon. Not only had they caused a massive commotion, they had tricked him into doing it for cheap, and then leaving him to deal with the fallout when they somehow managed to return to the clan without leaving the dungeon. He had attempted the dungeon early this morning, along with the others who had gathered for the challenge. But it had not gone well. They had made it through 2 bosses. Just 2. They had left with some truly impressive loot, as the 2 actual bosses had been low supreme ranked, and had dropped epic grade, supreme ranked items. But that was not the point. If you were going to cause chaos, it was only polite to warn the man that was in charge of covering for you. He suspected that it was not actually Swag's fault. The cause was almost certainly the avatar of the world dragon. Being a senior servant of a system god, he might even have a skill for it. However, he had no proof of that. Yet. The cause could also be the combination of the world dragon's avatar, the blind faith of the moron and a chaos badger all released in the same location. That combination spelled disaster anywhere else, so why not inside a dungeon? Or, a trial, as they now knew this spawn was. You owe me for the crap you put me through, waiting for you to come back out after the first clear announcement, he insisted as he stormed over to where Swag and Carl were waiting in line for breakfast. Carl smiled at him. I suspected that there might have been some trouble for you, given what we heard this morning. Who would have guessed that the difficulty of the dungeon would change without warning? Fortunately, I prepared an apology gift for you. Swag looked confused, but Carl handed the elder a villa stone, while Kara gave a single satisfied clap, as if to say that the matter was settled with this payment. A villa stone? Well, that certainly does cover the inconvenience. Thank you for your consideration. Let me know in advance if you are planning to cause a scene again. Kara gave him 2 thumbs up, and held up her new coin. Fear not, I fully intend to. Just point us in the right direction and I will ensure that an appropriate level of chaos is introduced to the situation. Once she used the coin, she was definitely going to try to get Carl to combine chaotic zone and randomize into something that would alter the difficulty settings of other instances. One of these coins was not nearly enough. The elder sighed as he saw what was in Kara's hand. He assumed that was how the dungeon had been changed in the first place, and that they had taken advantage of the situation to get another one of them to use later. You know, I'm starting to wonder if you're actually not a chaos badger at all, but a luck imp. Getting a coin like that more than once is incredible. He joked. Kara winked at him. Oh, it's not just me. A few of the others got one today too, so we can all play the dungeon game. I'm starting to regret asking. The gathered members laughed at the look on the elder's face, and quietly began making plans to take a proper group to the trial as soon as possible. There was a good chance that the trial would reset back to default difficulty after a day or two, and that would be a tragedy for their plans to get rich quick. You know, I'm ascended now, so if I go, it should give us tougher bosses, right? We could maybe go and trigger the rewards twice. Swag realized. You think that you can advance twice from the same dungeon if you just do it on a harder difficulty? The elder asked. Maybe. I don't have that feeling of anticipation, but we might still get some good stuff. Besides, last time it said that Carl was the strongest of us, but now I outrank him. The elder looked between the two of them. You may wish to reevaluate that sentiment. It's pretty clear that as far as overall combat power goes, he's still the stronger of the two of you. Why don't we split the group? Last time, it said that Carl was 9 standard units at void rank. I don't know the conversion, but it shouldn't be difficult to guess once we're inside. The elder laughed. What does that even mean? What standard units? Swag shrugged. I don't know either. When it was informing us of the power setting of the dungeon, that's what it told us. Carl was the strongest, and he was 9 standard units and void stage. I was kind of hoping that you knew what it meant. The rest of the group nodded. They had no idea how that ranking system worked. Fortunately, they had clerics. When it came to system oddities, they usually had the most insight. However, none of them looked like they had a proper answer. The room was silent for a moment before Elder Fersham entered. Oh, good. You're all here. I need to speak with Carl for a moment. Swag ran over to stand in front of the elder. You know what a standard unit is, right? The dungeon said that Carl is 9 standard units. Elder Fersham looked confused for a second, then laughed. A standard unit is what the system considers to be absolutely average at your rank. One standard unit is someone with average numbers, powers and versatility of skills, halfway through their rank in power. So, according to the dungeon, Carl is 9 times as powerful as the average void stage immortal. That should put him somewhere in the lower stages of Ascendant. Likely 2 or 3 times more powerful than you are right now. Congratulations on finally giving in and accepting guidance to advance. Swag frowned. I didn't give in. The system rewarded me with a random spin for advancement. I even got a new class from the reward. I see. Then the elder turned to Carl. If you don't mind, please follow me to my office. You can bring your breakfast. All right, I will see you all in a bit. Message me if you make a decision. Elder Fersham led him back to the clan leader's tower, and then knocked and waited for an answer. This was not where his office was, but it would cause less of a commotion than saying that the clan leader had summoned him. The bunnies that worked in the house opened the door for them, and Elder Fersham led Carl inside, where the clan leader herself was waiting with tea to receive them. Ah, our chaotic prodigy has returned. I trust that you enjoyed your trip to the dungeon. Clan leader Nerissa greeted Carl as he moved to the other side of the table. Indeed. It was quite beneficial for the entire group. Carl agreed. And how did it help with your progress? Carl shrugged. Unlike some of the others I've talked to, I don't have a defined experience category within my system interface, so it's hard to quantify. It didn't make a noticeable difference in the change rate of my immortal spirit. However, it did give me a massive amount of life and soul energy that I have stockpiled for later use. The clan leader frowned. Absorbing more life energy isn't going to improve your progress in converting your immortal spirit. Carl shrugged. But I can use it to make intelligent weapons, to upgrade the ones I have, or even as backup healing energy should I pick a fight that I can't win. There were a few times in that last dungeon that got pretty spicy. Oathbreaker, at whatever the grade above epic is, was not an easy fight. I have an insane amount of damage reduction I can share with the group, and Dana has auto parry for herself and her golems, yet we still had 5 healers going just to keep up with the transferred damage. I think that the loot was more than enough to buy whatever the group will need to make their next advancement, though. The volume of epic grade items that you get when every mob in the dungeon is dropping boss level loot should not be underestimated. If you send more teams with excess healing and no members who are far beyond the others in power level, it should be a great opportunity. The clan leader nodded as she poured tea for both of them. I suspect that you are right. Every clan who can get a group into the dungeon starting today is going to have a massive power surge, thanks to the loot. Emphasis on those who can get a team into the dungeon. Carl sighed. I take it that things are getting violent outside the dungeon, in excess of what would be considered normal for the trials that are always placed for dungeons like this. Yes. The Almixii sect has sent their sect leader to secure the area. Which naturally enraged the Alhos, Pona and Telha sects. The whole region is starting to turn into a standoff, with none of the groups willing to let anyone through. We've got 2 groups of elders waiting to enter the dungeon right now, and it doesn't look like they are going to get in any time soon. That is why I came to you. You have a way to get in, do you not? If you got out without anyone noticing, you should have a way back in. Carl frowned. He had never considered that. Technically, he should be able to open a portal into the dungeon trial. However, most of them had some sort of magic on the entrance, so he wasn't sure what would happen if they entered by another method. Possibly. Entering a trial is a tricky sort of thing. Bypassing the proper entrance might not produce a desirable outcome. There is a chance that they will end up in the empty instance that we created the last time that we entered, or one from the last time they entered, or perhaps even just the most recently created one, which would cause even more issues if the group was full. The clan leader sighed. All right. In that case, I would like you to take Fersham with you and test the theory first. If you can get in without being detected, that is perfect. If you can try to clear a few monsters in the instance you enter, that's even better. The elder will report back, but I suggest that only the 2 of you go on this trip. Minimizing the risk of a larger group being noticed by the clan leaders outside is best. Carl nodded. Well, that is good logic. I can try to open a portal to the dungeon location. I know where it is, I was just there. If I place it right inside the door, the risks are low, and we will find out if it brings us to a new instance. Clan leader Nerissa motioned for Carl to start. A portal was an easy thing to create, and while Alhos was on the far edge of the majority of most immortals' ability to open one without a destination array, it shouldn't be restricted if they arrived within the dungeon. Carl stared at the portal that had just opened. It wasn't showing anything on the other side at all. So, the first thing he did was poke a spear through it. There was no restriction, and nothing happened to the weapon when he retracted it. I guess it's just dark in there right now. Or the difference in location stops me from seeing through. Here goes nothing. Carl stepped through before they could stop him, and found himself standing at the entrance to a fresh instance. Group member limit not met. Individual challenge mode activated. Challenger power calibrating, void state, 9 standard units. Hey, why are we throwing a party without invitations? Kara complained as she returned to her space, quickly followed by the rest of the beasts. Wait, where did everyone go? Dana asked. We're going on an adventure. But the Carl forgot to put the elder in his team. Leo explained. None of us are in a team, we dissolved it after the run. Dana reminded him. Oh, right. You won't be able to join us, either. That's going to be weird. What do we even do without the Dana mage on the team? Tion frowned. He hadn't gotten a chance to get the new bard skills that he wanted. Why was Carl in a hurry to go again? I wasn't planning to do a challenge, I couldn't see through the portal, and just stepped in to see if it was our old one, or if it reset. I can likely still leave, the portal is open to the clan leader's office. Carl. Are you alright in there? Elder Fersham called from the office. I'm fine. I forgot to consider what would happen if I entered solo. You weren't in the group when I entered, and I can't add you now. It has reset, though. It's all good. You should be able to send a team through the portal to do the trial. Carl called back. I already tried to join you. I got a system message that I cannot enter the instance while another trial is in progress. So, are you coming back? The elder asked. Well, you see. You're going to try to do the challenge solo, and get as much reward as humanly, or inhumanly, possible. Elder Fersham finished. I'm glad that you understand, Elder. Would you like me to keep the portal open so that you can get a running commentary while I fight? Give me a moment, I believe that I can resolve the issue with not being able to see in. Instances are generally private, the blue or purple swirl you see is a privacy measure, differentiating them from a standard portal. But I can use remote viewing to see what is going on in there. Elder Fersham agreed. That worked for Carl. The clan was going to be at least a bit shocked at what happened next, and it would be so much less stressful if Elder Fersham got to watch it firsthand instead of pressing him for details when he left. Dana, I'm about to start. Sorry for this, but it's too good to pass up. Let me know where you'll be, and I'll be back as soon as possible. Yeah, I figured that was the case when Ray and Kara vanished at the same time. Go ahead, I will be in the apartment, sorting the materials from the first run. Kara cheered, and Carl called out his summons, using Oathbreaker right from the start. The version he got from the last run was way better than any other epic golem that he had available, except perhaps the Plague Lord. Combined with the standard and greater golems, the undead army, the undead minions and his bodyguards, Carl still had a fairly respectable group for the first pull. Even before the rest of the team came out to play. Ray stared in pride at the collection of undead in front of them. Every one of these creatures was something that she had killed before. For a spider, there was no greater compliment to their work than to have it on such glorious display. Do you think that this will be the same difficulty as the last time? She asked hopefully. There was only the Carl team now, and they didn't even have the Dana mage, but if the dungeon had dropped the difficulty by too much, it would be a tragedy. Kara agreed. The loot would drop right off in quality. Only one way to find out. Is everyone ready? Carl asked out loud, for the benefit of the elders listening. Tion giggled as he played a short tune on the zither, while sitting on Leo's back. Here he comes, Mr. Monster Man, here to smash whatever he can, the little fox sang. The first group of demons turned their way, and Ray laughed with joy. They were still epic grade. Carl called his clones, which appeared as world dragons, even though he was currently in human form. Not for long, as he activated War Beast on himself and everyone else, shifting himself into an ornately armored cat demon. This felt much more natural in the dungeon. Dragon form was too big, and human form was too small. The Oathbreaker epic golems charged directly into battle, flashing in and out of existence to dodge attacks, while the rest of the golems were still running toward the fight. Let the dragons and Oathbreakers take the front lines. Hawk, Remy, Opal. Get the scene set. Same technique as before, we will pull them into us until we're ready to do the first boss. Only this time, we're doing it from the easiest boss first. That way, if they had to drop out for lack of numbers, they could at least get a boss or two done. The issue shouldn't be numbers, Carl realized. With the clones and the Oathbreakers, they had 4 tanks, against 3 demons in each pull. Yes, they were epic grade, like every other dungeon's bosses. But they still only needed one large enough construct to tank them. Remy cheered as she figured out how to use Tribulation Chains, which were amazing when used in conjunction with the Naga Swamp and Leo's Thorn Vines spell. They nearly had the demons locked down, barely able to fight as they were hacked apart. Still, not even Kara was pushing for them to grab more before these 3 were finished. She was chaotic by nature, but utterly focused at the moment on trying to pickpocket the demons. The first of the demons collapsed as Leo gave it a gravity slam, enhanced flipper swat to the head, and the second fell to one of Hawk's meteors. That left only one for them to fight, and Hawk darted off to go get them more. They arrived just in time for the last one to fall, and the conveyor belt of monster kills was in motion. In the clan leader's office, Dana sat with Elder Fersham and Nerissa, watching Carl and the beasts make short work of the first pull. That really shouldn't count as a solo challenge, should it? Even before they started summoning, there were too many of them for a standard dungeon run. It seems that Carl being able to echo the beast's skills while they also use his makes for excellent synergy. Clan leader Nerissa noted. Dana nodded. And he just got a new artifact that gives him an extra 20% damage in challenges. If that is a solo challenge, as I suspect it is, then he's doing even more damage than usual, and that will apply to his whole team. It looks like Opal's Toxic Fog is working exceptionally well on these demons. It was a lost cause against the Plague Lord that we started with last time, and she didn't really put emphasis on it later. This time, the mental damage it does seems to be slowing all the mobs by quite a bit. Elder Fersham nodded. Mental damage often causes side effects. It's also much less likely to be resisted than elemental damage. These wrath demons will take reduced damage from fire, so the bird isn't at peak efficiency. But when he gets to the succubi closer to the second boss, Lady Ray's shadow damage attacks will do less, and fire will do more than usual. That makes sense. It also looks like he's got all epic grade mobs, and some stronger ones as bosses. So, it's not too different from the one we did as a group, though it looks like the power level is adjusted a bit lower for the solo challenge. The clan leader made a short note, and then shook her head. The damage output appears to be at the same level that you described in the debriefing, but the health pool of the monsters is lower. I don't know if I would call it an overall lower power level, only adjusted for a solo fight instead of a large group engagement. Unfortunately for the dungeon, it got a large group and not a solo Carl. Dana laughed. The thought of Carl fighting a fair solo fight when he doesn't have to is a bit ridiculous. If the dungeon let the beasts come out, naturally they're joining the fight. But even if they didn't, he would still have nearly half that number of golems. What I really want to know is why Leo can use greater golems, but not any of the other summoning spells. He's got a pair of crocolisks, but that is it. It doesn't make any sense. Perhaps it's an understanding issue. He might not know any suitable aquatic monsters for the other spells. Many monster species are limited in that way. Now, that makes perfect sense. They all have their own specialties, and they can't use all of each other's skills. So, them not being able to use all of Carl's skills either is something that I really should have considered. That's the same reason I haven't been able to transfer some of my skills to Carl. Well, part of the reason. I do need to make some skill books and try to grant the ones he might be able to use to him as well. Ray looked down at the pile of corpses beneath her. Today was a good day. These demons weren't quite as durable as the other ones, but they were just as dangerous, and the blood was just as good. The amount of bath water that she had acquired in the last 2 days was astounding, and they were only at the first boss of their second run. Doing the run in this order would make the end very difficult, but that might be for the best. The harder the last boss was, the better the reward, right? This was an individual challenge for Carl, so surely it would give him the best rewards if he made it as challenging as possible for himself. Who is going to pull the boss? She asked, impatient to keep moving. Tion looked up with a piece of jerky in his mouth. Give me 3 seconds. Kara laughed and flapped her wings to race off toward the boss. Where are you going? I'm still eating. The little fox complained. 2 seconds left. Tion grumbled at his sister taking him literally, but he did say 3 seconds. On the other side of the portal, the 3 spectators winced as Kara reached the boss, and then proceeded to use her claws to give the confused wrath demon a nipple twister. I am going to destroy you. The boss roared as the badger laughed and crawled across his chest to latch onto the center of his back, where he could only swing his sword at her ineffectually. Carl sent the dragon clones forward, and then engaged from a distance with Chaos Vortex. It was the highest damage skill that he had. With Kara on his back, the demon had no real defense against it. Did that count as tanking the boss? She definitely had its attention. Ray took advantage of the situation to get the bleeding started. Wrath demon blood of this quality was not easy to obtain outside an upgraded trial. You simply didn't find anything with a constitution higher than epic anywhere else. But she had grand plans for this bath. Clan leader Narissa shook her head in dismay as Remy set up a mana pylon, and Tion set an area healing spell centered on Carl to supplement Remy's healing totems. The damage they were taking was very similar to last time, which meant that things were going to become problematic when they got to the Oathbreaker, but for this boss, just Tion's area healing plus the totems were enough to keep everyone fully charged and ready. The Wrath Demon struggled to control the attacks of the 2 world dragon-sized clones, while the rest of the team and the summoned constructs tore into its body. However, Carl did notice one very interesting fact. The golems were exceptional, there was no doubt about that. But compared to the damage of his beasts, they were still lacking. In theory, he had as much attack power as any of them, so the constructs should have been as good as any other skill, but they didn't do as much as his own attack skills, and definitely not as much damage as Ray and Kara were doing to the boss. Remy and Hawk were a bit behind on the boss, but their skills were both better suited to large groups. Not that pelting the boss with meteors and flaming vortexes was ineffective, it just didn't pack the constant damage of the 2 melee-focused sisters. Each of the team members had their own niche, it seemed. The clones were actually taking Leos at the moment, but the turtle was happy to keep Bulwark up in front of them to soak damage while he used nature magic to entangle the boss in vines and slow its attacks. Carl considered using Tribulation Chains, but the boss wasn't doing enough damage to warrant going all out on the control skills. It was better to just continue to pour attacks at him and watch the health meter continue to drop. Bappity bappity bappity, Kara sang as she attacked from somewhere that Carl couldn't see, and the boss roared in rage. Then it spun to face her, completely ignoring everyone else as it tried to tear the wayward badger to pieces. He even flew up after her, chasing Kara through the skies and inadvertently pulling more groups of demons. What are you doing? Get back here. Carl shouted as Kara laughed and nimbly dodged the demon's axe. He didn't have to see the attack to know that she had done something that 110% deserved his wrath. But they didn't have time for her to be going on an adventure through the dungeon, pulling everything as the boss chased her. Hawk, Remy, you're up. When she gets close, get the area spells up. Leo, you're on bulwark duty. Tian, keep everyone's health high, there are going to be a lot of demons here very soon. And there were. Kara had pulled nearly everything up to and including the second boss, with the ones she hadn't pulled on the first pass joining the convoy as she returned on Karl's orders. All he could do was sigh in resignation as the herd rushed toward them, and then use the Amulet of Destruction to summon a fresh pair of Oathbreakers one sub-rank higher than usual, making them ascended rank immortal bosses. The demons laughed as they saw the situation, and Karl felt their power surge as predation and the other group buffs flowed into the two fresh summons. You're too kind. Oathbreaker joked as he saw what was coming for them. If we had known this was all it took, I would have asked the Badger to do it from the start. The other one agreed. Great, they were on Kara's team. Or perhaps it was Ray's team, kill everything that moves, that they were on. The final outcome was about the same, and surprisingly, they hadn't been summoned at the very bottom of ascended rank. They were about halfway up, average for the progression level that they were called at. Perhaps this wasn't a losing battle after all. Elder Fersham turned to Dana as Kara flew off with the boss in the middle of a fight. That was horrific. Dana shrugged. She's like that. You get used to it. If she keeps it up, I suspect that the Wrath demons will reconsider kilts as a fashion statement. I've never seen anyone brave enough to try to use their testicles as a punching bag before, though. Fersham added. You know how they call the species a chaos badger? I think that she took it as a personal challenge. If you don't specifically tell her not to do dumb stuff, she will do whatever she thinks will be the most fun. And if it's just her siblings and Karl, she doesn't see any reason to hold back. However, this might be enlightening. The Oathbreaker demons spread damage with every hit. Now that she's pulled a full quarter of the dungeon and a second boss to the same location, the amount of area damage between them, Hawk and Remy is going to be absolutely insane. Ah, there. See. Opal has put her illusionary domain in place to summon more Naga guardians to defend the area, and the enraged demons of a dungeon instance aren't coherent enough to realize that they're being baited by realistic illusions. In the dungeon, Kara was laughing hysterically as she flitted around the boss, spinning him in circles as he raged. And for our next trick, I will perform a vanishing act. Kara joked. Opal giggled as she cast invisibility on her sister, leaving the boss raging without a visible target to engage. He was still taking damage, and he didn't understand why. But he was not happy about the situation. Then, he realized that he had backup, and the two Wrath demons went for the next best target. The massive dragons. If anything was responsible for messing up their day, it was almost certainly the fault of a dragon. Who else would dare? With the two bosses under control, everyone else focused on area damage, while Karl and Leo focused on trying to keep the defensive barriers up. It was taking both, Bulwark, and Eternal Lightning, to keep the damage taken under control. Or, at a level that Tian and Remy could compensate for. While the entire group had an insane regeneration rate, you weren't intended to pull 60 bosses at a time. Karl had gone entirely to defensive casting to support Opal's illusions. Tribulation Chains held most of the mobs in place while Oathbreaker went wild on them, aiming for the least armored targets to maximize the damage spread by its skills. The haze of fire, ice and poison fog was so thick that the spectators could barely see what was going on. The best that they could do was use their system interface to watch the health meters of the creatures steadily declining as elemental storms raged, lightning crackled in the sky and meteors fell from the heavens onto the fight. It really does look like the end of the world. Clan leader Narissa noted as she watched the spectacle in the dungeon. Ironic, considering that both the fire and ice are different versions of the Apocalypse spell, which includes the elemental vortex tornadoes and the majority of the meteors. That dark flame that Hawk is using looks like it's exceptionally effective on a large group. It's terrible to try to put out, and it burns the soul. Dana noted. How are they staying alive? Elder Fersham asked, unable to comprehend how so many boss-level monsters hadn't simply crushed the group. Carl has something like 80% damage reduction. I don't know if the system caps it, but I suspect that he's at the cap when fully buffed. That spreads to all his constructs and beasts. With their regeneration rate being higher than trollish regeneration, it's not that they're not taking damage, it's just that they've got most of the monsters locked down fighting illusions, while they recover nearly as fast as the ones fighting can deal damage. Ah, I see how it is now. As insane as it is, it at least makes logical sense. Clan leader Nerissa chuckled grimly and shook her head. I would suggest not using the L word for anything related to an avatar of the world dragon and a chaos badger working together. You might as well just throw a cleric of the laughing god in as their healer and blow it all to hell. Dana shuddered at the thought. Don't suggest that. Carl's already fond of them. We'll just stick with trying to promote green dragons as the group's healers. The clan leader smiled at her. Good option. They fit the vibe. But how did you end up with him? Dana shrugged. Sometimes I wonder the same thing, you know. But we started school together right after we got our class. We've kind of been inseparable ever since. We work well together, and I was one of the few who could keep up with his growth rate without being scared off by Ray. She's surprisingly protective. Really? She doesn't seem the sort. Elder Fersham noted. She used to cocoon the teachers for trying to wake me up in the morning. The two older immortals laughed. I can only imagine how terrified the teacher would have been to be attacked by Ray after entering a room to wake a student. Dana laughed. Ray is remarkably reserved most of the time. She definitely enjoys killing, but she's not indiscriminately bloodthirsty. In fact, she's actually quite discerning about whose blood she spills. But when she was little, she used to hate waking up during the day, and lived on coffee if she had to. Elder Fersham frowned. Don't spiders get drunk on caffeine? So many things made more sense now. Dana knew that a simple cup of coffee wasn't enough to put an early morning grumpy Ray into that good of a mood after standing watch all night. But if you equated that coffee to a mug of ale, suddenly it made more sense that she didn't mind staying up late. Ray hummed happily as she piled bodies in the dungeon for a quick photo op before they moved on. They had finished the two bosses and all the extras, thanks to tribulation chains, spam casting keeping everyone in place while Oathbreaker spread his area damage through the dungeon. She was definitely going to have to learn that skill. It was not optional. She struck a pose, both in spider form, then in human form with Oathbreaker on either side of her for a group celebration, ensuring that Opal had all the scenes that she needed for her upcoming docudrama. The butterfly was quite proud of how her illusions were stacking up now that she had so many skills to buff illusionary domain. Forest Trickster was especially good at keeping the extra demons lost and confused within the Naga swamp, where they couldn't get a clear view of the actual battle. They were only a few dozen meters away, bound by tribulation chains, but the spell would still cause them to lunge off in the wrong direction as they broke free and tried to join the battle. So, she was in high spirits when they approached the third boss, who looked visibly nervous at the group approaching his platform. That level of mind-controlled blind aggression was still there, but even Carl could see the shift in its posture, already preparing for a fight that it knew it couldn't win. It feels like we're bullying the boss now. Do I have to mock him? Tion asked. That was his only skill for pulling mobs, after all. Don't worry. I will take care of it for you. Oathbreaker announced as he strutted toward the platform. Oh, little cousin, come out and play. Ray laughed. I like this guy. We should keep him around more often. Oathbreaker likely wouldn't mind, but it would definitely cause a commotion within the clan if they brought him back. Oathbreaker was many things, but subtle was not one of them. Dana and the elders watched in horror as the boss was held down and mugged. Both literally and metaphorically. Kara considered leaving him something as a consolation prize after she had used pilfer, until nothing else would come from the boss. She had even taken his boots. But they were going to kill him anyhow, so there really wasn't any point in wasting food on him. In the clan leader's office, the three spectators turned to each other in silent understanding. I think that it would be best if we didn't broadcast this. I had considered letting the butterfly put on a show as a guide to help others make their way through the dungeon, but that is, not advisable. Elder Forsham noted. I will make sure that she tells everyone it is a drama, not a reenactment. It shouldn't be an issue. Nobody is going to believe that they actually held down a boss while they stripped and beat him before killing him. That's just pure goon behavior, and nobody would buy that it actually happened. Nerissa smirked at her. Oh, I think that anyone who knows Kara will believe she would do it. It's only a matter of capability. Carl stared at the third boss. He was about 90% sure that the boss was faking it, but the dungeon assured him that he was defeated, and they could move on to the next. It had given them the reward and all. They quickly cleared the mobs to the Oathbreaker, and then Carl watched in amusement as the three identical demons stared at each other and held some sort of silent conversation. Then, the boss left the platform, and the three skipped off with their hands linked, intending to fight the other mobs. System error, trial prematurely cancelled. Kara howled with laughter at the sight of the three Oathbreakers rampaging through the dungeon. They had completely and utterly broken this place. Dana stared through the viewing spell at the system message floating in front of Carl. They, actually broke it. Like broke it, broke it. Trial cancelled, and the boss has turned on the dungeon. She muttered, trying to make it make sense. But now Ray and Kara were skipping along with them between packs of demons, and all she could do was sigh and look at the clan leader. Supreme Lady Nerissa, can I make a request? I would like to ask that we all just pretend this never happened. Slowly, the clan leader nodded. I will note it as a possible glitch in the trial caused by bypassing the proper entrance. Also, that third boss isn't actually dead. I just saw him open his eye to see if they were gone. Seconds later, Carl found himself and the whole team standing in the clan leader's house. Or near it. Leo was too big to fit inside in turtle form, as were Ray and Oathbreaker. Carl quickly dismissed all the summoned creatures, and the beasts transformed to fit in the room more easily. Mostly that meant humanoid, but Hawk had chosen demon crow form, as he could just stand on Carl's shoulder when he was that size. Well, I guess you could say that we won. I've got a prize box in my inventory. He noted. That's one way of putting it. We were watching, and I believe that it might be better that next time you try to open a portal nearly overlapping the dungeon entrance so that a team can pass through the conventional entrance. Your alternate entry method appears to have some sort of flaw. I agree. We didn't even get to finish the bosses. But perhaps that is part of the solo challenge. It's difficult to tell unless we try it again. If the teams are fighting over the region, we could likely sneak a portal in the middle of the chaos without anyone noticing. Carl suggested. Nerissa shook her head. No, they've got the area blocked from the outside, no portals into the immediate area. So, we would have to send an actual team there to contest the region. I think that this opening might be a write-off. How many teams do we usually get through during a regular appearance of the instance? Usually 2 a day. Then this really would be a loss for them. Hopefully, the other sects would sort out their fight soon. Then Kara's cheering caught everyone's attention. Hey, I got another challenge token. I like this system. The clan leader wasn't sure what to say to that. Changing the difficulty of one dungeon was already enough chaos for 1 month. Hell, it was enough chaos for 1 year, as the sects would be fighting over the trial the next time it appeared as well, until they found the method to change the difficulty on their own. That was unlikely to happen, but now they knew that it was possible, so they would not give up easily. It was definitely going to be a hassle for the new home, Nerissa knew. However, she could blame it on a token, and there wouldn't be much that the sects could do about it. If a single-use artifact changed the difficulty for everyone, that was just a side effect of a stronger group trying to get the most out of their run, which was something every group should strive for. They couldn't blame her people for doing what was best for them, even if it made the other groups look weak or unprepared. Especially if it made the other sect's teams look weak. None of the clan leaders would willingly admit that the difficulty was too high for anyone in their sect to complete it. Not when everyone knew that someone had actually done it. They might be speculating on who it was, but they wouldn't admit it wasn't them unless called out. Alright, why don't you open your reward and see what you got for half a challenge? The clan leader insisted. Carl took out the reward box, which was glowing with an ominous red light. Wait, just 1 second. Kara insisted. Her head darted forward, and she frowned. You can't touch it, the light is a solid barrier. The clan leader shrugged. That was fairly normal. The system reward boxes weren't a solid object, they would vanish once opened. Carl touched the box, and focused on opening it. Rewards granted. Rewards increased by Iron Man title. Then the loot box vanished, and dozens of epic-grade items appeared on the desk in front of him. Oh, there is some good stuff in here. Leo cheered, then took out a pair of leather gloves that matched the boots he wore in Tortillon form. Wait, before you equip and bind those, I have an idea. Carl informed him. Reluctantly, Leo put the gloves back, and Carl prepared to cast Breath of the World. Breath of the World, artifact-grade crafting skill. When used during crafting, imbues items with the power of the World Dragon, increasing quality by 1 grade. When used on magical items or resources, improves quality by 1 grade. Hidden effect, when used by a World Dragon or World Dragon avatar, can be used to create sentient items, imbued with system functionality. If used on a non-sentient or nascent magical beast, this skill will trigger immediate evolution into a sentient form 1 rank in potential higher than its base. Breath of the World activated, re-rolling items. The loot on the table all shimmered, and then Leo found himself staring at a whole table full of similar, but not quite identical items. Everything that was epic grade was now what the system called peerless grade. That was what Carl and the others would have called totem grade back in their own world. But this was a much better name for it. After all, totem was a mortal ranking thing, and it didn't really fit for grading immortal items. He grabbed the gloves and examined them again. Oh, still very good. The color is a bit off, but I can live with it. I like these. He cheered. They weren't actually great gloves, at least in the conventional sense. They had strength and constitution bonuses on them were absolutely ridiculous, but they didn't have a special ability or embedded skill. They did have all elemental resistance, though. That made them worth wearing, in Leo's opinion. They made him stronger, more durable, and harder to damage. That was all he wanted out of gear, it didn't need to give him some special new skill. What was that? Elder Fersham asked. You like it? That's the Breath of the World. One of my class skills. I can use it on unbonded loot to give it a reroll with a good chance at an upgrade. It looks like I have good luck today, and I see some truly impressive loot in this pile. Speaking of which, I still have all my items from the first run, so once I've sorted out the good stuff for future use, I should go to the warehouse and turn some of this in. I don't know if they are going to love or hate you. Narissa joked. Definitely hate me. Min was already considering calling in sick until everyone else in the group turned in their loot from the run yesterday. I can guarantee that she doesn't want to be there when all of this gets listed in the clan's inventory. Too many members watch the inventory list with a filter, and they will see the moment that these peerless grade items come active. Elder Fersham eyed the pile of items with envy. There were things in there that he would personally love to acquire. Epic grade items weren't hard for an elder to get their hands on if they wanted them. But anything over that rarely came up for sale. The fact that Carl could make loot at epic grade into peerless grade items needed to be kept quiet. However, Carl had said there was a chance, which implied that there was a chance it would also fail. Downgrading a whole run's loot by 1 grade would drive many groups to the brink of despair. You don't mind if I take a look, do you? There are some nice things here, and I might want to purchase some directly. He offered. Of course, Elder. Clan leader, if you would like anything, perhaps for your personal disciples, feel free to peruse the loot. You are a considerate one. I won't stand on ceremony, my new disciples certainly could use a reward for their hard work. While the clan leader sorted through the pile of peerless grade gear, Elder Fersham called the elder in charge of the warehouse to come see them. Instead of sending Carl there to cause a massive scene, they could have it all done here, and let the clan members think that it was one of the clan leaders or a trade ship that brought back all the good stuff. Nobody outside this room was likely to know that they had let Carl go to the dungeon a second time, and all the other members were waiting for the fights outside the entrance to die down so that they could start visiting again. The fact that it was on nightmare difficulty only made it more attractive to everyone. The elder arrived confused as to why he had been summoned to the clan leader's office so soon after their last meeting, but his eyes went wide when he saw the immense wealth arrayed on the desk. Clan leader Nerissa had just finished picking out a mithril chain vest and a straight-bladed broadsword for her disciple as he entered, and she quickly put them in storage, so they weren't mistaken as part of the rewards to be sold. Carl and Dana had already discreetly picked out some items for themselves, things that were better than what they already had, but that still left dozens of pieces from the 2 runs Carl had made. Welcome, welcome. We have called you here to make your day just a little bit worse. Nerissa greeted him, with a polite gesture towards a chair that he was unlikely to use. How did you acquire all of this? This gear is wonderful. Every elder is going to want something before I make this treasure trove public. He noted. Nerissa nodded. Indeed. Even I found a few pieces that I wanted for my personal disciple. That's why Elder Fersham called you in here. You are the warehouse elder, distribution falls under your purview. Fersham smiled, and Kara laughed in Carl's mind. The elder had definitely wanted to cause chaos and put these items up on the market. The clan leader was the one stopping him from trying to convince the warehouse elder to do it. After they both got a little something for themselves, of course. Why don't we start with an estimate on what is left there? I've taken what I needed, Dana has the pieces she needs, so the rest will be sold to the clan. Carl suggested. You are the source of this? Carl nodded. The nightmare mode dungeon glitched out when I opened a loot chest, and the result is what you see here. Since I've gotten what I need, this is my chance to spread the wealth and help out the clan. Fersham stared at him incredulously, while clan leader Nerissa laughed out loud. For someone who impulsively blurts out the truth at the most inopportune times, you really do have a knack for lying. She joked. It is all for his clan credit, though. So you might as well finish the estimate before we get started. The elder frowned at the thought of assigning so many clan credits to one single person. It was tens of thousands in total, with this many pieces. Some of them might be trash, mixed stats to the point of uselessness, or mutually exclusive bonuses. But most of it should be at least somewhat useful. At least as long as whatever glitch had happened in the dungeon hadn't caused any major issues with this higher grade gear. The first piece he picked up made him reconsider that estimation. Staff of End Times, Peerless Grade, Immortal Rank, increases, Apocalypse, damage by 200% of base attack. Increases the user's fire element damage by 50%. There was definitely nothing wrong with that. What he didn't know was that it wasn't even the good one. Remy had already claimed a similar one, and she was arguing with Hawk about who got to keep it. Naturally, she believed that she was the clear winner, as Hawk had no hands to hold a staff, while she had 4. But Hawk's argument that she wasn't even a fire magic user had some valid points. What is this? I've never seen an armor piece before. The warehouse elder pondered as he stared at a set of gloves. Germaphobe gloves, wearer is immune to non-ingested poison and disease-type effects. Secondary effect, wearer's clothes will not retain contaminants. They weren't even a combat item, unless you counted the poison immunity as additional defense. The gloves didn't even seem to have an armor or defensive stat. They were simply gloves that made you immune to poison and disease. Well, I suppose they're unconventional, but situationally amazing. If you wear a mask, you could pass through the toxic traps in most trials and hidden realms with ease. He decided, then noted the trade in value for a support item of this grade. It took him a full 15 minutes to get through the pile and come up with a total value, which he showed to the clan leader without saying anything. Well, I see your point. That is moderately problematic. Usually, nobody could accumulate that much all at once. It does make exchanging the points for goods problematic. She agreed. Carl shrugged. I can agree not to go overboard. The only thing that I really need right now is a bunch of Bard-class skill books. Tian, my little fox, wants to become a proper bard now that he has musical skills to go with his innate magic. Getting him a handful of spell books should cut down on the total balance fairly well, and it will only take a few workdays of the inscription team's time. It wouldn't even come close to making a difference, unless Tian found an ultra-rare or epic-grade bard skill that he wanted. But it was a start. The problem was that he wasn't actually a bard, and none of them knew if he could even use the skills he wanted. So, am I going to put these into the warehouse with a limited access tag, so only the elders see them for the next 24 hours? Or should we just call them all here to take a look at what is available and have their arguments in person, instead of through me as a proxy? The warehouse elder asked. Kara raised her hand, and the clan leader laughed. That's one vote for making them all do it in third person, using you as a proxy. Did I do something to make you hate me? Why do you think I don't like you? You seem like a pretty good guy. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before the elder gave up and decided not to try to understand why Kara would make things difficult for him. Let's bring the elders over. It will be much faster that way, and then they can't complain later that they didn't know a piece they wanted was available. Every time I put things up on the reserve for elders, someone whines that they were busy when it went up. The warehouse elder insisted. All right. Carl, Dana, take your friends and head back to whatever you were planning for the day. It's already crowded in here, and the elders can be a bit intense with their auras when they are arguing. The clan leader insisted. Dana immediately grabbed Tian and took Kara's hand, leading the group toward the exit, while Carl made sure that the badger hadn't pilfered anything important from the two elders. Oddly, she hadn't taken anything at all. But that was all part of the plan. Get the elders to trust her just enough to get close to the fun stuff. Then, chaos. It was a brilliant plan, and they fell for it every single time. Carl tried not to laugh at her thoughts as he ushered everyone out of the clan leader's house. Dana was well aware of her plans, but knew that no matter how hard she tried to stop her, Kara would find a way to do it anyhow. So, she was simply removing her from the situation, so the answer to the question of when it would become a problem was not right now. They didn't make it far before they ran into Cora, the warrior who sold Tian his new zither. Good to see you all again. I take it that you didn't find a way to get us all to the dungeon? She asked. Dana shook her head. Unfortunately, no. There is a barrier over the area preventing portals, and the sect leaders of a few powerful sects are fighting over who gets to go in now that it's nightmare mode. That's a bit of an issue. Nobody expected the whole trial to change just because we got a good mode. But now that it has, we're likely going to have to wait at least a day until they've finished arguing and work out a deal to get things going again. If nobody gets in, the whole spawn is a waste, and I don't think that any of them are going to be willing to risk that. They just want to show each other up. Cora sighed. Yeah, it's always like that when the big sects start to fight with each other. But that doesn't mean it's a total loss for us. In order to limit each other, they will put other clans into the queue between each other's teams. So, we can likely get at least one or two of our stronger teams in. The lineup will be insane, far more clans than usual, so I wouldn't count on more than one a day, but we should at least be able to send a full team of elders through to get loot. If they come back with good stuff, they'll definitely share it with the clan. They always do. Well, after they've picked out the best stuff for themselves and their personal disciples. Cora understood the situation very well, though she didn't know that it was Carl and not the elders who had managed to get a run in and come back with a bunch of great gear. What are your plans for the day? if we can't get another run in?" Carl asked. "I have sorted the loot from the last run, and got a couple of upgrades, so I'm going to trade a few pieces to the warehouse for credits then straight off to the skill repository." "Right, you're still a base warrior. Did you have something in mind?" Carl asked. Cora shook her head. "No, I just don't want to be a basic warrior or a paladin. I'm sure that I can find a skill that will let me be something good. It's just going to be expensive. However, with a few epic grade items, I can almost definitely afford it. Trading a few pieces of gear for a skill is totally worth it if I can trigger a better class. Given another few months for the rest of the clan to pick a path, I think that we're going to start seeing some real progress. Maybe we won't be referred to the newbies everywhere we go." Tion giggled in Dana's arms. "But it's the new home merchant clan. Even if we weren't new, they'd still call us the newbies." Cora patted his head. "You're a wise little fox. They certainly would still call us the newbies, even if it was just because it irritates us. There is nothing that most of these combat sect love more than picking fights." "Oh, so it's a whole sect full of Kara?" Leo asked. Cora burst into laughter. "I don't think that the world would survive 10,000 copies of your sister running around together. No, they're just mean people who like to fight, not chaos badgers who start fights because they failed at whatever they thought was going to be fun." Leo nodded slowly as he memorized that information. "Got it. So, they get in fights the bad person way. In that case, they should likely meet Sister Ray. She's very good at dealing with that sort of people." Cora patted him on the back. "We can explain the details later, but there are some of them that I wouldn't be upset about never seeing again. Now, where are you all off to?" "Tion needs bard skills. So, it's time to go to the book place again." Cora smiled at Leo. "Well, why don't I walk with you to the skill repository? It's on the way to my apartment." Leo raised an arm dramatically to point down the road. "Forward. We have adventures to go on." Cora laughed at the little tortellin, and followed as his stubby legs ran toward the repository. "Leo is in a fine mood today," she noted. "Of course, he's got such a great story to tell all the students when he gets back to school tomorrow, and then there is the new equipment that he got. He's had a very busy week." "Well, I can't argue with that. It's good for him, though. Getting a young boy out to see the world and meet new people are vital to their development. If you just keep them at home, slaving away with schoolwork, they never really develop that sense of self-preservation that immortals need when they start going out into the world alone." The chances of Leo ever truly going out into the world alone when he had a family like this were pretty low. But the sentiment was right. I will work on expanding his worldview. He's actually very young. Much younger than a human of his development. So, there is a lot that Leo hasn't had a chance to see yet. He's seen plenty of combat, but when it comes to human relations and social interactions, he's got some work to do. After all, he's not really Tortellin. Cora nodded. Yeah, even a false island giant turtle doesn't immediately learn to transform into a humanoid. But interacting with people who probably can't understand you as a turtle is a lost cause. Tion was paying no attention to them, he was thinking hard about all the skills that he was going to need. He needed a morale buff, and a combat buff, and a not combat buff, and some sort of alternate damage skill, and maybe a wide area fox charm spell. Bards should be able to do that, right? Their first problem came when they tried to enter. "Miss, no pets are allowed in the repository," the attendant informed them. "Not even cute ones. I need skill books." Tion pleaded. "Sorry, little fox. You are not a clan member, according to my sheet, and only one person may enter at a time." This posed a problem for Tion. He wanted to stay in Dana's arms, as she smelled like fox and floral soap. But if only one could enter, that meant he had to be in his space. And that meant Carl had to be the one to take him inside. "You have gotten spoiled." Dana teased him. "It's so comfortable here, though. Dana poked him in the side, and Tion sighed before returning to his space, so Carl could do the shopping for him. He would give guidance when he found things he wanted, but being stuck in his space wasn't nearly the same as having Dana carry him. Maybe he should learn a summoning spell so that he could have a warm fox lady cuddle him while he napped in his space. That might be nice. Alright, I will go in to pick out the skills. I know what he needs. Carl explained as the little fox vanished from Dana's arms. What sort of skills do you need? The clerk asked. Basic bard class skills. Tion wants to diversify his skills. Carl explained. Alright, first floor, halfway down on the right. Musical skills are closer to the middle, while bard class combat skills are near the wall. Thanks. Carl made his way into the main floor of the repository, and quickly checked his system interface to make sure that he had enough clan credits. They hadn't processed the last batch of loot yet, so he hadn't been credited for it. But he still had hundreds of credits, and even if Tion bought the whole basic bard skill tree, they should be fine. It was only the rare skills that would hurt the budget. Don't worry, I don't think that anything I need is rare. It's all the basic skills a bard should have that I need. You'll know when I see it. Tion assured him. The fox wasn't worried about the cost, Carl could get them more points to buy stuff with. But he didn't want to waste time when he could grab the skills he really wanted and then get straight to practicing them. The bard section wasn't actually labeled, but there were labels for musical skills on the shelves they reached first. Oh, there they are. These are the first ones I needed. See, we have, Inspiration, and then, Dissonant Whispers. Oh, Hymn of Heroism, sounds like it could be good too. Having heroes on the team is never wrong. Carl took the 3 spells off the shelf and stacked them under one arm as they shopped. Inspiration, adds 40% attack speed per immortal rank for all allies in range. Dissonant Whispers, causes mental damage to the target, 10% chance to cause, insanity. Hymn of Heroism, increases skill damage by 50% of base for all allies who hear the hymn. That's a pretty good start. You've got 2 good buffs for the group, and then a musical damage spell. Carl noted. Yep, good start. Then we just need a few more. There has to be something else that I need. Carl sorted through the shelves, but found that most of the musical skill books were actually for music, not utility. There were at least 50 variations of a spell to fascinate crowds with your music, but none of them rose to the level of an actual, enthrall, effect. That was likely going to be up in the rare books on the second level. Let's see what we have for fighting. Tion decided. These songbooks were interesting, but for later. He didn't need to learn new songs and spells for performing in public right now. He wasn't trying to be an idol, he wanted to make himself more useful to the group during times when they didn't need his healing constantly. He could attack with earth magic, but they didn't really need more attack magic. They had lots with Ray around. Carl made his way up to the second level, and began the hunt for a rare skill that would help Tion with his goal of becoming the group's utility buff person. They had potions, defensive buffs, and plenty of damage, so the fox wanted to carve out his own niche on the team. There was so little that the team didn't already have that he had to really work to provide a function that wasn't just stacked on top of something that everyone else already had. Even his, Hymn of Heroism, was just another straight skill damage buff. But when they were in a large group, or among allies that weren't part of the group, he could play his songs and activate that hymn to give everyone on their team a big bonus. That was definitely something that the others didn't already grant. Inspiration was a lot of extra attack speed, and they all needed some of that, as he had learned in the demon dungeon. Some of the fights were so fast that even Dana's, auto parry, was struggling. And that was no good. They searched slowly through the second floor, looking at all the extremely situation-specific skill books for bards, and then finally found what they were looking for, tucked back in a corner. Fox God Charm, creates an enthrall effect on any target that hears the song. Enthralled targets will forget their allegiance and stop all attacks on the caster's allies. Enthralled targets may be commanded to take actions, but actions that cause harm to the target will break the charm. Now that is beautiful. We might have to teach it to Dana as well, as it doesn't specify that it needs an instrument to cast. If it's functional for all foxes, it should work for her, and then she can charm her way into having people stop bothering her. Carl suggested. Oh, that's a good use. I was thinking of using it to let us get close, or walk past annoying things, so that's kind of the same. I wonder if there is a hypnosis, one that will enthrall without breaking when they are attacked. I will look for it. There should be something like that here. Hypnosis-type spells aren't all that rare for mages, so they shouldn't be too hard for bards. Ah, there it is. Song of Control. I wonder if there were other ones, and we just overlooked them because they had strange names. A lot of these bard spells are pretty vague. Carl wondered. Song of Control, mental domination effect, forces the target to obey the caster while the song is playing. Improved effect against weakened minds. Tion was overjoyed. They had found everything that he came here for, and even a bonus one that he could share with the Dana mage. But even better, he now had a reason to sing and play music while the group was in battle. He could even heal while he did it, since his heals didn't require movement. With the books now in hand, Carl headed for the entryway to make his payment, and let everyone else know that they had found what they needed. Alright, we're ready to check out. The clerk looked up, startled by Carl's quick return. Did you manage to find what you wanted? She asked carefully. Indeed. I found 5 different tomes, and they're all suitable for what Tion needed. Don't worry, I know that no refunds policy if he can't use the books directly to learn the skills. Carl had actually seen that Tion could use them when he picked them up. The system interface informed him of the compatibility at the same time that it told them what the skill did. Alright, if you're certain. I have deducted the credits for you. She looked a bit startled as she saw the balance in Carl's clan credit section, but didn't question it and just watched as Tion came out and took the first book from Carl's hands. Fox God Charm was learned without incident, and the Tion spun in happy circles on the desk. That was the most important one for him to learn. Not because it was the most powerful, but because it was a song to the fox god. Now that he had that one learned, he could move on to the others, and quickly learned Inspiration, Dissonant Whispers, Hymn of Heroism, and Song of Control. Now I've got enough basic skills to go with Vicious Mockery. He announced proudly. Dana patted his head. Indeed you do. You even got a buff to help us attack faster. Sister Ray is going to love that skill. I wanted it for your auto parry. Us fluffy creatures need to stick together. Dana laughed and stroked his back. You're right. We're far too cute to be getting beat up by dungeon mobs. The clerk at the counter began to laugh. I see how it is now. The fox and the foxkin are on the same team. Carl winked at her. That's why I marred my Dana mage. Now, she can't run off with my fox. The clerk laughed at the sight of Tion cuddled up in Dana's arms. The beast was most likely bonded to Carl, but it was apparent that the foxkin mage was his favorite. Not that she could blame him. With fox charm and whatever perfume it was that she was wearing, even the clerk found it hard not to want to stand closer to her. To a stone-fur divine fox, that had to be nearly irresistible. But that should work both ways. The tiny fluff ball was also incredibly tempting, and she had heard from her friend Min that he was actually quite adorable when he was trying to be helpful. The Green Dragon's reenactment of Tion's version of Vicious Mockery had been hilarious. But apparently the butterfly and the team was going to put on a whole illusionary show for them, reenacting the dungeon run that had brought the supply warehouse's most popular counter clerk newfound riches. So, what was it that made you decide that you wanted to be a bard? The clerk asked Tion, who was basking in the glory of all his new skills. I wanted to do a job that nobody else in the team did. I am supposed to be the healer, but everyone regenerates so fast, with really good defense, that I don't usually have to do that full time. But we already had lots of attack people. So, I chose to be the one giving buffs. Music is soothing, foxes are fluffy, it's a natural combination. So, I got all the buff skills that I could to go with my new instrument. I think I might get another one as well. Possibly, a flute. Or a lute, whichever is easier to play as a fox. The clerk smiled as she listened to Tion's reasoning. It made some sense, and she had heard that Carl was quite overpowered in a dungeon. Obviously, the Dana mage was as well, now that she was a golem mistress, and had the auto-parry skills of a former battle mage type class. But that was a reasonable sort of overpowered. Carl was apparently on a whole other level if Min was to be believed. With his piece said, Tion waved at the clerk, and pointed his nose toward the door. Dana, can we go for snacks? I think that I want ice cream. Ice cream. Leo cheered. That is an unfair tactic. You know how hard it is to say no when you team up like that. But it's almost time for a proper meal, you can have ice cream next time. With that, she led them back to the apartment, and pretended that she didn't notice Kara running off to get the ice cream for after dinner. Dana said, next time, but technically the next meal began the moment this one ended. Is there a reason we're going back to the room other than to eat? Because I see food right there. Leo noted. We all need to practice if we're going to get stronger. Even you. If we stay out all day and night all the time, when are we going to train? So, we will go back, visit the people in the tiny world for dinner, and then take some time for ourselves. Carl explained. Oh, that makes sense. We should go visit Brother Thor and see how things are going. But does that mean that we can have the Carl use his new breath of the world on the dragon eggs? Because that would be neat. Carl laughed at the thought of the caretaker's response to him suggesting that he should evolve all the eggs in the tiny world. The conflict between hoping that the young ones would have a brighter future, and the dismay that the skill only worked on nascent beings, not fully grown ones, would drive them all a little insane. Especially Button. Being left out of the loop, stuck as one of the weaker dragons in the tiny world when there was a whole batch of younger ones about to hatch, would be a strange spot for her. But the red dragons should know how to deal with the situation. They were trained to raise children of multiple species, so there had to be some trick to preventing bullying. We do need to go check on Thor and Tessa anyhow. They're going to need some support, no matter what species the kids come out as. But Tessa should have a fair bit of time before her due date still, I think. There are also a lot of resources for Remy to transfer to the teams there. I know that she has been collecting them from the dungeons, and from around the clan compound. Not that there is much of value in the compound that isn't claimed and privately harvested. But those are things that don't exist in the tiny world yet. Good idea. We should see everyone. I'm going now. Leo announced, then vanished into the tiny world to go find Thor. Do you think that we should warn him before he sees something he shouldn't? Dana asked. Nah, let him learn. Besides, Thor knows that we're coming for dinner, so they should be decent. Dana laughed as she finally noticed Thor's thoughts. Normally, she tried to tune out the beasts as much as possible to give them privacy. Or because Kara was bored and trying to implant subconscious suggestions in her mind again. But either way, she didn't really listen in. Thor had actually been on the training grounds, and while he was not currently dressed, he was in behemoth form, trying to maximize his growth so that he could catch up a little. The spaces were becoming imbalanced with him stuck at mythic rank, and just going home flooded him with power. He had slacked for too long. However, there were upsides. His pond, which was lined with holy stones, had been imbued with immortal energy, and the stones had advanced, so he was soaked in immortal rank holy energy when he napped in the pool. That was nice. Carl decided not to move everyone to the tiny world directly. They would wait until they were in the apartment, where it was harder for anyone to detect what they were doing. That would keep up the illusion that they were still around and available if someone needed them. And it would keep the elders from getting suspicious that they might be holding out on the good stuff. Because Carl definitely was doing that. He hadn't asked for a single piece of the loot that the beasts got on the last run, he had only turned in and upgraded what it had given him. He was the only one who got the dungeon loot boxes for the bosses, but the others still got loot off the other mobs at random. It might not be as much loot, but Leo was quite pleased with his new hat, and that was a drop that he had received directly. That made it special, in his opinion. By the time that they gathered in the tiny world, the majority of the residents, including the rescued group from the failed invasion of their home world, had gathered to greet them. "Carl, good to see you again. The tiny world is looking good these days. The changes you've made are incredible. This place feels so much more complete than it used to, and we're starting to see our first immortal rank blooms in the crops." One of the older elves greeted him. He noted that she had clearly just thrown on clothing for their arrival because she had only done up the top button to hold it in place, fully intending to take it back off again when they were finished. Why she didn't equip it from her inventory was a mystery, unless it was a handmade piece that wasn't system-linked. They had people with the tailoring skill, so system-linked clothing wasn't out of reach. "It's great to see you all doing well. I see that some of our newer arrivals are coming along well in your training as well. The system recognizes their class, and I can feel the change in power level, even though they were already technically mythic." They all looked exceedingly happy with their progress, and Carl noticed that the long-term occupants were not weak anymore either. Most of them were either at or getting close to totem rank, and even Lotus was about to break through to mythic. The influx of Immortal Realm mana was doing the same to them as it had done to the group who had been dumped out into the middle of the invasion. The difference was that they had a class, and as they advanced, they could keep advancing. They wouldn't be stuck in a powerful body with zero actual capability. In a way, that was similar to the children that Leo went to school with. They were immortals, but not in the way that would matter if they got into a fight with an adult immortal. Lotus ran over to hug Dana, and then stole Tion from her arms, so she could bury her face in his fur. "Ah, that's what I needed." Tessa cleared her throat. "We've got a big feast going already, so no need for more dishes. We've been working to improve the variety in our diets lately. I know that some of us are happy to have the same meals every day, but it's better for both the environment and our stomachs if we add some variety." Button grumbled in dissatisfaction. "All I said was that it would be nice to have a third breakfast burrito day during the week." As Carl recalled, the other option on burrito day was fruit-filled pancakes, one of Lotus' favorites. She certainly wouldn't have been the one to complain. "Well, if we start getting more centralized, there could be a buffet option. I know that the academies do it that way, but if the Red Dragons are running them, the only breakfast option might be oatmeal." Tessa laughed. None of their Red Dragons were that strict with the diets for the young ones. Even breakfast usually had some sort of meat with it, though rice and beans were a side dish for every single meal after breakfast. They weren't willing to let go of that one. "What brings you here today? Is there a special occasion?" "Not particularly. But we can make it one. Why don't I go over to the egg clutches and give them a little bit of blessing as the avatar of the world dragon? That should get them growing strong and healthy, and they might even hatch a bit early," Carl suggested. The dragons looked mildly horrified at the thought. "I'm not sure it's wise to interfere with the development of a dragon egg." Birdie, one of their resident red dragon caretakers, noted. "It's a blessing by a dragon god, what could go wrong?" "Well, when you put it that way, it doesn't sound nearly as bad. But I still get the feeling that there are going to be side effects that you haven't considered." That was almost definitely true. Because Carl had not stopped to consider the side effects at all. Button raised her hand. "Why don't we have him test on the desert dragon eggs? They don't have a perfect environment here. They have a good one, but not as hot as they'd normally like. They're also one of the weaker sub-dragons. If any of them could use the help, it's the desert dragons." That was remarkably sound logic from the little forest dragon. Start with the weakest first, as they would be the smallest loss if the technique didn't work. Then they could move up through the other clutches. Raced, the silver dragon, smiled as he waited for Carl to start his work. The silver dragons followed the god of magic, and there was nothing more interesting to them than seeing powerful magic in action. Any magic, really. Unlike the blue dragons, they didn't seek knowledge for the sake of knowledge, but they did love every sort of magic, and most especially new magic. If there was a spell that he had never seen used before, he had to be there. Alright, dinner first and then we can start seeing all the new magic. Tian giggled as Lotus' face tickled his belly. I can show you magic before dinner. I learned new magic. Show us, show us. Tian floated out of her arms and brought out his zither to play an alluring tune that caught the attention of everyone in the tiny world. Fox God Charm washed over everyone's minds, finding no enemies to enthrall, but setting everyone else's minds at ease and building an affinity for the tiny fox. That was perfect. Not only did it bring all his new friends over for dinner, it put them all in a good mood as well. Music really was the way to warm the heart of the people. More of the residents of the tiny world arrived for the dinner service, and that was Tian's cue to change to a more upbeat song, instead of charming everyone and distracting them from their meal. You know, this isn't half bad. We've got a lovely fox playing for us, Mystic Cooking created food, all the high-class ingredients we could ask for. Though I suppose that isn't special to you, living in the immortal realms. Ophelia noted. Actually, a lot of what we eat comes from the pantry here. Someone has been on a baking binge, so we just sneak snacks. Carl corrected. The Werbear laughed. That's Lotus. She's convinced that if she doesn't keep the pantry full, there is a chance she will run out. There are a lot of people in the space now, and she is the only one who devotes herself entirely to the creation of sweets and snacks. But why not use the immortal ingredients that you have available there? Carl shrugged. As far as food goes, the difference between mythic and immortal isn't that large. The type of energy is different, but our bodies can convert it easily enough. Or, mine can. So, it's not a big loss to eat what's here instead of pushing myself to use only the highest quality magical resources. There are many of the clan members who do feel that way, and only eat to gain as much energy as possible. But there are also those who simply love cupcakes. I know that it will be a while before anyone here is ready to reach tribulation, but I am not convinced that it will be hindered by the food. If anything, you've got the advantage, with everyone eating, Mystic Cooking, created dishes every day. In most of the mortal worlds, that's not a thing. However, if you'd like, we can purchase and transplant more immortal world plants here for you to cultivate. That might give you a boost. That might be acceptable. If you pick up immortal crops, we will harvest them along with everything else. The guild members have been quite pleased with the resources we have been sending back, and have only had minimal complaints about the change. Complaints? Dana asked. Ike, the blue dragon librarian sent to the tiny world to record the experiment with the baby dragons, patted her on the shoulder with a sad smile. Minor ones. Things like complaining about us leaving Sapphire in charge of the mythic dungeon teams, or that we only have 3 classes among our new myths. Things like that. Personally, I think that they got spoiled having you as a tank. However, one of the beast rangers got a skill that let them bond a second beast, and that's going to be great when they find the right beast. All the beast rangers that Carl had advanced from the myths who had come from the immortal invasion had bonded with damage-type beasts, not something that would be good for a main tank. But most beasts didn't want to be the main tank anyhow, it wasn't as efficient as having a warrior do it. Still, they had the shamans for healing, the beast rangers for damage, and the assassins, who could do both damage and crowd control. It wasn't a bad combination. It gave the warriors a purpose in life. You could make us an updated trial ground in the tiny world, and then we could push our power up toward the immortal rank more quickly. One of the shamans suggested. That's actually not a bad idea. I've been holding off until I'm a bit further through the immortal realm progression so that you're not getting opponents who can only be slightly stronger than you. But soon I'll be able to give you a good enough trial to help you level right to tribulation. Carl agreed. Other than that, things are well. Both in the Alliance and in the Guild. Our crafters are doing exceptionally well lately, and we're beginning to turn out some totem rank items. That's really helped our cash flow. Of course, the ladies who are still in mortal ranks come to help out every few days as well. Miss Ophelia is going to make the totem rank teams cry when she advances. The blue dragon joked. Oh, that reminds me. I've got a gift for Naksha as well. I keep forgetting to do the ritual to transfer it, but it's gone inactive on me since I couldn't fully use it. Carl replied, reminding himself so he didn't forget it again. A gift for me? The black dragon asked. An inheritance from your uncle. I was the only one around when he was advancing, but I couldn't fully use it, so it's still available. Well, don't hold back. Lay it on me. Wait, let me put my drink down first. Thor nodded with a sage expression on his face. That is the true Dark Light host way. The art of, hold my beer and let me try something. It is a time-tested path. Carl laughed at the behemoth's joke, but Thor wasn't wrong. Instead of replying, he focused on the black dragon inheritance that was lingering in his mind, and then targeted it at Naksha. Keeping it coherent as he pushed it through his mana flows and out his hand as he patted Naksha on the head was not easy. However, the moment that the first threads of the inheritance touched her, the whole thing coalesced and surged into the more suitable target. Naksha's power surged, and she began to transform. Dana used levitation to lift her into the air, so she didn't knock over the food as her dragon form fused with the inheritance and expanded. She was receiving a massive influx of power from her family lineage, and what Carl could tell was favor from her deity. The black dragon god's essence was unmistakable, and Carl knew that feeling of divine attention very well, after having been warned multiple times about his fondness for small dragons. Naksha surged with power, and Carl began to channel more of it into her as the dragon advanced, moving past the bottleneck and into the mythic rank. His idea was that if he gave her everything that she needed to reach immortality while the inheritance was merging with her body, she should have much less trouble advancing. The process was much like an evolution, in that her body was undergoing a fundamental change, even though she wasn't changing species. She also received a new constitution-type skill, Carl noticed. Her name in the system interface wasn't the same as his, but there was a simple silver symbol on either side of her name. Perhaps on par with an elite mob in the dungeon. The sort of sub-boss that led certain groups. Or perhaps it was a class-related thing. Either way, the dragon was gaining immense power, and her dragon form was expanding rapidly as she made it to mythic rank. That might also be an issue for their group composition, though without Dana at Totem they no longer had a full group. Well, not from the core members of Carl's adventuring group. There were other totem-ranked members of the Dark Light host that they could go with. Then, Carl remembered that there was more he could do for the guild. He was still technically a branch leader for Drod, so it shouldn't be wrong for him to give them rewards. Currently, the guild had Eternity's Blessing, a mythic rank item that gave the whole guild combat power equivalent to the peak physical condition for their species at that rank. But he could do better than that now. While everyone else focused on the continued growth of Naksha, and Carl continued to add power to the Black Dragon, helping her assimilate the inheritance, his mind wandered to the system menu. Guild, Dark Light Host. Guild rank, Branch Leader. Guild skill, none, available. Guild items, January 5th. That was interesting. Not only could make and link 4 more items for the guild, he could assign them a skill. Carl checked the option to see what he had to do to activate the function. It said available, but didn't specify what the guild skill was. At Immortal rank, a branch leader may assign 1 common grade skill known to the branch leader for use by all branch members. Carl looked at his skills, and realized that he didn't actually know many common grade skills that weren't something that most of the guild could already use. Anything really good was rare or epic grade at the very least. Some were marked as class exclusive and unavailable, but most were simply too high of quality to be used. Then, Carl laughed as he realized there was 1 common grade skill that he could assign to the whole guild. Golem. Not the advanced golem spells, just the basic golems. But how funny would it be if every single member of the Dark Light host could use a golem? While Carl mused about giving them golems, Kara was frantically searching through everyone's skills. A single golem for everyone would be pretty cool. But surely, she could do better. What if she gave everyone bestial regeneration? Or a healing spell? The absolute rage moment that enemies would suffer when the mages cast a healing spell on themselves would be glorious. Especially if it was that long-duration one that Leo could use with nature magic. Actually, Tion's inspiration would be, no, that was only useful at immortal. It only gave 5% per rank when you were mortal, and while that meant it was actually stronger for a myth than an immortal who hadn't formed their immortal spirit, it still wasn't great for most of the members. Plus, they were a crafting guild. All the good options were off limits as a guild skill still. If she could give them system stones, which created a temporary replica of the system stones, they could become the most popular guild in the world in about 5 seconds. Ooh, beast form was common grade. It would turn them all into beastkin, with better stats. Making the guild a bit cuter wasn't wrong. It would make at least half the members happy. Unfortunately, even her most basic personal skill, disintegrate, was a rare grade skill according to this list. Ha! There it was. Mana Pylon was a common grade skill. If they weren't going to give the whole guild a golem, they could give them all the option to use a Mana Pylon, and no Darklight Host guild member would ever run out of mana again. It was either the Mana Pylon, or regrowth, in Kara's mind. As Kara plotted, Lotus healing totems, in pixie form, flitted by, playing tag with Opal. It was turning the area into a riot of sparkles, which mingled with the black mist of death magic that the inheritance was giving off. Carl heard Kara plotting, and decided to put it to a vote among the members who would actually benefit from the skill. Ophelia, Tessa. What do you think would be best as a skill for every guild member to gain? Golem, Mana Pylon, or regrowth? What sort of question is that? Who even starts a conversation with that? Ophelia asked. I'm serious. There is a guild skill slot open, and I need to pick a common grade skill that I know to put in there for everyone to use. I think that there are some limitations on it, but I didn't read the fine print. Carl explained. Of course you didn't. Well, we're actually pretty good on mana, and we've got Mana Pylon as a skill book in the library, so our casters mostly know it already. The mages know Golem, but having another one when we don't have a mage would be nice. However, for the craftsman, Mana Pylon is the clear winner. For everyone else, I would think either regrowth or Golem. It's difficult to say. Ophelia replied. Tessa nodded. We've got so many people doing such wildly different things that I don't think there is one specific skill that would be perfect for everyone. However, the world is short on healers all the time, and many of the groups that the members try to go with have terrible healers. So, letting them use a large area heal over time effect would be amazing. Plus, it's handy in the workshops, where burns and injuries are a constant issue. Carl nodded. Guild skill set, regrowth. Guild skill change cooldown, 30 days. When multiple members of the guild are in one group, only one activation of the guild skill may be active at a time. When multiple members of the guild are in one group, only one activation of the guild skill may be active at a time. Carl stared at the notice. Regrowth was the right call. One golem didn't make a huge difference, but that spell healed everyone in the group for 15 seconds per cast. If you had the mana, you could heal the whole group constantly. It wasn't a highly potent instant heal like most single-target spells, but it was still a lot of healing added up over the duration. Having just one Darklight host member on your team, no matter their role, would allow your group to have a constant healing buff. It might be hard on the mana, but most classes didn't actually suffer from mana limitations. Healers did, and mages did. But most of the melee classes couldn't spend it as fast as it regenerated. So, until he could use a higher grade skill for the guild skill, this would do very well. Actually, that gave Carl an idea. If he made an item to equip in the guild inventory that granted mana regeneration, that would be as good as giving them the mana pylon spell as a second guild skill. Plus, it would help him too. You could never have too much mana regeneration. He didn't actually know how to make an item gain the necessary attributes to be equipped as a guild item, but a bit of work with runecrafting should make it possible. Naksha's acceptance of the inheritance was finishing, and the dragon transformed back into humanoid form, still looking the same as she always had, but with a bit more aura, a certain vitality that was difficult to quantify. Looking good. Did you get everything that you hoped for out of it? Carl asked. I didn't know that it was an option until 2 minutes ago, so I didn't have any particular hopes for it. However, what I did get is brilliant. You said that this came from my uncle? Carl nodded. Indeed. It was granted to me because I was the only one around when he became an ancient black dragon. I got some benefits out of it, but most of the power was simply stored away, as I was incompatible with it. Well, I have to say that it's amazing. Not only did I advance, I gained a full understanding of the fundamental rule of death. It has brought me closer to the death god. I can actually feel that the black dragon has taken a personal interest in your actions, and I'm not sure whether that is in a good way or not. Carl laughed. Definitely both. You see, the death god is somewhat concerned that I will mess up the balance. I have been informed that multiple times by other black dragon clerics and avatars. So, with that in mind, I would like to upgrade all of the dragon eggs in the tiny world so that they hatch as greater species who are more likely to be able to roam the immortal worlds as adults. Having the link back home is a huge benefit for us, though. We can still get what they need to grow properly, while having immortal energy in the tiny world. I'll tweak the space a bit more soon. I have skills that will be spectacular for the space, I just haven't made the alterations yet. In that case, we will be looking forward to it. Do you think that the changes will help everyone else advance? Carl nodded. If I'm right, it should allow everyone in the tiny world to advance much more quickly than usual. I will also add in that new trial, which will be a huge bonus for everyone's training, as you can gain skill points in the trials. With some skill points and the tiny world forcing everyone up toward the peak of mythic rank, it shouldn't be impossible for all of you to reach tribulation eventually if you can comprehend a rule. We know that Naksha has hers already, so it's all down to how fast her body grows and stabilizes at mythic rank. Once it does that, she's almost guaranteed to advance. Lotus waved her hand to get everyone's attention. Does that mean that you can advance Tessa's hatchlings? Because I kind of want to see what happens. Tessa thumped her energetic friend on the head. Why are you encouraging him to change the species and power level of my children before they're born? It's the best time. I'll bet that they could be real dragons if he does. Wouldn't that be cool? Perhaps they could be giant red dragons or something. Kara nodded eagerly. They could turn out to be something super cool. Who knows, you might get to raise the strongest children that the Darklight host has ever seen. You can't be letting some random dragon eggs outshine your new herd, can you? Tessa laughed as Kara shamelessly aimed directly at Thor's greatest insecurity. The risk that his herd might be seen as weak. Tessa immediately sensed his distress, and glared at the badger. That's playing unfair. If you want to convince me, you can't pick on your brother to do it. Kara nodded. Fine. I will change tactics. Once he sees how much the eggs gain from the spell, Thor will do all the work to convince you for me, anyhow. Tessa laughed. She knew that Kara was right. Thor would definitely want the strongest children that he could get, it was hardwired into his brain. The ladies of the tiny world began to pass around plates so that everyone could eat before they got distracted with all the changes that Carl wanted to make to the tiny world. Then, they sent someone to go get more wine. Naksha was one of them now, a resident of the tiny world, and she had just made it to mythic rank. That was a huge moment for her, even without the inheritance that Carl had finally passed down. The dinner quickly turned into a party as the residents of the tiny world decided that Naksha's advancement was no something that they could gloss over, hoping to get Carl to do the Carl-type things faster. He would get to them, even if he did it in the morning. Our first cleric to mythic rank. Congratulations, Naksha. Ophelia cheered, getting the party mood started. Carl cheered and took out both bottles of the wine he had purchased from the clan. This was a wonderful moment to test it out, as he hadn't tried it since he had purchased it. He had tried the one flavor before buying, but the other was entirely unknown. Ladies, this is a local specialty of the New Home clan. I hope that you enjoy it. I haven't had a chance to properly taste it yet. It was only a single small cup per person, and a lot of whining by Button about being excluded from the liquor, but everyone toasted to the event, and sipped at the immortal rank wine. It contained a huge amount of energy, even the version that was made by the apprentices of the monk's winery. Enough that Carl could feel Thor's power surging at the bottleneck. He had been holding back, but with the change in both his space and the tiny world, it had only taken a single trigger to push him past the bottleneck. That was most likely the result of Limitless, an old skill from the Packmaster class. At the time, it hadn't been a big deal, he had only taken it to get what came after. But now that Thor and Opal had both had the evolution skill used on them, it was showing its might. Limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the Packmaster have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. And now Thor had done exactly that. Only, Carl had not planned for this. He hadn't expected a bit of wine to have that much of a growth effect on the behemoth. That's not what happened. Kara laughed. Thor had been repressing his growth so that he could stay closer to Tessa while she was expecting, but he was a complete and irredeemable lightweight when it came to alcohol, and one glass of strong wine in human form was enough to loosen his grip on his mana pool. That let the immortal energy from his space flood him, driving out the old mortal energy, and forcing him up to the next rank. And now, there was a storm brewing in the tiny world. Well, what do you know, I could have advanced here instead of blowing up Azov's mountain. Remy noted. Naksha laughed. I don't think that you're supposed to want to advance in a hidden realm. It might cause others to notice the tiny world, and the strongest one here is Carl, who can't defend it if someone at the supreme rank decides that they want to see what is going on. Remy shrugged. We're still in the house in the clan compound. If anything, they'll think that we're doing something weird with tribulation lightning in our rooms. Thor grumbled as he transformed into behemoth form and jogged off into the plains, where there was nothing around but open grassland and no valuable plants. Drinking was dangerous. Naksha cheered him on as the lumbering behemoth covered more ground in a single step than she could cover with a flap of her prodigious wings. Thor was rarely in his full behemoth form, but he was absolutely enormous, nearly 200 meters if you counted his tail, and he was still growing as he began to advance. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to step on your party. Carl whispered to the black dragon. Look at it this way, now we share a birthday, me and Thor. We've both advanced at the same time, and you didn't even have to do anything drastic, just get him a bit drunk so that he stopped holding himself back. I don't even think that he was doing it deliberately, he just didn't want to be separated from his Tessa. Carl winked at her. See, those herd instincts are strong. Just wait. Not more than a year, and I will have fully adapted to Mythic and I will be ready to advance as well. I have the knowledge that I need, it is only a matter of physical development. Hey Thor, since you're advancing on the same day, you get to share an advancement birthday with Naksha now. Take good care of your herd members, and soon you'll have a whole bunch of immortals to look after. Carl joked, hoping to relax Thor before the first bolts of tribulation lightning hit. The storm was definitely brewing, which Carl didn't think was actually possible within a separate space like this. But he could also feel divine attention on them, so clearly they were not so well hidden that the gods did not notice a behemoth reaching immortality. Thor thought about moving to his space, as that had been the key to advancing without causing a scene for the others. But Carl knew that it was a lost cause. By the time that they noticed the clouds forming for the tribulation, it was already too late. The bottleneck had been broken, and the outcome was inevitable. If he tried to leave now, the best-case outcome was that he would be crippled as an immortal, missing out on the essential energy for his transformation. Thor settled in around the middle of the grasslands, just in time for the first lightning strike to impact his body. The energy crackled over his scales, but Thor had eternal lightning and bulwark, both active on himself, with all the damage reduction of a behemoth. Behemoth's vitality triples regeneration speed. Impenetrable bulwark reduces damage taken by 20% plus 1 point per day of the behemoth's age. Limited invulnerability, the target ignores all attacks under 10% of its total health, and an equivalent amount of all attacks stronger than 10% of its total health. Between the three skills, his innate lightning resistance, as an evolved lightning Sero, and the gear that Thor was wearing, he hardly took any damage from the tribulation lightning at all. 2 strikes hit at once, then 3, 4 and 5. All without Thor's eternal lightning even showing any signs of faltering. After the 6th round of lightning, the storm in the tiny world began to fade, and Thor's body, still crackling with energy, began to change. The bright green and gold of his scales shifted to more of a deep emerald and platinum, while his size expanded even further. Karl understood that a behemoth should live up to the name, but at this point, Thor was becoming absolutely overwhelming in size for any sort of living being. Not even the greatest of sea creatures could match up to that sort of bulk. If he couldn't transform, it would simply be untenable to keep him around. There wasn't enough food in even a place like this to sustain that much mass. Thor thought that was an amusing idea. Having to actually eat enough for his size. The impenetrable bulwark behemoth fed mostly off energy, and with the immortal realm mana that suffused the tiny world, he mostly ate because it tasted good, not because he needed the nutrients. But now, he had other things to celebrate. His innate skills had advanced when he reached the immortal rank, and they had become a more effective version of their base forms. For example, unobtrusive behemoth, now allowed him to specify his size up to 50 times smaller than his original form, instead of 10. The blockade, skill for creating a wall of ice or lightning no longer created 50 cubic meters per rank of the caster. Now, it created a flat 5,000 cubic meters of ice or lightning maximum. For controlling the battlefield, that would be absolutely amazing. But that was common to many higher rank skills. Remy's 1,000-year flood had gone to 1 billion liters per minute, and could theoretically cover a square kilometer in a meter of water in a single minute. Unfortunately, she hadn't had an opportunity to test it out yet. It wasn't a damaging spell, and they hadn't found anywhere that they wanted to flood on that level. However, Remy had high hopes for the spell. It should increase by 10 times again when she reached the beginning of Void stage, and that would make it a truly impressive flood, with as much coverage range as her usual use of the Thunderstorm spell, which dumped much less rain on people. Putting a meter of water in an entire dungeon instance would make things so much more fun for her, as a Naga. In the water, only Leo was likely to be even close to as fast as she was. Leo thought that was a wonderful idea. They could make all the dungeons a shallow sea, and he could swim around, letting the water splash on his flippers. It could be problematic for the rest of the team, though. Thor immediately shrunk his size back down once his advancement was finished, and then crouched so that Tessa could get up on his back. He had returned himself to Sero-sized, just under 3 meters tall and 6 meters long, plus his thick tail. But that was perfect for Tessa to ride into battle. She might be refraining from combat for now, while she was pregnant, but that didn't mean she wasn't going to keep training to prevent her skills from getting rusty. Well, it looks like Thor got just the skills that he needed. He might not look quite like the Sero that he was born as, but he's the right size again, and he can have his night. Dana joked with a smile on her face for Tessa's excitement. For the longest time, Thor had been too large, even when he reduced his size, to properly ride into combat. However, Karl was no longer the only one in the group that showed an epic grade constitution. Thor now had the same decoration on his name when viewed through the system, but his health pool was absolutely enormous. Compared to Karl, who could now be considered squishy for a world boss, damaging Thor was the equivalent of trying to hack your way through a mountain of dwarven steel. Behemoth's vitality tripled both of their regeneration rates, but it was a percentage of total health per second. What Carl could regenerate could not in any way be compared to what Thor could regenerate. Plus, with limited invulnerability, 10% of Thor's health was a hit hard enough to one-shot Carl. Naksha frowned as she saw Lotus trying to carry a sheet cake larger than she was. Happy Advancement Day Naksha was written on it, with Thor's name added in green at the bottom. That didn't seem like something that Lotus would do when there was the option to bring out 2 cakes, so Ophelia must have stopped her. This one cake alone would be more than enough for everyone, and then they could snack on all the other sweets after. Everyone was already in party mode anyhow, with the local wines being passed around now that Carl's had been finished. They weren't going to need much food. While Thor and Tessa ran a few charging patterns, everyone else was rapidly getting drunk. That was the perfect opportunity for Kara. Everyone was distracted as she snuck up on Tessa, who was grabbing water after their short training session. Skill unavailable to meddlesome badgers. Kara glared at the system notice. She was quite certain that she should be able to use what Carl used, but it wouldn't let her use Breath of the World. Absolutely unfair. The gods were picking on her. That expression tells me that you tried to do something and the system told you no. Tessa laughed. Kara grumbled, but nodded. You tried to upgrade my children, didn't you? Of course. What else would I have done when everyone was distracted? Other than check my pockets for trinkets? Yeah, other than that. Thor laughed and patted his little sister on the head before recovering Tessa's pencil from her. I think that we might be able to convince her to let Carl do it. Stronger offspring is good for the pack. He might have a different reason, but at least Thor was on her team. Carl came over with drinks for everyone, including a juice for Tessa. If you want me to give it a go, I can do it. The change is worded like this. Breath of the World, artifact grade crafting skill. When used during crafting, imbues items with the power of the World Dragon, increasing quality by 1 grade. When used on magical items or resources, improves quality by 1 grade. Hidden effect, when used by a World Dragon or World Dragon avatar, can be used to create sentient items, imbued with system functionality. If used on a non-sentient or nascent magical beast, this skill will trigger immediate evolution into a sentient form 1 rank in potential higher than its base. Carl wrote out the system description, and Tessa read it carefully twice over before nodding. I don't see any harm in it. It's specifically designed for use on nascent beings, so eggs or pregnant women. The only question is if it will count as a magical beast. Carl nodded. It should. The system usually counts dragonkin as magical beasts for the purpose of casting buffs. So, you want me to give it a go? What are the odds of them evolving into something that is in an egg? Because I'm not sure about that outcome, even if it saves on the long pregnancy part. Kara laughed, but she was blocking her thoughts from Carl, which was totally not suspicious at all. He stared at her for a second, trying to guess what she had foreseen that would make her laugh like that. But she wasn't going to explain. Alright, here we go. The single target version. Breath of the World activated, a multiple valid targets found. Activating. Evolution successful, Dragonkin, evolved into, Divine Lightning Behemoth. 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 Evolution successful, Dragonkin, evolved into, Disciple of War. Elite evolution paths confirmed, Breath of the World, activation complete. Congratulations. Carl informed Tessa, who was silently staring at the notification in her system interface. Does anyone know what a Disciple of War is? Thor asked, curious what he was getting for children. If my guess is right, it's going to be an immortal-born red dragon. A more powerful version of the war god's favored children. Carl suggested. Thor smiled in satisfaction. 5 new additions to the herd, with 4 behemoths and an immortal dragon. That was pretty good. I think that I need to go sit down for a bit. Thor, lend me a hand. Tessa informed them. Right, there might be side effects. Let us know if you need Lotus and Tion. Tessa nodded, then waved her hand for Carl to go away. Go, play with the others. I will be fine, just a bit worn out from all the exertion and the shock. Thor and Tessa left for the main house, while the celebration continued outside, and progressively stronger liquor was brought out. Someone had been distilling vodka from the totem-rank potato crops that they had been making, and it packed a rather surprising punch. With his constitution, not much would get Carl drunk, but that stuff could. 2 hours later, Lotus was gently snoring as she cuddled Tion, and Ophelia carried them both back to the house, so they didn't get sore from sleeping on the grass. But the majority of the party was still happily dancing and singing late into the night, long after Naksha had fallen asleep in a hammock, surrounded by flowers and empty shot glasses. Carl and Dana made it as far as their bedroom in the guild house, but by the time that Carl woke up the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky, and the daily business of the tiny world was off to an admittedly sluggish start. Only about half of the residents were even mobile when Carl got up, and the quiet told him that neither Kara nor Lotus were among the early risers. If either of them were up, it would be much louder in the tiny world. Now that he was up, Carl began making plans for the best way to get through all the eggs in the tiny world. Then, he realized that he didn't have to. They were not out in the wild, they were in a separate space that he had full control over. All that he had to do was imbue the spell into the tiny world's innate magic, and then he could activate it on anything within the space. Even the plants could be upgraded into higher grade versions, though that might be inadvisable, as a higher grade wasn't always the same plant with the same properties, and it could leave them short on needed materials for potions and dinner. Being short on the best ingredients for cake would certainly cause a riot. So, Carl moved to the spare room, the entrance to the library area, and sat down on one of the comfortable cushions to begin his work of changing the tiny world. It needed some changes anyhow, including an improvement in the defensive structure and the mana levels inside. Then, with Breath of the World added, and a tweak of the fundamental rules, it would be as good as he could make it for the moment. And 2 of his 3 class skills were going to be essential to the process. All Things Are Pets allows the creation of a pet space, separate space, including a suitable kennel and food supply for any species of bonded creature, living or undead. Increases growth rate and prevents illness. World Crafting enhances a world or domain type separate space with the fundamental rules of creation and life. He didn't need to actually make the living spaces with All Things Are Pets, but adding the spell to the tiny world would make it even more optimally adjusted to the residents, with a bonus to their growth rates, and it would give a bonus to the growth of food crops. For a space that was more of a vacation home than a storage space, both were necessary adjustments. As an added bonus, it would allow them to move some crafting into this space, and have the experts gain some passive bonuses from Breath of the World. Not as good as if Carl were casting it directly, but having it imbued onto the tiny world would make it more likely for them to create high-grade items. Carl made himself comfortable as he began the work of editing the whole tiny world without causing anything to destabilize. He knew that the normal way would be to completely reset the tiny world spell and reconstruct it from scratch, but there was so much in here, so many living things, and not just the people, that it simply wasn't practical. If he could make a second space and then move everyone, it would be a different story, but as things stood, many of the plants wouldn't even survive outside of the tiny world, and they would take forever to transplant into the beast space, even if they could find space for them. They probably could, as the spaces expanded so much at immortal rank. But that was not the point. The first part of the process, imbuing more of the fundamental rules into the space, was easy. They were close to matched with his understanding from the last time that he did a renovation on the space. So, he could quickly move on from that to improving the mana levels in the space. Carl made them more like the bedroom spaces in the clan, where the mana had been optimized for growth. The arrays were normally a pain to keep active outside, but here in the tiny world, Carl just needed a way to get enough energy into the spell, and then he could make it self-sustaining. The only issue was that if he made the space draw too much power, it would become obvious to others, even when hidden. While it was simply sitting closed, it was largely stable and maintenance-free. But when he drew power out, or someone traveled back and forth, they took a bit of the power back with them, and without immortals in the space it would not regenerate on its own. The balance of the world relied on the innate energy production of the residents, and only mortals were living in the space full-time. If Thor and the others spent more time in here, the energy that they regenerated while their mana pool was full would radiate out into the tiny world, and keep it balanced. But everyone had things to do, and their spaces were personalized, much more comfortable than the tiny world for the beasts. The rebalancing of the world around the adjusted fundamental rules was going smoothly, and Carl had the mana level set just right, so he moved on to the final stage. Adding the new skill to the rules of the world. That would be the most difficult part, as it was a system skill, but he wanted to integrate it with the world, and not just create an artifact that would replicate the effect. Fortunately, Breath of the World was designed to be used while crafting. He might be altering a spell, not making a physical object in the traditional sense, but the spell was incredibly compatible with his efforts. The hard part was making it into a passive buff for everyone in the space, and not a constantly active spell, which would drain a huge amount of mana. Carl wove the spell through the tiny world's creation, and then adjusted it down, until it was more of a blessing added to the tiny world than a separate effect. That was perfect. The final step was to add the ability to target creatures in the space for activation. That way, he could guarantee the activation when he needed it, like for all the dragon eggs. They would most likely all advance without him doing anything else, now that the effect was active. But forcing the effect would ensure success before they hatched, and the effect no longer mattered. The moment that they were hatched and sentient, the spell would no longer consider them a valid target. Time always felt irrelevant when he was working like this, so it was no surprise when Carl opened his eyes, and it was dark again. Instead of bothering anyone, he simply looked into the space, and observed the passive effect that his work was having on the tiny world. But what he found was a whole series of surprises and chaos. One of the eggs was for a sand drake, and Carl knew that more than one of the beast rangers who had gained the ability to bond a second beast had been thinking of bonding it. However, now it had evolved into a sand dragon, and hatched without warning not long after Carl put the effect in place. That wasn't really an issue. Many of the eggs were close to hatching, which was why Carl had wanted to do this now. The issue was that the dragon understood their intentions, and he was far too enthusiastic about picking his partner. A partner who couldn't bond him because the Beast Ranger class was incapable of bonding dragons. So, one very confused Beast Ranger was being pinned to the ground by a small tan-colored dragon who considered her his personal property. She wanted to bond him, he approved, and that made her his guardian. He was absolutely certain of it, and no silly red dragon was going to tell him otherwise. The Beast Ranger was an obsession demon, slender and agile, not at all physically designed to dislodge a 30-kilo dragon from her chest. But her beast, one of the dire wolves that all the rescued slave Beast Rangers had chosen from, was on Team Dragon. Or, he just wanted to nap where the warm dragon was. Either way, it put him sprawled out across her chest. However, that bit of chaos was not the most shocking thing that Carl saw in the space. The first egg to hatch could not compare to what he noticed in the room across the hall, where Thor was sleeping next to a cushion piled with mottled green and red eggs. Those looked rather large. Tessa was not going to be happy with Carl when she saw him next. He should probably prepare a gift of some sort. Indeed, Tessa was not impressed with the effects of the Breath of the World spell. It worked exactly as advertised, but she had not signed up to be laying eggs. Especially not behemoth eggs of that size. And the pleased look on Thor's face as he slept was not putting her in any better of a mood. Thanks to her training, she knew that it was leftover pregnancy hormones, but she really did want to slap that smug smile off his face. With Thor pulling her into a group, it shared his regeneration skills with her, so there was no need to call in the healers. But not needing to call in the healers did not make up for surprise childbirth in egg form. No matter how pretty they were. Deep in her mind, draconic instincts to protect the nest were stirring. They were similar to the motherly instincts of most other species, but as a red dragonkin, her instincts were much more violent toward anything that threatened her clutch. And that was saying something, given how violent the average dragon was about threats to their eggs. Carl scanned the tiny world, and saw that the dragon eggs were happily absorbing all the energy that they could get. They were close to awakening, and the change in the world was enough to trigger the effect automatically as they approached the limits of their development in the shell. Watching them gave Carl an idea. The Haint and the Sword of Champions both had life and soul energy stored. If he targeted a few of the most promising eggs, he might be able to push them to a whole new level. The extra energy should be able to push them right to a bottleneck, and then they would advance not long after hatching. Not a change in species or potential, but a head start on life. It would deplete his stores, though. With that in mind, Carl decided to save it for Tessa's clutch. The other dragons were all foundlings, and he had given them the best possible opportunities, but Tessa's were family. Family always got special consideration. Dana was with Ophelia in the kitchen, where a small group of elves were gathered, arguing about whether today was a birthday, a holiday, or a special event. All of them called for different menus, apparently. But the day could be counted as all of the above. That was causing some contention, as simply making everything was too much for the time that they had, and the more time that they spent discussing it, the less time that they had to actually make the food. They were not the only ones with plans, though. Button was awake, and she had managed to wrangle one of the elves who was supposed to have a day off from the kitchen into a devious plan to teach her how to make breakfast burritos. In her mind, they were the perfect food, combining meat, eggs, vegetables and bread into one convenient envelope, putting them one step over pizza, which was messy and cheesy to eat when it was hot. But the goal was not just to get her favorite food whenever she wanted it. No, she knew that the eggs were hatching, and this was her first and best chance to recruit more agents of chaos in her petition to add a third breakfast burrito morning to the meal schedule. If she got enough votes, surely she could manage it. By the time that Carl made it downstairs, the meal plan for the day had been settled, but everyone was in a state of panic, ensuring that all the eggs would have a responsible adult around when they hatched, that there would be fresh food for all the baby dragons who might arrive today, that there were rooms ready for all of them, and that someone was watching Kara. No way was the badger not going to try something today. Little did they know, Kara was not just a mere chaos insider. She was also a most cultured chaos enjoyer, and she was greatly enjoying this day. She didn't need to do anything at all to introduce chaos into their day, so she could just lay back and watch it happen. Having a guardian just meant that she had someone to drink with. Meanwhile, Remy had grand plans. She had a potion specifically for helping dragon eggs advance in rank, not just in potential, and they had already tested it for side effects when they were traveling back in time to help Princess Rue. She would have to convince someone to let the little ones drink the potion, as they were too close to hatching to absorb it through the shell, but that shouldn't be too challenging once the kids got settled in. All that she needed now was 1 week to make all the potions she needed. It was a massive batch, that was for certain. But she had plenty of all the ingredients growing in her space without even touching what was in the tiny world. That had to count for something. There was so much potential here, hundreds of dragons just ripe for introduction to the larger world of magic. And once they were introduced to the joys of magic, they could be introduced to alchemy, the greatest branch of practical magic. That was when the real action started. It would be amazing to have her own disciples. Instead of correcting the wayward sisters, Carl decided that he would start with the ones who were actually behaving for a change. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, but that would leave the well-behaved siblings neglected with as loud as some of the others were. So, Carl started with Leo, as Thor was still guarding Tessa's clutch while they slept. The little turtle was just drying himself off after a nice swim in the lake, and putting on his new tricorn hat. Headed somewhere? Carl asked the excited young turtle. Off to school. It starts in 30 minutes, and I haven't gotten to show any of my new friends the neat stuff I got from the dungeon yet. They're going to love my hat." Carl laughed at the pure joy on the turtle's face. "How about I walk you to school today? Then there's no way they can accuse you of lying. I'll be right there to set them straight." "Oh, thanks. I think Kara is planning to skip today. There is too much happening for her to focus. Just don't model your attendance after her, and you should be fine. It's good that you're the reliable student." Carl took Leo out of the apartment to walk him to school, and the little turtle waved hello to everyone he recognized. The clan members laughed at the oddly dressed Tortolin, who had apparently decided that he wanted to be a pirate. The look made the people on the street smile at the pure joy of a young boy living out his dreams, and the ocean merchants saw the potential of a new member for their ships in a few decades once Leo was all grown up. Tortolins were another slow-growing species, taking nearly 50 years to reach full maturity. But Leo didn't know what they were thinking. He just assumed that everyone else was as astounded by the fashionable loot that he had received as he was. What else could he make of it when they were simply standing around staring at him in awe? Carl kept his thoughts to himself, as Leo was so happy, not knowing that they were silently judging him for wearing a tricorn hat with boots and nothing else. Not that the design was uncommon for a Tortolin, who had issues wearing any sort of regular clothing, but it was still uncommon to see within the clan. Carl stopped out in front of the school, where the other parents were dropping off their younger children. The PTA women were nowhere to be seen, much to his relief, but there were many familiar faces out front. Cindy Lou ran over to Leo and laughed as she grabbed his hat. "This is too cool. OMG, it's an actual item, a bonded epic grade item. Your dad is too generous." She gushed as she placed the hat on her own head. Leo laughed. "I got it in the dungeon. When I'm a turtle, I'm strong enough to go along." Cindy Lou put the hat back on his head, and the rest of his classmates, who were all waiting for their teacher to escort them inside, all came to hear Leo's adventure stories. He had been gone for a few days, and now he was back with epic-grade clothes. How cool was that? "You got to go to a dungeon? Like on a tour with your dad?" one of the kids asked. "As a helper. I'm super strong as a turtle, you know. But the Carl does most of the work." Leo agreed. Leo was about to start on a longer story about the dungeon when the teacher came out to get them all. "Children, I see that we've got everyone in attendance today. Mr. Carl, if your Leo is unwell in the future, please notify us of his absence." "That's my fault, I took him out of class to go run a dungeon." The teacher stared at Carl for a second, as if the words had failed to translate, despite them speaking the same language. "You took Leo, little Leo the Tortolin, into an immortal rank dungeon? He's actually a false island giant turtle. This is a transformation spell that represents his age and development. As a magical beast, he was in no real danger in the dungeon, and it was a great way to get him some new fashion while giving him a great story for his classmates." The teacher did not look impressed. But the kids did. "All right, everyone in line. Stand next to your seat, buddy." Leo moved into line with the others, standing next to Cindy Lou, while the other parents watched with amusement as the teacher tried to wrangle a bunch of first-grade students who were all excited to hear the rest of Leo's story. Slowly, they made their way inside, and the group of mothers turned to Carl for answers. "You let him keep and wear epic-grade items? Aren't you worried that he will accidentally hurt someone? That's a lot of strength bonuses." Carl shook his head. Leo is used to the difference between full strength and gentle. The extra bonus adds to the top, but it doesn't make it harder to be gentle with things. It's about the same as when we're wearing gear. But he's still a child. The woman reminded him. "Well, I suppose that is true. A child's temper can get the best of them. I don't think that an added hat will change much if Leo loses his cool and transforms in the classroom. The building isn't that sturdy, he'd take the whole classroom down before anyone could stop him." Before the teacher could say anything, Opal appeared. "I can show you a replay. It will make more sense if you see it," she offered. Oh, Miss Opal. I heard that you were going to make a replay of Tion's attempt at vicious mockery. Cindy Lou's mother laughed. I've got it ready. I don't have the whole trip edited, but I have the vicious mockery highlights done. But first, Leo in action. She created an illusionary domain around them, and recreated the dungeon, with a focus on Leo. He was standing in the back, away from the majority of the combat, but when an obsession demon broke through he flattened it with gravity slam, and one huge flipper. That gave Dana time to adjust her position and parry the following attacks, while Leo kept up his attacks. He's actually pretty good at that, isn't he? And he's so big as a turtle that I would have never thought that he was just a little imp in humanoid form. Opal laughed. Don't forget how large his species gets if they make it to supreme rank. The ladies nodded. Right, we may have forgotten that his grown form is the size of a large city. It's not exactly a common thing to see one of the giant beasts anywhere in this region, much less in humanoid form. The ocean here is a mana-dead zone once you get too far offshore, and the southeastern region of the continent is heavily populated, hardly suitable as a grazing ground for something that large. Carl nodded. I will teach him a skill to help him modulate his size as well. That way he can keep following us into the dungeons to play. It doesn't suppress his strength, just his mass. Then we will look forward to seeing the videos. Now, about that show of the little fox. Carl left to find a gift for Tessa, while Opal discussed her plans to rent one of the theater spaces for her showing of the dungeon run. There were so many things in the clan compound that he didn't even know where to start. What did you get as a happy egg-laying day, and sorry about the damage I'm sure that caused, combination gift? Maybe Min knew. Carl made his way to the warehouse, where he found the green dragon on duty. However, the moment that she spotted him, Min immediately turned to leave. Wait. Nope, not ringing in that transaction. I'm not here to turn in the dungeon rewards. I need to find a gift for a friend. Min paused. Alright, I will believe you. What sort of gift are you looking for? Say, hypothetically, you used a skill that would help beasts evolve, and it may have caused a pregnant dragonkin priestess to lay 5 rather oversized eggs. What sort of gift would you get them? Min stared at him, gobsmacked. That can't be a serious question, can it? I wish I could say it wasn't. Think ostrich eggs. Min winced. Even if she fully shifted into a scaled form, that's big for human-sized. And 5 of them? What the hell was she sleeping with? An impenetrable bulwark behemoth in humanoid form. He's quite proud of the impending additions to his herd. The green dragon frowned. And what sort of mood was she in this morning? Not sure. I ran away before she woke up. You're smarter than you look. No, cancel that. You're luckier than expected. Alright, I think that I know what you need. She disappeared into the back room, while her coworker at the next counter overstared silently at Carl. This guy was insane. Forget the thing about a dragonkin somehow getting pregnant by a transformed behemoth, that was wild enough that it needed a whole story of its own. He had done something that caused her to have 5 children. Or had he advanced them and caused an existing set of quintuplets to be transformed into an egg-born species? And he thought that you could actually find a gift to make up for that? Just thinking about it made her insides ache. So, this behemoth, I don't suppose he has any behemoth friends? I know a girl who might want to meet them. She asked. Carl chuckled at her teasing tone. Unfortunately, none that live nearby. But I will keep it in mind, should one of them be looking for a lady friend. Min came back out, and looked between the two of them. You're not trying to find me a date, are you? Of course not. If I wanted to set you up with someone, I would have asked if little Tion had an older brother. Oh, then Janice, from the PDA. Both girls laughed, but Carl didn't quite get what the reference was. Janice certainly did seem like the sort that needed to get laid, though. Min noticed the confusion on Carl's face and leaned over to whisper conspiratorially to him. Get it? Because she's a giant CU. Oh. Elder, welcome to the warehouse. I will be with you as soon as I am finished with this transaction. Carl noticed the aura of an ascended immortal behind him, but didn't recognize the woman's aura. Take your time. I need to speak with the pet sitter. The fact that she knew the true name of Carl's class meant that she wanted something that only he could do, so Carl motioned for Min to put the treasure she had found onto the counter. Is that an entire crate full of chocolates? It is. Are there raspberry-filled ones? There are. Perfect. How much? 1 clan credit for the crate. Their immortal rank, made by the mystic cooks. Normally, they sell for 10 silver a box, but I suspect that you need the whole case. Remy is already working on an immortal rank stretch cream. Carl agreed. The elder frowned at Carl. I'm starting to become concerned about what exactly you plan to do to someone with those chocolates. Ah, nothing nefarious. They're an apology gift after a skill had an unexpected side effect. Now, what might I do for you today? Do you have the bond pet skill? She asked. Carl looked into his skill tree and saw the one she meant, but he already had a very similar skill. Not that particular one, but I do have, Benevolent Elder, if you want to bond a beast to someone without a class assignment. Benevolent Elder, and bonded upgraded beasts gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection. It was a skill from the Beast Master Packmaster skill tree, and one that had come in handy on many occasions in the past, including for the refugee beast rangers that were currently in the tiny world. Or I have, Chosen Partner, which will allow the bond to be formed with someone eligible who has a system, but it makes the decision the beasts not the system users. That one is probably the stronger of the two by quite a bit, as it has far fewer limitations. But if the target isn't good friends with the beast, it could be an issue. He added. Chosen Partner, Epic Grade. Allows an unbonded magical beast to choose a compatible target to bond with through a beast space. The elder nodded. Actually, that does provide some flexibility. I don't know if the person in question has activated their system yet. I actually came here on behalf of the beast, after I heard from an old friend that there was a pet sitter in the clan. Oh, now that is surprising. What sort of beast are we talking about? Nothing too dangerous. Now, do you have a few moments to travel with me? It would be best if we could do this before the young one gains a system interface, and it might be soon. The elder was wearing a clan badge, and Min knew who it was, so they weren't likely to be trying to abduct him. Probably. But he still sent out a mental message. Ray, if you lose contact with me, come find out where I went. I'm headed off with an elder to help a child bond their first beast. Got it. If you don't come back, I get to go on a stabbing spree. Fortunately for Carl, the elder did not lead him out of the clan compound, but instead she led him off into one of the more secluded residential areas, where many of the clan's ascended immortals lived, as Carl could feel the auras exuding from the properties. She led him into a compound that looked like it was supposed to be an art museum, with paintings and statues everywhere, including places that statues really shouldn't be. Carl wove his way through the maze of bronze and stone, following the elder up to the second floor, where he could hear childish voices arguing. I am telling you, it's just a bit late. I am going to get my class before my 12th birthday. A young girl was insisting. You are not. You're defective. We all got ours before 10, you're not getting a class at all. A boy's voice taunted her, clearly older than she was. So that's what it was. The elder's children were squabbling, and the youngest was late to awaken her class. Not particularly late, she was not even 12 yet. But if the rest of her family had done it at 9, he could see the reason for them to be concerned. Perhaps they were dragons. Most of the dragon species awakened their systems about the time that they started school, as Carl recalled hearing from some of the other students who were hanging out with Kara. By the time that they reached their 3rd year, most of them were well on their way to becoming proper little immortals. Everyone fell silent when the elder came into the room with Carl behind her, but she didn't say anything, despite clearly having heard the whole conversation. "Anila, come with us." The elder insisted, then left for the backyard without saying anything else. That seemed a bit cold to Carl, but it was quite possible that she was disappointed with the girl's slow development. However, when Carl got a good look at the girl, he couldn't miss the pointed ears. She was either part fae or part elf. Either would explain why she was slow to develop. Elves develop slower than humans, and fae could be unpredictable. Once they were outside the house, the elder opened a portal and a large cat stepped through. The oversized paws said that it was still a kitten, but it was already the size of a large dog. The cat's fur was inky black, but Carl could see that there was a mottled pattern underneath it, suggesting that it was either a unique lineage, or it would grow out of the childish pattern as it matured. "Hello, Carl-type creature." The cat greeted him, and Carl smiled, then scratched its head between the ears, making the big kitten purr. "Wait, how did you know it wouldn't attack?" the elder asked. "He just said hello. Why would he attack me after greeting me?" "Wait, don't answer that. I can totally see some of my beasts doing exactly that just for the entertainment value." The cat purred with amusement, then turned to the girl. "Do you think that she tastes like milk?" "She looks like milk." "Probably. Just take a lick and find out." Anila squeaked as the cat licked a path up the side of her face. The elder sighed. "What the hell? Can you not cause trouble for 5 minutes? As you might want to guess, these are the two I wanted to bond." "I get a pet elf?" the cat asked, confused. "Sort of. She should get a beast ranger type class, so you'll get a partner to play in the woods with, and a separate space to sleep safely." Carl explained. "You know, it would help if we could understand both sides of this conversation." The elder noted. "The system doesn't translate for you? When has it ever translated beast thoughts and noises? Only sentient species languages get translated." As a divine beast, Carl was reasonably certain that this beast was sentient. And it had to be a divine beast, as it was immortal as a kitten, and it had a bit of that other feeling to its magic the same way that Tion did. Carl shrugged. "I never had any issues, but it might be related to my class progression. Now, I forgot to ask your name. But would you like to form a bond with Miss Anila here? It will help you both grow more quickly if it is successful. The actual method could be an issue. Benevolent Elder required using evolution on the beast first, and if he did that, the cat would be too strong for the girl to bond at all. Her mind would shatter. But the other option required that she have a system and class suitable to bonding the beast first. So, the best option would be to give her a skill and force her to awaken a class so that the cat could use chosen partner. Or, he could spend a few points to learn bond pet, and use it on the half-elf to bond the cat to her directly. No, there was another option. He could trigger a rare class by giving her a beast-type skill that would let them form the bond without him doing it. "What are you thinking?" the elder asked. "There are multiple options, since both parties are willing. So, I'm wondering if I should evolve our furry friend and risk him getting too strong for the bond, or if it would be better to teach Miss Anila a skill that will awaken her class immediately." "You can do that. I am a pet sitter." "Of course, I can." The elder considered the matter, as if the input of the two involved parties was irrelevant. Though, they were both children, so she might feel justified making the decision for them. Awaken her class first. Whether she is worthy of Porky is secondary to her having a class. Damn woman, always calling me fat. I am a kitten, I'm supposed to be chubby. My name is Shade. Carl chuckled, then shook his head at the elder, trying to avoid telling her that the cat was not fond of her name for him. But he did keep petting Shade's head so that the cat didn't attack her. He would not win that fight. "Alright, I will teach the skill first, and then I will activate chosen partner, so that Shade can bond with her directly." "Why do you call him that?" Anila asked. That's what he said his name is. The girl nodded, and the elder smiled, seeing a solution to her problem in sight. First, Carl activated, "Follow me little one," and chose to give Anila the beast space skill, hoping that it would work now that he was an immortal. Pet sitter Carl Grant's knowledge skill, beast space, has been transferred to Shade's pet Anila. Carl chuckled both at the description, and the way that the "Follow me, little one" message had changed with his class change. No longer did it ask them if they wanted the skill, it simply gave it to them. But the fact that the system already considered her the cat's pet boded ill for her future as an independent being. Chosen partner, activated. Shade has chosen his partner. Anila was lost in the system selection screen when the cat vanished, retreating into his new beast space to start the necessary renovations. They're going to need plants, possibly some bedding and other materials. The beast space starts out pretty bare, and needs to be mentally formed, but it works better when there are real objects in there. What species is he, anyhow? The cat? He's an orphan divine moor cat that I picked up a few months back. His mother was hunted for resources, but he was hidden and the sect doing the hunting didn't notice him. Or if you mean the girl, she's half-elf. Carl nodded. I guessed that part. It's also why she is late to activate her system. Elves mature more slowly, even half-elves do, though not to the same extreme. That's why she hadn't awakened yet. She likely wouldn't have activated a class until close to 20, that's the usual age for them, as I remember. The elder shook her head. You're still young. The competition between immortal-born is fierce. Here, even the elves find a way to force early awakening so that their children aren't vulnerable for decades. 10 years is already a long time to be locked down, protecting the children. But for elves, where their children don't usually awaken for 50 years. It's an eternity to prevent the news of a powerful member's weakness from being used against them. Ah, so that's how it is. While the children don't have a class, they're a target painted on your back, easy leverage to get an ascended immortal to do something unsavory. The elder nodded. Have you made plans for when your wife gets pregnant? Carl smiled. Actually, those plans were made for me. You see, the beasts are very protective of their Dana mage, and now we've got an immortal rank behemoth in the group. He's also got a fresh clutch of his own to protect, so I suspect that not many will be able to get past him. When did you go hunting for a behemoth? He was mortal, mythic rank, and just advanced. He was actually the second member of my team, other than Hawk. Ah, so that's how it is. Well, I can't say that you're wrong to want a behemoth on your side, assuming that you can manage to feed him. That's always the tricky part with the larger species. Even this divine moor cat is a pain to feed, as they will often refuse anything but specific wild beast meats. Hawk laughed at her comment. When you tried to keep a wild beast as a pet, what else could they do in the face of overwhelming power but annoy you with small things like being a picky eater? After over a minute of standing immobile, Anila finally returned to the land of the living, and ran over to hug Carl. It's amazing. My class awakened, and I got to bond with Shade, and I've got all sorts of ranger-type skills available in my skill tree. Even my class abilities are good. Carl patted her head, while the elder questioned her daughter. So, what class did it give you, and what were your class skills? I will arrange tutors and supplemental training to help you catch up. The little half-elf looked horrified at the impending workload, but dutifully answered. My class is Forest Stalker, and I have Bow Specialty, Silent Movement, and Shadow Meld as class skills. Well, then I've also got Shred and Ambush from Shade. Bonding with a divine moor cat grants me their innate skills. That was better than even Carl had expected. Most rangers would be able to use a skill from their beasts, whether it was an innate one, or something that their class granted. But getting to use both of the divine moor cat's innate skills was going to be amazing for her advancement. Silent Movement, Shadow Meld and Ambush combined with a Shred, Enhanced Arrow would be a huge first strike bonus for her. As a hunting-focused ranger class, there wasn't much better that she could hope for at the very start of her progression. The elder nodded slowly, making a tutoring plan for the girl as she processed the skill names. "All right, I know what you need, and I will get you started tonight. Evening lessons will be most beneficial to you, as a stealth-based hunting class with a more cat bonded. You should go rest now, you've got a long night ahead of you, and I need to talk to the Carl for a moment." Anila bowed formally, then ran back inside, eager to gloat to her brothers that she now had an even better class than they did. And it really was an amazing class. "All right, you managed to pull through and bound the girl with the best possible beast for a young elf. So I won't be stingy with the reward. Do you prefer clan credits or rare items? Either is fine by me. I have a stockpile of both, but there can never be enough rare magic. Especially when you have multiple beasts to consider." Their attention was briefly caught by the sight of a large black creature dragging something out the door, then leaping directly onto the third-floor balcony. "It seems my daughter has some training to do with her new pet," the elder noted. Carl laughed. "I suspect the issue is that the relationship runs the other way. Shade views her as the pet, not him. So, when she didn't go where he wanted, he simply picked her up and moved her. You knew this would happen, didn't you?" "From the moment that I started speaking with him, yes. But it's fine. They will work out an arrangement, just like all other ranger and beast pairs do. It's just that she has bonded with an especially strong divine beast, with an equally overbearing personality. Trying to break him will only make him bitter and make life difficult for everyone involved. But they're still young, there is no big rush to have them combat ready and headed out on missions. Miss Anila isn't even going to look like a proper human high schooler for at least 4 or 5 years yet." However, the elder knew that it wasn't a matter of appearance, it was a matter of keeping up with her age mates, her peers in school. When they started to go out on missions, they would expect her to do it as well, no matter how late she was to develop. Which was going to be an issue on its own. "Carl, I need your skill. I can't put my elf away." Shade called from the window. "She got the class, she hosts the space. That's how it works." Carl called back. The elder sighed. Speaking all forms of beast really is an advantage. "Now, back to business. I have an idea of proper payment for unceremoniously dragging you away from your day." Well, at least she was self-aware enough to realize it. Elder Xiaobai offers knowledge, skill, ancient wisdom, will be transferred to the Carl. Ancient wisdom, immortal rank, epic grade. Allows the caster to grant one skill usable by themselves or an active summon to their entire party. Usable as a guild skill. Carl stared at the system notification. "If you could do that all along, why did you need me to use it?" he asked. "If I did it for her after her awakening, it would be blatant favoritism, as I refuse to do it for my other children. Making them work for their gains teaches independence and critical thinking. However, what do you mean, I can do it as well? That skill can only be used after awakening. Believe me, I did consider using it on that daughter of mine to get her started toward a class. Do you have a way to make it work for everyone? Or did you have the beast bond her first to trigger the system interface, then grant her the skill to gain a class option?" Carl realized that he might have done something stranger than simply causing an awakening. She had said that she knew his class, so he assumed that she knew he could cause an awakening. Now, however, it appeared that she had assumed that he was going to bond the beast to the girl to cause the awakening, not grant her a skill to cause the same effect. Either way would have worked, but Carl had wanted to give her the best matched one to go with her new cat. "The system message that I got is the same one that I get when I cast, 'Follow me, little one,' so I assumed it was the same skill." Carl began. "Wait, what did you call it?" "What I cast was the Peerless Grade skill transfer." "Oh, now that made a lot more sense. It's a Beast Master Packmaster skill, from my previous class. Essentially, the same effect as skill transfer, I assume. It has to be a skill that I know, and that they're compatible with." That name implies something unsavory, she replied. Carl laughed at the suspicion in her tone. In the defense of the skill, it wasn't intended to be used on other people, it's supposed to be to bribe new beasts to join my team. The elder relaxed a little as she realized that it was a slight repurposing of a perfectly normal skill for a beast master to have. Beasts wouldn't have a class when you met them, and likely wouldn't get one after bonding with a beast master. So, granting them a skill to buy loyalty was an excellent talent for the beast master to learn. The fact that it could be used to awaken classes was a bonus. One that she would prefer to keep secret. She had no intentions of being the one tasked with protecting Carl should her actions cause the secret to leak, and other sects start hunting him to recruit him for their factions. Carl paused for a moment and used earth manipulation to create a small earth element stone, and began to quickly carve runes into it. Are you perhaps making an Awakening Day gift for Anila? The elder asked. For Shade, actually. He requested something special just a moment ago. The elder laughed at Carl's open bias towards keeping the beast happy, but wondered just what it was that he was making. Carl finished the villa stone, and then attached it to a black leather collar that Ray had created. There were plenty of similar ones, mostly with strength buffs on them, which would be somewhat less than perfect for Shade, but even the stealthiest of beasts could still use a bit more strength. Here, catch. That should solve your dilemma. He called, then hurled the collar toward the cat. Shade caught it in his mouth, and quickly equipped it. He tugged in annoyance at the collar around his neck, then sighed and gave up. If that was the price to get what he needed, he would wear the collar. Then, he stuffed Anila into the villa space, and followed her in, vanishing from the balcony. That's going to be problematic. The elder noted. It's a low-grade barrier. If you know where they are, someone as strong as you can surely pull them back out. I would rather not play hide and seek with an invisible cat who can vanish into a separate space. He can do that anyhow. The stone I gave him is so that he can put Anila into a separate space to rest and study. If I'm not wrong, Shade intends to begin intensive training right now, and not wait for nightfall. The elder laughed at Carl's analysis of the situation. Well, at least one of them is taking this seriously. For a moment, he seriously considered telling her that he wasn't joking about the cat considering her daughter as his pet. But decided that it would be better if the situation sorted itself out naturally. Shade had a space to store his elf in now, so it was nearly as good as being the one in charge of the situation. Well, if that's all settled, then I should be getting back to my apartment. There are people waiting for me to finish with my morning routine and join them for breakfast. The elder nodded. I take it that you have a proficient mystic cook among your team members, as you call the beasts. I don't see you headed to the dining hall often. I do. It's simply more efficient to eat at home most of the time. We only really come out when there is something that we want to do, or a major event about to start that we should find a group for in advance. You can post up on the boards for that. You're top of the Spirit Immortal rankings, and you haven't fought a match to put you on the Void Immortal board yet, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you to find clan members to go with you wherever you need to be to find your next resource. You have a good point. We haven't been heading out of the clan compound much, only for that one mission, and the dungeon trip. Now that most of my group is stabilized at the immortal spirit level, we should start heading out and experiencing more of the world. The elder smiled at him. Well, I would suggest that you start close to home. There are a number of randomly appearing hidden spaces in the wilderness nearby, and this world is vastly larger than anything you might have experienced in the mortal world. How so? The size of the continent, for one. The planet itself has nearly 10 times the diameter of a mortal realm world of the same gravity. When everything can travel as fast as immortals do, most of the realms are created to be very large, reducing the impact of condensed populations. For example, there is an inland sea northwest of us that is nearly 6,000 kilometers across. And that is still considered to be in the far southeast of the continent. Carl whistled in appreciation. Leo will love that. We will have to visit at some point. It would be a great spot for him, I think. There are a lot of water element enemies and resources, both in and around the lake. So, it's certainly worth exploring if you are bonded to a water element beast like the little turtle. Are there any other hotspots to consider, or places that I should avoid? If you're staying in the immediate vicinity, say within 500 kilometers, there isn't much to be concerned about. There are only two major cities in the region: Kondim and Kikirinha. Both of them are neutral to friendly with the new home clan most of the time, and there aren't any major dungeons or trials in the region, just the unstable hidden realms and other separate spaces that appear at random all over the continent. Is that a regular thing in the immortal realms? The elder laughed and patted him on the shoulder. If only you knew. You see, when an immortal dies, their essence vanishes, and their spells dissolve. But separate spaces are different. They're somewhat stable on their own. So, when the one who created them dies, they simply drift aimlessly around the realm. Some remain in one spot and phase in and out of contact with reality, others appear wherever they want. This place has existed for millions of years, and the death toll is in the trillions of immortals. The pure number of separate spaces that exist in the immortal realms ensures that even if each of them would only appear once in a millennium, seeing such a space is not at all uncommon. Put like that, I suppose that it does make sense. I was told by an immortal in my old home that developing a separate space is an essential part of becoming an immortal. The elder's eyes sharpened. That's an interesting take on it. I don't suppose that he said more about it. Carl shook his head. No. It was just a casual remark while we were having dinner. He seemed quite certain that it was necessary, though. Something about immortals needing to create their own space and territory. The elder smiled and nodded. Ah, one of the old ones, then. You see, there was a time when it was all the rage for every powerful immortal to make a new immortal world of their own and populate it. Some believed that it helped to reach supremacy, others simply wanted to rule over others. But what they eventually found was that it was very isolating for the most powerful immortals to spend all their time in a separate world. So, while there are billions of immortal worlds, most of them were abandoned by their creators. They exist in a perpetual state of limbo. There are immortals who grow their entire lives there, strive for the peak, and often leave, without realizing that the world they live on was the result of someone else attempting to do the same thing they are. It's an odd thing, really. I can't say whether it works or not. I haven't reached the peak of immortality quite yet, and I haven't tried making my own world. However, I have read enough history to know that many of the legends of the past had their own worlds, created when such a thing was fashionable. Carl laughed. I won't argue against that. The appeal of having your own world full of followers has a certain appeal to it. Though, I suppose that might actually be an advantage for those aiming for divinity. The elder looked shocked. You know, I think that you are right. For immortals, it's largely vanity. But the easiest way to build divinity is through worship of a legend. If they're the only legend known to their world, wouldn't that make it easier for them to keep them loyal? Though, I would assume that there are limits to it, or more of the legends would have become demigods. Carl shrugged. Food for thought, anyhow. Enjoy your morning. With his task accomplished, and his apology gift in hand, Carl returned himself to the tiny world the moment that he was back in his apartment. He could have done it from in the middle of the city, but that would risk revealing the presence and location of the separate space to others. With so many resources, and most or the residents still mortals, that was not a good idea. Some things were universal, and the need to have the strength to defend any resources that you claimed was just as true here as it was in the Xylaz region with their dungeons. The elders' talk of finding resources and hidden spaces out in the wilderness around the city did intrigue Carl, though. Once he had everyone settled, and knew that Tessa's eggs were going to be fine, he would see if the others wanted to come out for an adventure with him. Small groups often wandered the wilderness, unlike the larger groups that went to visit known trial grounds and hidden resources. Alone, they would have a good chance of finding something necessary, given their level of luck bonus from the system. That alone would make it worth the trip. But it also came with a chance to explore the region and gather local plants. The magical plants of the immortal world were necessary to the development of new alchemy recipes, and the growth of their beasts. Getting immortal rank food was the fastest way to push the beast's power higher. Once he could finally start on the road of ascendance, when the true power of an immortal began to stack, instead of working through the smaller power increases of the first few foundational steps, then Carl would be confident that he could protect his people. His first stop inside the space was Tessa's room, where he could hear her and Thor chatting with someone. She didn't sound murderous, so Carl came in with his peace offering in hand. "For you, congratulations on 5 happy healthy eggs," he explained. Tessa laughed and shook her head when she saw the label on the case. "You really brought back a whole case of high-end chocolates from the immortal realm?" Carl smiled at her confused expression. "I asked what would be appropriate, and this is what the green dragon at the counter came up with." Tessa rolled her eyes. Of course, the green dragon saw sweets as the appropriate answer to everything. She wasn't wrong though, these smell absolutely delicious. "Is that what had you away half the morning?" Carl shook his head. "No, I had to help an elder for a bit. She had a daughter that wanted to awaken a special class to bond with a divine cat-type beast that she had acquired. She already knew that I had the skill for it, based on the class that I have, so she came and found me at the warehouse while I was getting chocolates." "Understandable. You have some very useful skills for helping children advance. It is a bit concerning that someone actually knew that you had the ability, though. Isn't that the sort of thing that should be private?" Carl shrugged. She knew what was in the skill tree. So, presumably she has either met one before, or she had done significant research. The skill trees of most classes are known if you know where to look. That is true. Fortunately for me, I have a few more weeks before I have to worry about what classes my little ones are going to want. Though, if they mature at a normal rate, and not a beast space enhanced rate, I might have years. Carl nodded. It would be a shame to steal the joy of a new mother from them. Thor smiled. Yep, hatchlings are too adorable to want them to grow up. Look how cute Tion is, and he's already started to grow up. Of course, even fully grown, Tion's species was not large. At best, he would get a bit larger than Kara was, but more slender with longer legs. Not a huge and imposing species, even when they were incredibly powerful. None of Tessa's offspring from this clutch would be small and fluffy. "Hey Fee, can you have Lotus bring up some snacks? Actually, we should go downstairs. We can eat at the table like civilized people, and I can lock the room to keep troublemakers out." Carl considered telling her that it wouldn't help. Kara and Remy both knew the trick to entering wherever in the tiny world that they wanted. So, they could bounce into the locked room, cause chaos, and then retreat to their space. They might have to wait until Thor was asleep, though. He would catch them immediately if they tried to mess with his herd. Someone knocking at the door to their apartment caught Carl's attention. Rather, it caught the attention of the gargoyles in the apartment, and they notified him that someone was at the door. "I will be right back, someone is knocking at the apartment door. I should go greet the guests or tell them to go away." "You're popular. We understand. We will save you something from lunch," Tessa advised him. "Find my Dana mage, I'm sure that she's hungry by now." Carl left the tiny world and straightened his clothes to greet whoever their guest was as the badger gargoyles opened the door for their guest. The elder from earlier in the day entered with a scowl on her face and a smug-looking cat in her hands. "Ah, elder. Good day, what brings you here? I assume it's something to do with Shade, as you brought him along." "The cat has abducted my children." The absolute smugness on the cat's face said that she was telling the absolute truth, and that he regretted nothing. "And you want me to get them back out of the Villa Stone?" Carl asked, verifying the situation. "If it wouldn't cause a backlash, I would get rid of this brat and have Anila bond a better-behaved more cat," she grumbled. "You've done it now. She's ready to turn you into Wolf Chow on day one." Is there some reason that everyone is in the villa when they're supposed to be studying? Carl asked the cat. They are studying. And hiding from their mother. Carl smiled at the cat, and fluffed his ears. You know that you have to get along with her, right? She controls the food. The more cat kitten gave the elder a suspicious look. Surely, she wouldn't withhold the food. He thought that they had an understanding. She did look pretty serious, though. Reluctantly, the cat pulled the two boys back out of the villa, leaving them confused and holding pencils. See, they were studying. Carl noted. Hi. Where are we? Did you know that Anila got a whole house with her new class? One of the boys asked. Indeed, I did. I was there when she got it. Is it a pretty cool house? Carl asked. The elder smiled at his oblivious act. Obviously, he knew what it looked like, he made it. But the boys were excitedly telling him all about the place, and how it had everything that they needed, as long as they brought their own schoolbooks and snacks. You know, if I had known that it was that easy to get them back out, I would have done it myself. Carl winked at her. It's all about leverage. You have to understand your counterpart if you're going to negotiate the release of hostages. Even if they're school children hiding from their mother so they can snack without getting caught. There is a food creation nature magic spell in the kitchen of the villa. The kids' eyes lit up as they received that information. They didn't know how to cook, so they hadn't gone into the kitchen. But if it could make snacks for them, they would go and try. Even if it made popcorn and peanuts. Or caramel popcorn. That would be great. Even mixed nuts in a fruit platter was a great snack. They should be able to get the spell to make that. You're doing that on purpose. The elder stated in a flat tone. 100%, yes. Just be glad that they don't have mystic cooking, or they might become impossible to drag back out into the real world for dinner. I suppose that there should be an amendment to the arrangement that you have with Shade. It appears that feeding him was definitely part of the deal, but letting you into the separate space for Anila was not detailed. The elder stared at the chubby little beast. I can't believe that I'm negotiating with a furry toddler. Carl chuckled at her annoyance. That will happen far more in life than you might expect. At least, it will when you have a ranger in the family, even if she's an advanced ranger class. How about this, I will explain things, and see what it will take to make our furry friend behave. She can't have my Anila back. She's mine, I licked her. I think that rule only works with food. The cat looked confused, while the two boys began to laugh. He just said something about licking the food to claim it, didn't he? One of them asked. Carl nodded. Shade is of the opinion that it is a universal rule. The elder smiled as she looked down at the cat. I will have you know that I licked her first, so I've got first claim. Shade sighed and brought Anila out of the villa, startling the girl, who still had half a watermelon and a spoon in her hands. The elder gave her an unimpressed look, and the little elf promptly vanished back into the villa as her brothers began to laugh. Oh, she is in so much trouble. I don't suppose that there is a way to get into that space to collect her. You could ask Shade, as the stone is bonded to him. But other than that, you would need to break the barrier over the space and collapse it to kick her out. That could be an issue, as I don't know if it would break the item. Alright, I will come to an agreement with the cat, as well as with my daughter, who should already know that there are repercussions for skipping dinner to eat watermelon in hiding. Shade made what Carl took as feline laughter, and Anila came back out, now without the watermelon, and with her hands and face freshly washed. Mother, it's a surprise to see you so early. I thought that we weren't training together until after dark. That was before you went to hide in a separate space with your brothers when dinner was ready. You might not have needed to be anywhere until dark, but they did have tasks to finish, and you were all expected to be on time for dinner, even if you had a more cat to lock the door for you. Carl could see that the little elf was doing her best to come up with an excuse for about 5 seconds before giving up. Sorry, Mother. We will be sure to return on time. And And I will send you a system message to let you know where I will be. Anila tried. Her mother gave her a stern look for a few more seconds, and then relented. All right, everyone back to the house, and apologize for making Mr. Carl take time out of his day to get you out of the villa. Anila didn't turn to Carl, she looked at Shade, who gave her a smug smile. The cat had definitely locked her mom out. Sorry, I was just excited to show off my new class and the villa. Carl patted her on the head. It's not a problem, just a miscommunication because your mother can't understand Shade, so she can't speak to him properly. Anila nodded. She comes from another world, just like you do. But her system is different, and she doesn't get all the same features. In that case, make sure that you can send her system messages before you leave. If you can't, I will make an item to allow you to message each other. Message, where is? OH, that's a lot of messages. A lot of messages. The elder smiled as her daughter panicked. She had sent dozens of messages, but the kids all had their notifications off, and hadn't bothered to check them, even when it was getting close to dinner. Anila might have some excuse, as it was her first day. But the boys did not. Carl gave Shade one final warning before they all left. You need to listen to the elder. She controls everything from behind the scenes, and she can make your Anila either very happy or very miserable with extra schoolwork if you don't play along, he warned the Moor cat. Shade gave the woman a suspicious glare, which made the elder laugh. That's part of my duties as a mother. I can also change your afternoon snack from forest pheasant to mud skipper fish if you're not willing to cooperate. That was all it took to convince Shade that this woman was not playing around. If she was willing to make him eat that horrible fish as a snack, she was capable of anything. He might be fond of his pet elf, but some sacrifices had to be made in order to keep the peace. The others left the apartment, and Carl was about to close the door, when he heard his name being called from down the street. Carl! Don't run away yet. Nyan called as she ran toward him with Jeff in her arms. What's up? You look a bit panicked, but Jeff doesn't appear to be injured. Carl replied with an easy smile. Oh, Jeff is good. I just happened to be holding him when I heard your voice. I actually came out to ask if you wanted to go on an adventure with us. You see, the dungeon is still all packed with VIP sorts from the clans, and only the groups close to peak immortal are getting in. They're trying to do a thing, I think, or push someone to advance to supreme ranked. So, we're out for the round. But that means that the elders from the other sects are all busy, and we can go out on an adventure looking for good stuff without them interfering. There is nothing worse than finding good stuff only to have it poached from you at the last second. So, your thought is to take me with you instead of one of the elders, and we can explore the wilderness near the clan compound, looking for good stuff? Carl asked. Nyan nodded eagerly. I think that it will be perfect. Of course, Jeff will have to stay behind, as he doesn't have as much physical strength or mana pool yet, but I think that we can get a few others to go with us. Your usual group with Jean, Argoth and Alicia. Nyan shook her head. No, they're off doing important people stuff. But we can likely get Cora and some of the Lycans. They love going on adventures in the woods. Carl thought about it for a moment, then had a brilliant idea. Or, we could try to recruit a few from the outer city. I think that the Blue Elves might be up for some adventures on land, and they've got strength. Nyan frowned. That's dangerous. The ones who are weak enough that they might go with us are often recruiters for human traffickers. You might not be worried about it, but I would have a hard time escaping. Alright then, no random group members from outside the clan. At least if you get abducted by a clan member, they'll bring you home. Nyan laughed, then got excited. Is your Dana mage inside? Can I come visit? She's currently visiting some friends, but I think that you can come in and it won't be an issue. Bring Jeff with you. Carl brought them inside, then quickly moved them both into the tiny world before Nyan could realize that they were moving between spaces and not rooms. Jeff, on the other hand, noticed immediately. There are an astounding number of dragon eggs ready to hatch in here. What have you done? And where is this place? He demanded in his tiny voice. This is my tiny world, and I rescued those orphaned eggs some time ago. Now, they're getting ready to hatch. You should stay here for a bit, it will help you advance and grow to your full potential. Plus, we've got a red dragon orphanage here. Soft laughter from the other room preceded a blue-robed young man's entrance. I see that you've brought us more guests. Is that a divine lightning dragon? It looks like his aura has been damaged. Definitely leave him here with us for a bit. The alchemists have just the thing to get him all patched up. Librarian Ike, the resident blue dragon of the tiny world, informed them. A potion to repair a damaged soul? Jeff asked incredulously. Of course. We've got runic alchemists in the guild. Repairing a damaged soul or essence isn't a big deal. We'll get you all patched up in no time, and then you'll grow up just as big and strong as your clutch mates. Carl laughed as Jeff glared at the blue dragon. He was resurrected by Lotus. It reformed his body from a damaged soul as a hatchling, instead of as a grown dragon with a damaged soul. He's not actually as young as he looks. Carl explained. Oh, my apologies. I thought that you had suffered an unfortunate accident that led to you being captured and cuddled half to death by the catgirl. No, that's a good description of what happened. Ike laughed at Jeff's sour tone. Well, either way, we can repair the issue. Soon we will have mythic rank potions, or we can ask Lady Remy to do the honors, and she will make them at the immortal rank for you. Jeff rolled his eyes. If I could afford that, I would have done it already. The blue dragon shrugged. Services are complimentary for guild members and residents of the tiny world, in exchange for services rendered. I am certain that they can work something out. We've got over 100 hatchlings expected this week, and they will need a role model their size to help guide them on the right path. Normally, we just use an illusion, or one of the red dragons fills the role of a parent. But they respond better if there is another young dragon around that is responsible. We would ask Button, but the forest dragon is a bit too green to be responsible, and the only other small dragon we have is the green dragon priestess at totem rank. Jeff snorted in amusement, lightning crackling around his snout. Yes, I can see how you would not want to let those two be the guiding force for 100 newborns. It's marginally better than letting the Chaos Badger do it, but only in the short term. Ooh, we should bring Brother Chin as well. He's a white dragon in the same condition. He is super responsible. Nyan suggested. Librarian Ike shrugged. If you think that he would agree, we could use the extra hands. Our resources might not match what you are used to in your immortal world, but we've got good food and runic arrays designed to help every part of your growth. Jeff stared at him, wondering if the dragon was exaggerating. Then, a teenaged obsession demon came in with a potion in her hands, and handed it to the librarian. Ah, thank you. Here, feed the little dragon this potion. It will stabilize his soul and aura so that he can get back to rapid growth without issues. It's from Miss Remy, so it should have the maximum effect, even though the ingredients were still mortal grade. We do the best with what we have, but we won't let you down. Ike explained. Nyan stuck her fingers into the corners of Jeff's mouth, forcing it open, then poured the bottle directly down his throat, making the little dragon splutter. Damn it, woman, I can drink it normally, even if it tastes awful. However, his energy level was steadily climbing, and his aura was intensifying at an impressive rate, growing towards what would be expected of his species, should he have never been injured in the first place. Well, at least one of his size. Dragon. Lotus' cheering voice rang through the room right before Jeff was plucked from Nyan's panicked hands, then spun in happy circles. Is she broken? Oh, never mind, it's a green dragon. Nyan laughed as she realized what was going on, and waited for Lotus to calm down. Look Fee, Carl brought me a new dragon. And then there are going to be so many more in the next few days. Wait, why is this one familiar? I know you. Jeff stared at her as Lotus focused intensely on his face. Right, you're one of the ones we rescued after that mission gone wrong. You're healing up really well. Jeff, right? You know, you can just check your interface to get my name. Not when you're so close to my nose. Nyan laughed and protectively took her dragon friend back. True, when you can't see the top of someone's head, you can't see what's over it. It makes fighting some bosses difficult because they start out too close for you to get a proper analysis of their abilities. Carl had never run into that issue before, but if you were encountering a boss in the wild, it made sense that they might sneak up on you, and end up too close for you to properly identify at first, until you had survived the first round of attacks and retreated to regroup and fight it properly. However, that was a somewhat different situation than Lotus being unable to resist booping the snoot of any baby dragon she got her hands on. Well, we can go with Dana and my beast team, that should be a good start, but if a few of your other friends want to join on an outing, we might be able to get our hands on something good. The only question is if we've got some sort of lead on a hidden trial, or if we're going in blind. Nyan huffed in annoyance at some past memory. If we had heard the rumors, all the good stuff would already be gone. By the time that it is detected, scouted and confirmed, someone has already been through it, and then we are all fighting for the scraps. Instead, I think that we should use our own skills to try to track magical anomalies. If we get lucky, we might get something really good. If not, we can at least collect some magical plants or harvest some wild beasts to turn in for credit with the clan. Then she looked around at the tiny world. Actually, I suspect you won't turn in the plants if you've got this space active. More species of magical plants is likely part of your plan for the place, though from what I can smell, there are already a lot of medicinal reagents in the area. Carl nodded. Indeed, we picked quite a few with the intentions of making mortal-grade potions and foods. Lotus was giving Carl the most pathetic pleading eyes that he had ever seen, and she was soon joined by Remy, who also wanted to maximize the number of new plants they could have in the space. That was 2 crop-related trades on the same team, and one of them was food. Hard to defeat that argument. Dana shook her head as she joined the conversation. If we're going to wander outside the clan compound, we should bring at least one experienced group leader. Someone with the skills and experience to keep a group on track and deal with others we might meet. Neither Carl nor I know anything about the other clans and sects and their relationships with the new home merchant clan, so we can't properly navigate interactions with them. No offense, but our pretty kitty here would most likely hit on them, and that's not helpful either. So, we need a leader. Nyan shrugged, but didn't deny the accusation. It wasn't her fault that the world was full of sexy single men. In fact, the more powerful and toned that they were, the more likely they were to be the sort of adorably asocial nerd that she liked to tease. It had to be something about their path to immortality that destroyed their social skills. Alright, I will find Brother Chin and a group leader and bring them back to you as soon as I can. Then, we can leave in the morning. Unless there are baby dragons by then, because I need to be here to see that. I love baby dragons. Carl would not deny that. She still had Jeff in her arms as she ranted about the need for more. And the reborn divine lightning dragon was simply going with it. Nyan came back promptly at dawn the next day with a larger than expected group in tow. Not only had she brought back Jeff and Brother Chin, she had also collected 3 more group members for them, all in the later parts of the Void Immortal stage. Good morning. I got us a group leader, and he brought his brothers. She announced proudly. The berserker leading the team held out his hand toward Carl. I hope you don't mind that we've got a clan quest in the area. The warehouse is short on ember flowers, and they don't grow well within the compound. So, as long as you're good with stopping off in a few spots where the fire element is strong, we're happy to go with you. That shouldn't be any trouble at all for us. You see, our primary purpose in going out is to collect magical plants of all sorts for alchemy and mystic cooking research. If we do happen to find a hidden space, more power to us, but we really need those plants. Carl explained. The berserker smiled. Well then, I think that we're on the same page. There are a number of spices that grow in the high fire element regions that we're likely to find the ember flowers at, and those are essential to many cooking recipes. But to get there, we've got to pass through a fair bit of open territory first, and the coastal regions move from water to earth element dominant before we get to the old battleground where we're likely going to find the flowers. Our only issues will be if someone has already harvested all that are ready, or if we run into a hostile sex team members out there. Normally, we wouldn't. We will be getting closer to Kondim, but we're staying north of the road, and their usual hunting grounds are west of the city, as the resources are better over there. How much do you know about the ocean? Carl shrugged. I have heard that there is a mana dead zone out there somewhere, but other than that, just that there are a lot of blue elves sailing the region. Both are true, but the dead zone is not a natural phenomenon. It's more that something is actively draining the mana, and it's centered offshore somewhere. I'm not quite clear on the exact location, I'm not a sailor. It's likely on a map somewhere. But the important part is that even New Home isn't entirely clear of the side effects of whatever it is, and the mana here is just a bit weaker than it is further west. So, the smaller sects and clans rarely come east, while we live on the far eastern coast. It makes for some easy hunting and harvesting, if you don't mind slightly lower quality goods. Well, that's not half bad. Since we're looking for living plants, the quality will recover after we get them transplanted, and the food products aren't a problem if the quality is a bit lower, as long as the taste is still good. The important part is flavor, after all. Our group only has one mystic cook at the immortal rank, and he's a barbecue specialist. All sorts of meat. The big man gave Carl an eager smile. Oh. Which one is it? The turtle? The dark flame phoenix. His name is Hawk. See, that makes sense. I should have thought of that right away, but I've never seen him in a humanoid transformation, only as a demon crow. Carl nodded. In fact, he usually cooks in that form as well. Cooking flames won't hurt his feathers, and it's easy to sanitize his claws. How many from your side are coming with us? Carl did a quick head count, and realized that Thor was preparing for the outing as well. Myself and Dana, +7, possibly 8, beasts. Most of them will be in humanoid form for the trip, but some might rest in their separate spaces until it's time to work. It's part of my class abilities, you see. Alright, if they want to come out, we can do introductions. Ray appeared beside Carl, and the berserker's hand instinctively went to his weapon. Good reflexes. I am Ray, beside me are Kara and Remy. The tall one with green hair is Thor. I believe you know Leo, and the fox is Tion. In the air are Hawk and Opal, our two winged members. She explained. That's quite the assembly. If my system is right, you should be a blood destruction spider, correct? Ray smiled, showing pointy teeth. Yes. My specialties are summoning undead and stabbing things. Carl can also summon, and Dana is a golem mistress. The berserker smiled. So, we're not going to be short on group members in a fight, or for harvesting. I am Mark, these are my brothers Nate and Jim. Ray doubted that the word brother was in a literal sense. Not only were the other two less than half his size, they didn't look at all alike. But she didn't look like her brothers either, so he must mean it in the proper way, not the human bloodline way. It's a pleasure to meet you. What does that class color mean? It seems to be some sort of specialized rogue. Ray asked. That's right. I'm a berserker, and these two have the ninja class. Oh, then we have an excellent group. Tion is our healer, as well as an aspiring bard. He gained a number of bard-type buff skills recently. Heals and buffs. That is an excellent combination. I'm sure you know that the clan is always short on clerics. Ray nodded. Remy is a shaman, so she does have heals as well. Just different ones than Tion. If we need to fight, she will put out healing totems. Technically, Leo could heal as well, but he only had one healing spell at the moment, and it was a low-output long-duration type. Not exactly the sort of healing that everyone counted on in an emergency. Ray realized that without their clerics, the group was becoming imbalanced. By numbers, they were cleric-heavy before. But now they had so many summons that they needed more than just one healer. Plus, she missed being able to equip Lotus and go on adventures across the battlefield. Thor mentally nodded in agreement. He was going to miss having Tessa as the protector of his back when it came time to fight. With her in position, he didn't have to worry about things getting on his back where he couldn't reach them. With the introductions finished, and the 2 hatchling-sized dragons deposited with Tessa in the tiny world, the group made their way toward the west gates, attracting an incredible amount of attention. The new home clan was mostly humans, 9 out of 10 members, in fact. Seeing so many obviously non-human members, from Nyan and Dana to Ray, Kara, Leo and Remy, who was currently draped around Carl's neck for a better view, was not something that they experienced every day. However, the system identified them all as members, and they were all immortal, so it left everyone wondering, when did we get members like that? The group didn't linger, not wanting to get caught up in questions, or picking up dead-weight tag-along members when they had a mission to fulfill. The task that the brothers were on was not just one that they had picked up from the clan's mission board, it was actually a punishment detail from their combat trainer for not meeting his standard for progression. Can't pass the test. Go pick flowers instead, was his logic. And they couldn't go back to class until they had finished collecting said flowers. It wasn't all bad. The mission to get the flowers paid pretty well, and they could use that money to get them the resources that they needed to pick up their combat capabilities. Once they had that, they could likely meet the standards for their mentor's test, and then they would be back on track. The guards nodded to them as they left the gate, verifying that everyone appeared to be leaving of their own free will, and that they were all. No, they weren't all adults, there was the badger and the turtle with them who were definitely not adults. But they did have their immortal spirit fully formed, so they were at least combat capable, and not unable to take care of themselves. It was just a shame that the guards wouldn't get to see them in action. Alright, we have no real leads on what we want today, other than the basic knowledge of what areas have the right elemental affinity. So, this is going to be a bit of a treasure hunt. What sorts of plants do we need more of? Water or earth element? If we need water, we can stay near the coast. If not, we will go direct to our destination. Wait, I forgot to check that everyone is capable of keeping up with a fast jog. The Tortolans aren't known for their speed. Mark realized. Leo gave him a thumbs-up gesture. Now that we're outside the gates, I will rest in my space until I find good stuff. I can see out from there, and then I don't have to run. The berserker sighed in relief. If they had to keep to an elementary schooler's jogging pace, it would be a nightmare. Alright, is anyone else on the less capable side of the physique spectrum? Kara laughed as she transformed back into her natural state, and flew circles overhead, while Remy just shrugged as she hung over Carl's shoulders. She was a bit slower than most, but it didn't really matter, as she could simply cheat and find a ride. Dana whistled, and Hawk landed beside her, so she could hop on his shoulders, leaving Opal wondering if she should make rides for everyone. They didn't have to take damage, but if she gave everyone a faster mount, they would get wherever they were going quickly. Unfortunately, that would defeat the purpose of the outing, as she understood it. They wanted to collect plants, not watch the scenery fly by under them. So, they couldn't go too fast, but they didn't want to be too slow, as there were hundreds of kilometers of open ground to the west of them, and they could all be full of immortal-grade reagents. Seconds later, Kara dove down out of the sky and grabbed something out of a tree. I found loot. Hawk cheered as it appeared that she had a mouse in her claws, but when Carl looked more closely, it was a young druid in squirrel form. Put the druid back. They're trying to skip class in peace. Carl called to her as the badger circled the group. Kara sighed and let the druid go, dropping it from 20 meters up. The squirrel immediately spread its legs, floating through the air. Nyan laughed and held out her hands to catch them, but the druid transformed into an irate young dragonkin when it was a few meters from her. What the hell was that? I got dive-bombed by one of my own clan members. The squeaky young boy's voice complained. Sorry, Kara is bad about checking for names. She thought you were an actual squirrel. Carl apologized on her behalf. Because the badger had no intentions of doing it herself. I get resurrected in a small body one single time, and this is the indignity that I have to suffer. The druid ranted. Oh. I don't recall our group rescuing a druid. Does someone else in the clan use that technique? Carl asked, directing the question at Nyan. Nyan shook her head. Not that I know of. They certainly could do it, but I don't know of anyone who does. Oh, you must be the world dragon's avatar. I've got a bone to pick with you. Your so-called healing tree has started an idiotic trend among the green dragons. They're all casting resurrection spells to reform the body in a childish state when the soul is damaged. Some nonsense about more complete healing. Carl did his best not to laugh, he really did. But a little amusement still slipped out as the druid glared at him. They're not wrong. Jeff is going to fully recover from having his immortal spirit shattered thanks to this technique. It might not be the fastest method of recovery, but as far as fully and completely healed, no other method is quite as comprehensive. Carl informed him. The reborn druid grumbled something that Carl couldn't understand, then turned away to return to what he was doing. Keep your badger under control, I'm trying to rebuild my cultivation base here in the forest, not get eaten as a snack. Kara had already flown away, looking for more interesting things. But the druid wasn't waiting, he transformed back into a squirrel and ran back into the trees, scrambling up the branches to the same spot she had snatched him from. It was still within sight of the gates, so under normal circumstances, it was considered perfectly safe. Nobody had expected Kara to simply snatch him out of the tree. Not even him. The group kept going, keeping up a steady jog down the road as Leo spread, indomitable, to the whole group so they didn't get tired and slow down before they found the good stuff. Ooh, Carl, turn right. I can smell magical flowers to the right. Remy insisted. Hawk looked down at the area she was thinking of, but didn't see any flowers at all. It wasn't even forest, just grass and shrubs, but he didn't see any flowers from where he was circling overhead with Dana. Perhaps they were too far away to see the little stuff. That shouldn't be the case, his eyes were excellent. Hawk flew low, looking for the plant, but he still couldn't see any flowers at all. However, Remy had slithered down off Carl's shoulders, and she was digging under a bush using 4 shovels at the same time. So, it was a subterranean flower. Now Hawk didn't feel bad about not seeing it. Perhaps that was the trick to finding resources here. If they were too easy to spot, they would be gone already. So, he couldn't rely on his eyes, he would have to focus on finding anomalies in the mana that might be a magical plant in hiding. Remy emerged from the hole covered in dirt with a truffle in her hands and a smile on her face. This is going to be an excellent resource for later. I don't know if it works in alchemy, but it definitely works with cooking. I've definitely had truffle mushroom sauce for steak before. She declared. The other clan members winced at the thought. Those truffles were a rare magical resource, worth multiple clan credits each, and she had a whole cluster of them in her arms. Her find would fund their resource use for half a year. But the Naga fully intended to find a way to eat it. Remy put the plant into her swamp, on a bit of a hill, so that the water element plant was kept moist, but not submerged below the waterline, where it would rot. That should be perfect for its continued growth, and once it was settled, she would split it up to replant it in dozens of different spots. And on to the next one. I still smell flowers in the area. Mark gave her a suspicious look. Did Naga smell like that? Didn't they do the tongue thing like snakes? But Remy was vanishing into the bushes again, nearly invisible when she was keeping low to the ground, thanks to her slender body. The only one that could easily track her was Hawk, whose senses were keenly attuned to finding things that moved in the grass. This time, Hawk managed to find the plant that she was looking for. He couldn't see it, as it was below water level in a small pond, but when he circled it, the rest of the group came to see what they had found. Remy vanished into the water, and then came back with a lotus plant that was out of flower. Normally, that would mean that it wasn't ready for harvest, but Remy moved it to her space anyhow. She would keep it growing, and then she would get all the flowers for herself. I don't think that she understands harvesting magical resources. Jim, one of the ninja class twins, whispered. She's transplanting them into a separate space. So, she doesn't need the resources ready for use, just strong enough to be moved. Carl explained. I see. Well, that will be inconvenient for those who knew these plants and were waiting for them. But if she can keep them alive, it will be better for the clan as a whole. Getting a steady supply of magical reagents is a pain when they don't like to grow anywhere but where they are. Not even many of the druids are capable of keeping up a greenhouse of that quality. It's a unique effect of the Beast Master class. The beasts need a suitable environment to grow and thrive, so their separate spaces are suitable for growing all the plants that would normally be beneficial to them. Remy is a water element creature, so water element plants are right at home in her space. Carl explained. I have the most lovely Naga swamp. It's a shame that I can't share it with the world. The spell to recreate it just isn't the same. Then, Remy returned to Carl's shoulders. She couldn't sense any more plants that she wanted nearby so they could continue their mission. She wasn't the only one that needed loot, though the chances that they would find a chaos element plant here for Kara were fairly low. Though, she already had a rather large patch of chaos lilies growing in her space after collecting that one from the battlefield. Wait, don't go anywhere yet. I want the thing. Leo announced as he left his space in turtle form. Just remember that you can't bring living animals back into your space. Carl warned. That's fine, it's for the lake in the tiny world. Leo lumbered into the water, then vanished in a blur of motion as his aquatic body was finally back in its native habitat. Seconds later, hundreds of fish appeared in an unstocked lake in the tiny world, all sorts of colors and 3 different species, but all immortal rank. Leo rose over the water to give them a happy flipper wave, then returned to his space. What was that? Mark asked. Leo fishing for lunch. The berserker laughed. Traveling with your group is never going to get boring. We're not even an hour in, and they've already found more than I did on my entire last trip. The group moved quickly up the shore, looking for water element plants until it was time to move inland. Ray and Thor picked a few plants as they went, not magical resources, just decorative plants for either their space or the tiny world. There is something good to the southwest. Remy updated them a half-second before Hawk sent the mental chirp that meant he had found trouble. Or mice. The 2 noises were nearly the same excited tone. Mark was instantly on alert as his senses picked up the same thing, and the 2 ninjas vanished, prompting Ray to do the same. She was not about to miss out on stabbing something because she was curious and forgot to hide. What they found were 5 other clan members standing around a glowing stone on the ground with weapons drawn. It was impossible to tell if they had come together, but they were obviously not intending to work together now that they had found whatever was in the middle of the circle. We can likely leave them to their devices, it's not a plant at all. Thor noted. Or, hear me out. Kara began, which caused Mark to laugh and the group to notice their approach. It's ours, we found it. One of the men insisted. Kara folded her hands in a reverent manner and bowed in imitation of the wise monks that she had seen in the clan. Wise man says possession is 9/10 of the law. Wise man forgot to tell you the other 10th is me mugging you and taking it anyhow. She intoned in a slow, even tone. Mark was laughing openly, having seen that one coming. But Kara's comment had the desired outcome. All 5 of them dove for the stone, intending to put it in their inventory before Kara could take it from them. The situation quickly turned into an all-out brawl, while Kara took out a bag of caramel popcorn and offered some to the berserker. You are the fun kind of evil, Badger. Thank you, I do try my very best. You're not going to try to get it? Mark asked. Nope. I've got like 8 of them in my pile of loot already. They're not that valuable. If it were something new, I would have taken it already. The butterfly excels at illusions, after all. Opal was so silent, floating along behind the group, that most of them had forgotten she was there. But she was perfectly capable of taking the item and replacing it with an illusionary item. However, Opal didn't want it either. It was just a slightly flawed totem rank earth stone. She could literally just ask Tian to make her one, and it would likely be better quality. We will pass wide of the fight. They can sort out their loot issues on their own. You'd almost think that the moron was with them, the way that they're fighting over every possible clan credit worth of loot. That guy is always broke, even now that he somehow managed to advance. Kara laughed. It's not even been a week. Give him at least a year to pay back all his debts and start building up some wealth again. He also advanced his class, so he might start getting on the right track again. Or not. His old skill that triggered random advancements is technically still active. A few more kilometers down the road, the aura of the land began to change, gaining fire element affinity, as well as lingering traces of the fundamental rule of blood. Oh, things got interesting here at some point. I haven't felt this much of my favorite fundamental rule before. Ray noted. Yeah, it was a huge battle. The fundamental rules here are chaotic, so it can be a good place for the kids to come to help their comprehension. They can wander through the battlefield and receive some sort of enlightenment that will help them advance. Mark explained. Oh, that could be useful. We've all mastered our rules, but next time we're here we could bring some of the hatchlings with us. Thor realized. Hatchlings? Thor nodded. I am a behemoth, my offspring come from eggs. Ah, that makes sense. I thought that you were some sort of fae, given the green hair. But we should be close to where the ember flowers might be found. They're dark blue or red, with black rims around the edges of the flower. I have 7 already. Hawk explained. Where did you put Dana? She's still on my back. The golems are picking them for me as we fly over. Oathbreaker likes ember flowers. Carl sighed and turned to the berserker. If you happen to see a pair of Oathbreaker demons wandering the area, they're on our team. My Dana mage asked them to help her pick flowers. Mark simply stared at him for a few seconds, trying to assemble those words in his brain in some order that made more sense. Your wife summoned 2 Oathbreaker demons to help her pick flowers. Yes. Apparently, there are quite a few of the ember flowers here. How many did you need for your mission? 3. Oh, then it's not going to be an issue. We'll find that many in no time at all. Should we spread out in a search pattern? The first 3 go to the brothers to fill the quest, and everything after is bonus loot. Carl suggested. In the distance, Dana laughed. Just come over here. There are hundreds of them in bloom here in this clearing. Mark went pale. That was not normal. Not normal at all. If there were hundreds of fire element flowers of that power growing in a single clearing, that meant there was something powerful, and fire element attuned, supporting their growth. However, that also meant they could fulfill their quest on the first day. Alright, move forward carefully. Watch for traps and ambushes. I have a bad feeling about this, he warned. No water or wind element magic if there is a fight. It will kill the flowers. Remy added. That was the important part. Not just because Hawk wanted them, but because she hated wasting valuable alchemy reagents. Carl approached the clearing, and found that Hawk had already cleared a 10 square meter portion for his space. That was enough to make him happy, as he didn't want to flood the space with the same flowers. Alright, let's start picking. Get them carefully, surround the roots with dirt and move the whole thing to your space without touching it. It's the best and safest method. Nate warned. Everyone began the work of picking the flowers, careful not to pull ones that were side by side. It was a well-known trick in the immortal worlds that if you didn't pick adjacent plants, anything monitoring the area was much less likely to pick up on the discrepancy. The feeling would simply fade a little as you worked, instead of the feeling of the zone shrinking. Hawk wasn't quite doing that. He had a priority system to pick only the most mature and healthy plants, so he was taking under a third of what he found, though some were side by side. That feeling that they were getting when they first arrived was getting stronger, and Mark suddenly stood and motioned for everyone to retreat. Get back into the trees, away from the orchard. Move like we're just passing by it, he warned. Carl followed the instructions, and the beasts all returned to his space, preparing for an ambush, should something come for them. It was easier to jump out of their space and into position than it was to adjust while they were already out, especially for Opal and Hawk, who could appear in the air at quite a distance overhead from Carl. Within seconds, the group was clear of the flower patch, and dozens of presences in the distance began to trigger Carl's mana manipulation sense. There are others coming. Powerful ones, I suggest we keep moving, he whispered to the others. All right, I know just where to go. There is an earth element cave not far from here. If we head directly toward that, we might be able to convince whoever is coming for the flowers that it wasn't us who thinned the crop. Mark led the way, with only Carl, Dana and Nyan visible behind him. Nate and Jim were stealthy sorts, and the beasts were waiting in ambush, but Carl suspected that making their group look smaller might actually draw more aggression their way. If the enemy thought that they could bully them, there was a real chance that they would try to force the group to turn over what they had. From her space, Kara kept up a running commentary using her limited prophetic skills and her rather unique senses. They've gone to the flowers. 1 elder and 10 who have just finished their immortal spirit. None of them feel strong, and they've all got the same magical aura, so I think they all trained the same thing. She narrated. They're really broke, too. That guy can't even afford a proper ride, so he's flying on some beat-up old sword. Tian added. Carl laughed. He's what? Right? He's just standing on his sword like an idiot. Do you think that he's just learning to fly and he needs support? Dana laughed quietly as she replied. I suppose it's possible. It would make more sense to use a flying transformation. Are they at least fast? No. You fly faster, Carl without wings flies faster. They're just generally bad at life. Tian informed them, while Kara laughed at something only she could see. They've realized that the best flowers were picked. Kara informed them. There is a group at the flowers now. They've realized that the best ones have been picked. I will keep you updated. Carl whispered to Mark. They're searching the area for signs. LOL, someone tasted Thor's pee. Dana grimaced. There has to be a better way to find out what a mystery liquid is than to taste it. I think they've realized that whoever did it might still be close. I can't hear them, but they're gesturing all around. Before he could give the update, the group shot up into the sky and began to search in every direction from the flower patch. There was a junior acolyte coming their way, definitely on the lower side of the immortal spirit realm. We've got incoming. Mark shrugged. If there's a problem, I can fight a duel well enough. Carl laughed. I don't think that will be necessary, unless you really want to. I am exceptionally talented when it comes to duels. I've even got an item that gives me a bonus to damage during them. The immortal stopped in front of them, clearly blocking their way, and Mark brought the group to a halt. You, new home peasants. Turn over the stolen resources, and I might let you leave here, the stranger demanded. Is he dumb, or is he stupid? Dana Mock whispered, loud enough that the man could hear her. The young immortal sent up a red flare, and a half-second later the leader of their group, an elder at the peak of the void immortal realm, appeared 10 meters above the ground beside him. Good work. Now, who is in charge of your group? Out of respect for clan leader Narissa, I will let you leave alive. Just leave the stolen resources and the girl. Carl turned to Mark. Did something happen to them? Like, some sort of curse that makes them stupid? Mark shrugged. Arrogance is a common trait for immortals. Intelligence is optional. Carl lifted off the ground, so he was standing eye to eye with the elder, only 10 meters apart. Let me explain how this is going to go. Either you are going to leave, or I am going to put so many holes in you that your sect will use your body as a lawn sprinkler before they resurrect you. In her space, Ray shifted in anticipation. Those words definitely meant that she was going to get to come out to play. You think that you can defeat an elder of the Dueling Blade sect? The man laughed. Carl took out the Blade of Champions and slung it over his shoulder. I don't think I can beat you. I know that I'm going to beat you like a disobedient child. Now, do you want me to use the blade or the flat of my sword? The acolyte stared at Carl in absolute shock. Nobody dared to mock a dueling champion like that. Since nobody is speaking, I will give you an advantage, a handicap when fighting the mentally handicapped. I will stay in this form instead of transforming. The elder was nearly frothing at the mouth in rage. But he was still holding back as the rest of his group approached. If he was counting on them to help, he was in for a bad time. He's in for a bad time anyhow. I want to know what he looks like as a lawn sprinkler. Ray corrected. Hey Mark. How much of his corpse do we have to give back to be properly polite? Carl asked. That was the last straw for the elder, and he, shadow stepped, behind Carl, only to be pulled out of the sky by a string of silk. Look at what I've got. Oh, you're going to be so pretty as a lawn sprinkler. The screams of the acolyte drowned out the startled gurgling that the elder made when Ray speared him with hundreds of needles of hardened spider silk. Ray pulled them back out, and every artery in the man's body sprayed blood for half a second before a regeneration skill closed the small holes. Disappointing. I am going to have to make bigger holes in you. The elder stared up at the psychopathic spider for half a second, then fled. Shadow Step was his preferred skill, but Ray knew that one better than anyone, and she was gone before the afterimage of the elder had even faded. Carl turned to the acolyte. Now, did you want to give it a go with your friends? Or are you going to look for your elder? Because I can assure you that if you don't rescue him soon, she's going to kill him in a most horrible way. Kara laughed at the understatement. Even if they showed up to rescue their elder, he was going to die a most horrific death. The only difference was that they would join him. You will not leave here. The acolyte shouted, before his insult was cut off in the middle by Kara casting a chaos vortex on his head. The man died in the middle of a sentence, minus his head, while a very confused and disappointed Mark stared at the corpse with an axe in both hands. All raged up with nothing to kill, his brother Nate joked from somewhere in the trees. Indeed, the berserker had thought that it would be a fight, so he had activated rage, and now he was all worked up with nothing to fight. Is Lady Ray going to be all right? The ninja asked, after realizing that the other acolytes had turned to follow the elder. She's fine. She's already done, and on her way back. As it turns out, humans don't have enough blood for what she wanted to do, and forcing water into them to turn them into a fountain is impractical. The berserker smiled. I will keep that in mind for later. You should likely have her leave the body behind, it causes problems if you permanently kill someone's elder. Carl laughed. They're not going to be happy either way, considering the state that they are getting their elder back in. However, I don't think that they are going to come to the clan leader to protest. Mark grumbled in annoyance as rage faded, and his adrenaline levels normalized. Alright, let's go to the Earth Crystal Cave anyhow. Let them sort out their issues, and we will go take a look and see if there is anything left. The crystals grow back slowly, so there might be something to find that hasn't been picked clean by other visitors. Ray snuck back into the group, remaining in stealth until she was 200 meters away, and then returning to her space. That was close to the maximum distance for the skill, but it seemed like it should be far enough for most purposes. She had never figured out how to open portals, but she could move to the tiny world easily enough. The only issue was, she could only exit where it was or where Carl was. An oversight in the design, in her opinion. A bellow of rage let them all know that someone had found the elder, and that Ray's hard work had not gone unnoticed. Which meant that it was time to get a move on and explore the cave, where the lingering magic would help disguise their presence from anyone who might come looking for them. Nate came out of hiding to lead the way, as Mark still needed a few minutes before he was thinking clearly again. The cave is only a few more kilometers from here. Happy coincidence as it were. Most of the time it's not actually used as a treasure spot, but somewhere to get out of the rain. The cave is set into a bit of a hill, and runs deep underground, with a small spring in one of the branches that feeds from the groundwater and runs off somewhere. So, no matter how bad of shape you're in, there is shelter and water, in a cave system deep enough that the temperature is comfortable and stable all year round. Never too hot, never too cold. If you're exploring the region in the future, keep it in mind. Now, most of the time, anyone you find there will also be there to rest. But you do have to watch out for hostiles, and if you're actively being chased, they will likely know all 3 exits to the complex. It's a pretty popular place, all things considered. To Carl, that sounded like it was both the safest place to rest for a night and the best laid trap for anyone who wanted to surround a group of adventurers. The entrance to the cave was larger than Carl had expected, not much of a hidden cave and more of an obvious natural feature sort of place. If you could walk 5 people shoulder to shoulder through the opening, or let Ray walk through in spider form, you were not keeping much out of your safe space. However, once they got a bit further in, there was a choke point, just wide enough for one person to pass through. It was small enough that Ray would have struggled in spider form, if she didn't have the ability to simply pass through the stone, or teleport past it. That would keep out some of the larger monsters, at least. Enough that the groups hiding in here could rest a little easier, and small enough that they could set a barrier to block the door if necessary. Their group didn't bother, they didn't want to alert others to the fact that they were in here, if someone came to the entrance looking but didn't enter. Mark wasn't sure that there would be any more trouble, as long as the Elder was recovered mostly intact. Does anyone have reliable light magic? Or should I use a lantern? Mark asked. I think we do. I never use it, since I don't need light to see. Dana, did you have a light spell? Carl replied. Dana laughed and lit the cavern with a dim glowing orb that she set to hover over Mark's head like a beacon. Very funny. But you've got a point, it really does serve as a beacon. Unfortunately, there isn't enough light in here that I can see where I'm going without it. So, I need something. He led them deeper into the cavern, then stopped and pointed to the right. That's where the water runs. If you need water, you can get it there. Dana tapped him on the shoulder and turned him around. The water is that way. Mark blinked, then looked at the marks on the wall. It clearly says that the water is this way. I'm sure that it was there. Jim rushed off to see what Dana was sensing, then came back a moment later. There is a spell of disorientation on the room. I ended up back at the exit. Shit. Carl laughed. Would you like me to lead for a bit? Or I can break the illusion, and we can go about our day. You can break the illusion. I didn't even realize that there was one. Carl shrugged. It was extremely subtle, he barely noticed the sensory output that didn't match what his eyes showed him. But he had, nullify. Actually, don't break it yet. That will alert whoever said it. Just lead us out of it. Mark decided. Opal, do you want to do it? Carl asked, knowing that the butterfly would not be tricked by an illusion that both Carl and Dana could sense was not perfect. Alright, but you have to cast Nullify on the right side exit. That's the way that we want to go, and there is something blocking the way down the stairs. I don't think that we're going to get anywhere except toward the other exits or the dead end that is the underground river unless we do. Carl nodded and cast the spell in the indicated direction. And then, they were all pulled off the ground, sucked into whatever was unleashed by the nullified barrier. Carl caught Dana as they flew, and transformed into a tengu for easier flying. However, a second later, they landed inside a trial instance of some sort, a lush forest setting with no monsters in sight. Oh, I get it. The reason they put the illusion in place was because there was a thing here sucking people in. It was a safety measure, Kara noted as she came out to explore. Nate sighed. We should have likely considered that someone might have hidden an instance. This is the first time that I've had one forcibly pull me in, though. Kara looked up at him with an excited smile. Oh, this isn't a trial. It's a broken separate space that's collided with the caves. That's why it sucked us in, there was an imbalance between it and the immortal world we were on. Now, should we start exploring? Or should we do a scanning spell to see what is hiding nearby? The berserker stared at the transformed badger. Of course we should scan. How else are we going to find out what the threats are in the space? For all we know, it might be full of hostile immortals who are just as trapped here as we are. Kara frowned. What makes you think that I'm trapped? I can just step into the chaos plane and walk right out. Mark stared at the badger for a second, unsure if she was joking. All right. Just like the thing with the light, I might be the only one who is not capable of leaving a separate space with no physical exit. Kara laughed and patted him on the shoulder. But there is an exit. It's over there. I can feel the magic of the portal. The problem is that it doesn't necessarily lead to your home world, it leads to wherever the creator of this space had it set to last. We just happened to enter at the interference point between it and the caves. So, someone else should have started from this point as well, or they wouldn't have blocked it. Now, there are a lot of plants, and I can tell that Sister Remy is getting excited about searching through them for the good stuff. So, should we get started? Right. We were on a trip to get plants. We will figure out how to get home later. That's the spirit. The two ninjas laughed at their interaction. Kara knew just how to guide a conversation, and Mark hadn't even realized that her comforting pat was actually to check his pockets. She hadn't kept his pencil, but he did have something on him, so he didn't get the poverty consolation cupcake. Movement in the bushes made Kara cheer, expecting something fun. However, what they found was just one haggard and bedraggled-looking immortal. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to my not-so-personal hell, he announced in a raspy voice. Well, hello. I take it that means there are dangerous things in here? Kara asked. There are a few. However, that isn't the problem. The exit portal literally leads to hell. Or, I should say the sixth circle of the hell dimension. It's literally a link to the holding cells reserved by the pantheons for heretics too annoying to be left unsupervised. There is no way out of here. If you pass through there, you will be imprisoned by the demons who rule that place, and if you stay here, you get to live a life of mana deprivation and boredom with limited food resources. I vote that we go through the portal. The stranger stared at Kara's too rapid response. Did you not hear what I said? Oh, I heard you. But I really want to go anyhow. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You can't imprison a chaos badger. The immortal definitely didn't believe that. The gods had ways of restraining even each other. Surely, it wouldn't be impossible to restrain a simple badger who was still at the immortal rank. Is there good stuff in here? I need plants for alchemy. Even if they're mana-starved, that's fine. Remy asked as she left her space. Can someone translate? I don't speak serpent. Carl inspected the man, and realized that his system interface was in an unknown language, though it was translating his language to human common. She wants to collect the mana-deprived plants from this place to improve the variety of her alchemical garden. I think that if you are willing to cooperate with us, we can likely take you with us when we leave. The man laughed hysterically. There is no way out. Didn't I just tell you? This place is cut off from reality. Even when it's in contact with a world and new people are pulled in, there is no way out. Carl considered his words, then opened a portal to the flower garden, which caused an instant influx of air and mana until he closed it. No, I think that it will be fine, I can leave by portal. The immortal collapsed to his knees and began to cry. There was an exit, a real exit, and you let it close, just like that, he sobbed. You know what? Off you go. Kara announced, then opened a portal. She grabbed him by the shirt and forcibly hurled him through before closing the portal. Problem solved. No more crying. Now, let's go get the loot. Shit, wait. What if he had the good loot on him when I kicked him out? Kara opened the portal again and stepped through, running after the immortal, who had wandered away, crying and hugging strangers in joy. Where did she send him? The clan compound. He's in front of the ice cream shop hugging strangers. Nyan giggled, reminding Carl that she was with them. The cat was remarkably quiet when they were on a mission, like she was doing her best not to be in the way or distracting. You know that it's going to cause a scene when the badger shakes someone down for loot in the street, right? I'm sure it will be fine. He's powerful enough that she's probably not going to kill him. As long as he gives her something shiny, she will let him go. Well, we know now that it's easy enough to leave. If you can still tell what Kara is doing, then one of you can open a portal back to the other, she decided. Then, we need to get this place searched for magical resources. Grab what we need and head back home before I need to bail Kara out of jail. I'm sure it will be fine. Maybe. You know what? We should likely hurry. Dana laughed as she wrapped an arm around Nyan's shoulder. Don't worry too much. I can hear Kara's thoughts, and she's not actually hurting him. There was no valuable loot here by the time that he arrived, just the plants, and he only focused on survival, so he didn't take anything but food. That was not at all true. Kara currently had him in a headlock in the middle of the street, and was using her bare feet to give him a wedgie while she interrogated him about where the loot was. Everyone was laughing so hard at his inability to get the badger girl off his back that nobody had tried to save him yet. As long as they weren't using skills or weapons, there wasn't much of a crime, other than public nuisance, going on. And that meant that they would let Kara torture the stranger until the elders showed up to see what was going on, or the clan guards intervened to protect the stranger's dignity. If he were a clan member, they would have likely rescued him by now. Alright, forward we go. Miss Remy. I will follow your lead. I know a lot about plants, in case you're having trouble identifying some of them. Nyan decided. Excellent. Follow me. My bodyguards will do the hard work for us. Mark sighed. Being a caster is such a cheat. It's like everyone can use golems but me and the warriors. Even the ninjas can summon shadow clones, though they're a bit more useless than regular golems. Well, I don't know of a summoning spell that works for berserkers. But look at it this way, you're smarter than like 80% of the golems that I can summon. Carl offered. That's probably not a compliment. Dana smiled at the berserker. Actually, it is. With the epic golem skill, he can summon a number of dark elven bosses, and they're incredibly sly. Plus, there are exceptions like Oathbreaker. I'll take it then. Back in the New Home Merchant Guild's compound, Kara had finished interrogating their guest about the status of his loot. As it turned out, he had nothing worth taking, even what he did have, she chose to let him keep. Plus, the elders were here now, and if she kept messing with him, they were going to make her do annoying stuff like file reports, or sweep streets or something. She had seen their punishment before, and it was diabolical. Of course, only in Kara's mind would the punishment details of the clan seem diabolical. To others, they were remarkably kind and gentle. They didn't even make the clan members undergo intensive training to correct deficiencies. Many others underwent the sort of hellish training scenarios that broke both the mind and body, only to rebuild them into a stronger and more capable member. But compared to boredom and drudgery, all day spent sweeping streets without getting to play any pranks, a mere punishment of pain was bound to be less intolerable. Sitting on the sidewalk, slowly savoring the cupcake that Kara had given him as an apology for showing everyone how poor he was, the bedraggled immortal finally cleared his throat and began to speak. What manner of monster did you bring to that realm? Do you know how many have simply died in there? Either from fighting over food or from mana deprivation. There was never a way out once you were in, yet he simply came with a team and made it look like nothing. like we were all there for fun. Kara patted him on the shoulder. Let me tell you something that I've realized since I arrived in this world. Despite having forever to learn cool new things, only 1 in 100 is actually capable of it. If you've based your entire journey to immortality on combat, what are you going to do as an immortal? Fight forever. That's all that you built your power base up to do. Now, I focused on causing just the right amount of chaos. So, I diversified my skills. I can do all sorts of things, from moving between planes, to summoning golems, to cooking, and I can even nullify offensive barriers, like the one that was probably intended to keep us all from getting sucked into your little prison realm. That was fun. But the important part here is that you have been liberated, and this lovely elder is going to have a long talk with you. During which, I recommend that you come up with things you want to do other than get into fights. Learn new skills, become a better person, surprise everyone that you meet. The man nodded in understanding, working hard to process everything that Kara had told him, while the elder was trying to calculate what exactly her angle was. There was no way that Kara gave him good advice. Unless she meant that seeing him trying to make himself a better person with a diversified skill set was the most entertaining thing that he could possibly do right now. He hated to admit that she might not be wrong. Seeing an immortal from one of the combat sects trying to learn new things was always funny because they were so hopelessly useless at it. He didn't know yet where Kara had found this unfortunate man, but he didn't look like he had a lot going for him, given his condition. All right, I will take him off your hands. Where did you leave the rest of your team? The elder's question made Kara laugh. We may have broken the protective barrier in the earth element caves that was keeping people from being sucked into a damaged pocket realm that had collided with it. So, they're in there, exploring and looking for rare plant species for the alchemy gardens. Once they're finished in there, they'll be back. I asked this fine gentleman, and he says that there are no relics or anything left in there, only a portal to the heretics' level of hell. Are we going to have to send a team of demons to go get the rest of your team tomorrow? The elder asked pragmatically. I'm sure they'll be fine. Even if they get arrested when they go through, Carl can sweet-talk his way out of nearly anything, and he'll probably convince them that he's there for a visitation or something. The elder sighed, you know, I can believe nearly anything of him. Plus, he's brought his wife and that insane cat. She's no less crazy than the moron is, she simply hides it better. Kara nodded enthusiastically. That is true. They're from the same world and everything. Oh, the things that I know about our beloved Nyan. Well, more beloved to some of us than others. The elder looked confused for a moment, then realized that there was another elder behind him, pointedly looking away as Kara gave him a smug smile. So, that's how it was. But that was not all that Kara knew. She also knew all about how Pretty Kitty had come to her mortal world, and that would make her story much more interesting if the cat wasn't too embarrassed to tell anyone. Perhaps she would get her drunk enough to share it later. In the separate space, Nyan rubbed her nose. Someone was definitely plotting against her, she could sense it. But who? It wasn't someone nearby, she couldn't sense anything from them that might be ill intent. So, it had to be someone back at the clan. But she hadn't upset anyone lately that she could think of. Could it be that Jeff was getting lonely without someone to hold him? No, that shouldn't be the case. She had passed him directly to the Green Dragon Cleric this morning. He wouldn't be short on cuddles. Jeff looked up from his hiding spot. Nyan was going to pay for giving him to a Green Dragon Cleric. That insane woman treated him like a small child, and if he had to taste test one more of her unique cupcake flavors, he was going to burst. Remy looked down at the collection of plants that she had managed to find here. The strange man that Kara ejected had been right. The plants here were dismal. The place was a supreme ranked space at some point, but it was nearly completely depleted of energy, leaking every time that it made contact with another world. That had caused the plants to wither and degrade, but if she planted these and nurtured them, she was certain that her space should be able to at least bring their potential back to the peak of immortal grade resources. That should be more than enough for her alchemy needs, once she figured out what they all were and what they did. Anything that had even a remotely magical aura had been collected, as this place was dying anyhow. So, she had quite the variety ready for planting, while Thor and Ray had nearly as much. Ray had avoided the ones that glowed, and Hawk only took the fire element ones. But Thor focused on the ones that smelled like they might be tasty. That would come in handy when they got back to the tiny world, as he could replant some of them for food crops. "Hey, I think that I found something, but I don't know what to call it." Nyan called from a few hundred meters away. Dana rushed over to see what the cat had found, but she couldn't identify it either. It looked like some sort of statue, but she had no idea what species or deity it was supposed to represent. It was heavily weathered, which didn't help, as the whole surface had been worn smooth. But still, it didn't match anything that she could identify, and it was too symmetrical to be a creature of chaos. "You're right. I have no idea what that is either, but it is magical. I know runecrafting, and the magic feels similar, but with all the runes worn off, I don't know how it would still have magic. Unless they're inside the stone." Carl came over and examined the stone. There was magic to it, but definitely not runic magic. It felt similar, in that it seemed to come right from the fundamental level of the rules of magic. But it wasn't anything as refined as runes. Perhaps it was shamanistic. "Remy, come check this out. It might be a shaman statue." The Naga rushed over, and had her bodyguards pick up the stone so she could examine it. "That is strange. It's magic, but it's not shaman magic either. It's not elemental in nature. I think it might be related to the fundamental rule of creation. It feels almost shamanistic, but more primal, like it doesn't belong to an age of sentient creatures, but the formation of this space." "Oh, that's it. I think that it might be the core stone for this space." Nyan stared at the stone. "We probably shouldn't take that." "True. If we collapse the space while we're in it, we will likely end up either tossed into the void, or we will create a hell portal in the caverns right outside the clan compound. That might not impress the elders." Mark nodded emphatically. "They definitely will not be happy with us if we don't either block off this place again when we leave, or if we turn it into a gigantic portal to hell." Ray laughed at the thought. The elders would lose their minds if they did that. Especially as it wasn't a dungeon or trial instance, it was an actual entry to the lower planes. "Alright, we can put this back somewhere that it belongs. It was clearly buried here, and didn't come from this spot. The base is flat with a square indent, so it was meant to sit either on an altar or plinth." Carl noted. "Alright, we search for the base to put the stone back on, and then we head out. I've already got one or more of each type of plant, I think. The golems have been spread out for a while, and they're not bringing the Dana mage anything back." Remy informed them. Dana frowned. That was right, she had sent her golems out a while ago, and they hadn't brought back anything new. Could something have happened to them? She didn't sense an attack, and she didn't sense any damage to them. They were still going about looking for new types of plants, as she had directed them, and she had picked the Elven Kings, so they were not lacking in intelligence or agility. The group quickly spread out, looking for signs of what might have been the altar, but they also took the time to search the area around where Nyan had found the statue. It might have been toppled and buried right next to its base, and then lost to time underground. With so little information to go on, all that they could do was to search everywhere, and there were more than a few ruined stone buildings in this place. There were also many graves in this place, those killed in battle, Carl assumed. Though, if they were trapped in here and starving, some might have resorted to finding new and innovative food sources, which could have easily led to poisoning if they were incapable of self-healing. That appeared to be a common predicament for some immortals. How they hadn't thought that regeneration at the very least would be in their best interest, Carl didn't understand. But so many of the warrior types focused entirely on combat skills and simply used potions or allies for their healing needs. Even his stabbiest group member at least had a healthy regeneration rate to fall back on, plus life leech and other basic self-healing methods. Carl let his mind wander as he searched for the altar, and eventually found himself standing in front of a ruined stone staircase. There was a partially broken lion statue on one side, but the other was empty. There, that should be it. There was a raised stone at the top of the stairs that should be the right size to fit the base of the other statue. Now, they could put it back, and the core of the space should function as well as possible. He would say properly, but given the condition of it, that seemed unlikely. Someone bring the statue over, I think that I found that spot it is supposed to sit. Carl called, knowing that there were golems everywhere right now. Surely, one of them could do the job. The one who took the job was Remy's bodyguard, who hefted the stone easily in his forearms, and simply shifted back to balance himself on his long serpentine body. Just place it right on the stone here after we clean up the bottom. Facing down the stairs, I think. That's how the lion is facing. The bodyguard holding the statue nodded, while the other used a tree branch to wipe the majority of the dirt and grime from the statue's base. Once they were certain it would be good enough to set down, they worked together to settle it perfectly onto its former home. Then, everything in the space shifted. Mana began to flow back into the space, as if it had been stored somewhere. The plants began to show signs of life again, which had Remy excited that there might be something that they missed. And then, with an ominous creaking, the doors at the other end of the stone path opened, revealing a demonic hellscape. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, an entire unit of armed wrath demons in what looked like police uniforms rushed in. Drop your weapons. This area is under quarantine by the order of the Council of Hell. The guard commander shouted. And, that's our cue. Dana whispered to Carl. The beasts grabbed the other team members, and shifted everyone into the tiny world along with Dana. However, when Carl tried to leave, he hit a barrier. You might have been able to extract your team members to your separate space, but don't think that you're getting out of your cell, fallen lord. No matter what face you put on, you're not getting out of your cell. Carl frowned. Look very closely. I'm not a demon lord at all. I'm not even a demon. I won't fall for your tricks. Who else could have taken his allies from this space? An avatar of the world dragon? Carl offered. The demon frowned. That was actually plausible. The world dragon's avatars tended to go wherever they pleased, like green dragon clerics on steroids. Have you any proof that you're an avatar of the world dragon? Do you have the ability to see system titles? If not, I will transform and show you. The demon shrugged. What use do the powerful have for a system? You know, you've actually got a point. If you're this strong already, then you don't really need it. Fine, I can provide proof. Carl activated Avatar, and transformed, using Behemoth, to expand the size of his dragon form, then unleashed Breath of the World, along with the innate breath of a world dragon on the trees behind him. The demons conferred silently for a few seconds, then nodded. We agree. You are not the demon lord who was imprisoned here. Please come peacefully, you are under arrest for trespassing, and suspected of freeing a prisoner from the cells. Kindly change back to a non-combat form for transport. Carl sighed as the guards cast a restraining spell over him, but decided to change to cat demon form. Today was going to be a long day. The guards surrounded him, and Carl was led through the newly opened door and into the demonic realm, where he found himself in a prison corridor full of demons in black and white striped outfits, as if the prison had just gone for every possible prison stereotype. Or perhaps it was the other way around. The stereotypes that he knew from the Golden Dragon Nation as a child might have evolved from teachings about this place. He was led down the halls, and into a waiting room surrounded by holding cells mostly full of succubi. Am I being given a reward? Because I will have you know that I'm a happily married man. Carl warned them. What? No, you're not getting a reward, you idiot. What is wrong in your head that you would even consider going into those cells with a bunch of lust demons who were arrested for draining their partners to death? What a way to go, though, right? The demons in the cells howled with laughter at the strange new convict. A moment later, Carnage came out in blue pants that clashed horribly with his blood-red skin, sporting a badge hung on a gold chain over his bare chest. "Who is the World Dragon Avatar?" he demanded. "That would be me. Lord Carnage, it's an honor to see you in person." "This is in person, right? Not a clone or magical duplicate?" Carl asked. "Yep, that's a World Dragon Avatar." The big wrath demon decided. "Follow me into the interrogation room. We have a lot to discuss. Like how you're wearing my gloves, but they're still in my pocket. We can swap if you want. Get in the fucking room." I certainly hope that there is going to be no fucking in that room. Now. The demons in the holding cells were howling with laughter as Carl waved goodbye and followed Carnage into the interrogation room. He took a seat across from the much larger demon, and then used Leo's nature magic to create a vine to pull the coffee pot and 2 cups over to him. "Do you take your coffee black, or mixed? I can tell already that I am going to hate having you here. We can have a fight later if you'd like. Burn off some aggression. I'm not bad at it, and if we go unarmed, my regeneration should keep up long enough to make it interesting." That made Carnage smile. He was a legendary demon. If Carl could take even one punch from him, it would totally undermine his authority within the prison. But he still wanted to punch him. He really wanted to punch him. "First, explain to me how you got into that prison cell, and where the demon lord went." Carl sighed as he wondered how to phrase things so that they made sense. At some point in the distant past, the prison cell, as you called it, became untethered from its location, and began to collide with random immortal worlds. That leached the energy out of it, and caused the wards on the place to break to the point that I simply walked in when it collided with my world. I brought my exploration team with me, thinking that it was the secret realm of a long-dead immortal. Which might not actually be wrong. What we found was a space full of withered plants, the bones of humans who had been trapped inside, lacking the skills to leave, and not much else. I found the old core stone to the space and put it back in its location at the top of the stairs, which opened the door, and that's when your people came in. We were going to leave, now that your people were there to claim the space, but I was detained and apprehended after sending the rest of my team home. I think that pretty much covers everything. And there was nobody there. No demon lord. Carl shook his head. No demons of any sort. There was one traumatized human, but I gave him to my Chaos Badger as a present. He's probably still alive, if you would like to question him as well. Carnage glared at him. That won't be necessary. No mere human could have gotten in and out of the prison cell on his own. However, the Chaos Badger shouldn't have had an issue. Those vermin have their ways to get wherever they wish to be, even in the prison. They're a true menace. And then there is the Snack Queen. A badger who is crazy enough to even try to mug my guards, then gives them food as a consolation prize when she realizes that they're not allowed to carry anything while on shift. What the hell had Kara been up to in her spare time? Or, was there another one like her? Possibly, an even stronger Chaos Badger who also had an affinity for giving out food? It could be where Kara got the idea from. Actually, I think I might have met her. But that's not the point. I truly wasn't intending to trespass on one of your cells. It was unmarked and set loose to collide with my world, so we thought that it was derelict salvage. Carl explained. We will hold you while an investigation is being conducted. Carnage insisted. Do you mind if I wait at home? I can make a communication token, so we can talk. What part of, you are under arrest and being held in the most secure prison of the demonic realms, is not resonating in your brain? The part where I'm expected to stay here. I can just leave at will, you know. You think so, do you? Carl smiled and opened a portal under his chair, aimed into the chaos plane. Carnage caught him before gravity could pull the chair through the portal. Point made. Close the portal. How did you even do that? Mana use is supposed to be suppressed in here. Carl closed the portal, but didn't answer. He just shrugged. Carnage didn't need to know that he still had a link to the massive mana stone in the tiny world that he could use while his own mana was suppressed. Perhaps that was why the old generation of immortals all made their own worlds. As an emergency backup in case they were captured and restrained. I told you I could leave. But this place isn't actually all that bad. If you have a small fluffy creature and an empty cell next to those succubi, it might actually be enjoyable. Just not with them. I was serious about being married, and my wife is scary. Wouldn't want her thinking I would actually entertain their offers. Fine. That's the short-term holding, anyhow. You can deal with the harassment of the lust obsession demons. But I don't think we've got anything fluffy, unless you count Olaf. Who is Olaf? The bear god's disciple. Legendary dire bear. Carl laughed. While I can see how a green dragon cleric would consider that acceptable as a source of warm and soft, it's probably better not to call him fluffy. Carnage laughed in a vicious way. Alright, get out of my interrogation room while we investigate. If your words are true, and the imprisoned lord was truly gone before your arrival, we will release you. The demon didn't wait for Carl to rise, he simply grabbed him by the armor and lifted him off the ground to carry him to the holding cell. Hey, that was fast. And, no screaming. Is the big man losing his touch? One of the prisoners asked. No, it was just a friendly chat over coffee, and maybe a fistfight later. It will depend on how the investigation goes. Carl explained. The prisoners weren't sure what to make of that comment. Either this strange cat demon was insane, or he was telling the truth, and Carnage had actually refrained from beating the truth out of him. Carl sat down on the metal bed in the empty holding cell next to the succubi group, and immediately brought out snacks from his inventory when the door was locked. Oh, that is bullshit. How did he even do that? I can't use a simple cleaning spell, and he is making a full platter of finger sandwiches. One of the prisoners complained. That sounds like a you problem. The guard informed him. That has to be against the rules. He's not trying to break out, and he's subject to all the same restrictions that you are. Unless he tries to leave or harm another inmate, he's not breaking rules by eating his own lunch. In fact, he's a model inmate because he knows when to shut the fuck up. Carl shrugged, and wrapped a sandwich in a bit of cloth to toss to the other inmate. It was caught by the guard, who glared at him. I just said you were behaving, and what do? You prove me wrong. No passing items between cells. Got it. Didn't know that was against the rules. The inmate sighed wistfully as the guard began eating the sandwich as he walked away. It was so close. The food in here was awful. Nutrient-enhanced oatmeal once a day. Completely and utterly flavorless. It was a method of subtle torture that was effective on nearly every demonic species. Hey, cat. What did they get you for? One of the obsession demons asked from the next cell. They think that I broke into prison. The demon gave him a strange look. Who would even do that? I mean, if you could get in, you could get out. And everyone here wants to get out. I've been waiting here for nearly 5 years for my hearing. Ah, so the bureaucratic system here runs as efficiently as the one at home. I do hope that they don't expect me to wait here for years while they investigate. The demons in detention laughed. We've never seen anyone leave. I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you're not guilty when you arrive, you will be by the time that your hearing rolls around. That's how it works. But you said that they're doing an investigation. What sort of investigation? Normally, that's done before anyone makes it to holding. They are wondering where the demon lord who was supposed to be in the holding area where they found me went. You see, it was cut loose, bumping into immortal worlds like a crappy loot piñata. I went to explore, and ended up getting arrested for trespassing. So, they're investigating their neglected prison sections. Who knows, they might have just forgotten what room they put the guy in, clearly nobody has checked on him in a couple of 100 or 1,000 years. The demons laughed. That's entirely possible. The guards rotate in and out every 100 years, but some of the prisoners have been here for millennia. It wouldn't shock me if the documentation for half of them was remade every time that a new group took over. Carnage has been here for 5 years now, after he lost a bet. Most of the others came at the same time that he did. I arrived here waiting on trial just before the guards changed, and I have hopes that I will be heard soon. There aren't many in the holding area who have been here longer than I have. A succubus across from Carl giggled. Even if you are, don't worry about it too much. We're all immortal, and the rule of time works differently here. We're not flowing at the same rate as the outside world. They will hardly know that you're missing. Well, that's some consolation, I suppose. It's just unfortunate that I'm easily bored. I'm sure that it will all work out. It usually does. Oh, I suppose I don't have to sit here bored and alone, I can summon someone in to keep me entertained. The guards looked alarmed at his comment. Nobody was supposed to be able to use skills or magic within the prison. If they were capable, they were supposed to be restrained in some other manner so that they weren't a threat of attacking the guards or other inmates. Don't do it. If you do it, we're going to have to use a more forceful method of restraint, the guard warned when it became clear that Carl might actually do it. Yeah, I thought that might be against the rules. How is the investigation going? It's been 3 minutes. The obsession demons laughed at the guard's annoyance, while Carl settled peacefully on the metal bed to see if he could still do basic things like trying to improve his power matrix while he waited. That was all internal, he didn't have to use external mana, which was blocked here, and he didn't have to express his own mana. However, when he tried, he found that his internal energy was locked down tight. It was only energy from the tiny world that he could move with relative freedom, and that couldn't be used to try converting his immortal spirit into the void stage. He didn't have long to wait. Only an hour later, Carnage and a group of supreme-ranked demons in police uniforms returned. We have determined that the prisoner in that space was gone long before you arrived. The wards failed when the core was sufficiently damaged. Now, it is just the matter of the fine for trespassing. Carl sighed. Alright, how much is it going to cost me? There are 2 payment options. 3 minutes in the ring, or 3 immortal rank epic grade items. Carl smiled. I was hoping that you'd say that. Alright, how about we split it? I will give you 2 minutes in the ring and 1 immortal item. He had at least a few crafted weapons in his possession. Carnage began to celebrate, while the other prisoners began praying for Carl's immortal soul. 2 minutes was a long time. Against a legendary wrath demon, it might as well be eternity because those 2 minutes were going to take the rest of your life. Carl tossed Carnage a spear, one of the epic grade items that he had come up while trying to improve on what he'd made for Dana. None of them had been notably better, and he was only saving them so that he could use Breath of the World on them later. Once he did that, there might be 1 or 2 that came out better than the Spear of Sisterhood he had given her. So, where are we fighting? Is there an arena here? Or do we just head for the exercise yard? Carl asked. Carnage smiled as he examined the spear. Attack and life steal with added fire damage was a pretty good combo. Not good enough that he would use it at his power level, but good enough to give to one of his lieutenants. We will have to change venues so that we can fight properly. If you can't use all your skills, it's not even going to be worth trying. Do you at least have a skill that might keep me entertained? Carl nodded. In fact, I do. It's only at my level, but I think that it should give you a moment's entertainment. You see, I can summon epic golems. Carnage nodded. That might be entertaining. If you know a good version of them, that is. Too many of the so-called amazing skills are underwhelming. Carnage waved a hand, and a guard came to let Carl out of his cell, shocking all the other inmates. Not only was he being let out of his cell, he had jumped the whole line by what they assumed was committing suicide. Probably not permanently, but Carnage was definitely going to kill him at least once or twice. They did have a healer on duty in case someone thought that they could get out of their sentence by committing suicide. When the demons said you had 10,000 years to serve, they meant all 10,000, not just until you died. That would be too easy on the prisoners. Follow me. Once we're outside the prison, there is a training area that we can use. How large is your preferred combat form? Carnage asked. Against you. I will go for something similar sized. The oversized body of a world dragon will just be a hindrance, and you likely fly as fast or faster than I do, so the wings won't be a major advantage. So, I will just enlarge this form so that I'm not punching below the waist. Carl explained. Carnage nodded. That was a reasonable enough sort of skill for most types of demons to have. So, he didn't ask any questions about what sort of skill it was, or if it gave any benefits. In fact, he was making a point of not asking, so that most of what Carl would do should be new to him. He liked surprises. By the time that they got to the training grounds, not only the off-duty guards, but hundreds of demons who were working in nearby facilities had gathered to see the spectacle of someone who thought that they could go 2 minutes with Carnage. If they were smart, 2 items and 1 minute was a much better deal, assuming they had interpreted his offer correctly. None of them expected Carl to live more than 5 seconds anyhow, and that meant everything he had on him would be lost unless he had a sentence waiting for him. In that case, someone would resurrect him. If you have buffs, now is the time to cast them. Carnage declared as the two faced off across the sand of the training grounds. Carl nodded, then began to stack buffs on himself, finishing with Behemoth, to set his size to roughly match the legendary demon. Carnage laughed with joy as he saw that the cat demon form of the avatar of the world dragon was something roughly appearing to be a match for him. They were multiple ranks apart, but at least this creature had the decency to make an attempt. Then, Carl smiled at him, and cast Epic Golems, summoning a pair of Oathbreaker demons, fully buffed by his skills and enlarged with Behemoth, to more closely match the nearly 5-meter-tall Wrath demon. You brought me Oathbreaker? Carnage asked, confused. Summon duplicates of him. Carl agreed. Carnage gave him a vicious smile. Perhaps you will live for 2 minutes after all. Carl nodded, and then the Oathbreakers vanished, appearing on either side of Carnage as a massive axe appeared in the demon's hands. The blade spun at an impossible speed, parrying attacks from all 8 blades that the pair could wield. Carl sent Chaos Vortex attacks into the fight, not aiming so much to injure as to blind and distract Carnage, hoping to make him miss a parry. If the Oathbreakers could land even 1 hit on him, Carl would be impressed. Sensing danger, Carl used Shadow Step to move 20 meters to the right, just before Carnage's axe split the location where he had been standing. Hee, you're faster than you look. The big demon laughed. Carl shook his head in dismay, and called a new copy of Bestial Raiment, Armor, as Carnage's blade had managed to shear most of his left arm's plating off, but barely scratched him. He hadn't even seen it coming. Carl vaguely recalled something about this fight being unarmed, but that appeared to have gone straight out of the conversation once he summoned Oathbreaker, who was remarkably still alive, even 30 seconds into the fight. They couldn't take a hit from Carnage. Neither could Carl. But they didn't have to. They might not be able to land a solid hit on him, but they could attack fast enough that the two of them could keep him from hitting them either. So, the battle simply turned into a blur of motion, with Carl attacking from a distance and relying on his intuition to keep him dodging. He picked a random spot on the arena floor every time that he moved, hoping to keep Carnage from guessing where he was. And for the first minute, that was actually working. The demons were fighting each other, and Carl was managing to dance around the arena with minimal damage taken. But that luck was not eternal. Not even for Carl. A kick from Carnage managed to land on Oathbreaker, and the golem vanished in a spray of black blood. And that was all the advantage that Carnage needed. The other Oathbreaker was swatted into the crowd, and then Carl found himself looking down at a massive red fist through his chest. And that's that. 1 minute 20 seconds. Not bad, for an immortal. Carnage laughed. He shook Carl's body off his fist, then frowned as he felt a surge of power from the moderately interesting challenger. Carl had cast Epic Golem again, this time summoning Carnage, as seen in the dungeon challenge. The three demons had zero hesitation before they launched directly into combat, discarding their weapons to turn the match into a melee brawl. Carnage didn't understand where these two had come from, as the challenger was clearly dead already. But perhaps it was a precast spell that had triggered with his lingering mana. Either way, he got to fight some more, and he got to fight weaker clones of himself. Carl smiled weakly as he watched the part of the fight that was in front of his face. His regeneration was already kicking in, and the Chaos Dragon constitution worked wonders with Void Body, turning the hole in his chest to black mist, and then into strings of flesh as it recreated the majority of his internal organs. Once he felt his own heartbeat, and he was breathing again, with what felt like an intact ribcage, Carl rolled to his knees and watched the three demons happily wrestling. Carnage wasn't trying to destroy the clones of himself, they were just having fun, under the assumption that the challenge was already over. "How are you not dead?" Carnage asked as he realized that Carl was moving. "I am quite durable, in all honesty. However, having a hole punched through my chest was a bit more than awkward. It's just that dead and dead aren't always the same thing." The demon laughed as Carl dismissed the epic golems. "You know, I've never seen the distraction technique work before. Many have tried it in many different ways, even to the point of trying to run away to run out the clock. But none have actually made the timer before. Is that why you saved your valuables? You knew that you could win the wager?" Carl shook his head. "No. I just wanted you to have a chance to fight for a little bit. The prisoners said that you're getting a bit tense and pent up without a proper chance to let loose and have fun these days. If you need more payment for the fines, I have more loot, or I can make something that's worth the same." Carnage laughed and waved his hand. "No, you've paid well enough. I will send you back to your home world, once I find out where it is." Carl stood up and shook the demon's hand. "No need. I can see myself home with a portal. It's been a pleasure to meet you in person. I met that clone of you in a system trial set by a system created by the World Dragon. I've been interested to see what the real one was like for some time." Carnage smiled at him. "You know, I forgot how damnably fast Oathbreaker is if you don't use an area damage skill to hit him. Most of the time, I would have just used a fire domain, but I was having too much fun today and I forgot. A legendary rank fire domain definitely would have put an early end to the fight." In fact, Carl didn't see Carnage use a single skill the whole time, he was only fighting with his base strength and speed. If he had enhanced himself to fight someone of his own rank, it would have been an entirely different story. The big demon patted Carl on the back and waved at him in a dismissive gesture. "Go away now, or I'll never get anything done. Next time you find one of my prison cells set loose, just send me a message, and we will come get it without the trespassing charge." "Thanks, I appreciate that. As much fun as it was to talk to the inmates awaiting trial, I really do have other things to do. Now, perhaps I can give you a parting gift. It might be something you like. Cannot grant skills that are already known. Behemoth's vitality, transfer failed." Damn. Carnage knew Thor's skill for reducing damage. As old as that demon was, would anyone even be able to harm him anymore? It would likely need a divine skill that ignored damage reduction to even put a scratch on him. No wonder he loved to fight so much, it was literally impossible for him to lose. Carnage laughed. "You are but a mere immortal avatar of the World Dragon, I am an old friend of the World Dragon God himself. Don't feel bad, there is little that he has not been willing to share with me if it makes my life more interesting." Now that was an interesting bit of news. Carnage knew the World Dragon. The actual World Dragon. How often would you ever have a chance to meet someone who had spoken to your deity, much less enough of it to call him an old friend? In that case, I will make you something to keep your life more interesting. Give me just a few seconds. Carl took out a fire elemental stone at the immortal rank, knowing that Hawk would complain later and he would have to replace it. But it was the best option, and Carl began inscribing it with the runes to make a summoning stone to activate the Epic Golem spell. With the runes finished, Carl held up the stone in front of him and activated Breath of the World to finish the process. Item created: Golem Summoning Stone, Peerless Grade, Immortal Rank. Summons 2 epic golems of a type known to the caster. Carl tossed the stone to Carnage. For you. If you get bored and need a fight, those should be better than nothing. Sorry that I can't at least make them supreme ranked, but I'm a bit low on the power scale at the moment. Give me a decade or two, and I'm certain that I could do something better for you. The big demon laughed as he stared lovingly at the stone. Oh, this should do just fine. The guards take too long to heal, and they start running away during work hours if you vent on them too often. But the golems, they will fight every time. Carl nodded. That's the idea, anyhow. Oathbreaker remembers things that he shouldn't, so he might get a bit odd after a while. But if you switch it up, you'll be fine. The stone is based on your knowledge, so every epic grade target that you are familiar with is a possibility for the summoning. For me, it works on creatures and demons I've seen as dungeon bosses, but at your level? Who knows what all will count? You might need to do some experimentation to figure it all out. Carnage nodded. I will find the perfect sparring partner eventually. And then I will find you when you are supreme, so that you can make me a legendary artifact to spar against. Carl laughed. If you're not a demigod by then. Carnage shook his head. Don't you worry about that too much. I will be a legend forever. The Carnage who wants to be a god is already a god. Carl nodded slowly. So, are you like Oathbreaker then? You remember things that happened to other versions of you? Carnage laughed. No, I was talking about my father-in-law. Now it's time for you to go before the prisoners start getting ideas about escaping while the guards are distracted. Carl opened a portal back to the woodlands outside the Earth Element Cave, so that he didn't cause everyone to freak out by opening a portal into the clan compound or somewhere equally inadvisable. But what he quickly realized was that they may have caused a minor disturbance again. You, who are you? A peak immortal woman in transparent peach-colored robes demanded. For 2 full seconds, Carl could not answer. Who thought that outfit was suitable for wearing in public? Where was that person? He needed to thank them and shake their hand. Then find out how to get Dana to wear it for him later. I am Carl, of the New Home Merchant Guild. Is there a problem here? I was going to rest the evening at the cave, perhaps collect some earth stones if there were any matured. The woman frowned at him. That excuse seemed plausible enough. It was nearly dark now, and the cavern did have a few earth elemental stones matured. Have you heard nothing about the area today? Carl shrugged. I haven't been checking my system messages. Was there something important going on here? I could go straight home, but there are supposed to be some more fire element resources in the area, and I was going to look for them tomorrow before heading back to the clan. You're traveling alone. For the moment. It draws less attention than traveling in a larger group. It's a trade-off, really. Either get more people to fight, or attract less attention. The second one is better for resource gathering if you're capable of putting up a fight with most of the people you find who are not elders of their sect. Carl agreed. The woman nodded. Go back to your clan. There has been an incident here. A separate space collapsed and destroyed a large portion of the cavern. Alright, not a problem. Elder? Elder Sue, of the Plum Blossom Pavilion. Elder Sue, then. It's been a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps we will see each other again under more hospitable circumstances. The elder laughed as Carl opened a portal back to the clan. She was not stupid, she knew what Carl was fishing for. The name of her clan. But he was in for a rude awakening if he thought that he could transfer and get all the beauties he wanted. The Plum Blossom Pavilion allowed no males through their gates. No matter how much he longed to make his way into the sect, it would never happen. But Carl was already gone, and he had the information that he wanted. The outfit he needed Ray to make for Dana was the uniform of the Plum Blossom Pavilion. In his mind, Ray laughed. She would definitely make the outfit, but there was no way that he was going to convince the Dana mage to wear that in public. In private, sure. But even by Carl's standards, that outfit was incredibly daring to be wearing outside. Plus, Ray knew that Carl wouldn't actually want anyone else to see her in it. That would be just for him. Once he was back in his apartment in the clan compound, Carl went to join everyone else in the tiny world and update them on the situation. "Ah, welcome back. Did you find anything good?" Lotus asked as Carl appeared by the lake, where everyone else was gathered. The three brothers were simply shocked at this place at first, but then they were enthralled by the idea of having their own separate space full of resources and safe relaxation. They had already placed a request for more of the villa stones when they were available at the warehouse again, but if they were around here a bit longer, they might be able to get Carl to make them one directly. "I found Carnage. Or, his son-in-law by the same name. I'm not quite clear on that. Either way, the head of the security force was a legendary wrath demon, just like the one we met in the dungeon. I was fined for trespassing, and then released. Not a huge deal, but the space that we looted was actually a demonic prison cell, and the demon lord that is was supposed to be holding had escaped at some point in the past, without anyone noticing. It's all good now. How did everyone do for materials?" Lotus smiled happily. "Oh, we did so well. Lots of the plants that they brought back were edible, some are spices. We're going to take the dinner meal to new heights with this, and they're regrowing at the immortal rank with the help of Leo. Everyone else's magic was taking too long to get them to take root and recover. We're not strong enough for that yet. But I can feel it, an advancement is coming. That is excellent news. Getting you all to mythic rank will make you so much closer to immortality than you realize. But the improvement in the food will be a huge one. I've been raiding the pantry since we arrived." Lotus laughed. "I barely noticed. Everyone raids the pantry, that is what it's there for. But the first bunch to immortality are definitely going to be the demons and lizard folk that we rescued from the invasion force. Some of them are nearly complete with their studies now, and their power level is already at the peak of mythic, so they're just waiting on that final understanding of the fundamental rules. Won't that be fun? We will have a full immortal raiding team. Or, they can move to the new home clan and integrate into the immortal world somewhere that isn't going to suppress them like the octopus did. It might not be the best place, though. New home is almost all humans, and none of them are. I will look for just the right place, in case they want to move out of the tiny world, or do some exploring. Find them a dungeon to run, and they will be happy. Bringing back in loot to help the tiny world grow would give them a sense of purpose. Well, more purpose than healing, looking after eggs, and gardening. You know, you've got to do all the things to be truly happy." Carl laughed. That was a very Lotus notion. Though, Kara fully agreed. If there were fun things left that you didn't know about, didn't that mean that you had not yet reached peak happiness? While Carl was chatting with Lotus, Ray was hard at work making outfits. She had a brilliant idea. If she made a base layer for the Plum Blossom Pavilion outfit, it would be suitable for wearing in public, and then they might be able to get Dana to actually wear it. Ray wasn't dumb, she knew if it was just for the bedroom, it would only see 5 minutes of use at a time, and that was a waste for an outfit so lovely. Dana just rolled her eyes as she heard the thoughts of the two of them plotting against her. But if it was actually a pretty outfit, and not just an excuse for Carl to see her naked longer, she wouldn't object. She just needed Ray to make something new and fancy, so that she also had new eye candy. That sounded like a fair deal to Ray. She had just the outfit in mind, and then they would only need a good reason to show off their new silks. Not a big reason, maybe they could wear them to go shopping around the clan, where everyone would be able to see them. That would be perfect. But for now, they had new guests in the tiny world, and the berserker looked a bit overwhelmed. That was an understatement. Mark thought that he had a good idea of the sort of wealth and power that Carl had. But now that he was here in this separate space, he realized that what he had in the immortal world was only a small fraction of his true abundance. What other member of their clan could claim an abundance of adoring obsession demons? Lovely violet horns, long black claws. Carl truly had a wealth beyond monetary value. The twins stared at their brother in concern. They knew of his weakness for thick-thighed obsession demons, but this was getting out of hand. Some of them were old enough to be his grandmother. The two ninjas roughly pulled their brother out of his reverie. "Mark, dinner is ready, stop ogling the ladies and come join them at the table." Ophelia laughed as she dragged the other berserker forward. "I know that pretty ladies are a tough temptation to resist. But food is important as well. I hear that you managed to get everything that you went for this trip, and you'll not only be able to pay off your debt to the elder who has been teaching you, and get a bunch of extra clan credits on top of that. With that you'll be able to pick up a few new skills, or perhaps a nice potion to improve your abilities." As she finished speaking, Remy popped her head over Ophelia's shoulder. "Did I hear you say potion? I've got potions and pills of all sorts now that will help with physical stats. Or perhaps you needed something to make your fur softer. I've got new bubble bath." Ophelia laughed at the excited Naga. "As long as it's the same scent as the last batch. That one is Lotus' favorite, and I don't think that she would be happy if I switched it up on her now." Mark sighed. "See, life really is better in the mortal worlds, if that's what you can call this place." Ophelia shook her head. "You'll see, it's not that much different from your clan. The only real change is who is living here. The power level is lower, the progress is slower, and without the vast resources and knowledge of the clan, we're dependent on the system to get new skills. Being able to just go to a library and get immortal grade skills is something else. I've seen the difference firsthand after Carl and Dana went to the new home clan. The new skills from the library there do so much more damage than what we learn from the system at the mortal ranks. There really is no comparison. But the quality of life in here is pretty good, with all the lakes, the clean mountain air, and my own personal green dragon cleric." "See, now you're just teasing me. How could someone have their own personal cleric?" Lotus giggled and hopped up in Ophelia's arms to snuggle into her furry chest. "Like this, you see." "I see, I have simply overlooked the most obvious possible answer. When you are the fluffy thing, the clerics will come to you. Perhaps the path of the bear totem berserker is more cultured than I was led to believe." Ophelia nodded. "There are downsides to being a werbear, but not all of them are horrible. Especially for the sort of man who thinks with his lower extremities. Being hit on all the time is annoying, but now that I've managed to find my human, it's all been worth it. Torture. I swear, you're just doing this to torture me. I've been single for nearly 100 years, and you're just living in an ocean of women. Nudist nature priestesses." Lotus added helpfully. "Gah." Nate and Jim laughed as they dragged their brother to the table. "Don't let her get to you. You can do it, just keep working on your combat strength, don't let the lack of female companionship distract you from what you need to be doing to make it to Void Immortal." Nate whispered. "But..." Ophelia patted the ninja on the shoulder. "Clearly, the old way isn't working if he's struggling enough that his mentor is threatening to turn him into a permanent berry picker until he can get back up to pace. Why not let him have a little fun? I know just the right person for it." "I don't know about that." Jim began. But Ophelia had already begun waving her hand to call someone over. "Mark, meet Sylvia. She's got a thing for cute younger men." Sylvia was nearly as large as Ophelia, but much more slender than the stout werbear. "Ooh, candy. Do you like thick thighs and strong arms, little berserker?" Sylvia cooed. Jim turned away, so he didn't have to watch the tragedy of a matronly obsession demon hitting on his brother. He knew how this would end. The berserker didn't stand a chance. "Thank you, Fee. I will bring him back in one piece. Not more than 2 or 3 days, if he can last that long. Then, Sylvia tossed the willing man over her shoulder and jogged off toward the swamp. The twin ninjas simply shrugged at each other. What was done, and they weren't about to deprive that old woman of her prize. Even if he was their brother. They joined the rest of the group at the large table by the lake for dinner, and turned to Carl for more explanations. "Alright, spill. We've seen a lot of strange things over the years, but I've never seen someone get pulled into one of the demonic prison realms and come back out alive, much less the same day." Jim demanded once the food was mostly gone. Carl shrugged. "I am an avatar of the world dragon, and he's got an understanding with the warden of the prison. So, instead of simply locking me up and forgetting about me, they actually investigated, and found that we didn't know we were breaking in. So, I just had to pay a small fine. Like the ones here, the demons of the hell dimensions can be remarkably reasonable when they've got a reason to be." "What is that old woman's obsession anyhow?" Jim asked. "Flower arrangement. But her obsession and her personal tastes don't directly align when there are men involved. There aren't any young men in the tiny world for her to hit on, so she's been a bit lonely," Ophelia explained. "He ran away before Remy could give him any new potions to increase his power, though." Jim shrugged. "If he needs it, I'm sure that the Naga will be happy to test her products on him later. That is what she was after, right? Getting herself a volunteer for her new products?" Ophelia shrugged. "That's the nature of the business. Nobody will let her sell her products to the clan without having proof of efficacy. But she can't test them all on herself, they're not all made for Naga. So, she constantly looks for volunteers. Her products do have a rather impressive success rate, though. Most of the residents here have been taking immortal rank pills for the last few weeks, every time that she comes up with something new. It's been amazing for our power levels. The only issue we have is that so many have reached the peak of mythic rank power, and they're being limited by their lack of understanding of the fundamental rules. Once they can master that, they'll soon be immortals." Jim nodded. "That's one of the disadvantages of growing up in a mortal world. If you're born in an immortal world, the comprehension of the rules comes much faster. Plus, they teach it in school. If you could get a tutor for the peak myths here, you might be able to help them all advance more quickly." Ophelia hummed as she considered the options. Most of it would be up to Carl, about who he would bring in and let know about the tiny world. But they did have a few others that she suspected would be staying for some time. Brother Chin, the white dragon who had regressed to a small body, would likely be one. Plus Jeff and Nyan. The cat girl was in her element here, and had spent half the day either basking in the sun, absorbing energy, or chasing around Kara and Button. It might not be the most efficient place for her to advance, but she was happy here, and if she knew enough, they could use her as a tutor. The twins didn't seem like the sort, and the berserker was definitely out. But even one good tutor would be enough to get them started. If they could get a bunch of teaching materials from the school, that would be even better. She would ask Leo to try to sweet-talk them into giving him copies of the books, so that the librarian here could make duplicates for everyone. Nobody could say no to Leo in Tortlan form. The tiny bipedal turtlekin was simply too adorable. Once they had enough knowledge here in the tiny world, they could properly educate the newborns, and they were going to have to act fast. Any day now, they were going to be overwhelmed with them, and the eggs were already showing signs of imminent hatching. Given how the cat girl reacted to a tiny Jeff, she should be a reliable resource to help the other hatchlings. A very reliable resource. Assuming that they could pry her off of the hatchlings long enough to do any teaching. The red dragons should know a way. They trained to deal with priestesses like Lotus, so they had to be prepared for a catgirl obsessed with cuddling small dragons. Carl was thinking the same thing that Ophelia was. Once the eggs were all hatched, they were going to need as many tutors as they could recruit. But while they had many skilled teachers, they didn't have any that had experience teaching children to immortality. If this was a proper immortal realm, they shouldn't have to worry about it. The children would learn naturally with just a bit of guidance. But the tiny world wasn't quite at that standard yet. However, the new plants would go a long way toward making the change. The real limiting factor was the tiny world's inability to regulate immortal energy. It didn't have enough resources that produced it and used it to sustain growth at the same level as an immortal world. But they had brought back a huge amount of plant life, and what didn't go into the beast spaces would be planted here in the next day or two. Some of those plants were supposed to be supreme ranked when fully grown, so if they could survive in the tiny world, they would help it regulate power for as long as there were mortals coming and going. Once every member of the Dark Light host who came to visit them was an immortal, it really wouldn't matter anymore. But that could be a very long time, as the Dragon Isles back home were never intended to sustain that many immortals, and the Dark Light host members only came a few at a time for resources, then usually returned right away, staying 1 or 2 nights at the most before they had to go back to work. Carl had every intention of asking the regressed dragons about the tutoring after dinner. He really did. But what happened between getting the meal and Button forgetting that you had to chew foods for reasons other than combining flavors was not conducive to actually asking much of anything. The first alarms went off just after Button was breathing properly again, and everyone went into panic mode. The eggs were hatching. However, nobody had thought to make the tones for the alarms different, so for the first few seconds, everyone was in a panic, and none of them knew which zone's alarm had been triggered. The answer was yes. All of them. There were eggs hatching in every cluster around the tiny world, according to Carl's oversight of the space, and the only ones that weren't showing signs of hatching yet were Tessa's, which were much younger than the rest. Everyone to their stations. This is not a drill. There are eggs hatching in every nest, and if you want to bond with them, or are in charge of helping them hatch safely, you are needed now. Carl informed them. Crap, all of them. All right, it's go time. To the forest. Lotus shouted. You might want to put Brother Chin down before you run off. No. Then, the cleric was off and running, with a small white form laughing in her arms. Chin didn't mind, he was a white dragon, and they were going to a dragon hatching, where if anyone was coming out a bit too weak, or crippled from birth, he could help mend them and get them back on the right path. Healing was the specialty of his species and their patron god. Keeping young dragons healthy and happy was as much their priority as it was the red dragons, but in a different way. Instead of focusing on raising them, they focused on helping them recover from errors. Because young dragons made a lot of them. He hadn't quite realized how true that was until he got here a day ago, and saw what raising dragons outside of the rigid structure and rules of the temple looked like. When you let young dragons simply roam during every hour that they were not in school, they got into all sorts of trouble, but it was always trouble related to the nature of their species. For example, Button never got lost in the woods. That was nearly impossible for a forest dragon. However, they were just feral enough that she would often be seen running around naked as a result of forgetting to put her dress back on after transformations. For the tiny world, as they called this place, it wasn't really an issue. Most of the others preferred it as well. But if she was going to go out and interact with others in the outside world, eventually she was going to need to have a long discussion with someone about the importance of situation-appropriate clothing. In fact, if they were going to keep letting her help with dinner, that was also true. Because hot oil and nudity don't mix. Dana turned to Carl. Is there a particular spot that you want to be at? There are dragon eggs all over the tiny world, but I'm sure that one of them is more interesting than the others. Carl shrugged. There are people for every group, so there are 2 basic options. Either head for the mountain where the largest group of dragon eggs are, or transform and fly over them all, so that I get the best view. Dana frowned. Why didn't I think of that? Flying high will definitely let us see the most, and with this eyesight, I don't actually need to be close to see what is going on. Then flying it is. Hop on and you can watch while I circle. Carl transformed into the massive form of the world dragon for Dana to ride. With smooth golden scales down the back, the world dragon was relatively comfortable, but there was not much to hold on to. So, the grip was down to eternal lightning, and a bit of leg pressure on the sides of his neck, in front of his wings. But even that was tenuous given his size. With Dana settled, Carl launched himself into the air and began making a lazy lap around the center of the tiny world. None of the clutches were near the edge of the space, in the new areas he had added after reaching immortality, so it didn't have to be a long flight, just a big enough loop to get an angle to see all of the clutches under the foliage. The ones in the forest and swamp you almost had to be overhead to see properly. But the ones on the open plains, in the lake, or on the mountainside were much easier to spot. The residents had thought of that when they placed them, in case there was any sort of threat to them. Nothing in the space would eat a dragon egg, but the nature of a caretaker was to be cautious about the conditions that the eggs were staying in, and a change in water level or temperature might slow their growth. Keeping dragon eggs in the perfect condition until hatching was a never-ending battle, and they needed a slightly different environment at different times during their development. So, while Carl kept tabs on their growth, he wasn't 100% certain where all of the clutches were today. Even a change in the ambient mana caused by the egg's growth might have caused the caretakers to move them to a new spot. Oh, it seems that the swamp dragons have an especially enthusiastic protector. Dana laughed as they flew over. Remy had strung up hastily made celebratory banners through the trees, and there were colorful balls floating on the water's surface, an ideal first activity for the young swamp dragons. Not the most productive or educational of toys, according to the church, but it would help teach the hatchlings how to operate their limbs properly for the first time. The first eggs to hatch were in the nest situated in the mountains, next to the entrance to the underground city area. Some of the dragons there were earth element, but most of the group was either not elementally aligned, or was wind element, and wanted to be as close to open skies as possible. Carl landed next to the clutch for a moment, and transformed into cat demon form so that they could get a better look. But he stayed far enough back that the residents who had signed up to help the baby dragons were able to work freely. Do the staff here have a betting pool on which species will hatch first? Carl asked as the orphanage staff moved efficiently to prepare for the hatching. Such things are undignified. The matron declared. The pool is at 2,000 gold coins, and there's a good chance she will win with her bet on a lightning dragon. Librarian Ike whispered. Carl smiled. It's not too late for me to upgrade their potential, which will likely change most of their species. The librarian laughed, his eyes sparkling with blue light. It would just change the winner. There are at least 3 who have wagered that you will do exactly that, and changing a lightning dragon to a divine lightning dragon or a tribulation dragon would still have a clear winner. You really did think of everything. We had 200 bettors who needed to come up with different wagers, so they got creative. I wouldn't think too deeply about it. However, if you do wish to interfere with the hatching, I'm sure that the young ones would appreciate it when they were old enough to understand. Carl shook his head. No, they've already gained a lot from the enchantments that I put on the tiny world. If I did more it might start to have side effects. Layering slightly different effects of the same skill might not even work at all, Carl knew. He had integrated the spell into the tiny world, giving the eggs a chance to grow to be their very best, the same that Remy's potion had done for the eggs of the Shadow Dragon Prince when he was on that errand for Bishop Misty, the temporal dragon. Now, they shouldn't have any trouble reaching immortality, and they were going to grow up much stronger than their parents. Strong enough that the older dragons in the space were going to have their hands full trying to raise them. One of the larger blue eggs rocked, and then with a mighty crack, a tiny dragon burst free of the shell. But it was not the lightning dragon that burst out. Everyone had expected the egg to host one of the lesser dragon species, akin to the blue dragons, but far weaker in potential. However, what broke free was something entirely different. It was a storm dragon, kin to the flood dragons, and not a true dragon at all, despite its power. Or, that was how it was generally considered. Like the flood dragons, it was serpentine in body, with 4 legs, but wingless. Like Remy, it could fly just fine without them, and it was perfectly at home in the waters. However, unlike the flood dragon, which had a much lower power level, the storm dragons were known in Carl's homeworld to make it to totem rank at full growth. So, this one should be extremely powerful when fully grown. And it was immediately drawn to Librarian Ike. Carl laughed as the nest echoed with the thoughts of the hatchling. I am blue, he is blue. No other is blue. That must be my father. What sort of deadbeat mother is not here for my hatching? Perhaps she is getting me food, and I will forgive her. The little dragon didn't realize that it was speaking out loud until the red dragon matriarch of the orphanage laughed. Little one, I am Ulia, matron of the tiny world orphanage. Disciple of the red dragon, goddess of war and orphans. Your mother was killed in battle, and your father is unknown. The blue dragon you see is Ike, our librarian. However, I do have food for you, if you are hungry. She explained. The little storm dragon frowned. Food? I can get food. I smell it. Where is it? The hatchling flew up out of the nest, swimming through the air like a snake through water. Then, it spotted the pond at the base of the mountain. Food. I see it, swimming in the water. He was about to take off when Carl caught him. There is no need to hunt your first meal, you can do that next time, little one. The golden carp in that pond are larger than you are, and they bite back. Fortunately, we have caught some in advance and cut it into manageable pieces. The storm dragon wrapped around his wrist as Carl led him back over to matriarch Alia. This is the woman in charge of making everyone behave. The blue dragon is the one in charge of helping everyone learn valuable skills. But this fine elf is the one in charge of today's meal. The druid laughed as the tiny dragon gave her a loving stare. Then, she held up a small plate with diced fish cubes, and the dragon forgot all about being wrapped around Carl as he struggled to lunge for the delicacy and got himself tangled. You have to move your whole body, not just your head when you're wrapped around something. There you go, you're free now. Go eat. The hatchling gave Carl a grateful nod of his head before lunging at the plate and shutting out everything else happening around it. They're adorable at that age. Dana whispered. As long as you're not between them and the food. Alia agreed. There wasn't much time to chat, though. More of the eggs were beginning to crack, and the message had already gone out confirming the species of the first hatchling. Dana wasn't certain if anyone had guessed Storm Dragon, but with 100 different options, they might have. Once the Storm Dragon hatched, the others were not far behind. Before the tiny blue dragon could finish the first plate of fish, another egg cracked, and a magnificent white and silver dragon, with large leathery wings, burst free from its confinement and roared in annoyance at the lingering shell pieces on its body, as if that would make them move. And to Carl's surprise, it did. The little one was a wind element dragon of a species Carl did not recognize, and his breath contained the fundamental rule of wind right from birth. All he had to do was will it, and the wind would blow hard enough to scrub his soft scales clean. The matriarch picked him up out of the nest before his antics could disturb the others, and placed him on the table of dragon food, so that he could pick. Little one, I will be caring for you and this clutch. Choose your first meal, and we will record it as your favorite. She explained. The wind dragon frowned, his brow scrunched in concentration. He was newly born, but they already had such difficult tasks for him. Ha! He would not let this strange red dragon defeat him in a game of logic. With a proud screech, he spread his wings, intending to claim the whole table, only to realize that at his size, he could barely cover one plate. So, he improvised. He grabbed a few pieces of everything that smelled good and tossed them into a pile, then protectively guarded it. Noted. The wind dragon is a foodie. Matron Alia noted. Carl watched the confusion as more eggs began to hatch, and then looked off into the distance, where they could see more of the clutches starting to become active. Should we get back in flight so that we can watch more of the hatchings? He asked as Dana smiled down at the shaking nest. No, let's wait here, we can watch the others at a distance. The only one that we can't see from here is the forest nest, and that one's got both Lotus and Button at it, so the hatchlings are definitely not going to be left to fend for themselves. Dana joked. True, and Nyan is over there with Thor, Tessa and the Grassland group. I wonder where Naksha went. Carl asked. He could search for her in the tiny world, but with so much activity that would be more annoyance than simply guessing. She's inside the mountain. There are some shadow and earth element dragon eggs that responded better to being underground than in the woods or in the grass. So we put them there to grow. The patriarch should be with them as well, as that group is near the actual orphanage and academy compound that we have been renovating in preparation for an influx of students. It's nearly perfect now, and we've had the Dark Light host bring us a load of study materials from the church lately. Librarian Ike explained. That is wonderful news. As long as you've got everything that they will need for a standard education, it will be fine. The last thing that we're going to need is already in place, we just need to keep them in the space. Berserker. He isn't going to want to leave. Ike replied. Carl laughed. No, not him. I meant Nyan and the two regressed dragons. They can be our representatives from the immortal worlds, to cover the topics that the instructors from home don't know. Some of these dragons are going to be born very powerful, and if we don't have the right training in place, it will stunt their growth. If that happens, I will have to transfer them out for the new home clan to raise, so that they move smoothly to immortality. I know that at least a few of the more powerful ones are going to have that level of potential, but this is still a pocket dimension, and the fundamental rules here are not complete. Everything that I have learned, plus the beasts, is accessible. They're all bonded to me, so their fundamental rules are at least partially accessible by me. However, that doesn't even come close to touching on everything that the dragons might need to grow into immortality. However, I don't know what to do to make it possible for them to learn others, or if they can do it anyhow, and the rules simply aren't embedded into the nature of the space. That's something that wasn't made clear to me. I know that while they're here, the other immortals don't seem to have their powers suppressed, though. So, it might just be a matter of understanding. Those with rules other than what I understand might be able to grow, but simply won't see a bonus to their growth rate from the tiny world. Or, their growth in this space might actually improve it as they learn more. I really do need to get to the library. Ike laughed. See, eventually, everyone learns the wisdom of the blue dragons. There can never be enough knowledge. Raising the children is a long process, you can obtain the knowledge that you need as we go. There has to be a reason that the practice was both started and stopped. Immortals rarely forget, it must have fallen out of favor for some reason. Nonetheless, now that you do have your own pocket dimension, it's imperative that you learn all you can about growing and fortifying it. Alright, I will head there after the eggs have hatched. It looks like we've got a rather interesting young one coming out now. Carl agreed. Librarian Ike turned to see what Carl was talking about, and found that there was a plain white dragon stepping delicately from an egg. Originally, there hadn't been any chromatic dragons among the clutches, but that aura was certainly that of the white dragon, god of healing. The tiny dragon gave the world a curious glance, then flew over to Ike. You're blue. Blue dragons know things. Where is the best food? The librarian laughed at the formality of the tiny white dragon. In personality, it was a lot like the other one that had come here, the regressed dragon known as Brother Chin. They were both overly formal and rigid, only this one was doing it instinctively, and the other had practiced it for a lifetime. If you have a way to contact them, you should let the other white dragon know that there is one of his kin here. We didn't expect that, but having another white dragon here should help the little one adjust more easily than simply leaving him with the orphanage. White is one of the few types of dragons that we don't have here, as far as the chromatic dragon gods. Carl nodded and opened a small portal to grab the little dragon from where he was watching the lakefront group hatching. While I appreciate that you were comfortable, the evolution of the eggs has granted you a brother of the same species. Librarian Ike believes that it would be best if you helped the little one get situated. Carl explained. A white dragon hatchling here? Brother Chin asked, confused. Then the hatchling turned to look at him and gave a curious snort. You brought another hatchling to teach me how to be a hatchling? Interesting strategy. We will see if it pays off. Brother Chin laughed. Oh, This one is going to be a handful, I can tell already. Fine, I will help guide him. The faithful descendants of the gods often have strong personalities descended from their divine lineage. Of course we do. We are divine. The hatchling snorted. Behind him at the nest, a deep blue dragon crackling with lightning laughed. If you're divine, then what am I? The newly hatched divine lightning dragon laughed. Not only was she more powerful than the little white dragon, she was also prettier and her powers had manifested at birth. How could that little white lizard compare to her majesty? She flapped her wings to land on the buffet table, and picked out a fine collection of meats, then used her lightning to roast the first bit with a sense of smug superiority. Meat was so much better when it was cooked, how could she eat like some savage, just gulping down raw fish? Hey! That fish-eating savage storm dragon was trying to steal her meat now. Thwop! With a flick of her wing, the other hatchling went flying off the table, then grumbled and flew back up. If you didn't want to share, you could just say so. He complained. The divine lightning dragon relented, while the elf working the table laughed silently at their antics. The hatchling cooked a bit of fish for her peer, and the storm dragon bit into it tentatively. This is so much better than cold. The texture isn't as wiggly though. How do we make it wiggly and warm? The chef laughed at his confusion. That, my young friend, is the art of cooking. Here, try this bit of meat. It's called a medium rare steak, and it is both wiggly and warm, which is hard to accomplish with fish. The storm dragon bit into the meat, then waved its head, letting the meat wiggle as it dangled from his mouth. The divine lightning dragon stared at him in thinly veiled disgust, but had cooked her red meat exactly the same way. It was the best way to eat it. But still, he ate like a pig, not a dragon. More of the eggs were hatching now, multiples at a time, and the hatchlings were scrambling to get to the table for the meat. This is insane. Not even in a single clutch do the eggs often hatch on the same day, but here we've got eggs from a dozen different clutches, and even different species, all hatching minutes apart. Is there something about this place that I don't know? Librarian Ike asked as he watched the spectacle. Possibly. I did use some abilities to optimize both plant and animal growth, which might have synchronized their growth rates. That wasn't the intended purpose, but if they were all pushed to their maximum potential, it makes sense that they would all hatch close together, when they were all affected at the same time. Carl offered. I will look into it later. So many baby dragons. The librarian sighed, foreseeing headaches in his future. Carl watched in silent amusement as the hatchlings fought over food, even though there was more available than they could possibly finish in one day, much less one meal. Then, the sound of frustration from further down the mountain caught his attention, and a small black form rushed out bursting into the open sky, while an annoyed druid stood at the entrance to the caverns. The hatchling circled for a moment, then turned to fly toward Carl, or perhaps the table of food behind him. Do we have different offerings at different stations? Carl asked, watching the dragon fly their way. No. It's all the same, just in different proportions, based on what they're most likely to want. The water dragon clutches have more fish. Librarian Ike explained. The little black dragon flew up in front of Carl, who held out his arm as a perch for it to land on. Hi. Why do you smell like home? It asked. I don't know the answer to that. Do I smell like death magic? Or do I smell like something else? Not death magic. That other black dragon will be here soon, I can sense her. But even from inside, I could pick out the scent, and I want to know what it is. Carl nodded. Likely because I made this place. If this place is home, and I made it, then it makes sense that I smell like home. The black dragon thought hard about that answer, then decided that it didn't understand. I will come back for the answer. I have to go before she catches me. Good luck, little one. You've got about 10 seconds of freedom left. Freedom. Naksha laughed as she caught the tiny one in one massive claw, then transformed back into a humanoid to clutch him to her chest. All right, you curious little escape artist. Time to go back to dinner with the others. You can come bother Uncle Carl later. Bye Uncle Carl. Dana laughed as Naksha took the little black dragon away. It looks like there will not be a dull moment in the tiny world. Naksha sighed as the little dragon nearly wiggled out of her arms trying to wave goodbye, and retreated into the mountain to take her charge down the stairs. The young ones were surprising everyone with the advanced bloodlines that they were showing. These were far stronger than what they had come from, which were mostly sub-dragons and lesser species. Like up on the ridge, the clutch in the mountain had produced a chromatic dragon whelp, as well as a handful of divine dragon species that were born to be immortals. All they needed was time to grow. It was as if they had actually been born on an immortal world, even though the tiny world lacked many of the aspects that a proper immortal world would have. Just the mana change appeared to be enough for them to have advanced, and to have maximized their growth to the same level that the clan compound would. Possibly higher, as the mana here was actually much more dense, as Carl had placed condensation runic arrays when it was still using mortal mana, and they had some effectiveness even with the limited amount of immortal world energy that he had introduced. The hybridization didn't hurt any of the life here, and the new plants that they were introducing in the last few hours, while Lotus and Remy waited for the eggs to hatch, was doing wonders for the regeneration of the immortal energy. Carl could feel the islands of power growing through the space, just as he could feel the enhancement of the beast spaces as they were transitioned to the new flora. Soon, they would have a whole new power level within the tiny world, and the influx of baby dragons was going to do wonders for the balance of this space. With them constantly emitting higher quality energy, the rest of the residents would get a boost as well, and the space would begin to stabilize. It was perfect. While Carl was watching the hatchlings on the mountain, Lotus and Button were working together to entertain the hatchlings in the forest. They had 4 forest dragons so far, and Button was super excited to have juniors of her own species to boss around. Unfortunately for her, the hatchlings were not the sort to take orders any more than she was. Predictably, the moment that they had hatched, they had gone immediately for Lotus, who was pushing out the effects of, if not friend, why friend-shaped, at the highest possible level. With that spell in effect, the hatchlings were all over her, and Lotus was in heaven. Carl might not be allowed to have a baby dragon, but the black dragon didn't say anything at all about her. So, that meant that she was definitely allowed to have them all. The others in the hatching area thought that there might be something wrong with her logic, but they hadn't found the fault yet. Lotus got to play with baby dragons, she helped them get their first meal, taught them about the forest and where they were. Everything that you would want or need a newborn dragon to know in their first hour outside the shell. Plus, she never got tired of meeting new baby dragons. That level of green dragon cleric energy was exactly what they needed for a bunch of rambunctious nature element dragon hatchlings. Lyric laughed as Button and the hatchlings began making a tree fort in place of a nest, using nature magic to weave vines and grow branches into flat surfaces for them. The tiny world's resident forest dragon had prepared well for this day, and she had hundreds of blankets stored and ready to make the most epic cuddle pile that the tiny world had ever seen. That was her plan for the day. Young dragons needed a lot of sleep, so after they had played with Lotus, and eaten, then took a short flight to get used to their wings, they could all nap in the tree fort. Of course, they had sized all the entrances for hatchlings and young dragons, so the only adult that wouldn't struggle to enter was Lotus, whose dragon form was no larger than Button's. Everyone else was going to have to reach through the small door and pull someone out at random, unless they were very slender and could get their upper body through the hole. There was a large balcony, though. They needed it, since the hatchlings weren't skilled enough to fly through the door and tuck their wings at the same time. They would just land outside and wobble in. Watching the little dragons smugly attempt to hide from the adults was making everyone work hard not to laugh at their ingenuity. Sure, they were out of sight of the adults. But now everyone knew where they were, and whether any were missing. It also kept them all warm and dry until it was time for them to eat again in a few hours, and out from underfoot while everyone else worked. Their plan worked so well that nobody was even upset with them. Especially not Lotus and Button, who were currently leading 2 separate exploration teams around the forest, so that the hatchlings knew where the important stuff was. Like the edge of the forest by the lake, where the breakfast was served. There would actually be food for them right here next to the tree fort. But Button was adamant that it was an important landmark of the space that everyone should learn on the first day. It was also her favorite spot to go swimming. Carl laughed as a small black dragon head peeked out of the entrance to the underground nesting area, and made a finger over the lips hushing gesture to the black dragon who was attempting to sneak out for the second time in 2 hours. That child was going to be trouble, he could tell already. Not only was he a black dragon, attuned to death, which made others naturally uneasy. But he was also a born escape artist. Giggling from the doorway was followed by the frantic flapping of wings, then a strangled squawk as Naksha caught her wayward charge. "Where do you think that you're going? It's time for you to eat, little one," she demanded. "There is food here too. I will be free, free I tell you." Then the little dragon curled up in her arms and fell asleep. He wasn't going to escape so easily, and she really was warm and comfortable. Naksha carried her wayward charge back down the stairs for the second time today, and wondered what had gotten into the little one. Black dragons were normally not all that curious or exploration-oriented. But this one seemed to have a rebellious spirit and a yearning to explore. Or perhaps it just wanted to fly around and enjoyed the fact that it was somewhere that it was told not to be. Sometimes that sort of reverse psychology worked well on hatchlings, she was told. However, she had never raised any of them before, and she wasn't actually a worker at the orphanage. She had just answered the all-hands-on-deck call when every egg in the space started hatching at once. "What is with the escaping act? Did you have somewhere urgent to be?" she asked the little dragon as it began to wake up. "Nowhere particular. It's just 2 people down there." The black dragon priestess laughed. "You know, I can understand that feeling. But if you keep escaping somewhere quiet, I have to keep looking for you, so that we know you're getting fed and not lost in the space." The little one thought about that. "I suppose that I can stay closer." Naksha smiled at him. "How about this, I will set up a nice tent off to the side with some blankets and a book of death magic runes for you. A quiet spot to retreat to when it gets too loud." The little one nodded. "That sounds nice. Now, where is the food? I swear I was almost to food before you caught me." Naksha set him down at the end of the table and the black dragon immediately began sorting meat for its meal. He was an incredibly picky eater, and only liked meat from animals that had died in certain ways and states of mind. Anything else didn't smell right. That was another thing that Naksha understood. When she was little she was the same way. She was also not fond of being around other people, but that feeling was mutual, and they didn't like having her around, even though her magic was always useful to them. It was the struggle of being a servant of the god of death. The rest of the hatchlings in the room were an eclectic mix, thanks to Carl's intervention. Some were shadow dragons, some were earth dragons, even a calamity dragon, a form of fire elemental immortal dragon that normally lived in volcanic regions. They didn't have anything like that in the tiny world, but it had evolved anyhow. It was wonderful to have so many different types of dragons present. They would help bring balance to the tiny world, and spread out the elemental affinities of this place. However, they were going to be a real handful to raise. So many kinds of dragons, pure dragons, not subspecies or dragonkin, were going to challenge the staff at every chance. Partially because they were born so powerful, and partially because that was just the nature of young dragons looking to find their place in the social hierarchy. The only group that was actually having trouble with their dragons was the swamp team, and they were blaming that mostly on Remy. The Naga had managed to convince the majority of the dragons that the first thing they needed to do after eating was go for a swim and work off that first meal so they could eat a second one and grow stronger. It made sense in the mind of a hatchling, but in the murky water of the swamp, it was nearly impossible to track all their movements, and many were moving between the water and the air, exploring everything in the area. They couldn't afford to misplace any of the hatchlings, who would all need to eat soon, but they also knew that it was possible some of the larger fish species might actually try to eat them if they wandered too far. Or, the hatchlings would try to eat them, and would end up getting beat up for their troubles. Especially the swamp dragons, which were a wingless species closer in relation to crocolisks than to actual dragons. With a temper to match. The only saving grace was that they were popular with the beast rangers, and some of those ladies had a second beast slot open. They couldn't bond with actual dragons, their class limitations didn't allow it. But they might be able to bond with the swamp dragons. For the moment, that was their goal. Find the swamp dragon hatchlings, and try to get them to imprint on the rangers, so that they could convince them to bond as a partner. Compared to the wolves, which were already powerful magical beasts in their own right, the swamp dragons were in a whole other class. How could they not be when they would grow to be a 15-meter-long 6-legged armored reptile? Remy, oblivious to the chaos that her actions had caused, was devotedly taking notes on the growth of her group compared to the others, using the thoughts and observations of the other beasts to calculate relative growth rates. Hatchlings grew muscle mass at a remarkable rate, so having them exercise and eat multiple times before they fell asleep should put them ahead of their peers by a noticeable amount, she assumed. If her theory was correct, it would revolutionize day one hatchling care. And if it was not correct, then she would just have to convince that old lady who ran the orphanage that her nutritional supplements were safe and effective for hatchlings. That was an uphill battle. The woman seemed inclined to treat her as a hatchling as well, and she didn't take any of Remy's plans to help the growth rate of the baby dragon seriously. Or, perhaps she simply didn't want them to grow any faster than they already were. But where was the fun in that? The Carl set all sorts of growth records, and people loved him for it. Surely, if the dragons did the same, it would be even more spectacular. While the others fought to keep order among the clutches that they were assigned to, Kara did exactly the opposite. Not deliberately causing chaos, it already existed. Instead, she subtly worked to keep it as the status quo. Sitting in the grasslands with Thor and Tessa, the badger was teaching the young dragons a calisthenics class. They were close to the same size, as dragons were so much larger than badgers when fully grown. But against hatchlings, she was just close enough to show them some basic stretching and mobility techniques. "Sister, what are you up to? It is unlike you to be so devoted to teaching, and I know that your species isn't known for their matronly instincts." Thor began. "With the Carl around, how could I not learn new things? I swear, I will help your herd grow up big and strong as well." Kara retorted as she twisted and stretched her arms over her head. The hatchlings followed along, mimicking her, while Tessa stared suspiciously at them before realizing what she was doing. Kara was teaching them all how to wiggle out of the most common holding and carrying techniques. But if she made a big deal about it now, the little dragons would realize what they were learning, and they would immediately start to put it into action. After all, it was one of the first things they had learned after entering the world, and they would definitely want to test it out. Which would make it nearly impossible for the caretakers to keep them under control. "Alright, you just keep teaching them, and get those hatchling muscles all limber and strong," Tessa announced instead. That assured the little ones that what they were learning was important, but also distracted them from the fact that it might be abused later. However, she had underestimated the level of chaos that a badger could cause without actively trying to. While she was teaching the hatchlings in her group basic exercises to keep them mobile, they were also memorizing the way that she interacted with others, and the casual way that everyone else interacted. To the young dragons, Kara was also a childish figure. They didn't know that was as big as her species got. They just knew that when she was in humanoid form, she looked younger than the others who treated her with respect, as an equal. So, if one child was treated as an equal, why not them? The thought wouldn't leave the minds of the newborn dragons. Everyone else got treated as more responsible, as a person capable of taking care of themselves. And it never entered their minds that size didn't equal age, or that they truly weren't capable of taking care of themselves. In fact, they were the furthest thing from capable of taking care of themselves. Most of them struggled to even remember to chew their food if they weren't given a reminder by the staff. They would grab the bite and immediately try to swallow, desperate to get more food into themselves, and end up nearly choking, despite the bodies of dragons being designed to survive even that level of gluttony. Their breathing and eating were completely separate, not sharing a windpipe as they did with most species. So, they could actually fill themselves to the top of their neck and still breathe. It would just be uncomfortable to try to swallow it all. With their newfound confidence in their bodies after exercising with Kara, the hatchlings began making plans to explore the world. It was not a particularly large world, by any standard, but they had seen none of it except the grass around their nest. They got hungry every time that they woke up from a food coma, and didn't have much time in between that and sleeping again to do anything but Kara's exercises. But after a day and a half, they were ready to stay awake just a little bit longer and stretch their wings. And that was what Kara had been waiting for. She was an excellent flyer, and once she was back in badger form, she would be ready to lead the procession of small flying creatures on their very first adventure. She had even prepared for it. 1 kilometer away, set up on a rocky outcrop closer to the guild house replica, there was a large picnic set up, and that would be their first hunting target. Alright everyone, listen up. We're going on a treasure hunt. If you follow your nose, there will be an amazing prize awaiting you. I will start the trip, pointing you in the right direction, and then you can fly past me and try to be the first to the prize. The first ones there get the first pick of the good stuff. She explained. Tessa was concerned, but she could see that Thor was already laughing at the situation, and he could hear Kara's thoughts. If Thor wasn't concerned, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Then, Kara transformed, and the hatchlings all took to the sky, following her off into the distance. She's not taking them far, is she? Tessa whispered to the behemoth. No. There is a picnic set up for them in the distance. Once they get further into the sky, they will be able to see it. Tessa smiled. You know, as much as she loves causing trouble, she is remarkably reliable. In her own way. Thor agreed. In the sky, the young dragons were darting around Kara and circling as she led them further up. Then, the first of them spotted the picnic, which was set out on a red and white blanket, so that it was easily visible from the sky. Food. The prize is special food. The first dragon to spot the arrangement cheered. It took the others just a few seconds to find the spot he was aiming at, and then the race was on, every partially developed set of wing muscles straining to get just a bit more speed. The first one to the prize was the first one to choose their snack. The horde of dragons landed at the picnic blanket in a tangle of wings and claws, all struggling to be the first to get their fill of whatever was on the platters. This was a special meal that Hawk had prepared for them, a favor to Kara, and an expression of his skills as an immortal mystic chef. It often felt like he wasn't as much of a cook as Lotus, who baked the sweets that everyone seemed to love so much, but Hawk was proud of his skills, even if they leaned more towards roasted meats and vegetables than desserts. Healthy eating was important too, even if you were eating mostly for the benefit of the magic that was stored in it. So, the hatchlings had no idea that the meal was actually something special. What they did know was that it was delicious, and that roasted meat was every bit as good as the fresh meat that they had been served before, as it was easier for them to digest. All meat was good meat. But Kara wouldn't have arranged for Hawk to make a meal if there was no potential for additional entertainment. It wasn't in her nature. Just feeding the dragons was something that happened 10 times a day at this point in their lives. So, she had Hawk bring out the good meats, prepared to the best of his abilities to showcase the glory of his cooking skills and the fire element, in her words. That was enough motivation for Hawk. Hey, this one has fruit in the middle. One of the little dragons cheered as he bit into a piece of roasted fish. Fruit in the meat? Is it good? Give me some. Tessa watched the little dragons fight over the chunks of meat as she approached with Thor. They were tiny savages, and Hawk had made dozens of different flavors, without any consideration to how many young dragons were coming. So, while there was more than enough for everyone, there was far from enough of each flavor for everyone to try it all. Exactly as Kara had planned. In some cases, that wasn't such a bad thing. Not every dragon was interested in every flavor. But these were hatchlings, and the urge to compete over food was hardwired into their brains. they couldn't stand the fact that others might have something that they didn't manage to get. It felt like losing. That too was a valuable lesson for the little dragons, but it also meant that there were going to be fights. Not major ones, as the dragons were too young to have activated system classes, and most of them weren't born with control of their innate skills yet. But violent enough that Tessa and Thor had to step in to separate the little ones and keep the battles from spreading to involve others. Alright, we will spread the meat out in a larger area if we have to. Everyone play nice and eat whatever smells good. Tessa ordered, using the well-trained mom voice that all red dragon clerics were trained in. It was a tone that worked especially well on Lotus when they were still in the academy, and the young green dragon cleric was about to get herself in trouble again. The hatchlings considered her demand for a few seconds, then quickly realized that spreading out the meat meant it would be further to get to the other flavors. That was not good, they would have to fight even more to get to piles that they couldn't hoard. Thor laughed as the dragons arranged themselves around the blanket, and began to jostle and fight for position, which ended up with them making a slow rotation around the meat pile, as they all moved from option to option. It almost looked organized. At least, it did until one of them realized that there was an open spot on the top of the pile, and it turned into a starved hatchling version of Capture the Hill. While Tessa tried to organize the chaos of a hatchling picnic, Naksha was having a much easier time with the dragons of the dark and death elements who had naturally congregated around her and Ray. They had moved to a shadowed region of the underground city, which had been entirely appropriated as the orphanage for young dragons in the tiny world. That gave them the comfort and solitude that they wanted, without moving them too far from the others, or making it hard to get to the food. It also mostly stopped the wayward son of the Black Dragon clan from wandering off to go find Carl. Why he was such a draw for the small dragon was a mystery to her. Naksha had clearly heard from her patron on multiple occasions that Carl was prohibited from having a baby dragon. However, that did not mean that baby dragons were not drawn to him. Even Brother Chin, the reborn white dragon, was drawn to him. Alright, what does everyone want to do after we eat? Should we play shadow tag? Or should we all have a nap? Naksha asked, knowing what the answer would be, and what would actually happen. Shadow tag, the hatchlings demanded as one. That was what she expected as they headed for the end of the second day after the hatching. They would all want to play tag, and then 10 minutes in, they would be exhausted, and the caretakers would be carrying them back to the small beds that had been set up in alcoves for them. But Sister Ray loved to play the game with them, and she would chase them around in spider form, making the hatchlings work their wings to escape her, as the spider put in minimal effort to keep them moving and prevent anyone from actually getting away. It wasn't like they were ever going to be faster than she was, and none of them had a skill that could hide from her eyes. Nor were they likely to learn one in the next few years while they learned the basics of how to be dragons. 1 week after all the dragon eggs had hatched, things had finally begun to calm down, and it was becoming clear that their intention to poach a few immortals for the tiny world had been successful. Mark, Nate and Jim had left the first day after playing with the baby dragons for a bit. But Nyan, Jeff and Brother Chin remained happily in the space, using the mana-gathering arrays to help improve their progression towards the peak of the immortal spirit stage. All of them still had work to do, 2 of them because they had been injured and reborn, and Nyan simply had a terrible advancement rate after she reached immortality. Her system wasn't great, as far as immortal rank was concerned, and she had only recently managed to advance her class with the class change obelisk that Carl had created for the clan. So, she had a lot of work to do. Carl rolled over to look out the window of his room, scanning over the grasslands and the lake area of the tiny world, where hatchling dragons flew in every direction, learning to explore their new surroundings. They were all curiosity now that they could stay awake for more than a few minutes at a time, and they had moved from the demanding food constantly phase to the demanding answers constantly phase of their early development. Naturally, the questions were about anything and everything that a young dragon might be curious about. Why they could fly in air but not in water. Why the air and the grass were different temperatures. Why lightning dragons didn't taste like forest dragons. That one was almost certainly Kara's fault, Tessa had decided. The badger had definitely licked one of every species of dragon after they hatched, so that she could add it to her mental repository. So, the little ones had followed her lead, taste-testing everything. In some ways, it was helpful to their development. They needed to learn the things that they liked and did not like. But having them constantly testing things that should not be eaten was beginning to stress out the handlers. Carl laughed at the antics of the little ones outside, and then wrapped his arms around Dana, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. Rustling in the rafters drew his attention, and Carl looked up to see Opal sleeping on a hammock, with what looked like a painter's easel set up on the rafter beside her. Was she planning to make a painting of something that she saw last night? Well, the joke was on her. By the time that they had returned to their room, both of them had been so exhausted that they hadn't done anything but sleep. Even now, they were still in their most comfortable pajamas. Carl cast his mind out over the space, looking for any signs of trouble, and found that almost everything was under control. The only current issues were that the forest dragons in the tree fort were reluctant to get up for breakfast, too comfortable to let hunger rule them this early, and that one female divine lightning dragon hatchling had managed to sneak into Nyan's bed, so that she could nap next to Jeff. She refused to believe that he was not one of the other hatchlings, and had decided that not only was he of her species, but he should be the most promising of all of them. So, she was determined that she must remain in his presence to learn his secrets. However, Nyan had no intention of letting someone else steal her Jeff, so that had turned into her sharing a bed with two small dragons. She had explained many times that Jeff was older, and that he was injured, which caused him to regress to a smaller size, but the little dragon hadn't ever heard of anything like that before, and simply assumed that she was lying to keep the prodigy all to herself. The fact that Nyan was overly protective of Jeff was not helping her case. And then there was the case of the escaping black dragon. As the ultimate introvert, and an adherent of the god of death, he saw no particular reason to be near the other hatchlings unless there was a lesson being taught, and routinely wandered off to follow someone who was doing interesting things. Not to accompany them, or interact with them. No, he just wanted to fly or waddle along after them to see what they were doing. The kitchen staff were his most common targets, as they smelled like blood most of the time, as they were constantly preparing fresh meat. However, he was also a fan of trying to find Rey, and figure out what she was up to, or following Thor to the training ground, where he would watch the behemoth practice his combat skills. This morning, he had not gone far, and he was in the complex under the mountain, watching the kitchen staff butcher chickens for the morning meal. "Hey, what are those flat things?" he asked. "Tortillas for the breakfast burritos. I don't know if your stomach can handle that yet. They smell good, like ash and fire." "Crap, I burnt one." "Well, how about I scrape the burnt part off and you can try it?" the chef suggested. The little dragon nodded. "That should be good. It's definitely dead now. Very burnt." The cook wasn't sure if she should laugh or cry at being commended for burning a tortilla she was supposed to be warming. But she scraped the char off and gave the little dragon a bite. "It's chewy. But not meat chewy. Tastes like not meat, and a bit of fire. I approve. Do you put the chicken in there?" "Chicken would be good with this." "Yes, the chicken, or sausage, and some potato and egg, and hot sauce." "Hot sauce. You made fire into a sauce. I must have this." The chef laughed and cut one of the burritos into halves. "Here, try some, but don't blame me if you get a sore tummy." The black dragon picked the piece of breakfast burrito up with both front claws and bit down on it. "Fire. Oh, this is bliss. Yes, we must have more of these. And meat. More meat. Is the meat ready?" The elf just sighed in dismay. Making piles of raw meat for the hatchlings was so much easier than cooking proper meals for 100 more mouths was going to be. "Yes, we have plenty of meat ready. But you know the rule, you have to wait until breakfast is served before you get any. You only got a bite of burrito early because you never tried it before. That's a dumb rule. There is meat, I can smell it." Once you're grown enough that you can make your own breakfast, you can negotiate changes to the rules with the matron. Then it's never changing. That dragon is scary. Carl crept out of bed and had a quick shower before dressing for the day. After hiding away for a week, it was time to head out of the tiny world and go check on the outside world again. The only ones that had been outside lately were Leo and Kara, who were going to school. They hadn't reported anything odd, but that didn't mean that there was nothing going on, only that it wasn't being reported to the children. Even Kara wasn't focused on what was happening outside when she spent her free time either learning fun things with her class or playing games with the baby dragons. There were quite a few who were clearly going to be immortal born, destined to advance without tribulation the moment that they activated their system interface. So, as she didn't know whether they would be keeping those ones or working to transfer them to the immortal world for assistance, she wanted to get in all the quality time that she could. The little ones had wonderfully chaotic ideas. They couldn't help it, they had no frame of reference for the world, so they simply blurted out whatever came to mind first, and Kara did her best to make it a possibility. Her mission for today was to help one of the young ones escape for a few minutes. Not escape detection. The little one was certain that there was a whole other world out there, one that was hidden from what the dragon viewed as the starting area of the universe, the tiny world which was a third baby dragons at this point. If that was not a protected starting area for them, what else could it be? The voice in her head told her that there were many other worlds, and she just had to find them before she was fully grown so that she could awaken her full potential. The little dragon didn't know what that meant, but she fully intended to find out. Kara transformed and crept up to her while nobody else was watching, then took her out of the tiny world, exiting into Carl's apartment. Alright, we have to make this quick before we get caught and get in trouble. This is the immortal world, or one of the immortal worlds, anyhow. This is where you will move after you have grown enough in the tiny world that there are no more challenges there. This is a safe spot in the world, called the New Home Merchant Clan. However, the rest of the world is very dangerous, even for immortal dragons. Many people will want to steal your powers or chop you up and steal your scales after you are outside the clan. Inside, it is fairly safe, so I will take you to a special place that all young dragons must know. Kara whispered for dramatic effect. There was nobody in the apartment to hear them. The library? The little dragon asked hopefully. Kara laughed. Not this time, though that one is very important as well. We will come back to that one once you have activated the system, and gained your first class. Today, we will go to the supply warehouse to meet my friend Min. The Carl has placed an order for a few items there, so we will pick them up and bring them back. But that will let you meet Miss Min, and she will take care of your exchanges for supplies in the future. The little dragon nodded solemnly. This Min person must be extremely important if Kara was going to bring her to the supply warehouse first. The two left the apartment, the tiny dragon waddling along beside Kara's human form, in the awkward way of toddlers of every species. But what she lacked in agility on the ground, she made up for in adorableness, and everyone they passed was careful not to disturb or step on the tiny creature, who was clearly doing her best to sneak out of the house with Kara. Most of the clan knew already that Kara was a chaos badger, so they were not surprised that she was helping a baby dragon escape home. But they also knew that her species thrived on the reactions of others, and if they made a big production out of catching her at it, they would only encourage her to do it more often. What they didn't realize was that Kara had planned for this, and their reactions were helping teach the young divine lightning dragon to be comfortable around strangers. Not too comfortable, she had been warned that the world was dangerous. But comfortable enough that she wouldn't become a shut-in, which Kara viewed as a real danger for all things blue. Blue dragons and their libraries, Remy and her alchemy laboratory. It was basically the same thing, blue creatures shutting themselves away from the world, so that they could immerse themselves in whatever they were working on. Even Jeff, the regressed divine lightning dragon, hid himself away. That was to help rebuild his immortal spirit, which required thousands of hours of focus to gather energy using the technique that he knew. But to Kara, that was irrelevant. He was blue, and he hid indoors, what made him less entertaining. The door chimed as they entered, and Min looked up from her counter. Ah, Kara. It's good to see you again. What brings you out here this morning? Kara placed a strength ring from Carl's recent production efforts on the counter. I came to pay for and pick up the plants that we ordered. She explained proudly, while the little dragon stared up in awe. That was when Min noticed that they were not alone, and excitedly leapt over the counter to scoop up the little one in her arms. Oh, goddess, she is adorable. What is your name, little one? The green dragon gushed. I am Tenna. You must be the legendary Min, keeper of the loot warehouse. Min giggled. It was definitely Kara who had described her that way to this tiny blue ball of scales. Indeed I am. But I am not yet legendary, I'm still fairly young. I am also a green dragon, but it's more convenient for me to transform for work. You'll learn that trick one day when you're a bit older. The dragon nodded excitedly, wiggling in Min's arms. The dragon known as Button is only a little older than I am, and she already knows the trick to turning into a human. It looks very handy. But they told me that until I grow up a little there is no point, because my human form would be too young to be useful. I bet that the Carl has a better way to do it, but he said that he's not going to teach us yet. Something about gaining skills too early would mess up our class progression. Min laughed. Carl is very right. If you get a skill before you get a class, it will limit the options for classes to ones that are related to the skill that you already know. If you don't have any good options for classes, that can be a powerful way to get a new option, but that's after you already have a class and you've learned all it can teach you. Tenna made a mental note. Classes had limits, you were meant to learn everything from them and then find a way to get a better one to learn even more cool things. Min returned behind the counter with Tenna still in her arms, and collected the items that Carl had requested. That was an enlightening experience for the little dragon. There were so many cool things hidden behind that wall in what they called a warehouse, and all you needed was to have something suitably shiny to trade for them. These immortal world dragons really did have a good system, trading loot from their horde for new loot from the group horde. They must have learned it from Sister Kara. In the mind of the hatchling, Kara was the greatest source of loot-related wisdom, and even now she had managed to trade just one shiny thing for a whole stack of fragrant plants to grow in the tiny world. Who else could manage such a lopsided deal? Of course, Tenna had no way of knowing that a rare great immortal rank ring was incredibly valuable. All that she knew was that it was one small piece of shiny loot. Well, if you've got all that you need, I'm about to go on break and return to my room, Min began. Not without me. You can cuddle the baby dragon, but I promised the red dragon matriarch that I would bring her back. Min shuddered in instinctive fear of the wrath of the orphanage matrons. Good point, we will all go for ice cream, and then I will return to work, while you bring the little one back. Miss Tenna, have you had a chance to experience ice cream yet? Ice cream? Frozen cream? I don't know that thing. Is it good? The Dana mage likes cream in her coffee. Min laughed at the hatchling's rapid-fire questions. Yes, it is amazing. Cream is good for so many things, both hot in coffee, and frozen in ice cream. You can even make fluffy whipped cream with it. Oh. I know that one. Our green dragon makes snacks with that. Min smiled. She knew that Carl had much more hidden in the tiny world than she had gotten time to explore, but she hadn't thought that there would be a divine lightning dragon hatchling. Was that his next plan for power? To bond a hatchling that was born for immortality? Min waved over one of the other staff members, who gave her an amused look, already knowing that she was taking an extra break to spend more time with the hatchling. She would have to work overtime to make up for it, but making her stay would make her miserable, and by extension, everyone around her would be miserable as well. Bring me back one of their egg sandwiches. She called as Min rushed out the door. At the very least, she could get a snack out of covering for her clearly distracted coworker. Min waved in acceptance as she rushed out with the hatchling divine lightning dragon in her arms, only for the elder passing by to immediately burst into laughter. Is this some sort of fashion trend now? Running around with a divine lightning dragon in your arms? First it was Nyan, and now it's Min, but it's not the same dragon. He joked. Min giggled, Elder, meet Tenna. Tiny Tenna is a freshly hatched divine lightning dragon, not a reborn one like Jeff. We're going to go introduce her to the joys of ice cream. And where did you find this lovely young lady? He asked. Kara brought her to me. Would you like to join us? The warehouse elder considered it for a moment, then shook his head. No, if the mother of this child comes looking for her, I would rather not be present and face her accusations. Tenna laughed and fluttered her one free wing. It's fine. I live with the red dragons, and the matron doesn't know that we went on an adventure to go collect the Carl's order from the warehouse. In that case, I definitely don't want to be present. The matrons are scary, he joked. If the matrons had allowed Kara to take her out, it must be fine. But he had work to do. Tenna nodded in agreement. The matron got all growly when you didn't listen. But she still wanted to know what ice cream was all about. Kara would keep her safe. The ice cream shop was quiet when they entered, with only a few tables occupied and nobody in line. As such, it was impossible to miss the fact that Min had brought in a small child in the middle of the morning when she was normally on shift. Greetings, what can we get for you today? The clerk asked as Tenna struggled to get free of Min's arms and examine the ice cream selection. This all smells amazing. It's sweet and creamy, and I smell fruits and nuts. Definitely food, but not a meal. How wonderful is that? If there is no meat, it doesn't count as dinner, so it doesn't count as eating early. Her declaration made the clerk giggle. That was definitely one way of looking at it. Is there a flavor that you like best? The clerk asked carefully, ready to intervene if the little dragon tried to get off the top of the display and into the freezer. It wouldn't be the first time. Tingly. I like the tingles, they taste like lightning. She means mint. Or anything else you have that has that cool and tingly mouth feeling. Kara clarified. In that case, we've got a mountain dragon berry and chocolate special edition that you will absolutely love. Here, try a sample. She scooped a tiny bit onto a wooden sample spoon and held it out for Tenna. The little dragon grabbed it in both front claws, and greedily began licking every trace of ice cream off the spoon. Which she then ate. The spoon isn't part of the snack. It's not bad, though. I think it's Highland Grove bamboo. The forest dragons recommended it for edible bowls. The clerk sighed. You're going to need to talk to your dragons. Forest dragons might be fine with it, but most species are not well built to digest bamboo. Kara gave her a double thumbs up. I will keep that in mind. Get Miss Tenna a bowl of that, and I will have the rocky road. I think that Min wants the peach sorbet today. Min blinked. That was an option. She didn't see it anywhere in the case. But the clerk smiled and went into the back to bring out a fresh bucket of ice cream. I don't know how you knew that we had received it. It only came in last night, and we were keeping it secret. It's the special flavor starting tomorrow. But for Min, we can make an exception. The warehouse clerk cheered at being the first one to get to buy their special of the month. That was a big moment for a green dragon. With their treasures in hand, the three of them took a seat in the back of the store, enjoying the silence as Tenna learned all about new flavors, and the dangers of brain freeze. Having never eaten anything that was so cold before, she had no warning when it first hit, and her paws flew to her head as she moaned in agony. It was delicious, but dangerous. Ice cream was a chaos element food. You need to eat it slowly. Ice cream teaches young dragons patience. Min explained. Tenna frowned at her bowl. Can't you just eat it all at once and only get one brain freeze? But then you only get to enjoy the taste one time instead of lots of times. The little dragon's eyes went wide. That was a life-altering bit of wisdom, and the green dragon shared it so freely. She really was a good person. Tenna carefully licked more of the ice cream and let it melt a little on her tongue before closing her mouth. This method was better, but a little messy. She would retract her tongue next time, but not close her mouth immediately, to avoid brain freeze. Then she saw how Kara did it. She turned the spoon and held it in her mouth for a moment so that it protected the top of her mouth from the cold, and that seemed to work. So that was how Tenna decided to do it as well. Min smiled as she realized that not only was the little one learning about ice cream, she was learning about utensils as well. Baby dragons couldn't transform, as their human form would be helpless. But in that state, they normally only ate various forms of meat and things that were already cut up, so they could just bite into them. If they were feral, they would eat meat straight from the body of their prey. But even Carl wouldn't have the little ones hunting so soon, she assumed. That was accurate, but not entirely true. They were teaching the little ones hunting games within the tiny world. But not against live animals, just as games, with food as the prizes. The young dragons needed to have their instincts rewarded so that they didn't get bored or confused, and that was one of the best ways to do it. Every dragon hunted, and they all did it in their own way, building on the skills that their species was born with. But today, not all of them would have to hunt alone. While Kara had stolen one dragon for an adventure, the beast rangers were preparing their final round of bribes to try to convince the swamp dragons that becoming a bonded partner was the best option. They were among the strongest beasts that the rangers could bond, nearly as strong as the actual dragons around them, and wickedly intelligent for a non-sapient species. They were smarter than hounds or even cats, but not quite at the level of something like a chaos badger or demonic spider that could speak common languages or understand complex relationships. However, that would quickly change if they were bonded to the rangers. Just like what had happened with Hawk and the others, the bond would increase their intelligence, and they would be the most incredible partners that the rangers could hope for. The increase might not be on the same level as what Carl's beasts saw. The increase that the normal beasts got from rangers was far smaller. But their bonded partners were definitely smarter than usual, and there were some known cases of rangers who bonded dolphins and certain ape species having a companion that could speak. Oddly, the dolphins learned to speak Elvish, not an aquatic language, according to the records that Carl had found while researching the subject. That seemed odd, but the cases where there was an advanced ranger class who bonded a dolphin were sailors, fishermen in particular. So, it might have just been that they were speaking Elvish and that was naturally the language that the dolphins learned from them. There wasn't enough detail in the books to be clear, except for the fact that they had learned to speak out loud, not just in the minds of their bonded partners. Carl mentally checked on Kara, to be sure that she hadn't forgotten that she brought one of the hatchlings on an adventure, and then Shadow stepped over to join the rangers at the swamp for their attempts to bond their new partners. The swamp dragons were more plentiful than the beast rangers who could bond them, so there would be no competition in that direction. However, there was some concern that the hatchlings might see it as a competition and begin fighting each other. That would be disastrous for their little social experiment, so Carl intended to join them to prevent things from getting out of hand. The hatchlings gathered around him as Carl arrived. He was the one who trained big sister Remy, so he was practically an uncle to them. His words were important. "Good morning everyone. We have these lovely ladies here, both lizard folk and demon, who would like to join with you as partners, the same way that Remy and the others are bonded to me. Now, they're not quite as cool as I am, but they will treat you very well and help you grow big and strong." Carl began. The rangers rolled their eyes at Carl's blatant provocation, but didn't say anything, as he wasn't wrong. Not only was he more powerful, but his class was infinitely cooler than theirs by nearly every metric. Even the regular wind-speed hawk that he had taken in had turned into a dark flame phoenix, while their first beasts had not evolved at all since bonding. Not that the dire wolves needed much. "Does anyone have any questions?" Carl asked. All the swamp dragons began growling and snapping as Carl listened carefully, and the rangers struggled to make any sense of them. The beast rangers did get a skill to help them understand animals, but with dozens of them speaking at the same time, it was nearly impossible to get details beyond body language and an occasional insight. "All right. Those who want to keep playing in the swamp can move to the back. Those who think that demons smell funny can move to the middle, and those who want to see how helpful a ranger is in making them stronger can come to the front to meet your potential partners. The demons huffed in annoyance, then smiled at the swamp dragons. They were not a native species to the swamp, so of course they smelled funny to the hatchlings. The swamp dragons sorted themselves out, while the beast rangers marveled at Carl's ability to give directions to a group of hatchling beasts that struggled to ever understand multiple word commands. The advantage of having them bonded to a ranger was that someone would naturally understand their wants and needs. But with Carl around, he could just directly interpret their language, and answer them as if they were speaking common. And they understood him back. At first, the majority of the swamp dragons moved to the "demons smell funny" group, laughing at their own joke. Then, they began to spread out, with over half opting to keep exploring on their own, and 5 of them coming forward to see who wanted to bond with them. That wasn't quite as many as they had eligible rangers. But that was 5 more than had swamp dragons yesterday, and Carl would likely be able to find a comparable subspecies in the other regions of the tiny world. The swamp dragons were the most obvious, but some of the eggs were likely from drakes, as Carl had simply grabbed everything that was left after he cleared out the dragon riders' encampment. Well, now's your chance. Do your best to convince the little ones that you're the right choice, and you can get to bonding. Carl reminded them as everyone stood around awkwardly. Right. Well, trying to convince them might not be as easy for us as it is for you. But I think that we can come up with something. One of the rangers, a lanky obsession demon whose hair was dyed almost bubblegum pink, agreed. She knelt down and brought out a selection of meats. These are my favorites. If you like the same ones, there will always be food ready. She explained. The beasts looked dubious. Didn't that mean that they would have to compete with her for food? She wasn't very large, but if they were allies and both wanted the same thing, there would definitely be competition. If we don't like the same thing, that means we have to go hunting twice as often, so that we both get what we like. If we pick the same one, we just have to hunt more of the good stuff, she added, encouraging the dragons. Carl relayed the message for her, as the dragons didn't understand well. She was using a skill to help attract the potential partner, but it wasn't as good as what the system provided Carl as part of his class benefits. Now that the swamp dragons understood the dilemma, they were much more agreeable about sharing the food. Hunting for things that didn't taste good sounded horrible. Given the option between that and sharing the food that they did get, they would take sharing every time. Carl noticed that one of the demons and one of the lizard folk rangers stepped back as the others placed their favorite options out for the hatchlings to pick from. Problem? He asked. We're both vegetarians. Putting out plants for swamp dragons, who prefer not to even have their food cooked, would be a mistake. We will hold off to see if there are other sub-dragon species that we can bond, the lizard folk woman explained. Ah, that makes good sense. You're already hunting meat for a dire wolf, so you might as well look for one partner that likes what you eat. One of the hatchlings toddled over as Carl was talking. He had mostly understood what they were talking about, and saw this as an opportunity. I want the scaly one who won't steal my food, he insisted. Carl laughed. This one says that he doesn't share food. The lizard folk stared down into the hatchling's insistent eyes, then held out a chunk of fish. Do you like fish? I have lots, she offered. The dire wolf didn't like it, so she had never used up the first batch she had picked up. A moment later, one of the hatchlings from the "demons smell funny" group came over, and sniffed at the vegetarian demoness. She still smells funny, he informed Carl. That's natural. Demons smell very similar, no matter what they've been eating. The little one frowned, an action that was really only partially lighting its eyes. A swamp dragon didn't have lips to adjust. It's not a terrible smell. Can we try dunking her in the swamp and see if it makes her smell better? The demoness laughed as she saw the dragon look between her and the water. He wants to throw me in the water, doesn't he? Yep. He thinks it will make you smell better. The demoness laughed, right before being tackled into the water by a hatchling swamp dragon. And that's how the whole tempt them with food, process ended. The hatchlings saw their opportunity, and they took it. Team, demons smell funny, charged and knocked the rangers down into the mud, sending them rolling into the shallow water. The rangers came up, spluttering and laughing as they were swarmed by scaled bodies. Even though most of them didn't object to the smell of demons and lizard folk, they were swamp dragons. Everything smelled better to them when it was at least a little covered in swamp mud. They weren't even picky about their fish landing in the mud. Sure, it was good when fresh, but a little bit of mud didn't hurt anything. The cook had said something about a 3-second rule, but they weren't quite sure what happened 3 seconds after the meat fell on the ground. Presumably, someone else would steal it. But none of them had dared to wait that long and test the theory. After rolling the rangers through the mud a little and soaking them in swamp water, the hatchlings had a consensus. Demons soaked in swamp mud smelled like demons soaked in swamp mud, not like a blend of the two. But it was fun. So, while they had already determined which of the rangers they wanted, and that dunking them in the mud didn't fix their scent, they had no intentions of stopping. One by one, the beast rangers who had a second space began to bond with their new partners, while the other species of dragons cheered them on. You know, it's a perfect match. Budget brand Carl for budget brand dragons, one of the hatchling mist dragons joked. The swamp dragons frowned at him. They were fairly sure that was an insult, but the dragon was smiling. That made it difficult to tell if nobody else reacted. Remy floated over in spirit snake form and draped herself over Carl. There is only one Carl, it's only natural that everyone else has to pick someone different, she insisted. The mist dragon nodded. There needs to be more Carl. None of these ones can even bond with dragons. I want a cheat code speed growth pet. Remy laughed. Be glad that you didn't spawn in as Carl's pet. You'd never get to be in charge that way. Look at me, even as cool as I am, I'm still a younger sister in the Carl's team. The little dragon nodded. Remy had a point. Being bonded to someone too powerful came with disadvantages. They could actually set rules that you had to obey. Adults were no fun at all, most of the time. He had met Lotus already, but she couldn't really count as an adult. She might be old enough, but surely, you had to be larger to count as a real adult. That might be why she was such a cool person. Though, now that he thought about it, the one known as Ophelia was pretty cool too. She chopped up meat and threw it to them, instead of making them eat off some boring tray. The werbear was fun, but she wasn't small. Remy watched as dozens of thoughts crossed the dragon's mind, each clearly visible on his face, as his expression shifted. The mist dragon was never going to be a great poker player. The Naga retreated as a pair of swamp dragons began to fight, and Carl moved to separate them. That one's my person. Demons are stupid. Why can't I dunk its head? Carl grabbed one in each hand so that they couldn't do any more than swat each other with their tails. Calm down, both of you. You, no trying to drown the rangers. You, good job protecting your person, but now it's time to stop fighting. The two hatchlings flailed their tails at each other for a few more seconds, then realized that it was pointless, and that their claws did nothing to Carl, who had eternal lightning active. In cat demon form, his hand was also large enough to dangle them by their necks, so they couldn't even bite him. Not that they expected it to work any better. While Carl was clearing up the argument, Kara finally made it back to the tiny world with Tenna. The young dragon was still attached to Min, though whose fault that was had not yet been determined. Tenna had the claws of 3 feet latched into the green dragon's clothing, but Min was holding the divine lighting dragon tight, ostensibly so she didn't fall. But mostly so that the wiggly and sugar-loaded hatchling didn't fly off on them. Kara wouldn't mind, but Min had to get back to work, and didn't want to get blamed for a hatchling on the loose in the city. The PTA moms would lose their minds if a hatchling that young was seen unattended. Or worse, only accompanied by Kara in badger form. In human form, they just accepted that she was a somewhat responsible teenager. But seeing her in badger form would cancel all that benefit of the doubt. Kara had just stepped out of the spare bedroom in the guild house with her companions when she ran into Tessa. Literally. Well, who do we have here? One wayward young dragon, who still has ice cream on her face. Tenna frantically wiped her mouth. No, I don't. No ice cream at all. Don't know what you're talking about. Tessa laughed. For one, you wiped most of it off on Min's dress, and for another, I can still smell it on your breath. Tenna huffed, then delicately sniffed the air. The red dragon priestess was right, she could still smell the ice cream. It was markedly better than meat breath, but it was definitely going to give away their excursion. You'd better have saved space for dinner. Growing hatchlings can't survive on ice cream alone, no matter what Auntie Kara told you. Tenna looked shocked. Kara was an auntie. She was certain that Kara counted as a big sister. But didn't that mean it was fine to go out places with her? Aunties were authority figures. And you could go places with authority figures. She would have to remember this fact for next time. How did you know that we were gone? You found us as soon as we came back. Tenna asked, attempting to plan for their next escape. The red dragon clerics know all. We are born to be matrons to hatchlings like you, who love to escape with their troublemaker aunties. Tessa assured her. Tenna looked shocked. So, you couldn't escape at all. You just had to make a run for it before they could catch you and hope that it wasn't worth chasing you. Kara smiled and patted the little dragon. Fear not, I know all the tricks. She could also nullify the finding spell that the matron had put on all the hatchlings. She had to remove it from herself at least twice a day. Alright, come on and eat. It's time. Tessa reminded her. I have so many stories to tell now. I learned about ice cream, and dragonberries, and chocolate. Do you know about chocolate? Chocolate is amazing. Tenna insisted, then turned her attention to the yard. Oh. Min, bring me there. I need to introduce you to one of my favorite people. Thor. Come over here. I found a person who smells as good as lightning and fresh cut grass. Thor laughed and waved to Tenna as Min carried her out into the yard. I've already met Min. And I see that you've met my Tessa. Come down the hill, we've got one of the shamans ready to try for tribulation. She's right at the bottleneck, and I'm going to help push her over. Thor explained. Min gasped in shock. They were going to trigger tribulation lightning inside a separate space. Wasn't that insanely dangerous? Min brought Tenna to what she hoped was a safe distance from the stone platform where the shaman was sitting cross-legged. The platform was surrounded by low stone pillars, covered in deep scratches, as if someone had been using them for weapons practice. Min wasn't sure what had happened here, but something had been tearing up that immortal rank stone. Perhaps some of the dragons. It did look like claw marks. Thor smiled at the shaman. Alright, I'm going to flood you with immortal energy. That should start to replace the energy in your storage. Once that starts, you are going to crash into the bottleneck, and it should trigger tribulation, as long as you have fully understood your fundamental rule. The shaman smiled. I've got this. I can feel the energy beginning to crackle, but my progression has been stagnant for so long, locked down by the space where we were kept before coming here, that I just can't seem to get it to accept new power. Thor nodded. He had noticed that problem with many of the rescued members. They had been stagnant for so long that their body had adapted to it, and even when given the opportunity, they were not reaching the power bottleneck, even though they did understand their fundamental rule of choice well enough. The power flowed from Thor into the shaman, using her affinity for elemental energy to supercharge her body with power. If they'd told Karl, they could have arranged a proper runic array for the moment, but Thor was pretty sure that it would be fine. She just needed a little push to get past the bottleneck and remind her body that power was meant to grow. Energy entered her body, and clouds began to form in the sky, while Tenna cheered. Divine lightning. She is one of us now. The little dragon proclaimed, throwing her hands in the air, then grabbing Min when she almost toppled over backward. The green dragon laughed at the hatchling's excitement. Tribulation lightning was an extension of her natural element, and it was the first time that the little one would have gotten to see it in person. Her own lightning magic was not on that level yet. The first bolt of lightning struck, and Min cursed as it arced from the platform to Tenna, who was playing with the ball of power like kneading a dough ball. Not all of us are immune to lightning. She reminded the hatchling. What do you mean? I'm not immune to lightning. I'm just playing with it. The lingering energy began to dissipate, and they both got a shock, which made Min's clothes smoke, and Tenna squeak before she began to laugh. See? Zap. 2 lightning strikes hit, and the shaman began to advance while the dragons from the lake came out to play. It was raining further from the center of the tribulation, and as water element dragons, they were overjoyed to see it for the first time. It did rain in the tiny world, but usually on a regulated schedule, with varying amounts so that the plant life of every region got just enough rain. That was not what was going to happen with a tribulation storm. It was simply pouring rain, centered on the lightning strikes, which were mostly contained by the smashing posts of the training platform. That was why Thor had led her to that particular spot. If any of the strikes missed, the posts would absorb them, and they would contain the energy that naturally wanted to escape from the advancing new immortal. That left more for them to use to advance, and limited the damage to the area. The third volley landed on the shaman, and the storm began to fade. But the process was successful, and she had advanced. That was the first of their homegrown immortals in the tiny world. Proof positive that giving mortals raised in the immortal worlds a class would let them advance to immortality with relative ease and impressive speed. Do it again. Tenna cheered as Thor helped the shaman up to her feet. The lizardfolk woman's skin was still smoking from the lightning strikes, and she was definitely looking worse for wear. But she was alive and immortal. Now, she just needed to learn how to form her immortal spirit. That was going to be a big step. But the more important part was that someone was going to have to introduce her to the clan in order for her to get access to the resources that she needed. Perhaps she could stay in here and someone could bring them to her, using Carl's account to purchase the books and such. But that wasn't the best way to do things, and bringing her to the clan's skill repository wasn't going to happen unless she was a member. So, they were going to have to bring an elder here and explain a few things about what was going on. The question was, which one? Most of the elders were trustworthy, they wouldn't have gotten the position if they were not. But even Min realized that you couldn't just bring anyone into the tiny world. There was so much in this place, valuable resources, hatchling dragons, secret knowledge. If you brought someone who was too easily tempted by greed, it would be a disaster. But if you brought someone who didn't do well with baby dragons, it might be even worse. Carl could likely silence one elder. But having someone know but not be accepting of the oddities of this place would cause them to have to bring someone else in. And as the saying went, once 3 people knew a secret, it was not a secret anymore. Though, technically, there were already far more than 3 people who knew about this place. There were 4 of them in here now, and the 3 brothers also knew about this place. Plus, there might be more that she wasn't thinking of right now. After a moment, Min realized that the perfect elder was right under her nose all the time. The warehouse elder was a tundra dragon, a form of ice element dragon. He was also raised by the red dragons, so he would understand about the needs of an orphanage, and the chaos that went with it. But he had enough influence that he could introduce the new immortals to the clan leader and to Elder Fersham, who usually did all the introductions. That would be perfect. However, she wasn't intending to do that right away. The new immortal would be fine at home for a day or 2, and there were likely going to be celebrations, and possibly more of them looking to advance now that Thor had proven that he could do it. Plus, she didn't want to put down the hatchling. She never did have hatchlings of her own, she was still a relatively young dragoness, after all. But that didn't mean that a green dragon didn't enjoy them. Min felt a tug at her head, and moved Tenna away from her hair, only to find that the small one had pink hair stuck in her teeth. I know that it looks like candy, but it's not edible. She warned. Well, I know that now. Tessa laughed at the annoyed tone in the dragon's voice as she realized that Min's hair was dyed with a spell and was not actually a fashionable snack. Given that she was a green dragon, it was possible that she would wear food. Many of the priestesses liked to wear candy necklaces, or even ones with medicinal pills. That way they were always ready when you needed them, and even if you were somehow blocked from using your inventory, you could just bite at the necklace. Instead of letting Tenna go for her hair again, Min handed her a piece of jerky. She thought about giving her one of the sugar-free lollipops, but after the incident with the ice cream spoon, it was probably too soon to give her food with non-edible portions. Now that she thought about it, she didn't actually have to put the hatchling down to go find the elder. He already knew that they were together today, so she could just return to work, and go talk to him. Surely, he wouldn't turn down the chance to come see this wonderful place. She was just going to have to get permission from Carl or someone, as she had no idea how she could actually leave without their assistance. Portals were not her specialty, and the room Kara brought them to only had one door. They had entered the apartment, and then the moment the door closed, Kara moved them to this space. It wasn't an altered interior to the apartment, that had been done in an entirely different style, and was an order of magnitude smaller than this tiny world. "What are you thinking about?" Thor asked as he saw Min idly petting Tenna, who was still watching the shaman recover. "I was thinking that the warehouse elder would be the best option to introduce the new immortals to the clan. He's got no use for more stuff, so he's not going to get all greedy about what he finds here. But he's also one of the highest-ranking elders, and nearly as powerful as Elder Fersham. So, it should go smoothly enough, and Fersham won't mind that someone else is doing the hard work of picking out the new immortals. He's usually got to go on trips to go find them. That's a lot of messages from elders on mortal worlds, and time out of his day." Min explained. Thor nodded. "And we can bring them directly to him instead. All we need to do is bring him to the apartment door, which is only a few minutes from the warehouse." Min smiled. "It's also on the way to the docks, and he's there every day to meet with Elder Malcolm and the sea merchants anyhow." Tessa laughed as she tried, and failed, to remove the hatchling from Min's dress. "Well, it will certainly make our lives easier. As long as he understands and doesn't get any weird ideas. Most of the people here were either held as prisoners by immortals, or shunned by society. Just going into an immortal world is going to be traumatic for half of them, and that's before initiation. She's scrappier than she looks, but she's not a combat specialist. She went for the healing and ranged elemental magic route of shamanistic magic." Tessa reminded her. Min nodded. "If we're picking her up, we can arrange for someone less vicious to do the challenge. It might put her at the bottom of the rankings, and some of the perverts will get the idea that they can get away with a bit of pushing. But once everyone knows that she's not going for it, it shouldn't be an issue. You know how the clan is, they're pretty mellow most of the time." Tessa laughed, and Min slapped her forehead. "Right, I forgot. You don't know what the clan is like. But you will soon. You're going to be mythic in days, and then it's only a matter of time." Tessa sighed, then looked up at the sky with a longing look. "I know you're right, but it sure does feel like I've fallen so far behind, you know. Dana got married and bonded to Carl, which dragged her power level up to his. Now Thor has advanced, and Naksha. It's down to just the three of us at the totem rank." She explained. "At least the hatchlings still respect you." Min offered helpfully. "If I can ever pry her off you so I can take her for dinner." That was the magic word, and Tenna willingly switched perches. She would go where there was food, no complaints at all. If Tessa had led with that part, she wouldn't have clung to the green dragon. She had been worried that Tessa was going to take her away from the fun stuff. Now that Tessa had the hatchling, Min turned to Thor to get her questions answered. "Is there a way out of here? I believe that talking to the warehouse elder will be the best option for the hatchlings, and for the new immortals. He can take care of everything for you, and ensure that the privacy of this spot is maintained. Other than him, I'm not sure who else can be trusted to know about a space like this and not cause troubles for Carl. He's powerful, but compared to the power increase once you reach the ascended stage, it's nothing. She explained. Thor nodded. I can send you out into the apartment. I can probably come with you as well. Tessa will be busy with the little ones, and we've got Bertie, one of the red dragons, watching over our nest. Min smiled. You know, if you go out alone, people will think that you're one of the new immortals as well, so they might challenge you for a spot on the rankings. Thor snorted derisively. That shouldn't be an issue. Dueling a behemoth isn't as easy as people might think. Min smiled. Well, if you're not concerned about it, we can go. Where is the door, anyhow? There isn't a permanent one to your world. There is one that leads to our mortal world, but because that one is permanent, and we don't want anyone who might manage to sneak into the apartment from finding them, or the stuff in this space, it's sealed on that side. If the world were opened, we could bring in more immortal realm energy, but it would also allow anyone with sharp enough senses to detect the tiny world. They might not be able to easily get to it if the entrance was in the warded apartment. But that doesn't mean they wouldn't try to find a way around it, or force a new way into the space once they'd found it. It's just safer to keep it private. Min nodded. That makes sense. I don't really know how those things work, but if that's what you've decided, it sounds like good logic. So, how do we leave? Thor laughed. Any of Karl's team members, or Dana, can just come in and out at will. So, we just drag people in and out with us most of the time. Sometimes we will open a portal for appearances, but that's more of a Karl and Dana thing. I don't use portals. Kara and Remy could for sure. But Thor didn't think that Ray could, and he couldn't either. Hawk never used other people's magic at all, but there was a chance that either Leo or Tion could open the portal if they tried. Opal certainly could, but she moved between worlds so easily that she never needed to. Thor placed a hand on Min's shoulder and moved the dragon out into the apartment with him. Alright, let's get this done. Do you know where your elder is? Min nodded. He's at work right now. But he will definitely leave early if we show up. Oh. I totally forgot that I'm supposed to be at work too. I will have to give my coworkers extra snacks to make up for this. I got so distracted by baby dragons that I forgot I was supposed to be doing things. Thor laughed. It's a common affliction. Hatchlings are adorable. But if you need to go to work, I can bring your elder back. Min shook her head. This is more important. They will understand that I needed the day off. They left the apartment, headed for the warehouse, but just around the first corner, they found the way blocked by a group of lower-ranking clan members, ones that even Min outranked, based on the spirit immortal charts. Min, I hear that you've been sneaking around with new immortals. You, stranger. I challenge you to a duel for placement. The largest of the men announced. I don't think that's a good idea. We're on the way to talk to the elders. Min offered. Oh, this won't take long. Besides, we've got a healer on hand, he will recover from his initiation soon enough, the young man declared. Thor smiled. I suppose that we can spare a minute or two before seeing Elder Douglas at the warehouse. The challenger sent out a clan message, informing them that there would be an initiation duel at the arena in 5 minutes. That caught the elders' attention, as they hadn't brought anyone new into the clan in the last few days. If someone was challenging an outsider over a misunderstanding, they might need to break up a real fight. The first elder to find them was Socrate, the Alchemy Hall elder, who simply burst into laughter and ushered them towards the arena. Oh, this should be wonderful. Apprentice Remy has told me all about her big brother. It's good to meet you for the first time, Thor. I am Socrate, of the Alchemy Hall. Thor shook his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Sister Remy has many new things to show you. Our recent outing was a brilliant success. She's managed to find over a dozen new species for her greenhouse. If the challenger were a bit smarter, he would have realized something was wrong. But the elder talked to Thor as if he had never met him before, so he should definitely be new to the clan, which meant he was a valid challenge target. He just hadn't realized yet that Thor was a behemoth, and that divine beasts generally reached immortality with their immortal spirits fully formed. It was just the nature of the beast species. As they made their way to the arena, Elder Douglas joined them from the warehouse, along with both of the other clerks on duty. "Min. I didn't expect to see you again today after seeing you with a hatchling. Did you come out for the challenge?" he asked. "I came out to see you. There are some things that Thor and Carl need to talk to you about. A new shaman, for one. And some other warehouse-related things." The elder sighed. "I was afraid of that. The last time that they called me to deal with Carl's warehouse-related issues, it was absolute chaos. Mostly because Carl had simply upgraded everything right in front of him and the other elders, using that new skill. If he was planning to keep doing that on a larger scale, Douglas was definitely going to appoint Min as liaison so that he didn't have to do it himself." The warehouse elder moved to walk beside Min. "What is this you're saying about a new shaman? Are they a craftsperson?" he asked. "No, a new immortal to be inducted into the clan. However, their circumstances are a bit unique, and related to Carl. I don't know how much you know already, so I will let him explain once you've seen him again. I was hoping to bring you back to his apartment. But someone saw Thor and challenged him to a ranking battle." The elder blinked slowly. "Did anyone warn him that the behemoth was going to humiliate him in public?" Min shook her head. "It was an abrupt thing, and we didn't have a chance. He'll find out soon enough, though. Actually, I'm a bit curious to see how Thor fights a duel. He's usually a knight protecting his red dragon priestess wife. But as far as actual duel-type combat skills, I don't know what he has. Especially in humanoid form." They reached the arena, and Min followed the elder into the stands, while Thor went to the sand with the challenger. The stands were already filling with all the curious clan members. The new guy didn't look like much, part elf or fae, going by the ears and green hair. But too big to be most elf species, unless the other half was something very muscular. In contrast, the challenger was even more muscular, but half a head shorter, and wearing highly fashionable battle robes, instead of Thor's plain tunic. Elder Socrate took the referee's stand, and raised his hands to silence the crowd. "We won't waste much time waiting for the crowd today. The stands are filling nicely. On the north side, we have Romano, Blood Knight, rank 218 on the Spirit Immortal ranking. On the south side, we have Thor, an unranked paladin." Thor waved happily to the crowd, who cheered for the new arrival. He just looked so happy and approachable that they almost felt bad about the initiation process. Though, Romano was much weaker than his ego told him he was. It might actually be fairly decent for Thor to duel him and settle into a lower spot in the clan right into the start. "Contestants, cast your buffs." Thor smiled as he stacked haste, brutality, crushing blows, bestial raiment, inspiration, and eternal lightning, to armor himself up and buff his speed to an insane level. Then he used bulwark to enhance his shield, and created a club with holy weapon that he wrapped a tribulation chain around. He'd seen Kara create a barbed wire wrapped bat before, and it looked perfect for duels. Min howled with laughter as she realized that the bat was an epic grade control spell that would cause stunning and paralysis on top of massive lightning damage. But Thor was also being forced to hold back. As he couldn't use his best spells without switching back to a four-legged body, he couldn't use War Beast, or Greater Beast form. While his opponent flexed and showed off blade skills for the crowd, Thor simply slammed his shield into the ground and spread bulwark in an arc in front of himself, then nodded to the referee. "Oh, this is going to be fun. The life steal class against a lightning bulwark-equipped paladin." Elder Douglas joked. Min giggled. "That's an impenetrable bulwark behemoth." Then she raised her hand to call a bookie over to place her bet on the match. 10 clan credits says that Romano doesn't even break Thor's defensive barriers. She insisted. The bookie laughed. Alright, we will take that bet. The Blood Knight was an offense-heavy class. They were excellent in duels, and their damage output was much higher than a paladin or warrior. Begin. Elder Sacred announced, and the arena immediately filled with light as Thor activated, Circle of Protection, followed by, Consecrated Ground. The holy damage hit the Blood Knight, and the elders in attendance sighed. This fight was already over, and nobody had even realized it. The system capped damage reduction at about 80%, but in Thor's case, that was 80% reduced, and he would ignore the first 10% of his health pool, plus a point for every day that he had been alive. Nothing that Romano could do would even scratch him. Not that he didn't try. The golden light was tinged with red as Romano flared with power and activated, Deadly Burst, a flurry of attacks that sent lightning sparks up from Thor's shield, crackling in the air as, Bulwark, absorbed the damage. Then, Thor's arm flashed down, and Romano was driven to his knees by the lightning damage and stun effect of, Tribulation Chains. Gods that hurt, he muttered as he rolled back and tried to regroup. The paladin was insanely fast. But Thor was using both, haste, and humming a tune that activated the bardic skill of, Inspiration, which added another 40% to his speed. Thor advanced slowly, despite his immense speed. He wanted to corner his opponent and pummel him into submission, since they were in an enclosed space, where he couldn't run away. Romano desperately poured power into his attacks, his blade slamming into, Bulwark, a dozen times a second. But the spell wasn't even flickering, as Thor constantly added mana to keep it stable. The crowd had fallen silent as they realized what was happening. Someone had found the ultimate group tank and brought him to the clan. If you were taking a spirit immortal group to the dungeon, this was the man that you wanted to have on the front line. Even the mightiest of dungeon opponents would be helpless against his implacable advance. Unfortunately for Romano, he wasn't doing any damage to recover life. With the constant holy damage he was taking, his natural regeneration was worthless. Then, with every strike, he took lightning element backlash from Thor's defenses. He shifted left, hoping to find a way around the bulwark. It was focused forward, so if he could get behind Thor, there might be a chance to deal some actual damage. Unfortunately, Thor was much faster than he was, and a sidearm swing of the bat sent Romano flying. It's a bit like watching a dungeon boss marching through the damage classes after the tank dies. Elder Douglas whispered to Min and the others sitting in the Elder section. Elder Fersham smiled softly. Like Carl, that one has an epic grade constitution. Plus, he's a behemoth. It literally is a world boss mopping the floor with a solo damage dealer at this point. Romano should just be thankful that Thor isn't using any actual damage skills. Douglas looked startled. You can see his nameplate. I don't see anything for him at all. It's like he doesn't have a system interface. Fersham shrugged. I have a skill to get information about beasts. He's bonded to Carl, so he won't show a standard name to some systems. If you've got a similar one to his, you should be able to see his name, though. Min nodded. I can see his name and the special thingy, like Carl has. Apparently, most of the crowd can't. The betting favored Romano pretty heavily. Romano stumbled as Thor hit him again, and the behemoth chuckled as he realized just how satisfying it was to use a bat instead of a sword in combat. It was far less likely to seriously injure or kill the enemy, which was counterproductive in a dungeon. But in a situation like this, he just needed to subdue his target. However, what the crowd saw was an invincible paladin swatting a blood knight around the arena like a rag doll. Only when Romano passed out from the pain did Elder Socrate finally call the match. Winner, Thor. If anyone wishes to challenge him for a higher position, please enter the arena now. A few of the other spirit immortals considered challenging. They had ideas how to get through those barriers. But what if they lost? Wouldn't they just end up humiliated, like Romano was? It was better to let Thor stay at the rank he was. Thor slung the bat over his shoulder, and then smiled when a dragon hopped down onto the sand, transforming as he landed. Oh, we're going in four-legged forms. I can do that. The dragon laughed, then paled when Thor transformed into his natural state, then cast, War Beast, to improve his constitution and add armor. Thor was still shrunk, compared to his full size. But he was every bit as large as the immortal sand dragon. Oh, this is going to be messy. Min laughed. Thor didn't have teeth, his form was herbivorous. But he had a brutally sharp beak, large enough to bite the leg off a dragon if he could catch it. Plus, with those 3 massive horns, he wasn't going to be a helpless target. Worse, War Beast gave him a massive spiked ball on the end of his tail. If that hit, even a dragon was going to regret their life choices that led them to this moment. In fact, the fight hadn't started, and already he was regretting getting in the ring. Min waited patiently for the fight to start, then hummed happily as a small moor cat hopped in her lap. And who might you be? I am Shade. I wanted to see the Carl's friend fighting. I brought my pet elf to the show. Min gave him a confused look until she saw the young girl searching the crowd for her cat. She waved Anila up to the elders section, and the girl came over, apologizing profusely. Sorry, he doesn't like to listen, and he insisted on watching the fight. She whispered, so she didn't interrupt the elders' conversation. Elder Fersham picked her up and put her on a seat between him and Min. Don't worry about it. How is your training going? I heard that the Carl helped you get an advanced class. Anila sighed. Forest Stalker is a wonderful class. The issue is Shade. He doesn't listen at all unless we're working. The cat shrugged. That's not how it works. The pet elf doesn't get to give orders. Elder Fersham chuckled quietly. We will have to discuss that later. I am fairly sure that you are bonded to her, not the other way around. But what is that you're wearing around your neck? This? It's a gift from the Carl. A villa stone so that I can put my elf away when we're not working. Fersham nodded. He saw what the problem was. The monster man treated the cat and the elf equally, which gave the cat the idea that it was in charge of this relationship. As such, it behaved like it was the ranger, while the elf was the bonded pet. I will find a proper tutor for the 2 of you. They'll get you all set up for faster growth. He informed the cat. Thank you. You're not bad for a human. Fersham tilted his chin to the match. The fight is about to start. The behemoth and the dragon were assessing each other silently as they waited for Elder Socrate to start the match. They had both fully buffed themselves, and now it was just mind games before the fight started. Begin. The 2 charged at each other, and claws scraped at barriers over horns. Then, the sand dragon twisted to the side, avoiding the charge, and trying to attack Thor's flank. Only, the tail ball came whistling in his direction, moving so fast that the air shrieked in complaint. The dragon blocked it with a barrier spell, which shattered under the impact. Then, from the sky over the area, divine lightning flashed, hitting the dragon directly. Thor rumbled in amusement as the dragon twitched. Fighting a lightning element behemoth when you were earth element, and naturally wanted to ground his attacks? Foolish. The dragon growled, and created a defensive layer over his body, approximating glass so that he was no longer a lightning rod for Thor's attacks. Earth might attract lightning, but it could also be an excellent insulator. The 2 scaled combatants clashed again, and the sand dragon was tossed in the air. Not a major issue for a flying species. But the arena's space was limited, and Thor's back feet lifted off the ground as he spun and whipped his tail around. The spiked ball hit the dragon in the side, sending him crashing into the barriers so hard that they flickered. Thor didn't hesitate, casting more lightning as he charged. Sand swirled in defense, blocking the attack and tearing at Thor's scales. The dragon grabbed his horns, trying to wrestle with the behemoth, but Thor was strong enough to whip him around, lifting his whole body off the ground. The behemoth had released some of the restrictions on his size, making him big enough that the dragon couldn't get leverage to hold him in place. Then Thor managed to get him off balance again and stomped on the toppled dragon with his front feet. Claws coated in attack skills scraped at his barriers, and, bulwark, fell. But, eternal lighting, was still up, and the dragon was looking much more lumpy than usual. Stop! The match is over. Elder Socrate called. The dragon looked up in annoyance, then shifted and coughed up blood. He had been so enraged that he hadn't noticed the behemoth had crushed his ribs, and nearly stomped him to death. Thor transformed back and changed the target of consecrated ground, so that the dragon counted as an ally, and the spell would heal him. There were already healers coming to do most of the repairs, but he didn't want to accidentally kill his sparring partner. Fighting the dragon was fun, they just needed more room to actually battle. The arena wasn't enough for their size. Once his opponent was healed enough to be mobile, Thor helped him stand, then brushed the arena sand off his back with a happy smile. Thanks for the match. I haven't had a good sparring partner in a while. The dragon gave him an incredulous look. Did the behemoth think that he was going to volunteer to do that again? Not a chance. You're quite skilled. Thank you for enlightening me. He replied instead. Thor's day was fully made at that point. Not only did he get to spar with someone new, they even complimented him. It was a good day. Now, they just needed to explain the situation to the elder, and bring him over to the tiny world so that he could see what was going on, and their mission would be complete. Nobody else chose to challenge Thor once they had noticed that he simply shrugged off every attempt to damage him. It was going to take a special skill of some sort, or a specialty damage-dealing class to sort him out properly, and none of them were looking forward to getting beat up in the arena today. Especially not the ones who had just lost a load of money betting against him. Thor left the arena sands to the cheers and congratulations of those who had wagered on him. Most of them felt a bit guilty about their wagers, as they had realized that most of the attendees couldn't see Thor's system tags. But the money, oh, that made all the guilt in the world worth it. Even Min was basking in the luxury of her win. She had wagered 10 clan credits, a decent but not excessive sum. And it had paid out 3-1. So, she now had 30 clan credits at her disposal, enough to keep her happy for months. At least, as long as Carl didn't come into the warehouse with something else that she absolutely had to have. Being that man's friend had to be expensive, given his propensity to keep coming up with new items that made everyone else in the clan look destitute. Elders, good day. Thor greeted Douglas and Fersham politely, while Elder Socrate came down from the referee's stand to join the group. Congratulations on your win, Thor. Now, Min says that there is something that we need to see. We have a few minutes now, so why don't we all go take care of the issue? Elder Fersham replied. Thor nodded. They hadn't planned to grab 3 elders, but it should be fine. Sure. They're just at the apartment, so it's only a few minutes of walking. Then, once we get there, it might take a bit to explain the issue. Thor explained. The elders immediately recognized that it was something that Thor didn't want to talk about in public, or perhaps that Carl had ordered him not to. So, they didn't ask any more questions while they were still surrounded by other clan members. They just followed Thor and Min to the apartment, while Shade dragged Anila behind them. There was definitely fun stuff happening, and the cat had no intentions of missing out on it. Anila was curious as well. But she didn't have the courage to simply nominate herself to tag along on a meeting with the elders. If it wasn't for Shade, she would have simply gone home to study and practice her skills. She was getting better, but with her late start, she had some time left before she was up to the standard that her mother demanded. Thor led them inside, and picked up Anila, while Min used the excuse to grab Shade and bury her face in his fur. Just take my hand for a second. I will bring us to Carl. Thor explained. He could do it without contact, but with more powerful immortals, contact would guarantee that they didn't wander off on him. They may have skills to move between spaces, and he didn't want them ending up somewhere else in the space, where they might invade something private, or disturb the hatchlings. Alright, here we are. The 3 elders stared around in wonder as they saw the tiny world, while Carl gave Thor a curious stare, wondering why he had brought the 3 men into the space. They could have introduced the shaman in the apartment. Thor just shrugged. It was easier to explain when they saw it for themselves. First things first, we've got a new shaman. She just reached immortality, and we would like to introduce her to the clan. In order to advance beyond the entry to immortality, it will be easier if she has direct access to the clan's resources. Carl began. Elder Fersham nodded. I see what you mean. This space is quite the spell. Tiny world, I believe. A rather obscure bit of magic, as not many can use it. I see that there are many more about to advance as well. So, I do hope that you have a safe space for the tribulation that isn't going to cause lingering damage to your pocket dimension. Carl nodded. I will take care of it, it's not an issue. The tribulation doesn't damage the tiny world itself. Remy, could you please go recover Elder Socrate for me? He's headed for the flower gardens. Elder Fersham laughed as he realized the alchemy hall elder had left them, and that Remy had been draped over Carl's shoulders. She was napping, and he hadn't noticed that she was more than a decoration until Carl spoke to her. The Naga gave him a happy wave, then darted off through the grass to find her mentor. She had so much to show him now that he was here. They'll be a while. Remy just got new stuff for her greenhouse, and the alchemy hall is going to want to see it. It's mostly stuff for her new pills and potions, and you know how the elder gets about new things. Carl explained to the elders. Oh, we know. For hundreds of years, we've known how he is. It looks like you've got this whole place set up for some specific purpose, though. Is it all magical resource generation? Elder Fersham asked. No, I actually modified it a bit because we have a large number of hatchling dragons here. That's why we needed you. Being a dragon yourself, you'll understand the issue with having an orphanage raising children who are going to reach immortality during puberty. Most of the caretakers should be immortals by then, but the rambunctious toddler years are going to be problematic. Plus, there are things we need to teach them that I'm not sure our first batch of volunteers will know. Who did you get? Elder Fersham asked, already aware of the specialties of most of the clan, based on their shopping habits. We've got Nyan, Jeff, Brother Chin, and probably Min. I don't see her leaving voluntarily now that she's found baby dragons. The warehouse elder laughed. Occupational hazard of being a green dragon cleric. Well, technically she's a druid. But it's close enough when she is a green dragon to begin with. I can likely arrange for some teachers once the little ones start to grow more than the people here can handle. That should be a few years, so you'll have a bit of time to prepare for them. Is this space still adjusting in power? I can tell that the mana is quite dense, but it's a mix of two realms. Carl nodded. It is. We've still got plenty of mortals here, and without the mortal mana, they can't advance properly. Without access to mortal mana that their body can process, they will grow to the peak of mythic, then hit a bottleneck that they can't overcome because their bodies were designed to process mana that doesn't exist around them anymore. So, I keep it up, and add immortal energy to the mix. It lets everyone advance smoothly, even me. It should also let the young dragons grow up big and strong. But that brings us back to why you're here. We will need stuff. Training materials for immortal dragons, study guides for toddlers if the process is different, and anything else I am not thinking of right now. The matron likely knows better than I do, but with so many hatchlings, she's a bit busy at the moment. While they were talking, the perpetually escaping black dragon hatchling came over with Tenna the divine lightning hatchling right beside him. She had seen him sneaking down the mountain, and that meant that something fun was about to happen. Only good things happened when you managed to escape the matron. Until she caught you. Carl. I sensed combat on Thor, and came to hear the new stories. The little black dragon explained. I came because he was doing fun things. Tenna added. Elder Douglas laughed. And now I see how it would be chaotic with multiple species of hatchlings. How many are there in total? A little over 100, including the subdragon species. There are over a dozen different species, as I recovered the eggs from a dragon hunter camp. Carl explained. The elder made a protective gesture, which both hatchlings tried to mimic. Sham laughed as they mimicked the warehouse elder. It's not a spell or a skill, just a gesture to ward off bad luck. What are your names, little ones? I am Tenna, and this is Yuan. He doesn't usually talk to people, or come out in the sun. Yuan shrugged. It was bright out here, and there were too many people. But he needed to know who tried to fight with Thor. His affinity for death said that it was a serious fight, and not just practice like their standard daytime sparring sessions, where nobody's barriers usually broke. He climbed up Thor's leg, as it was easier than flying, and settled on the big man's shoulder to wait for the explanation. That left Tenna with an issue. She didn't want a stranger touching her, but Min was already holding a cat. Carl's turn it was. Elder Douglas smiled as the hatchlings instinctively found a stronger person to hold them while they napped. As much as they didn't want to admit it, both of them were tired from their exertion. It was a long trip down here from the top of the hill, and they had flown most of the distance. All right, I see what the issue is here. You've got a shaman to introduce to the clan, and then you're going to have at least a dozen more new immortals in the next year or so. That's bound to raise some suspicions, no matter how we look at it. They all know each other, and since we usually pick them one at a time from the mortal worlds, there are very rarely pairs like Carl and Dana who know each other. That many all from one place is going to raise questions about what sort of mortal world can produce so many immortals, and how to get to it. More than a few of the clan members will want to explore where the new members came from. Mostly to see what sort of resources it has. And it won't be difficult to sense the lingering mortal world energy on them. So, you can either keep them in here for some time after they advance, or we come up with an excuse that everyone is going to stick to. That's Elder Forsham's jurisdiction, so it's good that we brought him with us. Then he looked into the distance, where Elder Socrate and Remy were discussing magical plants. Bringing that one hadn't helped anything. Remy disagreed. He knew all sorts of things about the plants that she had recovered from their most recent trip, and she hadn't planted all the ones in the tiny world in the optimal locations. They had been in poor shape when she got them, so she had nothing to refer to. But the elder had memorized nearly every sort of magical plant that might possibly be useful to an alchemist, and all their known mutations. Elder Fersham extended his senses to see who all was in this space, and then paused as he found much more than he had expected. It wasn't all refugees like the shaman, who was still branded with an aura from another immortal world. She was definitely held captive for most of her life in that world, before whatever brought her to Carl had happened. There were also people who had grown up in the same mortal world that Carl and his team had come from, and he had a sneaking suspicion that this place might still be linked to that world in some way. If Carl was still accessing the mortal realm, the power level of that place was going to skyrocket, just based on the cast-offs of his crafting. What he couldn't know was that the Dark Light host didn't rely on his cast-offs. They had mythic craftsmen already, and Carl wasn't selling immortal rank gear to the guild, as per his agreement with Ozof. Technically, it wasn't prohibited to sell to the guild members themselves, but realistically none of them actually needed it, as just having epic-grade mythic rank gear was more than enough to take care of everything that they were facing in that world. If there was another invasion, or they were threatened to an extent that they couldn't deal with, then Carl would ship them better stuff. You know, other than the fact that they're still mortals, you basically have your own clan here. Or if you were one of the consumption clans, you would be set to produce a supreme ranked leader within a generation. Elder Fersham noted. A consumption clan? Carl asked. Ah, I suppose that you don't know the term. It refers to a form of skill that consumes the power of those weaker than you to fuel your progression. The general rule of thumb is that it takes the full power and souls of 1,000 void-rank immortals to bring one of their leaders from ascendance to supremacy. Now, that's not realistic, as they would only be a bit weaker than him. But 5 times that many spirit immortals would be about right. That's one of the more common uses of these separate spaces. Push everyone up to a certain level, then have them work hard to progress while you siphon off their gains. As you can likely guess, it's considered one of the evil techniques, but many systems include a skill of a similar nature. The elder explained. Behind Carl, Kara burst into laughter, while Thor turned away and whistled innocently. You know of the method, then? Elder Douglas asked rhetorically. Obviously, they did. Carl actually has a sword that steals soul and life essence to fuel his power. It's not just a system skill, it's a physical item where we come from. But he's too pure and innocent to have thought about farming people for their power. He doesn't even use the blade in combat most of the time unless it's a duel, or he doesn't like the person, she explained. Seriously? Carl uses a soul-stealing weapon. I wouldn't have guessed, given his personality. Does it not corrupt with use? Or is it a matter of time? Carl shook his head. No, the sword purifies the energy before transferring it. So it doesn't matter what the life essence or soul energy came from, only that I challenged and defeated something higher ranked than I was. It does collect from everything that dies around me, but it's not the same level of gain. Something like using an under-ranked instead of an over-ranked potion. Elder Socrate jogged back over. I heard the word potion. Douglas shook his head in dismay. Of course that's the only part that you heard. We were talking about soul-stealing weapons and the effect of lower-ranked energy versus over-rank energy. The alchemist nodded. That's a good comparison. Carl cleared his throat. Now, back on topic. How are we going to introduce all these new immortals to the clan? Because now that we know how to push them past the bottleneck, they're all going to want to do it, and the Beast Rangers just got new pets that they will need resources for. Beast Rangers? Elder Fersham asked. Oh, they're an advanced ranger class that can bond magical beasts. A bunch of them gained a skill to get a second bonded beast, and added swamp dragons to their existing dire wolves. When we helped them get their class, they all got the same beasts because that's what was available. Now, they're all about to reach immortality with their wolves. But the swamp dragons are hatchlings, so they'll need some time. The elder sighed. I regret asking. That will become a common sentiment if you keep asking questions. You can look at it as a wonderful opportunity for the clan, though. They're all excellent combatants with versatile skills, and not warriors. Plus, when the dragons grow up, they're excellent tanks as well as mounts. The elder's expression said that he was thinking deeply, so nobody interrupted him. Then, he stared at some of the lizard folk who had come to congratulate their sister. Wait, are these all Dark Light Host Guild members? He asked. Yes. We inducted them so that we could send them to dungeons on behalf of the guild. It's the only way that they could build up the skill points that they needed after starting at mythic rank. Carl explained. And you don't see how that might possibly be an issue? No. Elder Socrate patted his counterpart on the shoulder. Let me handle this, I have experience. You see, if we bring in a bunch of randoms, that's one thing. But he's not the only one who is going to notice that they're all your guild members. And what do you think is going to happen when the clan sees you bring dozens of immortals from your guild into the clan? Half of them will think you're staging a coup, and the other half are going to think that you have a secret skill to improve progression speed. Kara raised one finger, as if she wanted to speak, and Elder Socrate laughed. Let me guess. He does have one, doesn't he? Not just one. But we have a really good guild skill. Who would want to leave? Elder Socrate smiled at the badger. Oh. What sort of guild skill is so good that the Dark Light Host is one that nobody wants to leave? Ancient Wisdom, Immortal Rank, Epic Grade. Allows the caster to grant one skill usable by themselves or an active summon to their entire party. Usable as a guild skill. The words appeared in the air in front of Kara as Opal intervened with her illusionary skills. Oh, I see that you made friends with Elder Xiao Bai. That's one of her favorite skills, and she uses it to great effect inside trial instances when she's leading a group. I can see how that would be popular with a guild. Socrate realized. Carl nodded. Guild skill applications don't stack, unfortunately. If we're in an all-guild group, we can't give everyone 10 or 20 different skills. After the first one, it will just replace what you had. But it's still pretty awesome. If we give everyone, trollish regeneration, or another similarly useful skill, the whole group benefits. It's all about the versatility of the guild member who is with them. But there are very few basic classes in the guild. After a while, we help them get unique skills so that they can advance to a rare second class. Socrate smiled. So, our new shaman has a unique skill. What did she pick? Carl turned to the shaman, as he had no idea. I went for 2 outside of my class tree. Apocalypse, and the Elemental's Wrath, transformation skill. Elder Fersham stared at Kara, waiting for her to do the thing that showed him the skill name, not realizing that it was Opal who did it. Elemental's Wrath, epic grade transformation skill. Grants limited invulnerability, adds 250% fire damage to all attacks, causes, berserk, increasing strength by 100%. Opal brought the description up for everyone, which made Elder Socrate's smile turn slightly vicious. Oh, someone is going to have such a terrible day when they challenge this new shaman. That skill is just plain nasty. Kara nodded in agreement. This elder had the right idea. Watching people make fools of themselves would never not be funny. The shaman smiled. I picked it because of the way that it stacks. You see, it adds 250% base damage to all attacks as fire damage. But Apocalypse hits hundreds of times, each with a small amount of damage. She trailed off, and the realization began to dawn on the elders. That was a proper attack skill worth of damage added to every attack, and Apocalypse hit everything in the area multiple times per second. The combination was absolutely broken. Even before considering that the shaman would have limited invulnerability, so they wouldn't be a soft target when the enemy inevitably went after them. It was likely not enough to turn a rather fragile lizard folk shaman into a main tank. But it was enough to ensure that she could take a hit. Elder Douglas frowned as he pondered the dilemma that Thor had brought him here to solve. You know, it might just be easier to blame the Dark Light host. Say that they're transferring members here because their roster overflowed, and then make up some nonsense about member limits due to their system. He suggested. Actually, we do have member limits per branch. They increase with power level, but as the Drod branch leader, I can only support 1,000 members of the guild in the branch, without forming a new one with a separate branch leader. The guild exists in many worlds, including a handful of immortal ones, and most are the same way. Carl offered. Interesting. That's not at all like where I came from. But the immortal world that I grew up on didn't have guilds in the same way that you do. We just had unorganized clans, that weren't linked to the system. Is there some marking that identifies guild members, other than the guild tag? Carl nodded. We have tabards and a banner as well if we choose to display them. Mine's a bit different from the others, as you get system upgrades to your tabard for fighting duels on behalf of the guild during guild wars. But we can all access it. Carl equipped his banner, with the 2 simple golden bands and one much more ornate golden ring on it. Oh, that is fancy. I see how that would impress other guild leaders when they faced you in battle. Elder Socrate announced, before turning his attention back to the note that he was writing for Remy. Elder Douglas examined the tabard and nodded. Indeed, it is quite impressive, and it appears to be an immortal-grade piece of equipment, so it's likely matched to the wearer. That's right. It improves with every guild war, and with every time that I advance. Douglas turned toward Socrate and Fersham. What do you say that we go with the excuse that the Dark Light host needed to transfer some members? Everyone already knows Carl, and most should have been able to see that he has the branch leader tag with his guild title. Well, maybe not most. But a solid quarter of the clan, anyhow. Having so many different systems in one place really is inconvenient sometimes. It does let us slide little things like this under the rug, though. If everyone was from this world, and all used the local system, we wouldn't be able to brush over these inconsistencies. People would ask questions that we didn't have proper answers for. Hell, we couldn't even explain what a guild was, since it doesn't exist in the local system interface, as far as I know. We've got clans and sects that it recognizes, but no guilds. And apparently they're not different names for the same thing because you can be in a clan and a guild at the same time. But not a clan and a sect. Carl shrugged. I'm not clear on the difference, either. Functionally, they're similar. But a clan seems a bit less formal than a guild. Like, the system has a guild bank and guild inventory. I don't see that for the clan. Interesting. A guild gets its own inventory. How do you work that? Anyone just takes what they want. Carl shook his head. No, the branch leader can put restrictions on it. I usually don't, as it's mostly full of items for the guild shops. It's easier to move things between guild houses that way, as the bank function has a limited range, and won't cover a whole continent. It won't cover a whole continent. Elder Socrate muttered sarcastically. It would note that the continents on my home world are much smaller because the planet itself is less than a tenth the size of this one. So, they are limited. Less than 2,000 kilometers. Alright, that does sound reasonable to call restricted. But I do want to know more about this guild function. Are you in a hurry to introduce the shaman? Elder Socrate asked. No, a few days either way isn't a big deal. There will be a party tonight, and everyone will need some time to recover. You're welcome to stay, we have plenty of rooms, of any sort you might want. Everything from mountain villas, the guild house, or even a tree fort or beach cabana. Carl offered. Now that is hospitality. Don't mind if I do. The locals laughed at the excitement of the elders to explore the tiny world without Carl watching over their shoulders. They wouldn't steal, that was beneath their dignity. But there was a lot to see here. Naturally, Elder Socrate was dragged off by Remy, who hadn't shown him everything that she had planted yet, and still needed advice on some of the plants that didn't seem to be growing to the peak of their potential. That left 2 other elders to be swarmed by the hatchlings who came to watch the advancement. Hello. Are you moving here now? Do you know where you're staying? There is a nice place by the lake, where the golden fish are. Or you can stay here by the tree, which smells like sunshine, or maybe the nest. We're all done with it now, but it's new to you, right? One of the forest dragons asked. The nest? Elder Fersham asked. Yeah. We moved to the treehouse. It's so much better, but the nest was all right. The elder smiled at the little dragon's enthusiasm. I think that I will go to that big house for the evening. I'm told that it has some nice places to sleep. Ooh, the pillow pile in the library. Button cheered. Elder Fersham nodded. That actually sounds pretty good, but are you sure that it's not taken? Yep. Lotus and Fee are on night shift with the forest dragons tonight, so nobody will be there unless I come with you. Don't you have your own bed? I do, but who sleeps alone? It's cold and boring. The elder patted her head. Such wisdom from such a young dragon. Button smiled proudly. I learned that from Sister Lotus. Did you know that she's the very best of us at mystic cooking? Most of our new recipes are from her. Even Sister Kara's cupcakes come from her. Fersham looked around for the badger, but didn't see her. I have heard much about her adventures, and her gifts. Do you know why she does that? Because nobody should be so poor that their pockets are empty. So if she doesn't find anything, she gives them a cupcake to improve their luck and wealth. The cupcakes are magical, you know. Indeed they are. That wasn't even a joke. The cupcakes granted bonuses to whoever ate them. Button dragged the elder away, leaving only Elder Douglas, who was looking a bit lost. You can join us in the house if you'd like. There are many good spots to sleep in this tiny world, and many of the residents like to sleep in hammocks by the beach. I will warn you that they are mostly druids and nature priestesses, though. The dragon laughed. Oh, I am well aware of how they are. As soon as I saw elves, I became suspicious that they were dressing up to meet strangers. The whole species takes body positivity to an entirely new level. That gave Ray a wonderful idea. Those robes that Carl picked up, hoping for Dana to wear them, would be a huge hit with the druids here. They were so light and sheer that it was almost like wearing nothing at all, but somehow more socially acceptable. As an added bonus, it would protect them from small threats, like splashing oil, tree branch scrapes and such. She would have to make them in green. Carl was about to follow the others into the house when someone came running his way, clearly trying to speak to him, or someone near him. "Carl, good timing. I thought that you were going to leave again and I would miss you. The vampire who lives with Lady Matilda informed us that it is Ozov's millennial anniversary this month, and we need a present." Wendy, the young Oni demon mage and runecrafter, informed him. Elder Douglas paused as the odd girl curtsied, wearing a frilly dress that was clearly some sort of uniform in their guild colors. Perhaps she was a waitress. "Elder, this is Wendy. She's one of my runecrafting disciples and works as our delivery agent for VIP customers." "That explains the uniform." Wendy giggled. "Actually, it's not mandatory. This one is the guild store clerk's uniform, but it's so cute on Mick that I had Lady Ray make me one too." Douglas nodded. "Very cute. The Darklight host just might be filled with oddballs at varying power levels." Carl smiled at the hyper-delivery agent. "Well, do we have any idea what he'd like for his birthday? If that's what you can call a millennial anniversary of the day he became an immortal." "He's not telling us. I even tried to get his assistant to tell me and they wouldn't. Tiffany wouldn't tell me either. She said that Lady Matilda wants us to guess." "Of course she does. It's much more entertaining if we all struggle to guess what is going to be the best gift for him. But now that I've got you here, what do you all think of the new guild skill that I set? I thought that it would be best for everyone, since only one guild member in a group can activate the guild skill." He asked. "Oh, it's working out wonderfully. The staff have started using it as a way to recruit the orphans and slackers into the kitchen prep teams. But it's also useful in the dungeons for the myths and totems, I suppose." "Kitchen prep? Well, mystic cooking is a skill, isn't it? So they can share it with the youngsters and whoever is in trouble, and make them help in the kitchen." Elder Douglas chuckled at her earnest expression. "It seems that your guild has learned the joys of creative punishments. But temporarily teaching someone to use mystic cooking so that they can chop vegetables properly is absolutely wild." Carl shrugged. "I wish I could say that I didn't expect them to do something strange with it. But this was not the direction that I thought that they were going to take. Just wait until they realize that the mages can transfer skills from their summons to the group. Some of them can use epic golems, I would assume. We did leave a copy of the book at the library for our Blue Dragon Ike to distribute. Your guild sounds like they truly enjoy life. I will help you keep them sheltered from the immortal worlds. There are far too many people who get greedy when they think that they can get away with things. Now, I will head to the lake to see about those hammocks, and I will let you work with this little demoness." Carl and Wendy watched the dragon leave, clearly eager to get to the water, no matter how hard he was trying to hide it. He wasn't sure that anyone had remembered to ask what sort of dragon the elder was, but it looked like he was either from the water element, or it was the open air of the hammocks that was calling to him. "Now, has Ozov gotten any new toys? Made any major changes since I left? Anything that would help give us some idea of what he needs?" Wendy shrugged. "He comes by the Alliance house now and then to see what we've got on sale. But that's mostly just curiosity. We've been making a killing since they finally got Sapphire to cave and start making things at mythic rank. Other than that, he's just too busy with all the stuff that got shifted to him when Matilda had to move. Right, she can't stay in that world full-time as a legend. That gives me a wonderful idea. I can make him an item to clone himself. 3 of himself would reduce his workload, and he can give the drudgery to the clones. They only get 3 of his core skills, but I think that I can do something about that." Maybe mix it with the gargoyle or epic golem skill so that they can do more. Has he been forced to take over the portal blocking duties? Wendy shook her head. No, Matilda automated that, I think. She's still doing it anyhow. Alright, that's one thing that we can scratch off the list of things Azoth will need to escape from. Now, I think that I know just the thing to give to him, if you want to sit here and watch. I'll explain what I'm doing as I do it so that the runes make sense to you, and then I'll teach you the spells that I'm including if you can use them. They're a bit unique, so you might not be able to. Wendy sighed. I suspected that it might be something like that. There are so many skills that simply don't work for every class. But that Ancient Wisdom Guild skill has been huge. The things that we can do when a whole group can use a specialty skill are spectacular. The ladies of the tiny world have had the warriors drooling all over them since you changed the skill. A healer who can also grant buffs and teach ranged damage skills to regular old warriors. Even if it's temporary, that's like their birthday, Emperor Moss and the Solstice Festival all came at once. Carl laughed at the description. Well, that is a good thing, I suppose. The warriors need heroes to look up to, and who better than the lovely ladies of the Dark Light host. Then he took out a chair and a small workbench so that he could get started on the project. He would make it into something that the immortal could use all the time, which wouldn't get in the way. Not a piece of equipment, Carl thought. Instead, it would be better to make it as a decoration for the man's office, so that the limited range of the spell would keep the clones right where he wanted them to be to cover the tasks he didn't want to do. That would make his life immeasurably better, now that he was responsible for so much more than he had been only a few years ago. It wasn't a secret that the old man didn't like doing any more than he absolutely had to, so with the loss of one of their most overworked immortals, the designated protector of the planet, he had been distressed to find that he was the next in line. It should have been obvious that the job would fall to him. Not only was he the oldest, and the strongest, but he was also the one who already helped Matilda with most of her tasks. The only one that he wasn't actively helping her with was the one task that she hadn't delegated when she had to leave the world, the task of keeping the barrier over the world intact and immortal interlopers out. Well, most of them. They were both deliberately ignoring the fact that Carl's Dark Light host branch was routinely moving people between Drod and the immortal realm. Dealing with that was too much hassle for the reward that they would get, and Azoth knew that they might actually need some of what Carl was making if there were another major issue in this world later. While Azoth was confident in his skills, the increase in the power level of the world as the ley lines began to rise toward their peak would make the world easier for others to detect, even with Matilda working to keep it hidden. That was both the most unfortunate fact of life and the greatest boon to the residents of the world that he could think of. Sure, they might get a few new immortals. But they would also have to deal with more attempts to invade. Carl worked slowly to create the layers of runes on a simple flat sheet of metal, preparing the gift in the most time-efficient way possible. Is there a reason you're making it flat and not on a statue or something? Wendy asked as she watched Carl layer and link the inscription so that the rune-crafted item would have the effects interact in the desired manner. Actually, I was intending to have someone attach it to the back of a painting. As I recall, we have more than a few painters in the guild, and that would be the perfect gift for Azoth. Art is eternal, and art that will let him summon clones to help him complete the annoying parts of his work is even better. Now, do you see what I'm doing here, where the two effects from the epic golems and the clones overlap? Wendy nodded. But I don't understand the clone spell. It's not one that I know. Could we do it with gargoyles? I suppose that we could. Gargoyles can do what we're asking them for. But they're tied to one location, and if Azoth needs to send these out to represent him, a gargoyle wouldn't be able to do that. So, we can tie a clone to the painting, and it can travel further than a gargoyle, but will be at the painting by default. Wendy considered Carl's advice, then nodded. It's a bit of a niche usage case, I suppose. For most people, the gargoyles would be the obvious choice, since they don't need his class skills, and keeping them in the house to work is the desired outcome. Carl chuckled. The gargoyles are also more obedient. The clones are clones, and they've got much more personality. Wendy shrugged. You say that like it's a good thing, but I'm not sure that he will see it that way. If the clones start to complain about being overworked as much as he does, we might actually just be causing more headaches for him. Carl sighed. You're right. I forgot to think of that when I was planning the coolest way to give him a gift. But it's not too late for me to alter this. I'll just make them look like clones of him, while being based on the gargoyle spell so that they don't object to being treated as wage slaves. The thought of immortal rank wage slaves made Wendy laugh. Surely, there were actually some like that in the world where Carl and the others had gone, but they were so overwhelmingly powerful in her world that the mere thought of it was ridiculous. With the less complex spell substituted in, and the item designed to simply make the clones mimic the caster, and not actually take on the majority of his skills, Carl was finished much faster than he had intended, and now he just needed to find a painting to mount it behind. Now, who do we know that has a large painting ready? Carl asked. We've got painters here in the tiny world. I'm sure that one of the ladies has something that's the right size, and their work is incredibly good. We've been selling some of it in Drod, so that they feel more like they can paint all day and still be contributing. Not that anyone would accuse you of being broke and unable to support your members, but you know how the older ladies are. Wendy replied. I heard that. Someone shouted from somewhere behind them, followed by the sound of struggling and hatchling giggles. It must be one of the beast rangers, or perhaps she was on duty with the others helping keep track of the grassland clutch of the new dragons. Either way, she was definitely struggling with the little one, who wasn't saying anything, but who wasn't going wherever she wanted it to go. Then, it broke loose, and Carl saw a small brown blur rush for the smashing posts near him as the sand dragon managed to escape its confinement. Hi, Mr. Carl. You should see her paintings. They're really pretty. I snuck into her room last night to see what she was working on, and she was painting a pretty lady. You should buy that and give it as a gift. Anyone would like that. The druid looked somewhere between annoyed and embarrassed as she caught up. That one is a private commission, we can't sell it to Azov. But I do have a few others that are close to the right size if you want to sell one of those instead. Sure. The painting will be on display somewhere in his office, so it isn't going to be some national gallery. But I do hope that it's something that he will like. She nodded. It's actually a landscape scene of the inside of the tiny world, looking across the lake at the forest with the mountains in the background. I think that as a gift from the Dark Light host to an immortal, it's perfect. Carl smiled. Oh, that does sound absolutely perfect. If it's of the tiny world, everyone who sees it will wonder where it is, or if it's from someone's imagination. But he will know the truth, and he will remember us every time that he activates the clones to help him with his work. I've got the backing for the painting all ready now, so we just need to mount it. The druid nodded. I can take it to the sculptors, and they can make something out of magical metal to hold it to the painting. That will add a third category of guild crafters to the process. The more the merrier, right? Carl smiled. Alright, take this and your painting to them, and they can mount it into something that is going to last for the ages. The sculptors should be able to make a sealed enclosure for the painting so that it doesn't degrade with age, even without magic. If it's done that way, then even if it sits forgotten in a storage cupboard for a few decades before he remembers to try it out, it will still be fine and just as lovely as the day that we send it to him. I will take care of it for sure. Lady Sapphire will finally relax and stop snapping at us every time the topic comes up too, which will be great, she agreed. Sapphire is getting stressed out. I might have to bring her here for a visit, let her take a few days off from organizing things. Perhaps give her a book from the Immortal World's library as a present for all her hard work. She was a blue dragon, after all. No matter how stressed out they were, letting a blue dragon sit and read a new book, just for the sake of reading a new book, was enough to put them in a good mood for days. And that was why they were such great administrators. They didn't let the stress build up like the bronze dragons who were the avatars of the god of laws did. Kara appeared beside him, and held out a small book. Here, give her this. It's not from the Immortal World's library, but it's something new that she's never seen before. It should be enough to get her started until we have time to find her the perfect title. Do you know what fundamental rule she is working on? The badger inquired, her tone entirely too politely professional for her not to be up to something. I'm pretty sure she's following lightning. It's her elemental affinity, and the fundamental rule of knowledge is well known to be a dead end, apparently. You can't learn enough as a mortal to use it. Perfect. Then I know where to get what she needs. Carry on. And then Kara vanished back into town. Now that she was unsupervised in the clan compound, Kara laughed at the inevitable chaos that giving librarian Sapphire one of Opal's extra spicy works of fiction would cause. She was a blue dragon, the instinct to keep it safe in the library would be overwhelming, but at the same time, Sapphire was a bit of an old prude, and she was going to be both shocked and horrified by the contents. As long as nobody realized that it was written by Opal before it got to its final destination, all would go swimmingly. But for now, she had more pressing issues to take care of. She had to see how the strange new guy from the demon prison was adapting to life outside, and then she had to go visit her third favorite human and get loot for Sapphire's training. Then, she had to go to the ice cream shop before she picked Leo up from his visit with Cindy Lou's mom. The woman was convinced that Leo needed a proper mother figure in his life for balance, and she greatly enjoyed seeing the confused look on Leo's face, as his species had no innate concept of what a mother was supposed to do. What he did understand was that she made food and helped him with his homework. Plus, it was Cindy Lou's mom, and he liked Cindy Lou, so she must be good at the whole mom thing. Cindy Lou had awakened as a druid much earlier than most, and she understood the importance of things like open water, and tasty greenery, and hats. Kara thought that their friendship was adorable. Her feet took her where they wanted, and Kara found herself outside of the clan library, right next to the skill repository, where she could see the elder glaring at her. That man was not on her favorite human list. However, the elder behind the counter of the library desk was. The female human known only as librarian or Nana, the library elder, had a particular hatred for loud noises and disorganized books, but Kara wasn't here to reorganize today. Instead, she was headed for the elemental knowledge section, with a quick stop at the front desk. A delivery from Miss Opal. Kara announced in her best library whisper voice. The librarian smiled at her and tucked the illicit erotic literature under her robes. What's this week's theme? She whispered back, while keeping carefully out of reach of the badger. This week is a special one. Opal wrote a triplet dragonkin Waichu style romance. I think that you'll like it. Kara winked at the elder, then darted off between the shelves to catch the acolyte that she had just seen trying to run away from them. She didn't know who it was, but nobody ran away from you if they didn't have anything that you wanted. After casting invisibility on herself, and silently thanking Carl for having such amazing abilities to let her play, Kara snuck up on the unsuspecting acolyte. She was pretty sure that she recognized this one. She wasn't sure where, and the empty pockets didn't give her any clues. But Kara graciously granted the impoverished student one of lotus red velvet cupcakes, and sat down on a table to stare at her face and remember. Gah! Damn it, there's icing on my fingers again. How? She's not even here. That's the third time this week. The acolyte complained. Oh, that was it. This was the one whose parents didn't feed her properly. Most people questioned a random cupcake in their pockets. Only this girl and Swag had eaten it without questioning where it came from. So, she had started giving her cupcakes at random. How had she forgotten her face? She must have given the girl 20 of them by now. She really should have recognized her right away. But eventually, the girl would eat enough of them that she would advance and be able to afford to keep things in her pockets. Of course, as Kara kept sneaking up on her, and the scatterbrained young woman had yet to realize who was giving her food, she hadn't thought to just keep something in her pocket to entertain the badger. Kara transformed as the girl secretively looked around the library and then downed the cupcake like she hadn't eaten in days. That obviously wasn't true. Kara had given her 3 cupcakes this week, and she ate in the dining hall. But her classmates made fun of her for eating so much, so she had started cutting way back on the amount she took at every meal, and was therefore starving all the time. She hadn't realized yet that she wasn't entirely human, and the bit of leakin' blood had increased her caloric needs. It definitely wasn't a matter of her being fat, she was the exact opposite. But Kara had stopped concerning herself with that as she took off for the elemental knowledge section that she had been heading for at the start. Just in time, as it happened. The other librarian was there to chastise the girl for being loud in the main reading area, and distracting the other youngsters who were trying to work. Inwardly, the girl cursed whoever kept getting her in trouble with the random cupcakes, even as she hid her hands behind her back to avoid having the library assistant notice that she had been eating. Food was prohibited in the library, after all. Kara landed in the elemental knowledge section and transformed back, then released the invisibility skill. She had no issues finding the lightning section, and then it was down to just which book was best for Sapphire. There were so many options here, from the basics to the advanced theoretical. However, the library only allowed you to sign out 2 books at once, and she already had one signed out. And she wasn't going to return the Compendium of Extinct Species until she was good and finished rereading it. Then she saw it. The perfect title. Lightning Laws from A to Z sat on the shelf, a thick hardcover textbook that made it clear it was intended for grade school children. But the fundamental rules were something that they learned here so that they could properly advance with adulthood. If you couldn't, you would face a life worse than exile. But for her purposes, the childish cover, and comprehensive nature of the textbook were perfect. She just needed to give it to Sapphire with a note to copy it and return this copy to her, so it could go back to the library. She wasn't giving up one of her withdrawal slots for this. Kara took her book to the front counter, where the librarian was reading Opal's new book hidden inside the dust cover of a book entitled Organizational Efficiency for the Modern Immortal. The woman barely looked up until she realized it was Kara in front of her. "I need to sign this book out. Have you brought back your other title?" "Not yet. There are still extinct species in the book that I haven't found yet." The librarian decided not to question that one. "All right, this is your second title, you are now at your withdrawal limit. Please do remember to bring your books back on time. This one is less limited, as the schools have their own copies, but the rule is the same." "Got it. Don't worry, I'm bringing it to binge with a blue dragon friend of mine." That should assure the librarian that the book was safe. But really, it only caused the librarian to have more questions. How did she find a blue dragon that would put up with the level of chaos that she caused? Why did they need a textbook for lightning element children? And did the dragon know about the sort of books that Kara was distributing? The badger might look young, but she was developing a reputation as the contact point for the much more elusive Opal. That Fae was a pain to find. Mostly because that Opal, while she wanted everyone to see her shows, was not actually the sort of person who liked to randomly interact with people. So, she rarely came out unless she had a reason to, and spent most of her time in the tiny world, planning her next documentary on the lives of hatchlings. In contrast, Kara loved to wander through the city, people watching and giving randomly helpful suggestions to those struggling with decisions. Most of the clan hadn't realized yet that she was picking the most entertaining outcome because her advice most often worked. It might not work the way that you expected it to, but if it worked, it was good advice. Kara was just leaving the library with her loot when she saw something new and interesting on the street. The man that they had recovered from the prison, the one that she was going to go looking for next, was walking hand in hand with a dragon girl in her early teens. This was going to be too much fun. "Sir, are you aware that she is a minor?" "I don't think that is appropriate," she called, a bit too loudly, drawing the attention of everyone on the street. Dozens of immortals turned to glare at the man, who immediately raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Damn you, badger. I'm not doing anything inappropriate. I am working as a tutor, and her father asked me to bring her to the skill repository today after her lesson." Kara laughed, as did most of the spectators as they realized what was going on, but a few were still giving him suspicious looks. Then, the girl ran over to hug Kara. Sister Kara, we missed you in class. Will you come over after I get this skill book and help me with my planar geography homework? I just can't seem to understand how the realms interact. The girl's words assured the last few spectators that it was a prank, and they returned to their day. Kara nodded. That sounds fun. I can't stay too long, though. I have to go get Leo and his friends and then visit the ice cream shop. The old immortal sighed. How does that make sense? It's the first day back after the weekend. Isn't ice cream supposed to be a reward for hard work? Mondays are hard work, Kara countered. The immortal looked like he was considering that, then shook his head. She wasn't wrong, but that wasn't advice that you gave kids. Wait outside. The elder at the entrance to the skill repository announced the second that they turned toward the door. The others looked confused, while Kara laughed. He means me, not you. I have been preemptively prohibited from entering his warehouse of carefully organized books. The elder nodded. It might not be an official rule, but he was going to petition to have it put in the clan scrolls at the next meeting. No chaos badgers in the skill repository. The old immortal stopped at the door, and the young dragon went inside. The elder turned to the new arrival with a curious look. How do you know Kara? She appears to know you quite well, if her first instinct is to tease you when she sees you. The old man sighed. I was locked in a demonic prison cell that had broken free from its anchor. I entered thinking it was a random dungeon, then ended up stuck for 20,000 years. Her team entered and helped me leave. Then, she realized that she hadn't checked me for loot and beat me up in the street while I was suffering from mana deprivation. The elder chuckled. He had actually seen that part, as it happened just down the street at the ice cream shop. Well, you could have a rematch now. You're ascended, even if not too far along the path. You might have a chance. The old man shook his head. No, I'm not up to that level of craftiness. My path isn't a combat one, but that of a research librarian. That's how I got the job as a tutor. What rule did you go for? I haven't seen you come in for anything for yourself. The elder noted. I ascended with the rule of eternity. A minor subsection of the greater law of time. I haven't been in because I can't use skill books. I don't come from a system-using world. So, while I understand the concept, as I've encountered many system users in the past, I don't have access. You know, the badger can fix that. The elder noted. Pardon? The badger or the Carl? They can help you activate a class by some hoodoo about improving compatibility, or teaching you a skill manually. Then, you'll be able to advance more easily, using divine assistance. The old man stared suspiciously at Kara. Is this some sort of joke? Would I joke about something so important? Now, lean forward, and I will bless you with a bit of the wisdom of the badgers. The older man stared at Kara for a few seconds before responding. I get the feeling that I'm going to regret this. But what is the wisdom of the badgers? Keep in mind that if you try to kick me in the dick, I will roast you for dinner. Kara gave him an offended look that even the elder in the distance could tell was fake. What do you think of me? A kind and gentle young lady such as myself would never stoop to such lows. It's been under 2 weeks since the last time that you did it to me. Kara shrugged. That's not the point. You were trying to escape with the loot. Now, come over here and I will teach you something fun. Reluctantly, the immortal nodded his agreement, and then his eyes opened wide as a message appeared in his vision. System activated by skill transfer. Skill learned, pilfer. What the hell? Kara shrugged. I told you that you would get the wisdom of the badgers. Then his gaze went vacant as he was pulled into the system's class selection screen. Let me guess, you gave him something that's going to lead him down a path that he absolutely does not want to be on. The skill repository elder asked. I wouldn't go that far. Just an unconventional pathway. However, I do think that he will be able to make something of it if he already has some useful side skills that will combine with it. Who knows, he might get a rare or elite class option right from the start. Kara offered. The elder waited patiently as the new arrival finished with his class selection, and blinked in confusion, having not expected to be shunted back and forth between mental spaces. That was a new experience. Apparently, I am a treasure hunter now. It gave me some options that weren't good, and then this one. A combination of bonuses to knowledge gain and bonuses from ancient ruins and trials, with a number of rogue-type stealth and looting skills, he muttered. The elder looked impressed. You know, I didn't expect the badger to give you that much wisdom. Treasure hunting is an amazing skill for immortals to have, with so many pocket dimensions and trials appearing around the world. If you have a skill to detect and enter them, you could be incredibly popular with the other ascended members. The rescued immortal sighed, and glared at Kara. You knew that I suffered from an immense amount of trauma related to being trapped in a separate space, so you gave me a skill that set me up to do nothing but raid trials. Kara waved her hand dismissively. No, all I did was awaken the system for you, and then you picked it all by yourself, based on the options that you had available. You spent your whole life preparing for this, you're perfect. Just maybe get a skill to get back out this time. You know, because getting in is the easy part. The elder snorted with laughter, and the newly awakened immortal lunged forward, intending to grab Kara by the throat and choke the badger to death. Unfortunately, Kara was used to that response, and she was far too fast for him. Before he was even halfway across the distance between them, she had already transformed back into badger form and vanished with invisibility, leaving him grasping at thin air. Damn it. I swear that one day I'm going to make that badger pay for pranking me, he grumbled. She did you a favor, though. You've activated the local system, so you're compatible with nearly all of our resources. You've got skills, and a skill tree, that you didn't before. You just need to use it to help push you through ascendance more quickly, the elder reminded him. When you put it that way, it makes her sound so much more reasonable. I know, and it disturbs me too. But you're not going to catch her, she's already over by the school. If she heads in to finish classes for the day, the teachers will protect her. I don't know how she convinced them she was a legitimate student, but they seem to have accepted it without question. Fine, the badger lives. From the door of the repository, the girl he had been tutoring laughed. You know that you couldn't actually kill the badger anyhow, right? You don't have a powerful enough attack skill to break her disintegrate barrier, and her species is born with limited invulnerability. At best, you would have to try to drown her, but she can transfer to the chaos plane at will. Even the little one knows that it's a lost cause. But don't feel too bad. You should have seen what the Carl did during his initiation trial. It was even more excessive than Thor. That whole group is abnormal. The elder reminded him. I won't even argue with that. I've heard the rumors about what happened to him while he was in the prison realm, and he's clearly come back intact. But I also heard that he recently called a few elders in for an emergency. Do you think that the demons might still be coming for him after he escaped? The student shook her head. No, I heard from Leo that they have friends in the mortal worlds who are about to reach immortality. That's likely why they called in the elders. The Carl will want to get his friends into the clan with him. The girl paused, then giggled. I just want to know if there are more little turtles coming. Can you imagine it? Dozens of little Tortlan Leos running around the clan. It will be adorable. He could make a whole tiny pirate crew. The elder chuckled. That turtle is a unique one as well. Now, that's 5 clan credits for the skill. If you want to try to catch up to the badger, this is your last chance. The girl shook her head. No, she's going to get Leo from school by now. We will anger all the moms if we bother Leo. Everyone loves him. Let's just go back and start studying. I need to get all caught up before the end of the semester. In her library at the Drod Guildhouse compound, Sapphire stared at the book that Wendy had delivered her. Which one of them had determined that giving such a thing to an innocent child was a good idea? Even if she wasn't intended to read it, Wendy should not have been given a book of opal smut. Especially this sort. It would completely ruin her idea of what an acceptable relationship was, and that would be a tragedy. The blue dragon finished the book and put it aside, just as Wendy came back from the sculptor's area with a large painting in her hands. Librarian Sapphire. I have it. The Carl's gift to immortal Regent Azov. Isn't it pretty? It's got a spell on it to let Azov make clones of himself to help with the workload, and it's set into a painting in a sealed glass enclosure with the air removed, so apparently it will last for decades or centuries without magic. Carl says that this should be enough to keep the immortal regent happy. Wendy declared. Sapphire examined the painting, and the immortal rank item behind it. Yes, this should be more than enough as a gift from the Dark Light host as a guild. I doubt that anyone else could come up with a gift that equals this in value, even if they emptied their treasuries. So, there is no way that Azov will be upset with it. Plus, it solves one of the problems that he has been having, not enough hands for all the work that he needs to get done. Sapphire sighed as she realized that she was going to have to represent the Dark Light host at the event again. Getting Carl or Dana to come back simply caused more problems than it solved, and now there were none of the beasts still at mythic rank who could go on his behalf. So, it was all up to her. That was unfortunate. However, she was fond of the new guild skill that Carl had given them, so she wasn't intending to try to kick him out of his branch leader spot anytime soon. Having a skill like that, plus the guild item, was a great advantage for the entire guild. Eternity's Blessing, Artifact Grade. Mythic Rank. Equips in Guild Inventory. Activates the guild skill, Eternity, granting guild members the physical stats expected to be present at the peak of their life, at their current rank. That item really was a cheat, and gave them a bonus guild skill that increased everyone's health pool. Though, it was mythic rank. At this point, Carl might actually be able to make them something even more outlandish. Eternity was a hard one to beat as far as guild bonuses went though. Even if they went with limited invulnerability, it wouldn't be that much of an improvement for most of the guild, the ones who weren't taking damage regularly. Eternity gave them bonuses to all their physical stats, as if they were at the peak of their rank. Sapphire packed the gift in her inventory and left for Xylaz, where the event for the immortal regent would be held. Azov had considered holding it in the capital of Sholaha. The king had objected, though. Bringing so many mythic rank members of the guild alliances all the way to the capital would turn the place into a battleground. At least in Xylaz there were agreements about proper behavior and neutral ground. It also had the advantage of putting the immortal regent at his guest house in Xylaz, instead of putting him at the palace in the capital, which was a huge relief for the king. That old man might be his ancestor, but the pure number of people who came to see him was enough to drive anyone mad. And that was on an average day. Naturally, Azov noticed the moment that Sapphire entered the gala. She was the first and possibly only member of the Dark Light host to come, which was going to be a huge topic of conversation among the other guilds. If they thought that the mighty crafting guild was having issues with the immortal regent, enough to snub him with their lack of presence, it would cause a lot of political maneuvering. Everyone would want to take over their market share, but most of the other guilds had no way to know that the reason their leaders were not present was because they had reached immortality. Immortal Regent, please forgive our small contingent this time. The Dark Light host has taken responsibility for nearly 100 newborn dragons, and with so many hatchlings, things have become a bit chaotic around our houses. Sapphire explained. They hatched, then? Azov asked. All on the same day. Most of them were born at the totem rank, but some are mythic straight out of the shell. Guild leader Carl's nurturing method has proven quite effective. That silenced the room. Dragons being born at the totem or mythic rank was not something that anyone else could claim, but if Azov wasn't going to call her out, then it must be something that he had expected. Naturally, he kept frequent contact with the Dark Light host, both for items and for the sake of keeping up with what was going on in the new Home Merchants Guild. There were others who might be immortal soon, and he was hoping to move them there as well, instead of making a deal with whatever random immortal world happened to notice them first. It would save him many days of stress. As an apology for not coming himself, Carl sent you a particularly unique handmade gift. This entire item was crafted by the Darklight host. Sapphire announced, loudly enough that the still silent room would be able to hear her. Then, she took out the painting and held it up so that everyone could see it. The immortal rank, rare grade item that the Darklight host had made simply as an apology for being too busy for a birthday party. It felt good to flex on people sometimes, Sapphire decided. Sapphire settled in at her table, to the envious stares of the rest of the crowd, and then realized that there was another guest arriving fashionably late, with their aura completely suppressed. She couldn't tell if they had a system, but they didn't feel like a common grade human. Only because they didn't feel like anything at all. The guest walked directly up to Azov, who was giving them an amused smile, and then handed the immortal a whole tray full of cupcakes. "I'm told that these are your favorite." Dana informed him, speaking softly, so her voice didn't carry. Then, Tian's head popped out of her oversized coat, and Azov began to laugh. "Welcome, my friend. Immortality looks good on you. I take it that your husband won't be joining us tonight?" Azov asked. Dana smiled, and the entire room was washed with a dose of fox charm. "Not tonight. The locals are keeping him excessively busy, but I managed to escape for the evening." He, however, got suckered into watching the hatchlings. Tian nodded eagerly. "I had Sister Opal hide us so that we could get out and come explore. I haven't been here in forever. Thank you both for stifling your aura. It would be a bit of an issue with the other guests if you did not. Now, would you like to sit? Or will you be joining Miss Sapphire at her table?" Dana looked to where Sapphire was seated, surrounded by other blue dragons. "I think I'll stay here. Decarion, Dark Lady, it's a pleasure to see you again." Dana greeted the other two immortals already seated at the table. "Welcome, Dana Mage. I do wish that we had more time to get to know each other while you were still living locally here in Xylas." The Dark Lady of Nerid replied, her flawless onyx elven features cracking into a soft smile. "And not just because she wants to spend more time with Lady Ray." Decarion joked. "She does have a way of making herself memorable, that is for certain. But I see that we've managed to gather quite the crowd here today. It's a bit of an oddity these days, everyone seems to forget their own birthdays. Even in our new hometown, they don't celebrate them except for the children." Dana explained, as the Dark Lady carefully fished Tian out of her coat. The little fox went willingly, and sighed as she found the perfect spot to pet between his ears. Immortality had advantages, she knew all the tricks. Sapphire did her best to hide her shock at seeing Dana here. She hadn't been informed that anyone from Carl's team was coming, and if she had known, then she could have just had Dana do the delivery, which would have surely been much more impressive from the viewpoint of the other guests. However, Dana had planned this on purpose. She wanted Sapphire to take up the role of branch leader, now that Carl wasn't really doing the duties anymore. She was already tagged as the vice leader, which gave her most of the authority and powers of a branch leader. All that was left was to make sure that she knew the ancient wisdom, skill, or that Carl made an item that could grant it to the guild, so that the craftsman in Drod didn't lose it when the transfer was made. "Have there been any more issues since the last major one?" Dana asked as a server brought over a drink. It was clear that the mythic rank mage was trying to determine who she was, but was failing to connect the name Dana on her system interface to the Darklight host's Dana Mage. "Nothing. It's been remarkably quiet. I believe it's because legendary Matilda has upgraded the protections on this place, making it harder to reach and even more securely protected from unwanted guests. However, she's been indisposed, and I haven't had a chance to speak with her." Dana nodded. "I will ask Kara. I know that the two of them are in contact. If there are issues, we can likely help out with prevention. Soon, we will have a full team at the immortal rank." The group at the table looked shocked. "So soon?" the Dark Lady asked. "The ones that we rescued were at the peak of mythic rank, and only needed some comprehension and motivation to advance. Now that we've provided it, they're going to be growing quickly. We've also managed to bond a majority of the beast rangers to swamp dragon hatchlings, who will be immortal soon. They need time to grow, but you know how fast that happens when bonded with a system user. Dana's explanation gave the group hope that they might not suffer too badly if there was another invasion. The rescued former slaves would fight harder than anyone to prevent such a fate from befalling others. Well, that is most excellent news. Now, what is with that gift? Dacarian asked. Dana smiled, while Tion laughed. We had the kitchen at the clan make them based on Lotus' newest recipe. They cause the mana pathways of the body to relax, giving you a surge of power, and a burst of rapid growth. Tion nodded. They make you sleepy, though. The black dragon avatar chuckled softly. You had someone make the immortal rank version of a green priestess's special brownies in cupcake form. They're better with icing. Tion agreed. They really do work well to help with growth. We've tried feeding them to a number of the mythic residents of the tiny world, and there is a good chance that they will all break through and reach tribulation within the next few days. If you have a particular successor in mind who has reached the bottleneck, these might help them. Or you can test them yourselves. As a cupcake, they really are incredible. We've also made them in an immortal world's kitchen, so they're infused with more powerful energy than what you find here. Speaking of which, Carl will provide an item for you later to store immortal energy in a world that doesn't generate it. It helps with growth, but giving it as a gift would mean that we had to explain what it does to the public. Through the mental link, Carl realized he was being volunteered. That was fine, he could make an immortal energy conversion and gathering array and stick it on a mana crystal in under an hour, then they could deliver it in the morning. Or, 3 of them. Because those other 2 would not forgive him for leaving them out. Carl got right to work while Dana and Tion had dinner with the immortals of their home world. She wasn't lying about him helping watch the dragons, but that was mostly because the little ones had latched onto him as soon as the other immortals had gone to bed. Since he didn't have his Dana mage with him, that made him a perfectly viable option for a pillow as far as Tenna was concerned, and the little divine lightning dragon was very stubborn. Carl had expected Yuan, the curious little black dragon, to be with him, but he had latched onto Shade, the divine moor cat, as their names meant the same thing. So, Anila had a cat on one side and a dragon on the other as she sprawled out on one of the guest beds. Carl worked with the little dragon on his lap, and created 3 of the mana crystals with an advanced array on them. If he was going to make them, he might as well go all out. So, he had added a small illusionary domain to them, both as a training space, and as a way of limiting the effect of the energy gathering array. He didn't want to affect an entire city, or even a whole nation. For that reason, he limited it to the range of the illusionary domain, which couldn't cover more than a few hundred meters radius from the stone. It could either be a separate space, or an overlay on an existing building, but it would increase the mana level, as immortal energy, to a level comparable to the new home clan. Ironically, that was lower than the energy in the tiny world these days. His gathering and conversion arrays weren't affected by the energy drain that was somewhere in the ocean, so it simply condensed in the space as the increasing number of immortals staying in the space radiated energy all day. He was just finishing when the sun started to come up, and Elder Douglas came over to join him. "Where do we find food in this place?" he asked. "Give it 30 minutes, and they will be cooking on the beach, near where you were sleeping. Or, there will be breakfast in the house. Usually, they're the same thing. There is a meal rotation in the kitchen so that everyone knows that what they want will be available. But the house is always a day off rotation from the others, so that if you missed something you like, you can have it there. But they also have guests, so they might make something special. I wonder if Fersham managed to survive the night. He never lets anyone in his bed. Even when he had a girlfriend, he went to her place, and left before the night." The dragon joked. "And we let Button loose on him. She is not the sort to sleep alone, and she is a restless sleeper," Carl laughed. "You knew all that and didn't try to stop her." I've got my own sleepy little dragon to entertain. Besides, he wanted to tour the tiny world, and Button likes to go for a fly every morning. He's a peak immortal. If he can't keep up with an adolescent forest dragon, he might as well hand in his man card. Douglas snorted with suppressed laughter. Did you not know? For Sham is an immortal world traditionalist. He flies on top of a sword like it's a surfboard. Carl groaned. The dragons are never going to let him live that down. And don't let Kara see it, she'll likely try to steal his sword. He distinctly recalled the beasts calling someone bad at life the last time they had met immortals who used their swords as a flying device. It wasn't actually a bad method, as it gave you a stable platform to fight from. But it did look a bit goofy to species that had wings. They were joined by Brother Chin and Jeff, as well as Nyan, who came chasing after the two small dragons. Carl, good morning. What are you making? I felt it as soon as I woke up. The reincarnated divine lightning dragon explained. They're mana collection arrays, like a training room device. I'm making them for friends of mine in the mortal worlds. Did you want one as well? I'm sure that they won't be too expensive. Elder Douglas laughed out loud. With a storage crystal and an illusionary domain defensive zone. Those two alone are expensive, and then there is the collection array to increase the energy density in the region. I'd say that they're likely 30 credits each, 60 if that domain makes a whole separate space, like the villa stones. Alright, so they're not cheap. But there are 3 of them already in the tiny world. One is in the library, one in the mountain town, and another at the hot springs. The hot springs? Elder Douglas asked. Oh, it's in the mountains on the other side of the ridge. It's a popular romantic retreat, and there are a half-dozen pools, all blocked from sight of each other by the rocks. Jeff sighed. I will go with him to look for them later, but this almost feels like cheating. Like I'm living too well, and I'm going to have to pay for it later. Of course you are. Since you're here, you've volunteered to help raise the hatchlings, Professor. The regressed dragon laughed. That's if they ever take me seriously. Most of them don't believe that I'm an actual adult. Tenna did act far more mature than her hatchling status as well, so it might be a divine lightning dragon trait. The difference was that Jeff actually knew things, and Tenna was just completely confident in everything that she did. Usually without any reason for her confidence, but that didn't change anything in the mind of the tiny dragon, who was currently sleeping through their conversation in Carl's lap. A little bit of noise wasn't going to rouse her. Not when she had found somewhere this warm and comfortable. A sharp whistle caught Carl's attention, and one of the elves waved them over to the beach, where they were preparing breakfast for everyone working in the area, and the ones who liked to sleep near the beach. There were actual houses here, closer to huts or yurts than a permanent structure, but that was what the druids and clerics preferred. They were also more comfortable in the humid heat of the region. They also apparently found that the new clothes Ray made for them were highly comfortable. They were breezy, did not trap heat, but kept the morning sun off your body. They were too thin to help much with the afternoon sun, but the elves on kitchen duty didn't mind. They were used to moving into the shade to work. What exactly have you dressed your elves as? Elder Douglas asked as he saw them starting to plate up dinner for the hatchlings. It's something that Ray made. You see, I met an elder from some pavilion sect, and admired her outfit. But so did Ray, and now she's made it in green for the residents here. The elder nodded solemnly. I may have underrated the truly cultured upbringing of Lady Ray. What's cultured upbringing mean? Tenna asked from her spot in Carl's arms. It means she has a great appreciation for all things artistic. The little dragon nodded, filing that information away. Then she hopped down to rush over for the meat trays that the chefs were setting out. They had roasted some and left others raw, so Tenna could pick through to find her favorites. Watching the little dragons tearing into a huge pile of meat, some of them ravenous, some delicate, was entertaining in a way that Carl hadn't expected. But the older that they got, the more that they were developing their own personalities. At first, it was always hungry or sleepy. Now, they were starting to develop hobbies. And with hobbies came the chance to do all sorts of new things. For example, the little ones were planning a swimming competition later, with the water species against the swamp species. They had a budding rivalry going, now that they had met each other and realized that they were very similar, but had different tastes. Among young dragons, everything could be made into a challenge. Carl and the elder were enjoying breakfast on the beach when a bleary-eyed Anila came over with Shade, her divine moor cat. They had obviously been training all night long, and the girl looked exhausted. "Good morning, Mr. Carl. I think I need some help leaving. My mom is really mad that I didn't come back last night, and didn't send her a proper message, other than a system message that I was training." Carl laughed. "Well, if you're going to get your ass hooped, you might as well do it on a full stomach. Have breakfast first, and then I will bring you to your mother and cover for you. Don't worry, I'm pretty good at it." The young half-elf smiled. "Thanks, Mr. Carl. This place is pretty good. Look at that buffet." Shade gasped when he saw that there was a whole assortment of raw meat set out. How could he compare the buffet at the clan's kitchens to this? It might be lower ranked than what was served in the clan kitchen, but there were so many kinds of raw meat here. The clan kitchen never had good fresh meat. They cooked everything. "Do you have plans for the day?" Elder Douglas asked as he finished his meal. "Other than saving Anila?" "Not really. I was thinking of upgrading the training ground, though. We've got all these young dragons itching for something to do, and they're going to be starting lessons soon. So, giving them somewhere to go train in safety would make everyone's life easier. A sleepy dragon is a quiet dragon." Douglas chuckled. "The clan does the same thing for the students. That's why every day at primary school starts and ends with a gym class. One is for the teachers, the other is for the parents." Carl hadn't thought about that. Leo went to school every day, and Carl knew that his last class was a combat training one. But he hadn't realized that there was one in the morning. It's fitness in the morning. Jogging, climbing, strength training, then a shower. Kara mentally informed him. That made sense. Burn off the morning hyper. Actually, I might make a few new training areas. The academy that I went to, and the Darklight Host Guild House, could both use new ones. They're in a mortal world, so an immortal rank training area doesn't have to be particularly strong to hold up against anything that even the strongest of them could throw at it. I gave them one just before I reached immortality, but that doesn't help the other myths much. It takes too much mana to stabilize the arena if they're fighting in it. The arena. He should make some upgraded barriers for that as well. It would let them have the strongest of the locals fight, instead of limiting them. It would be a lot of work, and a mana conversion array, as there was little to no immortal energy in that world. Other than what had leaked in during the attacks. Not enough to support the array if they had myths fighting in it. Even the 90% reduction that came from the rank difference wouldn't be enough with so little ambient immortal energy. But he could convert it from mortal mana, and the barriers would be self-sustaining. As warehouse elder, Douglas was quite interested to see the process of making a training area for the strongest mortals. It would be amazing for the children in the clan as well, and if it was all that Carl made it out to be, he would purchase one for the school. Sure, it might not be good for adults, but the power level of the kids wasn't on that level. Or, perhaps he could make one with mazes and mental puzzles. He could do that with his illusionary domain, and keeping the kids' minds occupied was just as important as building strength. Too many immortals focused entirely on growing their power and ended up isolated, with extremely niche levels of knowledge. Alright, let's go see Anila's mom, and then I will be right back. Do you need to go back to work, Elder? Or would you like to remain here for a while? Any of my beasts, or the Dana Mage, can send you back whenever you request. Carl offered. I will remain here for a while. I've already updated the roster to cover shifts for Min, and I don't go in every day unless there are special items coming in. Most of the time, I am working on my own progression, as I'm trying to make it to peak immortal. Staying here for a while to help bring in the knowledge needed for the young dragons is more important. Plus, it might help me with whatever I've been missing. I know that there is something I've overlooked, but I have no idea what it is," he sighed. Carl nodded. There is nothing worse than being aware of your own ignorance. Not knowing is fine, but once you know that you don't know, it's just another form of torture until you find out what it is that you didn't know. In a way, I sympathize with the blue dragons on that front. Douglas laughed. I am with you on that one. Their life is one of quiet agony. In the Xylaz Alliance house, Sapphire sneezed. She was certain that someone was talking about her. But Kara had brought her a book about the fundamental rule of lightning, and she was busy copying it as she studied it. It was like making notes for her own research, but because she was copying the book, she couldn't skip anything, even the repetitive parts. Hopefully, that would help her comprehension. According to the system, she was over 80% of the way through the process already, but she didn't know how far this book went. Only that Kara brought it to her, and it was meant as a school textbook. The immortal world was really on a different level. They taught their children to comprehend the fundamental rules, something that was considered impossible for mortals, even ones that were about to reach the totem rank, to successfully do. Of course, now that Carl had broken all the previous records, she was reconsidering the common wisdom on the topic. But she didn't have enough resources to begin testing that hypothesis yet. If she could get Kara to bring her a whole set of textbooks for elements, she could at least bring them to the orphanage and have the dragons study them. The other species might have varying affinities, but the dragons were quite predictable. On top of the loot pile in her space, Kara rolled over and checked her mirror, looking at the random image that popped up. Yes, that looked like a fun future. She would give the blue dragons a set of textbooks. To think, the ever-so-organized Sapphire had an idea that would cause so much chaos. She left her space and went to the dining hall in the mountain's underground village so that she didn't have to face bright lights before breakfast. Only to find herself nose to nose with Yuan. Sister Kara, my God says that you're doing fun things. Can I come? Kara patted the little dragon on the head. You need to learn to distinguish between now and later. The fun part comes later. First, there is a lot of work and studying for everyone to do. She explained. The little dragon frowned. I don't get it. In his mind, there was only now. If there was fun stuff happening, didn't that mean he should be going? What was later? That word seemed like it was intended to make him miss the fun stuff. Fine, I will show you about the concept of advanced preparation. This will be important to you too, even though your god is not one of chaos. Kara agreed. Stealing a baby dragon was always entertaining. The clan members loved baby dragons, and Tenna already had a turn. She was not stealthy, though. By the time that she arrived at breakfast with the little dragon waddling behind her, Tessa already knew what the badger was up to. There was no situation that involved Kara making friends with a hatchling of the death god that didn't involve extreme consequences. The look on her face told Kara that she had miscalculated. It would be better to send someone else to the library to get the books. If they sent them to Sapphire, nobody would link them back to her, and they wouldn't suspect that she was trying to start trouble. She needed coffee. She was off her game this morning. Alright, before we go, I am going to show you something amazing. Kara whispered, just loud enough that Tessa and Naksha could hear her. Then, she poured coffee into a small bowl for Yuan, and the two women moved to intercept. Oh no, you don't. No fully caffeinated hatchlings unless you're planning to take care of them until the energy is burnt off. Naksha warned. Deal. Yuan, try the morning happy juice. It's the good stuff. Even Lotus loves it. Tessa rolled her eyes at Kara's enthusiasm. Lotus was restricted from caffeine intake for the same reason that the hatchlings were. Yuan quickly poured the hot black liquid into his mouth, before anyone could change their minds. It was too hot, nearly burning his tongue. But that flavor, and zing. Oh, he could see why even Lotus would love this so-called morning happy juice. But why couldn't they have it every day? Was it a rare resource, restricted to just the adults? Sister Kara really was good to him. Once the coffee was gone, he filled his belly just slowly enough that he didn't give himself a stomachache, and then waited for Kara to finish eating. Alright, off we go. We're going to go somewhere very special today. Kara informed her partner for the day. Where is that? We're going to the bookstore. Yuan wasn't sure why that was fun, but he was willing to go along with it. What he didn't know yet was that Kara intended to go to the bookstore in the trade market near the docks, the ones under the supervision of Elder Malcolm, the sea trade elder. They should have whole sets of textbooks, as the clan exported them. All she needed was just one set for the guild, and then they could explore the street market. And once they got back, she would give the books to Thor, so he could give them to Sapphire. Nobody ever suspected Thor. Unfortunately for Kara, Carl was paying attention to her thoughts, and the moment that she stepped out of the tiny world and into the apartment, she found him standing there with Anila, waiting for her to appear. Going somewhere? Why don't you come with me instead? I will help you get what you needed, and we can show this curious young dragon how to give a proper apology to an angry mother. Yuan frowned. That sounds dangerous, but I don't sense imminent violence. That's why you need to learn. Trust me, violence happens if you do it wrong. That sounded promising to Yuan. If his god had faith that Carl knew how to navigate this situation without dying, then this was something that he needed to know. It was all about keeping the order, the balance between life and death. But who knew that mothers could be so scary? He didn't have much experience with them, but even Naksha, the highest ranking of black dragons in the nest, wasn't intending to kill them. Or perhaps the danger was if you stole one of the hatchlings without warning. Was that what the woman thought they did with the elf hatchling? If that was the case, then he could totally see why there was a real danger of them being attacked by the angry mother dragon. Or was she a dragon? Probably an elf, right? Anila was an elf. Or was it Shade's mother they were apologizing to? There were so many things that he didn't know yet, and all of them needed to be quantified and organized so that he could make proper risk assessments. How could anyone function without knowing the danger level of the things they were doing? Sure, he liked to escape from the nest, but that was definitely a low-risk activity. Besides, he usually went to where Carl was anyhow, and Carl was a safe zone. And that was how Kara got roped into going with Carl and the elf to show Yuan a bit more of how the world worked. Not that they had to go far. Elder Xiaobai was waiting at the door with a thunderous look on her face, having tracked her daughter to the apartment, which she couldn't enter with the extra barriers on it. And where nobody was answering the door. Sorry about that, Elder. We can't hear the front door from the training area. Would you like some breakfast? I do apologize for taking time out of your day. Carl began. Those sounded like good words to Yuan, but the one called Elder wasn't looking any happier. Moms were a high difficulty challenge. I should be able to project sound into the illusion behind you without any issues. The Elder noted. And I would note that while the tracking spell definitely says you have 3 elders in here, I don't sense any of them in the room. They're helping me with the training area. Carl explained. You do understand that you cannot keep humans as pets, yes? The Elder asked sarcastically. The Death God only said that he can't have a baby dragon. Yuan offered helpfully, not understanding the issue. The Elder's scowl faded as she ducked down to put herself on the black dragon's level. And why can the Carl not have a baby dragon? She asked in a soft and curious tone, clearly used to dealing with the random comments of children. Dunno. He's kind of warm and friendly, but the black dragon says that he definitely can't have a baby dragon. You speak with your patron? Only one time so far. They yelled at me and told me that the Carl wasn't allowed to have a baby dragon. I just wanted to see what Sister Kara's loot pile looked like. That raised as many questions as it answered. Fortunately, Elder Xiaobai already had a good idea how the class worked, so she understood that the pile was likely actual loot in a separate space for the bonded beasts. Naturally, the badger would have to put all the treasures it obtained somewhere. Well, I suppose that the Carl has a lot of bonded beasts already. So, perhaps he's all full, and there's no room for a dragon. You'll just have to grow up on your own, big and strong. The elder assured him. Ewan laughed. Everyone gets big and strong around the Carl. Even the alchemy guy likes visiting. I think that the warehouse elder just likes elves, though. Elder Xiaobai let out a quick burst of laughter. Pardon? I don't think I understood that right. The Douglas elder made friends with all the elves who are about to be immortals last night. Some of the obsession demons, too. But he definitely likes the elves better. Carl was doing his best not to laugh at the dragon's earnest explanation, as even Anila was nodding along. The elder patted the little dragon on his head. I understand the feeling. I also like elves. Anila's father is an elf, you know. Now, what brings you out here this morning? Sister Kara said that she would take me out to do fun stuff, and then we met with the Carl, who was bringing Anila back. But he didn't say whether it was her mom or Shade's mom who was the scary one. It must be Shade's mom. Xiaobai gave Carl a really type of look, and then turned to her daughter. Oh, he meant me. But I'm only scary when someone is in trouble. And my daughter is in trouble for skipping school again without warning, and for not telling me that she was going into a separate space to train. We have a rule about this because Shade has a separate space as well. The little dragon sat silently, mentally calculating the answer, with a confused expression on his face that made it impossible for the elder to remain mad at anyone. He was just so eager to find out how everything worked. Maybe we should put a chalkboard by the door. There is one in the underground schoolroom, and the red dragons use it for all sorts of checklists. I bet it could be used to tell people who was in and who was gone. Once you grow up, you'll learn the joys of system messages. Now, I need to bring my daughter to school, even if she's late. It was a pleasure to meet you, Ewan. Carl, I will speak to you later. I need to speak with Elder Socrate as well. Carl nodded. The tiny world was a terribly kept secret at this point, so he might as well just keep it locked down. That was better than trying to pretend that it didn't exist. The elder took Anila away, and Ewan turned to Kara. I get it now. Moms are only scary in private. They're nice when other people are around, and then you get in trouble in private, so they don't embarrass you in front of your friends. Kara shrugged. You're not entirely wrong. Now, it's time for us to explore while the Carl gets back to the important parts of his day, like keeping the elders happy, and the elves fully dressed. Ewan laughed. But it's work time. If you're going to be muddy anyhow, why would you wear clothes? The badger laughed. They have taught you well, young dragon. Carl picked up Ewan. You're not leaving me behind on this adventure, little one. Let's go find ourselves a bookstore so that we can keep the blue dragon happy. Ewan extended a claw forward, eager to get moving. To the bookstore. With the energetic dragon trying to see everything as he shifted to drape himself over Carl's shoulders, the group made their way toward the gates. Naturally, that attracted more than a little bit of attention. Black dragon hatchlings were not a common fashion accessory. Plus, Ewan was excited about everything, so it was obvious that he was newly hatched and hadn't seen anything before. People, buildings, even two cats fighting over a field mouse were all noteworthy to the little dragon. Where are we going first? I smell books in some of those stores. Ewan asked. We're going to go see the trade elder first. He will likely know where we can get a full set of books, instead of borrowing them one at a time from the library. That's not going to work for 100 hatchlings. Carl explained. Ewan giggled at the thought of all of them trying to share one book at a time. That would not work at all. What is his name? Or is it a her? It can't be Anila's mom, or you would have asked earlier. Are they friendly? Will there be a fight? I can sense something small dying. Oh, over there too. I think it's the mice. The morning crowd in the street smiled at Ewan's narrative, and Carl noticed that a few had changed direction to discreetly follow them. Likely not for malicious reasons, but you could never be too careful. Elder Malcolm was near the docks this morning. Carl could sense his aura over the others as they made their way through the clan. He was surrounded by people, though. Meaning it might not be a short wait to see him. That's what Ewan was for. Bringing a cute thing that asked incessant questions tended to get you to the front of most lines. Look, even the trading elder likes cute elves. Is that a thing? The dragon asked as Carl moved to wait with the others who wanted the elder's attention. Between them and Elder Malcolm was the crew of a blue elf ship, who had all turned to see who was implying things about their captain. Once they realized that it was a hatchling black dragon, the elves just laughed. Most people are afraid of us, little dragon, the first mate informed them, smiling with one eye hidden under a black metal patch. Why is that? I understand being afraid of her, ship moms are likely as scary as other moms. But why do they think you're scary? The first mate gently rubbed Ewan's head. I forgot how awesome black dragons are. They are afraid because we're stronger than they are. Being around stronger people who aren't part of your team scares people with weak minds. Ewan frowned. That didn't make sense. But the strong people have all the good knowledge, and the food. That is good logic for a young dragon, but once you are further from your nest, you will find that the world is not so nice. But you're a black dragon, you'll understand naturally soon. It's one of the things that your god will teach you. Oh. My god already taught me a thing. Well, 2 things. The important thing was that there is a balance. We're supposed to be nice to the nature dragons because they represent life, making new things, so that death doesn't get bored. The sailors chuckled at his interpretation. Yes, nature priestesses are quite popular for that reason. Have you met any succubi yet? They do the same job for demons that nature priestesses do for the dragon gods. Ewan nodded. I met one already. But I haven't seen her lately. She dragged a berserker back to her apartment, and they haven't come back out. That one's not a succubus. She's a different sort of obsession demon, and just likes berserkers. Kara explained helpfully. Oh, like the elder likes elves. More than that. She really likes berserkers. More than cupcakes. Maybe not that much, cupcakes are pretty good. The first mate nodded, playing along. It's hard to argue against cupcakes. He would have to ask the badger later to tell him the full story of whatever berserker had been captured and dragged off by one of the local demons. That sounded like the sort of story that they could make into a drinking song. Elder Malcolm waved them forward without dismissing the captain he was talking to. Carl, I think that you two need to meet. But first, did you need me for something? I need a full set of student textbooks on the fundamental rules, as well as basic education. I have agreed to help educate a large group of hatchlings. Ewan waved at the elder. Hi. Do you like cupcakes more than berserkers? Yes, I must say that cupcakes are better than berserkers, given the option. I also have the textbooks that you need. The scribes have some in storage, and I assume that you have the clan credits to buy them, so it won't be a cash transaction. Carl shrugged. Either way is fine. I have money as well. Yes, I would imagine that you are not short on cash. I will have them delivered to your house this afternoon. Now, the captain has a request for you. If you would prefer, I can arrange somewhere soundproof for you to talk. Carl shrugged. Her ship should be right there. Nobody would dare to eavesdrop on us there. Ewan giggled. He saw much potential in someone eavesdropping. Or, his god did. In that case, I will thank you in advance for the delivery, and we will be off. Carl informed Elder Malcolm, who waved them away, knowing that he had a huge amount of work left to do for the day. He had a pretty good idea of what the captain wanted, as he had upgraded the captain's quarters on another ship belonging to an elven captain. That was why he suggested going directly back to her ship. They would need to be there to do the upgrade anyhow, so it was better and more discreet if everyone listening in thought that they were only going there to make the deal. Then, someone would likely be expecting him to come back with the loot, but he wouldn't have to. The captain led them straight toward the ship, following the main road through the market, but less than halfway through the market, dozens of immortals surrounded them, all with blades drawn. "Oh, I knew this was going to be a good day." Yuan cheered, which made Kara laugh, and the captain smile at the excited dragon. She really liked that little guy. Karl equipped the Haint Claw and handed Kara the Blade of Champions as the group circled around them. "So, are we going to have a big dramatic dialogue moment, or are we skipping straight to the part that makes the black dragon happy?" The captain asked casually, her hand on the blade at her hip. "Turn over the dragon and your storage rings. No need to lose your life over something so small." The leader of the group, an unassuming-looking blonde human man, demanded. "Ray is going to be pissed that she missed this." Kara joked. "Compared to a handful of idiots, I think that her decoration efforts are more interesting." Karl agreed. "Damn it. I said turn over the dragon and the storage devices. Do you think this is a joke?" The man shouted. The elf turned to look at Karl, who was petting Yuan's head. "Yes." The group surged forward, and then the area vanished into an impenetrable miasma as the captain activated a shadow field ability. Then, the screaming started. Karl summoned a pair of Oathbreakers, alongside the Army of the Dead, spectral knights, as well as a group of Lich Lords as the undead minions. The haunting laughter of the undead mixed with the manic laughter of Yuan, who was seeing the glory of his patron for the very first time. Karl and Kara were using Soul Sight to find the attackers, but the real damage was being done by Oathbreaker, and his damage mirroring ability that hit every one of the attackers at once. Karl parried a blade with the Haint Claw, and then watched as a spectral knight impaled the man from behind, before throwing him off into the darkness. There was shouting in the distance as the crew of the elf's ship rushed to rescue them, but the fight was over before anyone could intervene. And that is how you deal with ambushers. You're a bit young for a system interface yet, but I will teach you the appropriate skills when you are old enough. Karl explained to Yuan, who was visibly vibrating with excitement as the tattered souls of the dead flowed through him. That is better than ice cream. Almost as good as roasted chicken. Yuan agreed as the captain dropped her barrier. Well, that is one way to do it. You can likely dismiss the undead. She informed Karl. Right. They freak people out. Karl let go of the undead, but kept Oathbreaker out as a pair of bodyguards for them. It wasn't really necessary, the entire ship's crew was already surrounding them with blades drawn, and the security force under Elder Malcolm had come to put an end to the hostilities. Alright, what happened? The first mate demanded, looking down at the scattered corpses all over the market street. Ambushed. Failed robbery attempt, the captain shrugged. You or him? Both, it seems. They wanted my storage devices and the dragon. The newly arrived security team leader sighed as he heard that. Someone tried to steal a dragon from the Karl. They can't be local, or they would have known better. Quick question, how often do you get randomly attacked that you don't see that there was something seriously strange about this whole situation? 20 immortals, all waiting for you too, and nobody noticed anything odd beforehand. Nobody. Plus, the fact that they all died so quickly. There is definitely something off here, the security team leader noted. Good point. We should likely revive a few to see what's up, right? Karl suggested. The captain frowned. Are there any that can still be revived? I see a lot of soul damage here. What did you even hit them with? Do you know what a Haint Claw is? Ah, that would explain it. Assuming that you mean the living weapons, the tree spirits forged with stolen soul essence, it would certainly account for the damage here. Well, some of it. I see that some of them have been much more brutally drained of vitality, but that appears to be the sword that the badger is wielding, judging by the height of the wounds. The only ones that haven't had their souls damaged are the ones that the demon lord killed. The guardsman shook his head in dismay. What sort of battle did he miss? The demon lord was somehow the one showing restraint. But he did note that the elf didn't include her own kills in the ones without soul damage, so she was no less kind to them than Carl was. I don't think that the fight is over. The voice in my head says things are about to get good. Ewan informed them. Oathbringer smiled giddily. Every time this guy summoned him, fun things happened. First, he got to fight Carnage, now they were just going to massacre idiots in the middle of a market. With civilians around. The added difficulty level of protecting the uninvolved made the challenge worth it. The newly arrived pair of immortals smiled, and one of them took out a flag to plant in the ground, though it wasn't a proper war banner. Oh, I get it now. This is why I was getting the tingles. Ewan realized. Some people were definitely going to die today. Carl ordered the undead to turn outward, smashing their way through the barrier and out into the larger battle between the Gralpedran Templars and the new home merchant clan. The clan members didn't seem to realize that a guild war had been declared, but the moment that the barrier fell, eternal lightning, and Carl's full suite of buffs, including rampage and limited invulnerability, spread over the entire fighting force. That confused quite a few of them, who had been on the losing side of the fight only moments ago. But now, their skills did massive amounts of damage, and strikes that used to seriously injure them barely left a scratch. It was an absolute advantage in such a large-scale battle. Then, the rest of the beasts and the elders from the tiny world arrived behind Carl. We should let you go out alone more often. Ray greeted him. Dana sighed. What happened? And who is this? They tried to steal my baby dragon. She turned to Ewan, and the little dragon shrugged. He didn't know why, either. Surely, they didn't think that they had more to offer than the Carl did they? That was just silly talk, unbecoming of someone of their power. The immortal spun his sword, and Carl moved away from the group to take up the challenge, though it wasn't official. At least, not yet. You think that you can hold up against an elder immortal, whelp? I will shut down your arrogance right now. Claws met steel as the two clashed, and the elder retreated, his arm bleeding. Wisps of soul energy were being drawn from him to the haint claw as Carl circled, looking for an opening. Damnable demons, always using some sort of prohibited weapons. Kara frowned as her attempt to nullify the man's next attack failed, and the elder's speed multiplied, letting him attack 10 times faster than he had been moving before. Even Oathbreaker was impressed with that skill, and Carl was completely outmatched by the speed. However, Carl did not have to rely on speed. Chaos Blast exploded outward from his body, torn open by the elder's blade, but searing his skin in return. Every attack caused an increasing stream of soul to be siphoned from the attacker, while Carl desperately tried to fend off enough of the attack skills that he didn't take any major damage. The battle would change quickly, and Ray was already fighting elsewhere, raising an army of blood golems from the corpses she created using blood destruction. Every death in the enemy army was another fighter for their side, and Rampage was continually stacking up damage buffs for the entire clan. As he siphoned the soul energy from the immortal, a faint realization formed in Carl's mind. He knew what a void immortal should be now, and the difference between that and an ascended immortal. He still had a long way to go before he could make the transition, but he no longer had any doubt that he would be able to ascend the moment that he had fully transformed his immortal spirit. A fine gift from an unexpected opponent. The air shook as the sky was torn apart by mighty skills, greater even than the apocalypse, hellfire that Hawk had conjured. The stalls of the market were shattered, and the boats in the harbor either damaged or sunk by the force. The clan leaders had joined the battle. With a pair of supreme-ranked combatants fighting overhead, suddenly the death toll on the surface looked somewhat benign. If the wards on the clan didn't hold, everything here would be destroyed in only a few strikes. Non-combatants and children were running for shelter, trying to get underground to the shelters before something happened to the buildings that they were in. But everyone else who could fight was in the streets, even some of the kids who were immortal in power level but not finished school yet. A true war had come to the clan compound, and that only had one outcome. You either won, or your clan ceased to exist. Behind Karl, Dana's army of golems was holding a beachhead in the battlefield, where the wounded could come to recover, as Tion and Leo had area healing abilities active. Karl lashed out with Chaos Vortex, and a crater formed in the Elder's chest, before slowly healing over. His speed increase was fading as the Soul Siphon exhausted him, and he couldn't parry all of Karl's attacks anymore. First, it was the Chaos Vortex, then a claw caught him across the chest. This was wrong, all wrong. He could tell that Karl was still in the early Void Immortal stage, while he was very nearly a peak Immortal. But he was being outmatched, and he couldn't understand why. The New Home Merchant clan had no such power. If they had the power to buff combatants to this level, the entire continent would have known. So, what had gone wrong? All over the battlefield, more combatants were arriving. The members of the Graupedran Templars had all seen the notice that they were at war, and their compound in the city of Graupedran, thousands of kilometers away, was emptying as well. Though the battle was at the New Home clan's territory, if the Templars lost the battle, New Home would come to wipe out the remnants of the Templars and loot their city. That was just how it was with wars in the immortal world. Unnoticed by either side, a blockade of anti-portal spells and immortals had formed halfway between New Home and Kondim, exempting only the portals open from Graupedran. The Almixii sect had intervened, and declared that the war would not draw anyone's allies into the fray. They were ostensibly allied with both sides, and had no idea what had started the battle. But if the entire region mobilized, they would be forced to pick a side in this battle that they didn't wish to see started in the first place. And that meant losing members that they didn't need to lose. While the blockade caused many protests from the other allies, they were half-hearted. The Templars had gone to attack New Home, for whatever reason. Other than to uphold their contracts as allied forces, it didn't involve the other sects and clans. The Elder staggered to one knee as the Soul Siphon intensified. He knew that this was the end for him, a few more seconds, and he wouldn't even have enough soul energy left to be resurrected from. That demon from the Dark Light host had stolen everything from him, every century of carefully built power, gone. Resentment flared in his eyes as clawed fingers removed his head from his shoulders, and Karl paused to catch his breath. Thor, Remy, and Kara were fighting another ascended immortal together, and slowly making headway. But Oathbreaker was nearly finished with the first two. The twin demons had simply exhausted their target, as, Indomitable, was in effect over the entire New Home force. Karl joined the battle again, moving to assist Thor, who was fighting in humanoid form, so that Kara and Remy's bodyguards could do their work. The Naga's healing totems were over by Tion and Dana's healing station, but her lightning attacks were deadly, and the flaming vortexes of Hellstorm had an uncanny way of sucking in enemy attack skills. Across the battlefield, every member of the New Home Merchant clan was able to fight nearly a rank over their abilities, thanks to the buffs of the War Banner. Only at the very top, the Ascended Immortals, did that gap begin to close with their strongest combatants. And in that category, the New Home Merchant clan was sadly outnumbered. The most formidable of them, elders like Fersham at the peak of immortality, were changing the balance, fighting 4 or 5 weaker elders at the same time. But that still wasn't enough to make up for the difference in power. It was the fight overhead that was going to change all of that. Empowered by Karl's declaration of war, the clan leader stared down the opposing clan leader, a disgusting man who had managed to drive every single woman from his sect with his vile attitude. Or, that was clan leader Nerissa's opinion of him. But the fact remained that his clan was entirely male, and entirely disgusting, so there was little chance that he was wrong. "Come join my clan, we could use a new serving wench," he taunted, though she could see that he was stalling for time, unable to comprehend why his wounds weren't closing. "You've already lost and you don't even know it. You're losing without me even touching you." Nerissa laughed, then gestured down below them, to where Karl had just eliminated one of the elders, and was scratching something into a gemstone. Ancient wisdom let Karl transfer one skill that he, or his summons, knew to the full party. And for the purposes of a war, the entire guild was considered one raiding party. So, he had chosen to gift the clan with rejuvenation, the area healing ability that Leo was growing quite fond of. Unlike the healing totems that Remy used, the effect wasn't stopped by damage, and it was much lower mana cost than Tion's Holy Light, or Sacred Heal, abilities. The little fox had both of them active, but it was the fact that he was playing Inspiration on the Zither that was making the most difference. At least, in this situation, where hundreds of clan members had area healing spells active, giving everyone a constant stream of health. It was a great day for the warriors, as they rarely had a use for all the energy that they could store. They simply didn't go through it fast enough, unless they were hurling attacks blindly at an enemy's guard. Having a healing spell was nearly as good as getting a whole new class. The clan leader of the Graupedran Templars frowned at the sight. The new home merchants had come up with a devilish new trick that could keep their members alive despite being outnumbered and outclassed. What he didn't understand was how they were doing so much damage. He hadn't come all this way just to lose to a bunch of newbies who pulled mortals up to the immortal rank, disregarding every bit of common decency among the immortal world's residents. The mortals stayed mortals, they weren't meant to be anything more than servants to the immortal sects. It was supposed to be an easy win, with his members robbing all the newbies who left the clan compound this month, reducing their wealth before he moved in. How they had realized and turned it into a clan war, he didn't know. But it didn't matter, his force was still far superior, and his reinforcements should be here soon. None of the sects in the area would dare stand with New Home against him. There was no way that he could know that the reinforcements were not coming. The Almixii sect had decided that the Templars would have to win on their own this time, as New Home's alliances were not as weak as the Templars' sect leader had assumed. Still, even with the entire New Home clan constantly healing, the Templars held the upper hand through the first half hour of battle, as the clash of the supreme-ranked clan leaders overhead shook the buildings and destroyed all the plant life for 100 kilometers. Compared to the side effects of their battle, Remy's apocalypse suddenly seemed quite reasonable and contained. Sure, the market was gone, but that was going to happen anyhow. Plus, using an ice apocalypse balanced out Hawk's flames, which were nearly everywhere at this point. The Dark Flame Phoenix had uncanny accuracy, and he had been hitting invaders with flaming meteors like he was throwing fireballs. The only thing that was still standing at this point was the interior of the clan compound, and even that was marginal. The outer barriers had failed at some point, but the inner barriers on particular buildings and the core infrastructure of the clan were still holding strong. Remy thought about helping with that, but she didn't know where the barrier controls were, and even if she did, one Remy was not enough to keep that barrier up when dozens of immortals were attacking it, and it was taking secondary damage from the battle between clan leaders. Fortunately, they had added extra barriers over their own building so that their apartment wasn't bothered by strangers. The sect master of the Almixii sect looked on helplessly as a group of Supremes advanced toward him. Sect leader, don't you think it's a bit heavy-handed to deny us the right to support our allies? You might be the strongest of us, and the strongest clan in the region, but you're not the match for all of us. We have our alliances, and we're going to go assist the Templars in their effort to restore the proper state of things. Fine, if that is what you want, but be aware that if you enter, I will also let the allies of the New Home clan enter. The Almixii sect is allied with both sides of this conflict, and as such will be sitting out this battle. There was immense potential in the imminent devastation of the region, he decided. If all these clans lost powerful members, or even a few of their clan leaders, he could lead his force to take over even more territory, establishing branch offices of the sect all over the region. It wasn't on his strategic checklist of sect goals for this decade, but if the opportunity was so forcefully presented to him, there was no reason for him not to. The clan leaders raised their hands, and made a forward gesture toward their troops, then vanished off into the distance, leaving the Almixii sect leader behind. Well, Nerissa, you crazy woman, I hope that you have a plan for this because your allies are not on the stronger side of this force, he muttered, then returned to watching the defensive line. At the very least, he could keep out the leeches who just wanted to settle vendettas. On the battlefield, Ray smiled as her blood destruction skill gave her dozens more immortal rank golems. The bonuses they were getting had turned them into an unstoppable force, and the pure terror on the faces of the Templars when their own allies died then turned on them was worth every bit of effort needed to ensure that blood destruction got the last hit. While the fact that she couldn't finish them with a stab or three was annoying, the golems were getting such a great response that she couldn't resist. Then, a whole wave of new people started to arrive. They all had blue armbands on, marking their allegiance to someone. But Ray had no idea whose side they were on until they started to assist the Templars. That meant, "Hello, new friends. Would you like to join my art exhibition? I call it Templars on Ice." The group of immortals in front of her looked confused for a second, then Thor activated Bulwark, using the ice element under their feet, turning the whole area into a skating rink. Ray's spiked legs easily dug into the slick surface, and she charged with her golems, before vanishing into an incorporeal form to begin the real attack. Blood flew from the back ranks of the newcomers as they realized this battle was not what it seemed. While they should have had the superior numbers, crushing the new home clan nearly 5-1, the newbies were fighting like they were possessed, and even their youngest members were taking down fighters far above their own rank. It was well known that the defenders would always fight their hardest until the last moment, when the survivors would flee, but this was on another level. In the sky above the main battle, clan leader Nerissa threw up new barriers and tried to decide if she should send the retreat signal or let the new home clan decide when to run on their own. The fight between clan leaders had become 7 supremes against 1, now that the other peak powers of the region had arrived. For her alone, there was simply no possibility of winning. And once she had fallen in battle, there was nobody who could take up her position, no matter how strong the buffs were. She had just prepared herself for her final stand when the air tore open beside her, and a group of 10 supreme-ranked humans in black and white robes stepped through. "The Dark Light host has once again hoisted the war banner, and we have come." The leader of the group, an elven girl with the face of a young teen, despite her immense power, declared. For a second, nobody could understand what she meant. Then they saw the flag at the epicenter of the battle, standing proudly at the center of an island of calm, surrounded by corpses. It held the same black and white emblem, with a pair of dragons overlaid on the divided field, that the emblems on the outfits of the new supremes did. What sort of clan had come to support the new home, that they could field 10 supremes without a single one of them having a clan leader tag on their name? But Nerissa had other questions. Like, how deep was Karl's backing that these people came to his aid when he raised his battle flag? They hadn't even come to extract him and his friends, they had come to join the battle. The clan leaders didn't hold back. If they gave this new group time to prepare, it would only get harder to defeat them. Beneath their battle, Karl fought desperately to keep the enemy away from the healing areas. They were pushing hard to get at Dana and the clerics, who had gathered in the area for healing that needed more than the rejuvenation effect that had spread across the entire battlefield. Despite their advantage, there were thousands of such injuries, and hundreds more resurrections to be done. Both sides had set up healing encampments on the battlefield, and Ray had recruited a team of rogues to make her way towards the enemy's healers. But there were so many immortals between them and their target that it was taking forever. Then, a high-pitched scream informed Karl that things had gone horribly wrong. Someone with a stealth skill had broken through the lines, and had attacked his greater golems, aiming for the epic guard holding Yuan, who they thought was the source of their problems, as he was the only one in the area who wasn't doing anything. The assumption was that he was upholding the area buff. But really, he was exactly what he looked like. An overly excited hatchling with no reason to be in the middle of a battlefield. The epic guard's arm was severed by the blade of an ascended immortal, and the first of the Sero-shaped greater golems fell, while Yuan was tossed into the dirt, bleeding from his wing. The little black dragon only had one thought: get to the safe spot. And there was only one safe spot around. Karl. The little dragon dove under the falling body of an immortal, and between the legs of his remaining defender, the second greater golem, who was stalwartly defending the hatchling that he had been tasked with. Despite the wound that had cost her arm, the epic guard fended off 3 immortals at the same time, giving him time to escape, just as she had been ordered when the small dragon was handed to her. A kick from the ascended immortal sent the construct sliding across the dirt, right before the attacker screamed in agony, clutching his face. "You like that? I'll claw your eyes out," Yuan shouted, driven to defend his new friend. A backhand swat sent him flying across the battlefield, but in the direction of Karl, where he was hoping to go anyhow. Karl blasted the enemies around him out of melee combat, and then called a fresh epic golem to him as he caught the little dragon. But before he could hand Yuan off, the little dragon vanished, aiming for the safest of safe spots. A separate space linked to Karl that smelled like home. Only, he didn't successfully enter the tiny world, he ended up floating in the void. "Where is this?" "Oh, I see, it's just dark out. I don't know how to make light." Then, a sun appeared in the void around him, and Yuan realized how this worked. There was nothing here, that Karl needed to add at all. That was fine, he could do that whenever he had time. Karl shook his head and sighed as he activated, "All things are pets," and created a pet space for the little dragon before Yuan's ill-conceived attempt to move between realms left him somewhere random. That was a close call, he had nearly broken the god's prohibition on having a baby dragon when Yuan tried to merge with him. Only, he did have one, didn't he? It wasn't the same sort of bond as his beasts, but he could still sense all of Yuan's thoughts while he was in the pet space. The little dragon was nearly regenerated from his injuries already, which were mostly just some bruises and a torn wing. But he was safe and alive, and that was what mattered to the hatchling. Going to the Karl was definitely the right choice. Karl and the epic guard were too busy to do anything about his situation at the moment, as they were being swarmed by immortals who realized that he had hidden the black dragon in a separate space. If they could get him back out of there, or kill the one stabilizing the space, they were certain that they could deactivate whatever buff he had spread over the battlefield. The fact that he had retreated at the first sign of attack proved to them that they had the right target, and the black dragon was the source of the unnaturally strong fighters in the new home clan's defense force. With the epic guard at his back, Karl only had to fight in one direction. A definite improvement, but not enough to give them a complete advantage when there were so many new ascended immortals around. Worse, he was being flooded with soul energy by the Haint Claw and the Sword of Champions, which was now in Thor's possession. He had given it to Kara, but apparently she had decided that she didn't need it, or she wanted to use a different weapon. Karl didn't know which, but she had given the soul-stealing weapon to the behemoth. The Badger was in the city, defending the remaining buildings from the invaders with the assistance of an entire unit of seraphim summoned by one of the Darklight host reinforcements. They were all supreme ranked, and equivalent in quality to an epic golem. They had skills, and they were excellent at flying. Not only that, but they also had defensive barriers to protect the buildings, and big swords that Rey would love to get her hands on. "Onward, Seraphim! There is order to spread," Kara announced, which made the seraph nearest to her laugh. If there was anything that the Badger was going to spread, it was not in any way ordered or regulated. They were beings of order, and they were sent by their summoner to reinforce this place, so that the allies of the Darklight host had somewhere to return to after the battle. But they had zero faith that the Badger was on the same page as they were, even if their goals were the same. Fortunately, they didn't have to do much. They were stronger than the attackers coming for the city, and that would let them hold their assigned zone without needing to have their summoner replace them. With everything going so well, it didn't matter that they couldn't figure out what the Badger was planning. But she wasn't causing them any trouble, so they just let Kara wander as she pleased. The Badger had a goal. The vast majority of the buildings were destroyed, and the enemy's immortals were trying to take advantage of the situation. The Seraphim were eliminating the ones that threatened the city, but they weren't going after the ones who were looting. Looting was her territory. Plus, if it came off an enemy, she wasn't stealing from her clan members, right? She could donate the vast majority of it back, and they would call her benevolent. It was a brilliant plan. She couldn't keep the good or personal things, but she could get recognition for giving people their stuff back. That had to be worth something for her reputation. With the battle shifting, and the immortals pressing in on the healing center, it was time for Leo to shift to his natural state from his humanoid form. He could use all sorts of skills as a small tortolin, but when it came to actual combat, he was simply too small. Being a gigantic turtle caused other troubles, but it was incredibly satisfying to simply flip or slap people who came for him. Carl twisted around the blade of a blue-robed immortal bladesman, while he used Chaos Blast to parry the incoming spells of a mage 10 meters away. It was actually a pleasant change, with the incoming force so heavily dominated by warriors. Many of the sects that had come to assist the Templars were essentially training camps for various combat styles exclusive to warriors. Even seeing a small group of mages was enough to change the tactics of the battle. Carl's claws slammed into the barrier of the warrior, causing him to stagger backward. Then, he released the Haint Claw from merger with him, so it could attack the mage, while he used Earth Manipulation to create a bat, wrapped in tribulation chains. It had worked wonderfully for Thor, and Carl knew that he just needed to stun his opponent for a second to create the opening for a Chaos Vortex to end them. The warrior stared up at the cat demon, who stood a full head taller than him, and began to reconsider every life choice that had led him to this point. That monster wasn't even trying to kill him anymore, it seemed. He had sent his living weapon against the mage, and decided to use a bat in melee. Just a regular bat, wrapped in a chain. Carl swung the blunt weapon and the warrior desperately parried, trying to spin out of the way. The strength mismatch was too much, and with a heavy club against a slender blade, the warrior didn't have the ability to simply stop the strike dead without using a skill. And at this point in the battle, energy reserves were precious. They had been fighting for too long, with the new home merchant clan tenaciously hanging on much longer than anyone had expected. Carl was about to follow up when an arc of blade energy from above raced toward them. He jumped backward, but the warrior was too focused on the battle, and didn't see it in time. The attack hit him directly on the head, cleaving him in half. Friendly fire was becoming a serious issue for the invaders. The plethora of systems in this world meant that most of the clans couldn't actually ally with each other in a system sense, so they had to watch where they were hurling attacks. And they couldn't use the massive area attacks that the new home's mages were. As they had no outside reinforcements, other than the Supremes in the sky, they were free to fight as they wished. Being in the same clan was enough for even the most disparate of systems to recognize them as friendly targets. Carl felt power surge through his body, and realized that the healing area had gained a second bard, on top of Tian. The fox was still playing a song of inspiration, increasing attack speed for everyone in range of his skill. But the second one had joined in with the hymn of heroism, which increased skill damage by 50% of base damage. For some, that was a much smaller buff than 40% attack speed. But for someone like Carl or Thor, who both had massive base damage numbers, it was staggering. With the immediate area cleared, Carl picked up the war banner, and stuck it on the back of his armor, letting the banner fly over his head. If the enemy couldn't pick out that he was the champion they should be facing now, there was no hope for them. Seriously, an epic-grade constitution should be visible to most of them, and now he had a giant war flag over his head. Maybe the problem was that he was too small. No, if he got much bigger, it would also be an issue. He would have to lean down to attack. As he moved, Oathbreaker returned to his side, along with the Haint Claw and the Epic Guard, who now had no assigned duty, with Ewan in the pet space. Alright, let's go hunt some elders. I think that we can get a few more solid kills before they realize that they're losing. Carl informed the demons. The two Oathbreakers high-fived each other, then grabbed him and moved Carl, plus the other summons, to a spot by the docks. The Blue Elf captain was there, fighting alongside the other captains and first mates against dozens of low-ascended immortals. The lesser elders of the reinforcing sects, who wanted to loot the destroyed ships in the harbor. Carl didn't hesitate and smashed an immortal to the ground with an overhand swing of the club. No additional attack needed. That caused the elders to scatter, right before Oathbreaker and the Haint-shaped pair attacked. The lady's branch-like claws were insanely fast, and extended to make up for range differences, and the bark of their surface repelled any attack that managed to take down the eternal lightning barrier over them. Seeing them fighting together like this really made it obvious how similar the Epic Guard and the Haint Claw were in appearance. But they also had War Beast activated, turning them into much larger Treant kinsfolk than they normally were. One of the elders raised his blade, and pointed it at Carl. "You! I will end you if it is the last thing I do. Dare you accept my challenge?" Guild challenge issued. Accepted. Carl smiled at him, and twirled the bat around his hand. "I am going to greatly enjoy looting your clan once we're done killing its elders today." The elder launched himself forward, and Carl briefly noticed that the man was very nearly a peak immortal, and the sect leader of the Hyperion sect. No matter. Carl brought up Bulwark to form a shield, tanking the first flurry of attacks before his bat slammed into the elder's barrier, and Chaos Vortex exploded at the point of impact. The barrier held, but both sides continued, with Carl swinging upward, keeping momentum, and the elder attempting to leap over his attack to get a blade past Carl's shield. That led to a confused three-dimensional melee as Carl stepped off the ground to keep the elder in front of him, and the rapid blade strikes hammered into his barriers. Carl whistled, activating Dissonant Whispers for mental damage, and then subtly altered the world around them with Illusionary Domain, making it look like the other side had received reinforcements. What he wanted was for this clan leader to have hoped that his side was winning, so he didn't run away before the challenge ended. The bat wasn't noticeably slower than the attacks of the elder. The difference was in the attack power of a peak immortal, and what Carl could output, even with the combined bonus from an entire clan's damage applied by Rampage, plus the benefits of Predation. The Amulet of Destruction was working wonders for him. Its ability to increase a spell by one sub-rank in the immortal realm had brought his War Beast, enhanced cat demon form to the physique of a mid-ascended rank immortal as base, with all the buffs stacked on it. That left his skills a bit on the weaker side, but his actual attacks, and his physical defense, as well as his health pool, were absolutely monstrous. Thanks to limited invulnerability, most of the sect leader's attacks wouldn't even damage his barriers if he didn't actively use a skill, so the elder was forced to burn energy constantly, just to avoid a war of attrition against the roaming world boss that was Carl. Unintentionally, the pair moved out over the harbor, further into the sky where the Supremes were fighting. It seemed appropriate for a sect leader's fight to be visible, but Carl was careful to keep them as far as possible from the main fight, as the aftershocks of that battle were enough to destroy everything on the surface other than the immortals themselves. Sparks of electricity flew as the sect leader's arcane element attacks hit the wrap of tribulation lightning chains on the bat dozens of times in a second, and the fight drew to a stalemate. Carl activated an illusionary domain to hide his own attacks and set off a series of Chaos Vortex attacks around his opponent, shaking the immortal, who struggled to see through the illusion. Then, his barrier broke under the steady onslaught, and a focused attack by Carl sent him crashing to the ground, even as his blade shattered the bulwark shield in Carl's other hand. Dust flew into the sky as Carl landed on his fallen opponent, his feet coated with Chaos Blast attacks. Blood flew from the man's mouth, and Carl swung down at the man's head, foregoing defense in order to go for the kill. The sound of shattering bone told him that the bat connected, and then the sect leader simply vanished. Carl sent Soul Sight out to see where his wounded target had retreated to, but couldn't find anything in the crowd of combatants. "It's an escape talisman," he returned to his sect compound the moment that he would have died so that he could be resurrected, the female captain shouted at him as Carl searched the battlefield. Well, that was annoying. If the elders were just going to respawn, didn't that mean that he couldn't take their territory after the battle? Carl had assumed that it was going to be largely unpopulated by the time that they finished. Ray had over 1,000 blood golems now, and they could only be made from enemies that died to blood destruction, so her kill count was definitely not low. At that rate, the attacking sects couldn't have too many members left at the end of the day. The elf's expression turned shocked, and Carl looked down to see that his tabard had changed. The 3 golden rings of his victories had merged into one bloody red stripe with a golden knot pattern overlaid on it. "Congratulations, tyrant!" the captain shouted, and the other sailors raised their voices in a wordless congratulation. The remaining fighters in their area, the few who hadn't succumbed to the combined force of the elves and Oathbreaker, simply fled. That seemed to be the turning point of the battle, for when Karl turned, he saw nothing but the backs of the invading clans, who were now in full retreat. But it wasn't the captain's shout that had made the difference. At the moment that Karl's tabard changed, 2 more of the sect leaders had fallen from the sky, decapitated by the reinforcements from the Dark Light host. Now outnumbered 11-3, even the bravest of Supremes wasn't willing to remain anymore, and activated whatever emergency escape talismans they had, leaving the new home clan members standing around with nothing but a destroyed city and a mountain of corpses. System notice: the Hyperion sect has been disbanded after losing a guild war by challenge against the Darklight host. System notice: the Graupedran Templars have been disbanded after losing a guild war against the Darklight host by loss of their clan leader in combat. System notice: the Condim commanders have been disbanded after losing a clan war by challenge against the new home merchant clan. The notice appeared in front of everyone on the battlefield who had a system interface, not just in their vision, but physically in front of them. Even hundreds of kilometers away, halfway between New Home and the city of Condim, the sect leader of the Almixii sect got the notice. The commanders weren't the rulers of the city, they held a smaller territory along the northern coast, bordering the New Home's usual hunting grounds. But they had brought a supreme-ranked clan leader to the battle. So, that was 2 Supremes and a peak immortal dead, only seconds apart. And now, the battle was effectively over. He had sensed the other clan leaders fleeing for their lives, but he could also still sense nearly a dozen supreme-ranked beings in the new home compound, and what felt like hundreds of supreme-ranked constructs. Clan leader Nerissa sighed, and then raised her voice, using a skill to let it carry over the membership. "We have held the day. Elders, with me. We go to claim the spoils of war from the Graupedran Templars." She bowed to the Darklight host Supremes, and then gestured to Karl on the ground. "Forgive my lack of manners, but this is time-sensitive, or their survivors will loot everything worth taking from the city. We will take our 5th, and then leave the city to rebuild under a new sect." She explained. "We are intimately familiar with the process, clan leader. Fear not, we will happily go speak with our guild member who was brave enough to fly a war banner, knowing that it can't be taken down until he is victorious or permanently dead." Karl returned to the healing area, where Dana was washing blood from freshly healed injuries, and thousands of exhausted immortals were scattered on the ground. "Are you all right? Is everyone still with us?" Karl asked, as he did a mental head count, and hugged Dana before stroking her hair to help her relax. "I'm here. I don't think that we lost anyone, but I haven't seen Opal in a few minutes." The little Fae appeared on her shoulder and giggled. "I'm here. I just sent a bunch of immortals to hell for a vacation." Dana wasn't sure if the mischievous former butterfly meant that literally, or as an illusion. But she didn't really want to know. She had enough to deal with already, and finding out that Opal had literally used her illusions to dump a bunch of hapless warriors into a portal to hell would require more mental effort than she was feeling up to right now. The 10 Supremes of the Darklight host landed all around her, and took turns to gently place a hand on her head before turning to speak with Karl. "Wait. You don't get to just pat my head and then not tell me what that is about." Dana shouted, exasperated and out of patience. A Supreme with white feathered wings on his back laughed. "Relax, it's a Darklight host tradition. It started with the bunnies, but kind of spread to all cute and fluffy things." Dana turned her glare on Karl. "These are your people, I can tell already." He couldn't even argue with that. "Branch leaders, thank you for coming. Things were looking more than a little bit dire there before you arrived," Karl greeted the group. "No trouble at all. There isn't much to do in our world these days. Ever since the outreach program converted the last city, things have been incredibly calm, and our titles as branch leaders are mostly ceremonial. Really, we're more like dungeon team leaders at this point. However, we still have the title, so we all got the message when another branch leader declared war in the immortal worlds. How could we miss out on that? This isn't a world with an outreach program, though. How did you end up here? I was brought here from a mortal world after I advanced. There wasn't enough energy there to keep up my advancement rate, so the new home merchant clan volunteered to take me and my people in. The Supreme with the white wings nodded. That makes sense. The mortal branches are generally isolated and left to their own devices, as we're prohibited from interfering in their affairs. Wait, I recognize your branch. You're from the world that legendary Matilda claimed, aren't you? That's the one. I was actually assigned the role by the system, though. I only met Lady Matilda later, when I was setting up a branch house. The Supreme sighed. Ah, to be back in the glory days of the early unification. To think it's been 1,000 years already. But I'm getting sidetracked, and it's likely been much less for you. You still feel young, and your wife is barely 20. Dana cleared her throat. So, you came from another immortal world to help, just because you felt him activate a skill. The war banner isn't just a skill. It's a blood feud. Win or die, those are the only options when the banner goes up. Of course, we had to come and lend a hand. We can't have the Dark Light host being embarrassed on some backwater world that doesn't even have an outreach program. As they talked, a group of hundreds of white-winged constructs in short togas came their way, with the leader carrying something black and furry. We have returned the badger, branch leader. Kindly ask her not to lick inappropriate places. Dana gave Kara an unimpressed look. It was her arm. Arm. The badger complained. All parts of me are off limits for licking. Dana giggled, and the summoned seraph put Kara down, so the badger could transform. I rescued a huge amount of loot from the ruins, and I've got it sorted by origin, so the invaders couldn't loot anything on their way out. Once things are settled, I will label it by address and give it to the loot warehouse to return to its owners. She is remarkably reasonable for a badger, the Supreme noted. There are, or were, 100,000 people in the clan's territory before the attack. Do you have any idea how much stuff the warehouse is going to have to sort? This is definitely a case of the badger being a badger. That made the others chuckle softly. Now, it made much more sense why the badger was being helpful. She was causing chaos while protecting the loot of her allies. Plus, she got to touch and examine all the shiny things before giving them back. I think that you need to know that spell. Look at them, but did you know that if you try to look up there? Kara stopped as the construct bonked her on the head. Damnable badger. The Supreme patted Kara on the head. It's a holy blessing. No matter what angle you look from, there is no way to get an upskirt view of a seraph. Many perverts have tried, and just as many have failed. Now Dana's glare was extremely unimpressed. Hey, don't look at me like that. I thought that there were hidden pockets. Damn it, why am I being painted as the pervert here? Did anyone even ask Opal what she did to the immortals? Opal giggled. Hey, no throwing me under the bus to hide from your own misunderstandings. Nobody else needed to know that she had pranked an entire group of immortals by making them think that they had been transported to a demonic brothel, only to have all the rooms filled with Oathbreaker demons in lipstick. It was glorious. Is there anywhere suitable to sit? It looks like the majority of this city is destroyed. One of the other Supremes asked, exhausted from her battle. Of course. I can still feel the spells on our apartment, so it's intact, and you can come rest in my tiny world. Carl offered. They were guild members, and Supreme-ranked branch leaders. He shouldn't have anything for them to be envious of. And if he did, he could likely make them a copy, or teach them the skill.